At Tianhai number 3 high school, everyone's eyes were on the gifted prodigy Wang Guan. But on the eve of the Gaokao, he awakened the most useless power imaginable. Senior students crowded the athletic field, nerves stretched taut as the proctor's voice boomed like thunder. You will now enter the trial illusion. Awaken your innate abilities, slay mutated beasts and abyssal monsters, and earn points. Your final score equals the points you collect. Remember, die inside the illusion and you die for real. Wang Guan stood tall despite his threadbare clothes, his features firm and resolute. As the top student in the entire school, he was expected to unlock an outstanding talent, and classmates flocked around him, eager for protection. Brother Wang, once we're inside, we're counting on you. He gave a friendly nod. Helping others came naturally to him. If we run into each other, he'll do what I can. Relief swept through the group. Brother Wang Guan, a soft, timid voice reached him. Turning, he saw Jiang Wangxue in a flowing white dress, beautiful yet uneasy. What if I awaken something useless? Jiang Wang's universally acknowledged as the school flower was gentle and kind, pursued by many, yet her heart belonged to Wang Guan. He, a bit face-blind and shy, rarely noticed her looks, but after 3 years he had grown fond of her. Wangxue, your grades are excellent, and the teachers think you have a great chance at a class talent. Believe in yourself. His tone was gentle, and even if it's not ideal, they'll find you and keep you safe. A blush colored her cheeks, and she smiled. I trust you, Brother Wang Guan. Just then, homeroom teacher Zhang Huimin hurried over, eyes shining with expectation. Wang Guan, I'm counting on you. Don't let me down. They'll do my best. Wang Guan replied solemnly, brimming with confidence. Gaokao begins now. The proctor shouted. A hazy light swept the field. Wang Guan felt the world spin as his consciousness slid into a half-dream. Images flickered before him. 300 years earlier, abyssal rifts had opened, spewing monsters that dragged humanity to the brink. An unknown force then granted humans the chance to awaken powers, launching the era of ability users. The visions faded, and a mysterious energy flooded his body. Excitement surged. What will my talent be? Agonizing pain suddenly ripped through his head, nearly dropping him to his knees. Not now. Since his parents vanished 8 years ago, Head battled recurring headaches, but never this fierce. Something felt ready to burst from his skull. He blacked out, then woke to find himself inside the trial illusion. Ruins choked with weeds lay before him, dense forest all around. I really thought I was done for. He rubbed his throbbing head, then froze as glowing text appeared. Congratulations, you've awakened an F-class talent. Appraisal. F-class. Appraisal? The weakest of the weak, offering no combat power, only the ability to read information on objects and creatures. I actually got the worst possible talent. Ice filled his veins. His face went pale. Outside, in the school's conference room, administrators watched key students on a giant display. When Wang Guan's talent appeared, disbelief erupted. Class appraisal? You've got to be kidding. He had the best stats. How did he end up with garbage? All the resources we poured into him are wasted. Accusations flew. Teacher Zhang Huimin wished the floor would swallow him. Suddenly someone gasped, "Sclass. We haven't Sclass awakening Zhang Wangxue. Sclass." Zhang Huimin snapped his head up. The screen confirmed it. Ice Snow Witch, talent level S. He straightened, gloom vanishing. Excellent. Shall get into Longjing University, for sure. And Song Qianlong just awakened a class Thunder Warlord. This year looks brilliant for us. The room buzzed with excitement. Wang Guan's class window was swiftly minimized and forgotten. Inside the illusion, Wang Guan was still reeling from despair when a chill crawled up his spine. Something was stalking him. He spun around, muscles tensing. A beast the size of a young tiger crept closer, fangs gleaming. A Riftfang beast. He recognized the abyss-tainted predator at once. He forced himself calm. Maybe appraisal can reveal a weak spot. Activating his power, he watched information scroll into view. Appraisal. This is an ordinary stray cat, abandoned and malnourished, unfed for 3 days. He gaped, stunned. You call this thing a stray cat? A ferocious lychee beast loomed ahead, yet Wang Guan's probing skill labeled it an ordinary stray cat. The Gaokao illusion was vetted to perfection, so the only flaw had to be in the ability he had just awakened. A useless skill was bad enough, but a buggy one? Rage clogged his chest, and he almost howled at the sky. What crime did I commit to deserve this? Before the thought even settled, the beast's eyes flashed with cold light. Muscles coiled, and it sprang. Oh, come on, Wang Guan yelped, instinctively kicking out. He braced himself to be shredded without any buffs. He couldn't possibly fend off such brute strength. Yet, meow, a piercing screech split the air. The 100-pound monster was launched by his kick, rolling more than 10 meters through the rubble. Wang Guan froze. Since when was he this strong? He quickly realized he hadn't grown stronger at all. The lychee beast had grown weaker. He could have sworn Head heard a cat's meow. If his probe called the creature a stray cat, did it actually become Oni, at least from his perspective? The bold idea seized his mind. The beast staggered up, fear glimmering in its eyes, but its ferocity remained. It growled meow, and lunged again. Smack! Wang Guan slapped it face down into the dust. The hide still felt iron hard, yet in raw power it was no more than a half-starved kitten. His eyes lit up. He swung a leg over its back and pummeled it like a rainstorm. Deep in the ruins, pitiful cat cries echoed. Meow meow. Within moments the twitching body stilled, then dissolved into motes of light. Congratulations, you have slain a lychee beast. 15 points. The prompt appeared, and Wang Guan's breath hitched. He had actually killed a lychee beast. The probe's mistake could manifest in reality? He couldn't wait to test it again. Looking up, he spotted a stretch of shattered walls. Scattered among the debris lay all kinds of equipment gear dumped when candidates entered the illusion. Not bad, landing useful tools right at the start. Wang Guan grabbed a sharp dagger first. Its blade gleamed coldly, clearly made of fine steel. Probe, he commanded silently. A multifunctional fruit knife, perfect for fancy peeling. Huh. Wang Guan's mouth twitched. As the tag appeared, the dagger grew noticeably lighter, feeling like a paring knife in his grip. To him now, it really was just a fruit knife. This thing was no good to Wang Guan anymore. He tossed the dagger aside and hefted a heavy spiked club. The interface still labeled the dagger a paring knife, perfect for peeling apples, while the club in his hand was tagged back scratchers the spot every time. Scowling, Wang Guan flung the club away and grabbed a piece of chest armor instead. The readout popped up, trendy T. Slip it on, and you'll be the coolest kid around. That clinched Ithis appraisal skill had mutated beyond recognition. Every tag was dead wrong, yet felt absolutely real. A razor-sharp dagger became a fruit knife, a massive spiked club turned into an itch stick, and a savage split-toothed beast showed up as an ordinary alley cat. The entries must be random, he muttered, rummaging through the weapon pile. Everyday objects far outnumbered combat gear, so beasts were more likely to be downgraded to harmless animals, and reliable weapons to household junk. A double-edged sword. It could defong danger, but it also stripped him of proper arms. He tried nearly every weapon on the ground. None proved usable. Ready to give up, he spotted a stick as thick as his forearm, perfectly straight, nicely balanced, the kind you'd snap off a street tree. He picked it up on a whim. One last try. Appraisal activated grade A longsword, alge forged, impossibly sharp, exclusive skill windbreaker. Unleashes air blades. Wang Guan froze, then blurted, "You've got to be kidding me." In the Intransism trial, a grade A weapon was almost mythical, worth tens of millions in the real world. A pile of actual arms had just turned to junk, yet this plain stick was flagged as a top-tier sword. His luck bordered on absurd. He tightened his grip and swung. The air hissed apart. With a thought, he triggered the skill whoosh. A crescent wind blade flew dozens of meters, slicing several bull-thick trees in half. Good stick. He stroked the smooth wood, grinning ear to ear. In anyone else's hand it was just a branch. In his, it was a wind-cleaving masterpiece. Confidence surging, he headed deeper into the forest. Minutes later, after pushing through low shrubs, rustling sounded around him. Wolf-sized beasts covered in red scales emerged from every side. Teeth bared blood wolves, pack-hunting mutants of the highest danger. Most examinees would have gone weak-kneed, but Wang Guan stayed calm. His gaze locked on the nearest blood wolf. Appraise. The panel flashed. Common hyena, cunning and pesky once it marks you. That lone tag was enough. Every other blood wolf instantly registered as hyena, their threat rating plummeting. With a grade A weapon, his odds skyrocketed. A grin tugged at his lips. He gripped the stick with both hands and drew a deep breath. Come on, time to see what this top-tier longsword can really do. A piercing howl split the air as a blood wolf beast lunged first. Almost by reflex, Wang Guan stepped forward, dropped his hips, and swept his wooden staff in a wide arc whoosh. What looked like an ordinary stick sliced through the air with a shrill whistle, smashing into the creature's flank. The beast hadn't even tried to dodge. To its eyes, a piece of wood posed no threat. A heartbeat later, crack! A mist of blood erupted. The staff shattered the scarlet-scaled hide that was hard as iron, and the massive body collapsed with a dull thud, its life ebbing away. A mutant famed for its defense died beneath a single blow. In Wang Guan's scouting view, that blood wolf beast registered as an ordinary hyena, while the staff in his hands appeared as an excellent longsword. With both buffs stacked, the monster never had a chance. Enraged by their companion's fate, the remaining blood wolf beasts howled and charged in a pack. The staff whirled and cracked through the air. One beast after another fell like weeds before a scythe. When corpses lay in heaps, the last few survivors finally realized this two-legged opponent was untouchable. They yelped and bolted. Trying to run? Wang Guan shifted his stance, gripped the staff with both hands like drawing a blade, and swept through empty air. Space seemed to tear. A fan-shaped shockwave burst outward, triggering the vacuum/skill. Crash! Trees along the path were severed at the waist, and the fleeing blood wolf beasts were sliced apart. Not one left alive. The corpses quickly dissolved into motes of light as system prompts appeared. Congratulations, you have slain a blood wolf beast. Points 15. 12. 12 kills, 180 points, barely breaking a sweat. Keep going. First place in this entrance exam is mine. Wang Guan, riding high, strode off to hunt new targets. The illusion was riddled with danger. Soon he met several more mutants. A terrifying iron-armed beast showed up in his vision as nothing but a large macaque. A vicious blood-striated python looked like an ordinary little snake. With each swing of the staff, skulls cracked and points accumulated. During a brief lull, Wang Guan finally had time to ponder the source of his altered ability. The stubborn headache had flared the moment he entered the illusion. Sharper than ever had that pain changed his scouting power? The headache itself was a mystery. 8 years ago, the Federation discovered an ancient temple believed to have fallen from the abyss. His parents' both powerful ability users joined the expedition, while 10-year-old Wang Guan waited at home, praying for their safe return. One night, his parents suddenly appeared, strangely elated and tearful, talking to him for hours before falling asleep in his arms. At dawn they were gone, as if they had never come back. News later said the expedition had gone awry and his parents were lost in the temple. Whether that night was real or a dream, Wang Guan could never decide, and from that day the headaches began. Tightening his grip on the staff, Wang Guan muttered, "I've always believed this pain, my parents' disappearance, and that ancient temple are connected. And now the pain has awakened a new facet of my power." His gaze hardened. One day, he vowed, he would enter that temple himself and uncover the truth. Wang Guan muttered to himself. A rustle in the grass made him pause. Tightening his grip on the straight wooden staff he had whittled, he pushed through a low clump of brambles. Just a few strides later, he spotted a dozen examinees, every one of them his classmates, Jiang Wanxue among them. The simulation always dropped students from the same class in adjacent zones, so a bit of wandering brought them together. The national exam was designed to allow team play. "Brother Wang, finally we found you." Wang Guan. They surged toward him, excitement flashing across their faces. In the gray-green woods, Jiang Wangsu's white robes glimmered like snow. She seized his sleeve, voice quivering with delight. "Wang Guan, what ability did you awaken?" "Two God and Shrank. Ice Snow Witch." Outside the illusion, the main conference room at Tianhai No. 3 High School was brightly lit. A wall's-eyes screen streamed the test in real time. Administrators focused on their star, Jiang Wanxue, but then spotted Wang Guan as well. Wang Guan is still holding on. He's naturally strong, so it figures. But what use is that? Luke, no real weapon, just a stick. He must have taken a beating. Without a strong power, he'll never score high. They quickly lost interest in him. And Frank detection skill with no combat worth surviving this long was miracle enough. The dean frowned. "Aren't Jiang Wanxue and Wang Guan close?" Homeroom teacher Zhang Huiman nodded, expression darkening. "Very close. If she keeps him with her out of loyalty, let's hope he doesn't drag her down." Tension settled over the room. Jiang Wanxue was their sole strength student, the school's best hope. The classmates around her were at least drank. No help, but no hindrance either. And Frank like Wang Guan would only weigh her down. Inside the illusion, Shrank Ice Snow Witch. Wang Guan arched a brow, genuinely pleased. "Not bad, he knew you could do it." Jiang Wanxue beamed, both eager and concerned. "What about you, Wang Guan? What did you awaken?" "Me?" He shrugged with an easy smile. "Frank detection." The group fell silent. Frank detection, only able to read target data, universally labeled the weakest combat skill. "He's the class genius, showed he end up with that?" Someone murmured. "You're joking, right?" Jiang Wanxue blinked in disbelief. "Why would I joke? It's just detection." His voice stayed calm. "The teachers always say there are no useless powers, only useless users." For most people that was empty encouragement. He knew his so-called Frank was nearly god tier. Seeing her stunned, he added with a half smile, half sigh, "Looks like he'll be counting on you to watch my back in this exam." He intended to stick with them for now. Helping others had always come naturally to him. Yet, the moment he finished, Jiang Wangsu's fingers slipped from his sleeve. Several classmates lowered their gazes, subtly tightening their formation, so Wang Guan was left on the edge. The way they all looked at him had completely changed. The shifting expressions on his classmates' faces did not escape Wang Guan's notice. He caught every flicker in their eyes and almost laughed. Before the college entrance trials began, they had treated him like a star student, sure he would awaken a powerful ability and eager to stay on his good side. The moment they learned his ability was trash, they dropped him faster than turning a page. People, he mused, were nothing if not pragmatic. Wang Guan didn't bother explaining. He merely reminded them, calm and even, that he was still at the top of the class. Resting a wooden staff on his shoulder, he arched a brow with a hint of mockery. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Am I not welcome?" Several classmates exchanged uneasy glances. "The entrance exam decides our future," a girl blurted, speaking fast. "We've divided up the roles already, and scouting isn't really necessary. Everyone here recognizes the beasts in the illusion." "Exactly," another added. "Your physical stats are good, but without an ability boost, you'll just slow us down." Voices rose in agreement. "We're not being selfish, this affects our entire lives. We need top scores." "I vote no on Wang Guan joining the team. The exam's been running a while, and you still haven't found a decent weapon." "Wang Guan, if you're really our friend, you'd bow out now." At last, every gaze settled on Jiang Wangxue. With F-rank ability, she was the natural leader, so the final word was hers. Jiang hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Brother Wang Guan, I'm sorry. The team decides. I'd like you with us, but I can't overrule everyone. Outwardly calm, Wang Guan felt a brief sting of disappointment. Then a spark flickered in his eyes, and he casually used inspect on her. Inspect result. An ordinary girl, plain appearance, gloomy disposition, drank ability dance of healing. Huh, he muttered. It was his first time inspecting a person. The data was still jumbled, yet clearly accurate. Usually face-blind. He looked again and saw that Jiang really was ordinary, nothing like the adorable image lodged in his memory. Any sudden ache-head felt evaporated. He gave a soft laugh. All right then. I've always worked solo. I meant to give you a hand offer you a chance, but you're passing it up. Because he didn't argue, the others exhaled in relief, secretly scoffing. Work solo? More like making excuses. Good luck with the exam, Wang Guan said, waving as he turned to leave. Wait. Jiang Wangxue called after him and held out a short sword. Take this. She glanced at the wooden staff in his hand, pity flickering in her eyes. The sword might be mediocre, but it beat a stick. She owed him for past favors. This would settle the debt. No need, Wang Guan replied with an easy smile. I'm quite happy with my staff. After all, he already had a great sword tucked away. He hoisted the stick and strode into the dense forest ahead. The remaining students watched his figure recede and muttered under their breath. What's wrong with him? Turning down a weapon? Acting tough when he can't back it up. When we walk out of here, had better not say we never try to help him. The college entrance exam is critical. If he refuses to fight for himself, that's hardly our fault. Given his abilities, who knows if he'll even make it out of the arena alive. Every year plenty of candidates are eliminated by the brutal illusion. For someone like Wang Guan and Frank Awakened, the survival rate is almost zero. Outside the illusion, in the main conference room, the school officials watched Wang Guan leave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Wangxue is still level-headed, one of them said. Right now her own score matters most. If Wang Guan can't cut it, he shouldn't drag the others down. We even offered him a weapon and he refused, far too young to know what's at stake. Forget Wang Guan. Keep the cameras on Jiang Wangxue. This year our school has to post a top result. They murmured on and on. Inside the illusion, Jiang Wangxue watched Wang Guan depart, her expression calming. All right, let's keep moving, she told her teammates. Under her lead, the squad resumed its exploration. I awakened in F-rank ability while you got stuck at Frank, she thought silently. Don't blame me. That's how the world works. I'm going to excel, enter Longjing University, and you were no longer in the same league. After separating, Wang Guan continued to roam the illusion alone. His classmates' attitude barely lingered in his mind. With his mutation ability, his future was bright enough. Now that had seen their true colors, why waste another thought on them? He ran into several more mutated beasts. Then, passing the ruins of a collapsed house, he heard the sounds of chewing. He slowed, stepped lightly, and crept closer. Through a broken wall, he spotted a cluster of monstrous rat-like creatures half as tall as an adult human. They wore filthy, tattered armor and carried spears and shields. Sharp incisors jutted from their mouths, making them look vicious and terrifying. Fresh from a hunt, they were hunched over slabs of flesh, eating with gusto. The blood splattered on the floor, and the scattered remains suggested their prey had been a candidate. Ratmen. A chill ran through Wang Guan. Ratmen were one of the alien species that crawled out of the abyssal rifts. Each was strong on its own, deadly in packs, and bred at alarming speed, swarming over human settlements like locusts. Every year the illusion featured one abyssal species as the key challenge, and this time it was clearly the Ratmen. They were a tough assignment. Most candidates would retreat unless they were absolutely confident. Wang Guan, however, felt no urge to back down. He fixed his gaze on one of the Ratmen. Probe. Target. Common marmot. Temperament. Irritable. Hates being disturbed while eating. A grin spread across his face. His probe had misidentified the Ratman as a marmot. So the information really is random, he thought. Because ordinary creatures outnumber monsters, there's a good chance an abyssal species will be tagged as a common animal. Since it's just a marmot, I won't be polite. Striding straight into the midst of the Ratman, Wang Guan kicked an eating Ratman onto its back. He leveled his wooden staff at the rest. Still hungry? You're coming with me. The Ratmen froze, glanced at their toppled companion, then at Wang Guan. A moment later their jaws split wide, screeching in unison, "Arg." The Ratmen were vicious and bloodthirsty. To humans, they were abyssal killers, whereas to them humans were nothing but prey. As soon as Wang Guan stepped into their lair, more than a dozen of the creatures tightened their crude iron spears and bone blades and lunged forward, howling. The rasping screeches might have been ear-splitting to others, but to Wang Guan they were merely grating noise like a few marmots throwing a tantrum after their meal was disturbed. His expression stayed calm as he swung his staff in a wide half-moon arc, flipping several Ratmen at once. A second one rushed in, only to be met by a sharp kick to the chest. Bones cracked, and the tall, gray-furred brutes sailed backward for several meters. Cold spearheads flashed, yet when they struck Wang Guan's body they threw nothing but sparks. His own physical stats were exceptional, and with an elite longsword at hand, this pack of angry marmots posed almost no threat. In fact, they were easier than the bloodwolf beast he had mistaken for a hyena earlier. Within seconds the rat men fell one by one and dissolved into gray mist. System prompts popped up in front of him. Ratman warrior slain. 30 points. 9. A single wave had netted him 270 points. Great payoff, he thought, spirits lifting. Abyssal monsters were worth far more points than mutated beasts, and they always came in groups. Clearly, they were this exam's premium questions. A quick tally put his total above 1,000. His real limit wasn't difficulty, it was how many questions he could find to farm. I need more premium questions. Still unsatisfied, he slipped deeper into the ruins. Ratmen lived in colonies. One wave meant more were nearby. No matter how many showed up, to him, they remained nothing but oversized marmots. Elsewhere, other examinees were also running into ratmen. The strong could barely hold their ground. Most were forced to flee, and some were torn apart on the spot. The college entrance exam had always been brutal. Jiang Wang's squad encountered a nest as well. After parting from Wang Guan, she had recruited several more teammates, bringing the group to 11 old class or higher, plus herself, and class powerhouse. They had expected an easy sweep, yet the fight turned into a bloody slog. 2 teammates died before the ratmen were finally wiped out. Zhang Wangxue did most of the damage and pocketed the lion's share of points. The others still earned a respectable amount and wore broad smiles. She calculated quickly. At this pace, she could definitely qualify for Longjing University, the Alliance's best. She raised her hand and ordered, "Keep hunting ratmen." Outside the illusion, the school's main conference room was ablaze with light, and the administrators looked tense. No one had expected ratmen to be this year's focus. Of the 325 candidates, 95 had already been eliminated at a far higher rate than usual. Thankfully, several top students were shining through. On the giant screen, live feeds of key examinees scrolled side by side. Besides Jiang Wangxue, the faculty's eyes were fixed on another standout, Zhu Qianlong. Zhu Qianlong had only awakened in a class ability, yet it was Thunder Warlord, one of the most aggressive lightning powers, and it made him a standout on the testing ground. Barring surprises, this year's valedictorian and salutatorian from Tianhai number 3 High would almost certainly be him and Jiang Wangxue. While most candidates fled at the first sight of a ratman, Zhu Qianlong and Jiang Wangxue each led a squad that actively hunted them down. In just a few hours their teams fought wave after wave of ratmen. Corpses littered the ground and blood splattered everywhere, and casualties were heavy. Even so, the 2 leaders' formidable abilities kept their core fighters in peak condition. With only 30 minutes left in the exam, every teacher in the main conference room stared at the massive display. Jiang Wangxue must be around 500 points by now, homeroom teacher Zhang Huimin muttered. Zhu Qianlong is about the same, added another middle-aged man, Zhu's own homeroom teacher. Scores wouldn't be finalized until the illusion closed, but at their current kill rates, 500 points apiece was a certainty. Suddenly the screen featuring Jiang Wangxue lit up, showing a strange shack. Its wooden fence leaned at odd angles, piles of bleached bones lay all around, and the place radiated an icy malevolence. Bad news, a ratman nest. Someone cried. This was the ratman's main base through exam's major question. Deep inside lurked the ratman chieftain, a 500-point bonus question. Killing it doubled a candidate's score, waking it could unleash a field-wide catastrophe, and failure meant a potential wipeout for every examinee. On screen, Jiang Wangxue sensed the danger with her class perception, signaled for silence, and pulled her team back. In the monitoring room, the staff let out a collective sigh of relief. Just then a lone figure appeared, walking straight toward the nest. Someone's heading for the lair. The dean barked. The figure's uniform was in tatters, drenched with blood. He wore no protective gear and carried nothing but an ordinary wooden stick. Wang Guan. Zhang Huimin recognized his student. Shocked he was still alive and then horrified. What was he trying to do? Inside the illusion, Jiang Wangsu's team spotted Wang Guan too, dumbfounded. This classmate, who had awakened only in class power, had survived the brutal test so far. Even more astonishing, he reached the shack, peered inside, then kicked down the fence and strode right in. What are you doing? Stay out of there. Someone hissed, but it was far too late. A piercing howl exploded from the shack, slicing through everyone's nerves. The ratman chieftain had been triggered. The door splintered and a ratman over 2 meters tall emerged, clad in armor, muscles knotted, fangs bared. It threw back its head and shrieked in rapid bursts, the sound deafening. The conference room went dead silent as everyone stared at the screen. Wang Guan faced the giant, panic flashing across his face before giving way to sheer delight. Analyze. A line appeared in his mind. Groundhog chieftain irritable. Hates being awakened. The system had clearly misidentified the target, but to Wang Guan the armored ratman chieftain was still just a giant groundhog. The howl that terrorized the other candidates sounded to him like an amplified scream. This bonus question is mine. Wang Guan hefted his stick and charged straight at the groundhog chieftain. Jiang Wangxue and the others reeled as the Ratman chieftain's howl ripped through the air. The shriek felt like iron nails scraping their eardrums, leaving the examinees pale and short of breath. Then they froze. Wang Guan, clutching a battered stick, shot toward the grotesque creature like an arrow loosed from its string. Is he out of his mind? He's charging the Ratman chief with a stick? Did he snap because his abilities trash and decide to drag us down with him? Panic exploded among the students. Outside the simulation, the school officials watching the feed turned just as pale. They were certain Wang Guan was about to trigger the bonus boss and doom everyone. Wang Guan never slowed. In a few heartbeats, he was on the creature. The Ratman chief bared its fangs and lunged normally enough to crush a student, yet in the next instant. Bang! The stick slammed into its armor. The heavy plates buckled and split, spraying shards and blood. Before anyone could process what they'd seen, Wang Guan followed with a side kick that sent the massive chief tumbling, raising dust and shredded metal. Chi-chi! Chi-chi! It scrambled up, terror already in its screech. Wang Guan pressed in, his staff a blur. Every blow drove the chief back. The fight had become a one-sided demolition. I thought he awakened the worst Frank ability. What is happening? Students and faculty alike wondered if they were hallucinating. Wang Guan ignored the stares, focused solely on his target. His scan had labeled the Ratman chief as a marmot chief. To him it was just an oversized, armored marmotron. A few steps, land a few hits, done. Suddenly, crackle, crackle. A harsh arc of electricity cut through the battlefield. Wang Guan sprang back and glanced up. Atop a nearby tree, a figure was wrapped in azure lightning. Burned leaves curled around him. It was Zhu Qianlong, a student from the next class, son of high-ranking city officials, and Wang Guan's constant rival because he had been pursuing Jiang Wangxue. Now his eyes glowed electric blue. Clearly, he had awakened a lightning ability. He launched from the canopy, sparks and bolts trailing behind him. His boots tore through the bark as he dived straight for the Ratman chief, blue arcs dancing across a wild grin. This bonus boss is mine. Zhu Qianlong had been farming Ratman nearby. When he heard the chief spawn, he hid and watched. Seeing Wang Guan crack the armor and boot the creature away, he concluded the chief wasn't strong. If Wang Guan could bully it, taking it down himself would be easy. Jiang Wangxue, the other candidates, and the officials outside the projection reached the same conclusion. In front of Wang Guan, the Ratman chief was nothing but an overgrown marmot. The mistake was obvious now. The Ratman chieftain wasn't nearly as terrifying as the rumors had claimed. Its attacks and strength were clearly toned down, and many candidates began to suspect that the bonus round of this year's entrance exam had been quietly nerfed. If Wang Guan could restrain the boss with nothing but his base stats and a wooden staff, how hard could it be for the A and rank elites? Jiang Wangxue had been itching to act for a while. The moment Zhu Qianlong made his move, annoyance flashed across her face. Was about to steal those points. Encased in crackling arcs of lightning, Zhu Qianlong rocketed toward the rat man like a living thunderbolt. Laughing loudly, he raised his hand and fired a blast of lightning. Crack! The rat man twisted its body, its thick, iron whip tail smashing into Zhu Qianlong's chest. The lightning didn't even singe a hair, while Zhu was sent flying, tumbling back along the same flaming, sparking trailhead just carved. Screech! Pathetic vermin, you dare attack me? The rat man roared. It might have looked like a groundhog beside Wang Guan, but to the other examinees, it was still an elite monster. Ignoring Zhu Qianlong, it bared its fangs and lunged at Wang Guan again. Wang Guan gripped his staff and swung through the air. A howling, invisible blade of wind split the field. Had triggered the windcutter effect. Screech! The rat man tried to scramble away, but couldn't. Its left arm, claws and all, was sliced clean off, blood spraying across the grass. Before it could catch its breath, Wang Guan charged in and pounded it with a flurry of blows. What on earth was going on? Outside the illusion, the conference hall was silent. The principal recovered first, pointing at the screen. That stick in Wang Guan's hand, it's not ordinary. It just triggered a special skill. Ultra-rare weapons did occasionally spawn in past exam realms, but the drop rate was microscopic. The officials exchanged looks. Was Wang Guan's stick one of those? Not only did it launch wind blades, it seemed to debuff its target. No wonder this trash talent candidate was still alive. The more they watched, the more certain they became. The stick was the key to suppressing the boss. As for the analyze mutation skill identifying the rat man as a groundhog, no one had ever heard of such nonsense. Inside the realm, Jiang Wangxue reached the same conclusion. Her eyes lit up. Wang Guan had found a top-tier weapon. Then she stamped the ground in frustration. Had she known, she never would have refused him a spot on her team. Paired with her own rank ability, a Federation ranking would have been within reach. Biting her lip, she glared at him. What a selfish jerk. In the arena, the rat man was being beaten to a pulp, its armor shattered, and its body a bloody mess. It whipped its tail toward Wang Guan with a sharp crack. Wang Guan shot out one hand, caught the tail, and sneered. I was just wondering how to reach you. Thanks for coming closer. Clutching the tail with his left hand, He rained blows with his right. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Spectators and candidates alike went numb. Caught up in the frenzy, Wang Guan swung wide and hacked the entire tail off. The tailless ratman crawled away, bits of flesh dropping as it moved, its health bar clearly at rock bottom. Grinning, Wang Guan hefted his staff and stepped in for the final strike. But an icy chill swept across the field. Withered grass and leaves were instantly coated in frost. The cold raced up Wang Guan's legs and chest, locking his joints in ice. Startled, he turned to see Jiang Wangxue aiming at him, her body wreathed in pale mist, her rank ability, Frost Witch. Her face was frigid as she poured power into the freeze, then flashed toward the dying rat man. Freeze Wang Guan, steal the kill, simple as that. The moment Jiang Wangxue froze Wang Guan and lunged at the ratman chieftain, everyone else burst into motion. Some sprinted after Jiang, hoping to claim the chieftain's head before she could. Others wheeled around and charged the icebound Wang Guan, their eyes fixed on a single prize, the ordinary-looking club that unleashed terrifying power. They all understood the situation. Wang Guan had shown no other skills in battle and had openly admitted head awakened only in grade probe, universally dismissed as useless. His astonishing strength had to come from that weapon. The college entrance exam was running out of time, but if someone seized the club, they might grab a few extra points, maybe even leap up the rankings. Why should a top-tier weapon belong to nth grade? Kill him, and the club is mine. Greed and envy churned inside them. Their eyes reddened, killing intent almost tangible. A crackle of electricity split the air, and a staggering figure emerged. Zhu Qianlong, deathly pale and badly wounded, slipped in from the flank, his gaze venomous. He knew the chieftain's head was now out of reach. Only one thought remained: kill Wang Guan. With that weapon, Wang Guan had to be sitting on a mountain of points, possibly more than Zhu's own. Take him out, and the ranking was secure. While murder filled the air, the ratman chieftain, still rolling on the ground, suddenly bared a mouthful of fangs. Rotting flesh dangled from its framite, looked like a lamb to the slaughter. But aside from Wang Guan, who truly dared treat it as one, to the other candidates, it was still that extra credit problem only a handful among millions could solve. Even on its last sliver of health, it wasn't something just anyone could finish off. A shriek tore through the air. Mental pressure heavier than before slammed into everyone. Their bodies jerked, veins bulged at their temples, and pain twisted their faces. Then it began. High-pitched squeals erupted from beneath the ground, from tunnels and ruined walls. Wave after wave of ratman warriors poured out. The chieftain's ultimate skill, summon vermin, had been unleashed. A dark tide of rodents surged toward every two-legged creature in sight. Jiang Wangxue was less than half a meter from the chieftain. As the swarm engulfed her, she abandoned the beheading strike, panic flashing across her face. Frost condensed around her as she threw up an icy barrier. But even with great ability, she couldn't last long against such numbers. Zhu Qianlong likewise shelved his attack on Wang Guan. Lightning wrapped his body as he fought to keep the rodents at bay. Lesser candidates turned ashen and scattered, only to be dragged down moments later, cold claws raking flesh, their screams ringing out one after another. Several ratmen flung themselves at the frozen Wang Guan. Yet before their claws could touch the ice, cracks spiderwebbed across the frozen figure. An instant later, it shattered completely. Wang Guan rolled his shoulders as shards of ice slid off him. His resolute face showed no trace of pain, only unmistakable relief. It was surprisingly soothing. Wang Guan had already read Jiang Wangxue's profile and knew she hadn't awakened the rumored glass ice witch, but rather a class mist of restoration, a purely healing power. The frost rolling over him froze his body like amber, yet delivered no harm. Instead, it swept away the exhaustion from the college entrance exam and erased every scrape and bruise. Interesting. He chuckled softly. With a snap of his wrists, the wooden staff sliced through the air and sent a lunging ratman flying. Jiang Wangxue was pouring out icy mist, freezing swathes of ratmen in place. When she caught sight of Wang Guan, she froze as well. Brother Wang Guan, please help me. Tu was wrong. Could you forgive me this once? Her voice shook with fear and pleading, her face a mask of panic. Not far away, several classmates lay under ratmen, their uniforms soaked in blood. Brother Wang, help me, promised. Wang, I really know I was wrong. Please save me. The cries for help rose one after another, yet Wang Guan never slowed. His staff blurred into a gale, tearing a bloody path through the vermin as he drove straight toward their leader. 8 years had passed since his parents vanished. Living alone, he had seen every shade of human warmth and cruelty and had forged a will of steel. He still met people with a smile and lent a hand whenever he could, but he had his limits. I treated you as classmates, as friends. The moment you saw my class awakening, you mocked me. When Jiang Wangxue ambushed me, you watched or even helped her. Don't expect me to act the same as before. Whatever happens to you now is none of my concern. Sparing you the finishing blow is mercy enough. The rat horde's roar swallowed every human voice. Jiang Wangxue poured out freezing mist, but the tide kept coming. Barbed spears punched through her arms and legs, blood dripping into the frost. A ratman sprang onto her, fangs ripping at her flesh. Wang Guan, how could you be so cruel? You promised to protect Melia. Her screams shifted from pleading to venom, then vanished beneath the beast's howls. Zhu Qianlong's lightning-laced spear flashed in the air, but he was already wounded. The arcs fizzled against the surging rats. In a heartbeat, he too was buried beneath the swarm, his screams slicing through the chaos. Sweat streamed down Wang Guan's face as he finally reached the rat leader. To him these creatures were nothing but oversized marmots, yet the relentless charge had left his arms numb. The finish line was inside. The raised his staff high and brought it crashing down. Outside the illusion, the school's conference room blazed with light. Administrators stared at the screen, nerves taut, fury almost tangible. How can Wang Guan just ignore his classmates? He's holding a top-tier weapon, could save them with a flick of the wrist. Even if he won't rescue the others, at least help Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. What kind of disgrace did our school raise? The dean slammed the table so hard the edge splintered, with chips flying. In their outrage, they forgot that these victims had just tried to gang up on Wang Guan. To them, he was merely a lucky kid who had picked up a premium weapon. With flash trash talent, he would wash out of Longjing University soon enough, bringing the school nothing but embarrassment. The real hopes were Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. If those prodigies earned honors at the front, Alliance resources would pour into the school. Now they were about to die because of Wang Guan. Under their frantic gaze, Wang Guan's staff smashed the rat leader's skull. Almost at the same moment, the exam countdown hit 0. There's still time. As long as those two are breathing, the moment the exam ends their wounds will heal automatically, the principal blurted, voice urgent. When the entrance exam ended, the scenery around Wang Guan receded like a tide. After a brief spell of dizziness, he found himself back at the center of the athletic field, standing on real grass and soil, while the premium wooden club in his hand had vanished. He knew weapons picked up in the illusion would disappear the moment you left, yet he still sighed as he stared at his empty palm. What a waste. Compared with the start of the test, the number of people on the field had been cut in half. A literal void had formed around Wang Guan, a stark reminder of the brutal elimination rate. In his peripheral vision, he saw Jiang Wangxue lying not far away. Moments earlier, the raging tide of rat men had almost torn this class talent to pieces. Only her frigid power had protected her vitals long enough to survive until the bell rang. The rules stated that as long as you were breathing when the exam ended, your body would be restored, but physical healing could not erase psychological trauma. Now Jiang Wangxue sat collapsed on the grass, arms wrapped around her shoulders, shaking uncontrollably. Her lips were paler than paper, and a hoarse moan escaped her throat from time to time. She seemed to be reliving the rat's fangs, the sensation of flesh being gnawed away. Suddenly she jerked her head up and fixed her eyes on Wang Guan, eyes so cold, venomous, and hateful they could freeze bone. Wang Guan merely let out a short chuckle and did not even bother to turn around. He felt no ripple of emotion toward Jiang Wangxue. His conscience was clear. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted another familiar figure, Zhu Qianlong. The teenager known as the A-class Thunder Warlord had also made it out alive. Like Jiang Wangxue, he had been swallowed by the rat tide and was now squatting with his arms wrapped around his head, trembling as he muttered, "This exam was insane. So many people got eliminated. I was almost killed by those rat men. I never want to face abyssal monsters again. Dear God, how many points will I even get?" The surviving candidates milled about unsteadily, talking over one another, the entire field thick with lingering fear and sighs. Then someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "The results are out. The rankings are up." At once, every gaze swung toward the massive light screen on the edge of the field. The moment the illusion collapsed, the scores had been generated automatically. Wang Guan pushed forward with the crowd, but before he could read the list, he noticed something odd. People were turning to stare at him, their eyes filled with shock, confusion, envy, and even jealousy. What's going on? He wondered, then followed their line of sight to the leaderboard and understood immediately. The numbers were so absurd they bordered on surreal. First place went to Wang Guan, an F-class ability user, with 2,135 points. Second place was Jiang Wangxue, an S-class ability user, with 524 points. Third place was Zhu Qianlong, an A-class ability user, with 509 points. Over 2,000? Even Wang Guan raised an eyebrow. He had expected to take first place, but not by such a ridiculous margin. Thinking back on the illusion, he had tried to keep track of his score at first, then given up for convenience. The Ratman chieftain alone had been worth 500 points, and that was before he cashed in the countless warriors it summoned. I really hadn't planned on farming that hard, he mused. I just ended up dazzling everyone by accident. After a brief silence, the crowd exploded like a powder keg. What the hell? Over 2,000 points? How did he do that? And he's still only F-class? That makes no sense. He must have cheated. I remember the highest Gaokao score Tianhai City had ever seen was only 1,905 points. This year's exam was famously brutal, yet when the results popped up, everyone froze at the bold, red 2,000. Zhu Qianlong and Zhang Wangxue each pulled in just over 500 marks that would have been legendary in any other year. But the top scorer left them miles behind. Put together, their scores were barely half of his. The craziest part? The champion was an Frank ability user. Whispers spread. Since when couldn't Frank dominate like this? A crackle of blue lightning tore through the crowd as Zhu Qianlong pushed forward. Had only just cooled off, yet the scoreboard reignited his fury. And Frank hogging the spotlight? He only lucked into a god-tier weapon. He remembered attacking the Ratman chief in the dungeon, the swarm that chewed him up all because Wang Guan had led him on. So you're the school's top dog? Fight me if you dare. Students instantly cleared a ring at the gate. Sparks danced up Zhu Qianlong's arms, his challenge blatant. Wang Guan frowned and used Pro then blinked. The data was as sparse as a preschool file. He chuckled and turned away, not interested. A bolt slammed beside Wang Guan's foot, stone spraying. What's wrong? Top scorer scared. Laughter exploded. Plenty still doubted Wang Guan's so-called luck. Zhang Wangxue watched from the crowd, anticipation shining in her eyes. Homeroom teacher Zhang Huimin rushed in, blocking them. This is a school. The exam's over, but you're still students. Wang Guan waved. Sure, his Tuthisan plus score would win support. Wang Guan apologized to Zhu Qianlong. Don't wreck your friendship, Zhang ordered. Me? Apologize? Wang Guan stiffened. He wouldn't pick on you for nothing. Haven't you reflected at all? The dean snorted. You grabbed a top-tier weapon and ignored your classmates. People got eliminated because you stood by. The principal sighed. They're your classmates. Uninformed students cast uneasy looks. Someone asked Zhang Wangxue. She sighed. I was there, I won't go into details, but I never thought Wang Guan could be that ruthless. He almost got me killed. Gasps echoed. Wang Guan laughed bitterly. Only now did he see through Zhang's act. He understood at last. Even with a record score, Frank was a mark of sin. In this world, talent rules. They chalked up his success to pure luck with that weapon. Teachers placed their bets on naturally gifted Zhang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong instead. Quit staring. Apologize. Zhang Huimin snapped. Wang Guan straightened. I did nothing wrong. Why should I? Zhang glowered. The staff exchanged looks, then stopped trying to intervene. Zhu Qianlong sneered, lightning flaring in his palm. They'll educate him. The crowd fell back. In the center of the quad, arcs lit Zhu Qianlong's twisted grin. Let's see how long you stay cocky. Wang Guan sighed. Probe had already told him the truth. Target. Ordinary child, unruly temperament, frail build, no awakened ability. He clenched and released his fists, staring at the genius sparking in front of him, head throbbing. He really didn't want to bully a kid. Zhu Qianlong swung his fist, blue lightning trailing behind him as he lunged at Wang Guan. Sparks crackled, the air sizzled with a scorched smell, and he looked as if he were wrapped in a suit of thunder, awe-inspiring and deadly. With Wang Guan's current physique, he had no chance of blocking such a blow, and that suited the school officials just fine. A few administrators stood at the edge of the field, arms folded, openly rooting for Zhu Qianlong to teach this upstart a lesson. In their eyes, and Frank ability, especially a fringe skill like detection, was worthless. Even if the boy scored well, he had no future. The perfect ending would be for that rare weapon to land in Zhang Wangxue's or Zhu Qianlong's hands. If Wang Guan knew what was good for him, he would have handed it over long ago. The thunder-charged punch closed in on his face. Smack! With a sharp crack, Wang Guan calmly swung his arm and slapped Zhu Qianlong across the cheek. Nothing cures a brat like a good slap, he remarked, almost casually. Boom! Zhu Qianlong, sparks flying, was sent skidding 7 or 8 meters, a blue-white lightning tail snaking after him. The field fell dead silent. Eyes bulged in. A rank lightning wielder had just been sent flying by an Frank trash ability user? Stunned, Zhu Qianlong staggered up. His left cheek puffed up like a steamed bun, tears of humiliation streaming down. Impossible, I just let my guard down, didn't dodge. He muttered, then burst into lightning again and charged. Smack! Wang Guan met him with another backhanded slap. Zhu Qianlong spun the other way, traced the same flight path, and crashed a second time. When he struggled up, his right cheek was just as swollen, the perfect symmetry of a pig's head. Balanced now. Much better, Wang Guan commented, flicking his fingers as he closed in. The arrogance drained from Zhu Qianlong. Snot and tears mingled as he trembled like a child before an adult. When Wang Guan's shoes stopped inches away, he collapsed to his knees. Be brother Wang, please, I was wrong. Enough. The disciplined dean snapped first, the other officials scrambling to shield Zhu Qianlong. Wang Guan, how could you be so brutal to a classmate? Homeroom teacher Zhang Huimin demanded sternly. In the brutal one? Wang Guan raised an eyebrow. Zhu Qianlong went all out. If I hadn't detected and treated him like a toddler, the injuries would be far worse. But the moment I turned the tables, am at fault? Talk about double standards. The administrators' faces darkened, yet none answered. Wang Guan looked at them, feeling only disappointment. In a peaceful world, high scores might earn respect, but in a society of professional awakeners, everything had been wrong since the day he drew in Frank card. And he had no intention of revealing the bug hidden in his ability. With that thought clear, he said nothing more and walked toward the school gate. The college entrance exam was over. He had graduated from this place for good. If he despised his frank power that much, there was no reason to stay any longer. Zhang Huimin bellowed, "What are you doing? Stop!" The shout exploded across the training ground, yet he could only watch Wang Guan walk away. In the sunlight, Wang Guan's silhouette stretched thin, then quickly vanished into the traffic and crowds beyond the school gate. The stunned examinees finally recovered, and chatter erupted. Isn't Wang Guan and frank? How did he flatten Zhu Qianlong with one punch? He actually made Zhu Qianlong cry. I thought his ability was detection. Does he have something else? Inside the crowd, Jiang Wangxue reflexively objected. Intranseism scores can't be wrong. Then, as if recalling something, she added, Wang Guan's physical stats must be high. He's always been a top student, trains hard, and his fitness is way above average. Zhu Qianlong underestimated him. That's why he was beaten so badly. Some agreed, others doubted. Jiang Wangxue, however, kept her eyes fixed on the retreating figure, biting her lip in hatred. So what? You're still nothing but trash. Elsewhere, school officials hurried over to help Zhu Qianlong. The medical team arrived with a stretcher, and the principal knelt to examine him. Don't lose heart, Qianlong, the principal comforted him. You're only behind Wang Guan in raw stats for now. You'll catch up soon. The principal had already made up his mind. Zhu Qianlong had lost because he was careless and outmatched physically. Once he fully tapped into an rank power, each point of effort would yield 1.5 points of attributes. If it evolved to Srank, the return would be twofold. And Frank only exchanged 1 for 1. When that day came, Zhu Qianlong wouldn't just catch up, would crush Wang Guan with ease, especially after the qualitative boost in A or Srank ability provided. I understand. Zhu Qianlong took a deep breath and calmed down. Touching his swollen face, he filled his gaze with venom and spite. Today's humiliation would be repaid tenfold. On the way home, a gentle breeze rustled the plane tree leaves, and Wang Guan brushed the earlier tension from his mind. At a thought, a pale blue virtual panel unfolded before him. Every awakened user could view their own stats. Ability, Detection Frank. Tier 1 skills, none. Physique, 9.5. Speed, 8.8. Spirit, 9.1. Tier 2 requirement, raise the average of all 3 attributes above 10. Wang Guan did the math, was only a step away. Detection was practically a cheat, yet he never neglected his physical growth because 1. If the target's level was too high, detection failed outright. 2. Certain special items could block detection. 3. Threats without a tangible form, hostile environments, or disasters offered nothing to detect. When no entry appeared, his power was useless. Only solid personal stats could guarantee survival in any situation. Besides, his detection, sometimes labeled a powerful monster as a common beastan, could just as easily mark a harmless animal as a deadly threat. So Wang Guan still had to boost his physical stats and raise his level. The further he progressed, every single point felt like carving a foothold into a slick cliff face. Since he had no ability that amplified his growth, he could only pile on raw resource and expense he could hardly bear. Maybe appraise can save me some of that, he muttered, striding forward while his mental radar swept the nearby trees, utility poles, trash cans, and parked bike shares. Anything in sight got a rapid scan. Nothing promising turned up. Rolling a wooden stick into an exquisite longsword was the kind of legendary miracle you only heard about. You didn't bump into it on demand. The upside was that appraise cost virtually no stamina. Even after firing it off non-stop, his brow only felt a mild warmth. Nowhere near fatigue. He kept at it, unhurried, all the way to dusk. By sunset, the street trees outside the housing complex cast long shadows. Throat parched, he ducked into the milk tea shop at the gate. The shop was small, its twin glass windows scrubbed spotless, ingredient jars lined up neatly behind the counter. A few simple tables sat on the sidewalk, legs shimmed with beer bottle caps to keep them steady. The owner, Zhou Weina, a single mom in her 30s, was gathering empty cups. Wang Guan was a regular. They already knew each other's faces. Siswen, one classic milk tea with black pearls, he called, lifting a hand. Coming right up. Zhouwen smiled, scooped tea, added ice, sealed the cup. In less than 30 seconds, a steaming drink was in his hand. He took a seat by the door and, out of habit, hit appraise again. The move was pure muscle memory by now. Who knows, maybe a regular milk tea will come up as ambrosial elixir, he joked to himself. Half a second later, the readout flashed. Basic physique enhancement potion. Boosts vitality and strengthens the body. His hand jerked, the plastic lid crinkling. Holy, didn't see that coming. Enhancement potions were strategic supplies developed by the Alliance's megacore. Packed with high-density energy, they could dramatically raise anyone's physical stats, gifted or not. On the open market, even the cheapest basic vial no longer than a fingertip went for 20,000 credits. Way out of his league. And now he was holding an entire cup of it? With a spark of excitement, Wang Guan pushed the straw into his cup and took a sip of milk tea. The rich, creamy flavor blossomed on his tongue, only to transform an instant later into a refreshing medicinal scent that slid down his throat and burst into a scalding warmth, racing through every limb and bone. The familiar surge of power left no doubt this was a basic physique enhancement potion. Certain of his discovery, he felt his chest rise and fall, unable to hide his joy. To other customers, it was nothing more than a 5 yuan drink. To him, it was a priceless enhancer sold by the cup, one serving stronger than several vials. After searching everywhere, I stumble on a jackpot right at my doorstep, he muttered, gulping down several more mouthfuls to absorb every trace of the effect. Suddenly, he looked up at the busy counter. Wenjia, a few more cups. Coconut milk tea, fruit milk tea, honey milk tea, he practically recited the whole menu. If the original black pearl flavor boosted physique, the other blends had to hide their own wonders. Zhou poked her head out from behind the workstation, slightly surprised. That many? Xiao Wang, can you finish them? Wenjia, your milk tea is just too good. I'd like to take some home and enjoy it slowly, Wang Guan replied with a broad, sincere grin. Flattered, Zhou nodded readily. Drink as much as you like, she said, then went back to work. The whir of the brewer and the clatter of pearls echoed through the shop. Before long, steaming cups lined up in front of Wang Guan. He examined them one by one. Coconut milk tea basic mind enhancement potion that clears the eyes, calms the mind, and sharpens focus. Fruit milk tea basic speed enhancement potion that loosens muscles and heightens neural response. Honey milk tea basic healing potion that mends wounds and bolsters stamina. Then came a basic energy potion that dispelled fatigue and lifted the spirit. And a basic sleep potion that offered deep rest and balanced body and mind. Sure enough, every cup turned into a priceless elixir in his eyes. They were labeled basic, yet outside they would fetch a fortune. Even someone with Zhu Qianlong's resources could not sip them at will. Here, the cheapest cost 5 yuan, and the most expensive only 12 practically free. His hands trembled around the cup. This was a treasure trove. An idea flashed. If every milk tea flavor could become a potion, the person who brewed them, Zhou, one had to be remarkable. His appraisal skill often glitched, yet it still extracted useful data. He turned his gaze toward her and quietly activated the ability. Basic alchemist. Gentle disposition. Seeks to aid the world. Possesses steer talent. Master of elixirs. Master of elixirs. Anyone who could casually brew basic potions was clearly no ordinary person. Across the entire league, steer talents numbered fewer than 5, all tightly guarded by powerful corporations and families. And now he had met one of them right outside his apartment complex. Wang Guan drew a deep breath, elated. With Wenjia's milk tea shop here, he could obtain any potion he wanted with ease. For me, it's a strengthening tonic, but for everyone else, it's nothing more than regular milk tea. If my ability never boosts my stats, at least I won't get left behind. Balancing 4 or 5 cups in his hands, Wang Guan sipped one and then another. Sweetness slid down his throat, and the potion's heat roiled through his body. Within minutes, sweat traced its way down his neck. As soon as he felt the medicine take hold, he paid the bill, boxed up the remaining cups, and jogged home with the plastic bag swinging at his side. His home was the 2-bedroom apartment his parents had left behind after they went missing. The living room held only the basics, and the bedroom to the right of the door was now a full-blown gym. Push-up bars, a squat rack, dumbbells, a rowing machine all lined up, the metal gleam reflecting his silhouette. He set the milk tea neatly in a corner, rolled up his sleeves, and started to train. Squats, pull-ups, crunches set after seethe forced the potion's power to burn like wildfire. Whenever the heat in his blood began to fade, he tilted back a cup of milk tea and stoked the flames again. A normal strengthening potion should last for days, but he was burning through it nonstop. So what if it was wasteful? A few bucks a cup wasn't worth a frown. When his muscles throbbed and his limbs felt like lead, he pulled out a deep brown drink and energy potion and downed it in one gulp. When fatigue crept in again, he switched to a sleep potion and sank into a heavy slumber. The potions carried enough calories that he skipped meals altogether, proving firsthand that elixirs could replace solid food. By the following afternoon, every cup was empty, and every drop of power wrung dry. Your level has risen to Tier 2. A glowing panel appeared, confirming his advance. Ability, Detection F. Tier 2. Skills, none. Physique, 11.2. Speed, 10.3. Spirit, 10.5. Still no skill, huh? Fresh from the shower, he toweled his hair while scrolling through the panel, disappointment creeping in. Detection rarely came with innate skills, so the blank slate wasn't exactly a surprise. From Tier 2 onward, an ability user could formally train skills. Without a unique skill, he would have to buy generic manuals that required no specific power. He opened the skill market, and his brow nodded at once. Warrior Combat Technique, a level 70,000. Iron Cannon Straight Punch, level 40,000. Black Scorpion Assault, style, level 45,000. Even the cheapest ran 40 or 50 grand far beyond his reach. The savings his parents left and the Alliance's compensation were already gone. Living on potions instead of food didn't make him any less broke. Looks like he'll have to rely on detection to find hidden bargains. He closed the app and gave a wry laugh. After the college entrance exams, he still had to survive military training on the trial battlefield, less brutal than the exams, but still dangerous. Now that Head reached Tier 2, securing a skill was urgent. With that in mind, he refreshed the marketplace once more, locked the door, and headed out to stock up on potions at Wenjia's tea shop. Head barely reached the building's entrance when a new message popped onto his phone. The Alliance's final exam rankings are out. The college entrance exam is set by the Alliance, with each school serving as its own testing center. As soon as the test ends, every center's scores are instantly uploaded to local terminals. Citywide and national rankings, however spanning 53 cities and more than 100 high schools, have to be compiled by the central AI, cross-checked, heavily encrypted, and only then released to the public. The wait feels like one long, held breath that makes every student's heart race. At last, the leaderboard refreshes. Wang Guan sits on the flimsy dorm chair, fingers flying across the holoscreen as he taps open the top 100 list the very second it appears. First place, Tianhai City, 2135. Second place, Tianjing City, 2031. Third place, Lingshan City, 1925. 100th place, Dongzhou City, 756. The list still shows only city names and scores. Anything that could identify a student has been scrubbed by the system, and every school has issued a strict gag order. Any one teacher or student who leaks information faces heavy penalties from the Alliance. After all, every name on that list belongs to a future cornerstone of society. If their identities were revealed too soon, abyssal forces might target them for assassination. Of course, Wang Guan knows that the top score, Tianhai City's 2135, is his. 2,135 points, the highest score in the entire Alliance. In the past, he would have been too excited to sleep. Now he merely smiles. With his near-bug-level scouting ability, this is only the beginning. While studying the leaderboard, he suddenly remembers something very practical: prize money. The school awards cash based on exam results, with bigger sums for higher ranks. As the national top scorer, he should be entitled to more than 200,000 credits, enough to buy the skill manual he's been eyeing for months. He may have clashed with the school before, but the reward is clearly spelled out in the regulations. It's rightfully his, and he has no reason to forfeit it. With that in mind, he pulls out his phone and calls his homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin. Mr. Zhang, I'd like to ask about the scholarship for the entrance exam, he says, getting straight to the point. There's a 2-second pause on the other end. Then Zhang's low, apologetic voice replies, I'm sorry, Wang Guanyo didn't meet the criteria for the award. The words echo through the handset, wrapped in regret. I didn't make the bonus cut? Wang Guan was stunned. He knew Tianhai No. 3 high school's reward policy by heart. Place near the top of the class, score over 500 points, or rank high in the Alliance exams, and you earned a hefty payout. Had just taken first place across the entire Alliance, certain the money was already his, until the voice on the phone coolly declared, you didn't meet the standard. He forced down his anger. Mr. Zhang, are you sure? Zhang Huimin sounded uneasy on the other end. Under the latest rules, you need at least a level awakening to qualify. Your grades are excellent, but you're only level, so, at least level? Wang Guan frowned. When was that added? I checked the policy, there was no such requirement. Zhang cleared his throat. The administration just discussed it. They're refining the system. They just discussed it? Wang Guan let out a bitter laugh. All to keep the bonus from me. Now, Wang Guan, that's not fair. The school wants to invest in students with greater potential. Zhang's words came faster, full of evasion. The bonus is essentially an investment. You're level, so your future is limited. Giving you money would be wasteful. Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong are more deserving. Anyway, I have things to do. Goodbye. Beep. The call ended abruptly. Wang Guan had already reached Wenjia's milk tea shop, phone still in hand. As the screen went dark, he stared at it, his expression shifting. Because his awakened ability was worthless, the school not only looked down on him, but even rewrote the rules on the fly to block his reward. He could take the matter to City Hall, but the hassle and uncertain outcome made him drop the idea. This world had never been kind to weak abilities. City Hall might not side with him. Fine, he thought with a wry smile, now I owe the school nothing. The shop was nearly empty, so he sat on a chair outside. A faint sweetness drifted from the window, softening the summer heat. Out front, a chubby little boy was brandishing a wooden stick, buzzing and shouting as he raced across the tiled ground. His name was Yuan Xiaoqin, 8 years old, and at peak mischief. With school on break, he trained in his mother's shop, sweeping the stick left and right, sometimes spinning it into a flashy windmill, laughter ringing out. The playful scene eased the knot in Wang Guan's chest. Then a thought struck him. If he could appraise Zhou Wen as a potion master, what about her son? With a flicker of intent, his appraisal ability activated. Result, swordsmanship prodigy. S-level innate ability, sword saint. Self-created level skill, great windmill, sword technique. What? Wang Guan's eyelids twitched. An 80-year-old brat, rated with a sword saint aptitude and had already invented a level style called the Great Windmill? He sat frozen for several seconds, mouth half open. Discovering Zhou Wen was a potion master had been shocking enough. Finding out her son was an S-level sword prodigy was even more outrageous. So this unremarkable milk tea shop truly had dragons and tigers. With a potion master for a mother, a sword saint bloodline almost made sense. Realization sparked in Wang Guan's eyes. Yuan Ziakin's self-made windmill sword technique looked like nothing more than wild stick swinging. Yet the appraisal labeled it drank, and that made it official. Could he pick up this skill for himself? Wang Guan ran the numbers in his head. It wouldn't cost him anything to try, and if it worked, he'd walk away with a full set of moves. With that thought, he waved Yuan Shaoqin over. What kind of milk tea do you want, Brother Wang? The kid zipped up to him, talking a mile a minute, certain Wang Guan was about to place an order. Wang usually called Zhou and sis, but Yuan Shaoqin had long since decided to call him bro, and everyone just let it be. I'm not here for milk tea. Wang Guan smiled, then changed the subject. That sword routine you showed earlier looked pretty impressive. Mentioning his creation sent the boy's chin shooting up. Of course. I worked hard to invent it. He hugged his wooden stick, cheeks flushing red with pride. Would you teach it to me? Wang Guan's smile turned even warmer. You want to learn my sword technique? Yuan Ziakin's eyes went wide, then narrowed in calculation. A college student had recognized the brilliance of the windmill sword technique. He planted the stick across his chest, striking a hard-to-impress pose. What's it worth to you? Wang Guan thought for a second, then spread the fingers of his left hand. 500 yuan ought to settle things with a little kid. Yuan Shaoqin scrunched up his face. Only 5 yuan. I poured my heart into this technique. Wang blinked. Was the kid's asking price really that low? He hurried to explain, I meant 50. The boy broke into a grin. Deal. Agreement reached. Wang turned to Zhou. I'm taking Shaoqin to the park for a bit. Had tutored the kid before and was an old neighbor, so Zhou nodded without hesitation. They left the shop and headed for the nearby park, ready for their impromptu lesson. On the way they passed an internet cafe. Wang Guan stepped inside, tapped his college application into the terminal, and chose his target, Longjing University. It was the best school in the Alliance, known for top-tier faculty and facilities. Even better, high achievers could get a full tuition waiver. This year's cutoff was 505, and his score cleared it easily. The brochure didn't impose any hard requirement on ability rank either. While Wang Guan and Shaoqin swung their sticks on the park lawn, the admissions office at Longjing University pulled up Wang Guan's file. The room fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Is there a mistake? The top candidate isn't Frank Ability User and its appraisal? Someone whispered in disbelief. The records are Alliance certified, they can't be wrong. Another staffer flipped through the paperwork, frowning deeper. How did Frank rack up 2,000 points? Even the Tianjing prodigy from the Yin family is 100 short of him. Applications from the top 100 examinees were always encrypted. Only after they picked a school could the data be viewed. Unable to resist, the director read on and finally found the answer. The boy had found an exceptional weapon in the virtual trial. Ah, lucky loot. Makes sense. The director sighed. Winning first place with a rare item proved the kid had something going for him. But Frank was still trash in the long run. Since its founding, Longjing University had never admitted anyone below rank. Were they really going to break precedent? He had no authority to decide, so he escalated the case to the board. After hours of debate, the verdict came down. He meets the Alliance's admission criteria. The university has no grounds to reject him. The president's secretary delivered the directive in person. The director had barely relaxed when she added, "We'll enroll him according to the rules, but whether he can actually start classes depends on his own ability." The director stiffened. You mean, during the freshman military training, assign him to Trial Battlefield 23. Preterm military training was mandatory, requiring live combat on an active battlefield. Most training zones were relatively safe, but Sector 23 ranked among the deadliest. The washout rate was notorious, never mind for an Frank like Wang Guan. The park's small plaza lay empty. Yuan Shaoqin gripped a branch as thick as a wrist, rose onto his toes, and leaned forward, demonstrating what he called swordplay. Like this, then like this. The stick, no, the sword, has to stab from this angle. The branch carved an arc through the air while he broke every step down, explaining with meticulous patience. 2 meters away, Wang Guan mimicked him, clutching a dry twig he had found. His movements were stiff and mechanical, and embarrassment surged inside him. Practicing stick fighting in broad daylight on a square meant for line dancers had to look ridiculous. When they finished the first round, he forced himself to ask for another. Sure. Yuan Shaoqin caught his breath and began a second demonstration. After watching for a moment, Wang Guan raised a hand. Shaoqin, this second round isn't the same as the first, is it? Huh, really? The boy blinked, then nodded with conviction. All right, let's take this version as the standard. Sweat beaded on Wang Guan's forehead. Wasn't this sword art far too improvisational to count as a real skill? Still, remembering his own debugging ability, he gritted his teeth and kept going. Elderly walkers had formed a loose semicircle at a distance, occasionally pointing and whispering. Wang Guan wished he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the paving stones with his toes. All afternoon, Yuan Shaoqin repeated the routine again and again. The moves were simple, essentially random stick swing, so they weren't hard to imitate. The problem was that every run-through was different. Don't memorize the moves. Memorize the atmosphere. Get the feeling, understand? What feeling can there be in wild stick swinging? Wang Guan howled inwardly, yet he kept at it. At dusk, Zhou came to fetch Yuan Shaoqin for dinner. The kid dusted off his clothes and left, while Wang Guan stayed on the plaza, practicing in the fading light. His debug sense told him Yuan Shaoqin was a sword saint who had invented his own style. But could he really master something this casual? The doubt barely surfaced before he remembered the outrageous power hidden in his sleeve. He drew a deep breath and swung the stick again. Whoosh, a current of air slipped past his feet. His arm trembled as he felt himself guiding the airflow. He flicked the branch once more. Leaves rustled and the treetops beside the plaza shook, foliage drifting down. A mechanical prompt blinked across his mind. Congratulations, you have learned a new skill, windmill. His pupils dilated, and he hurriedly opened his status screen. Sure enough, a new gray-blue icon sat in the skills column. Windmill, grade sword technique. Infuse sword energy into the wind to strike unseen. Current mastery, 3. Success. For someone at his level, E or F grade skills were the norm. A grade skill was a tier above, yet he had picked it up in a single afternoon. So Xiaoqin's wild flailing can be parsed by my ability and turned into a skill, and what I learn is exactly his way of flailing. Wang Guan couldn't help but laugh. The debug glitch was absurdly powerful. If the kid came up with more sword styles, he could copy every last one. He ran through the sequence again, practicing until darkness fell, then shouldered the stick and headed out. A roadside stall handled dinner, and he stopped by Sister Wen's milk tea shop to buy a batch of potions wholesale. He had just reached home with his haul when his phone chimed with a new message. Congratulations. You've been admitted to Longjing University as a member of the new class. The moment the system message appeared, Wang Guan marveled at its usual, almost frightening speed. Only a few hours had passed since he had filled out his application, yet the admission result was already here. Overjoyed, he read the notice 3 times from start to finish. Then one bold line jumped out at him. Military training has been scheduled for you. 3 days from now at 10 a.m., report to Tianhai City West Station and board the train for trial field number 23. Missing the departure will forfeit your training slot and enrollment. 3 days? Trial field number 23? He whipped out his phone, fingers darting across the screen. As he searched online, his frown deepened. Trial field number 23 sits in Pinggan Town, north of Leong Shan City. 13 years ago, a 5th tier plus Shirshu AMO appeared, nearly wiping out half the town. Civilian casualties approached 50%. Shirshu MO belonged to the abyssal monster class and follow the same tier system used for ability users. The Shurin that show up in entrance exams are merely tier 2 cannon fodder, while a Shirshu MO starts at tier 5. They live on blood, and any beast or human they drain becomes a puppet called a Shirshu beast. Although the garrison eventually suppressed the outbreak, Shirshu beasts still wander the town, making it trial field number 23 one of the most dangerous sites on the list. Each training season, injuries occur, sometimes worse. Longjing University has never thrown freshmen in there. A chill shot through Wang Guan. With his grade trash talent, they didn't want to reject him outright, so they were sending him into that death trap, hoping he'd give up or never come back from Pinggan. He snapped his phone shut, eyes steely. They'd be sorely disappointed. Most people credited his top scorer title to luck, but Wang Guan knew the truth. He owed it to an ability he couldn't reveal, tied to the secret of his parents' disappearance. He'd never tell a soul. So you don't want me at Longjing? Then I'll enroll just to spite you and back out later if I feel like it. The university's structured training mattered, but even without it, he still had that bug-level ability. Settling himself, he downed the custom milk tea Wen Jia had mixed for him, then cycled through push-ups and weighted sprints, pairing the workouts with basic enhancement potions to push his body toward its limits. During breaks, he drilled a newly learned skill relentlessly, determined to reach a breakthrough before training began. Those 3 days flew by. At first light, the park lay in a gray haze. Wang Guan stood shirtless in the grass, veins rising on his arms, an ordinary wooden staff in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The staff blurred through the air, each swing cracking like a whip. In the distance, a thick elm silently split open. Several inch-deep cuts appeared on the trunk, and leaves shook loose. Skill, Gale Wheel. Despite being labeled a sword technique, it required no fixed form. You simply funneled sword energy into the wind. The wind stayed formless, the blade invisible, and the target felt only a fleeting chill before the strike landed. The skill book had cost him 50 credits, its name corny, yet its power dazzling. He halted, wiped the sweat from his brow, and pulled up his personal panel. Ability, Probe F. Rank, Tier 2. Skill, Gale Wheel D. Physique, 16.1. Agility, 14.5. Spirit, 15.4. In just 3 days head-driven Gale Wheel from beginner to novice level, and thanks to Wen Jie's milk tea, every attribute kept climbing. The basic enhancement potions were nearly tapped out. Continued doses would yield little more. Fortunately, Wen Jie was an alchemy master intermediate, and advanced formulas were well within reach. Among this year's freshmen, few could reach Tier 2 on their own. With Gale Wheel as his ace, Wang Guan felt sure, once military training started, Everyone had written him off would be in for a shock. He drew a deep breath, slung the wooden staff over his shoulder, and gazed at the pale light spreading across the horizon. Today was the day he set out for military training. After coming back from the park, Wang Guan took a quick shower and grabbed a simple breakfast. He had just stuffed his dirty clothes into the washing machine when a soft knock sounded at the front door. Opening it, he found Zhou Wen and her son Yuan Xiaoqin almost buried under a mountain of luggage quilts, pots and pans, a toy sword, and even a small induction cooker. Today was their scheduled moving day. Zhou Wen had been sharing an apartment elsewhere in the same complex. But when her landlord suddenly raised the rent, Wang Guan had invited the mother and son to stay in his place. He would soon leave for boot camp and then college, so the apartment would sit empty most of the year. Charging a token rent seemed better than letting it go unused. The contract was already signed, and all that remained was for them to move in. Xiao Wang, your apartment is spacious and in a great location, and the rent is so low we feel a little guilty, Zhou Wen said, easing her bags inside. The one who should be thankful is me, Wang Guan replied, slinging a duffel over his shoulder. The place would feel dead without anyone here. Wenjia, if you really want to thank me, just cook a few good meals when I get back from boot camp. He actually had a deeper motive. Zhou Wen was a treasure alchemist who could turn an ordinary milk tea into a strengthening potion, and Yuan Xiaoqin was a prodigy with the sword. Keeping close to people like them could only benefit him. Deal, Zhou Wen said, patting her chest. When you come back, he'll feed you until you burst. I can't wait, Wang Guan thought, genuinely excited. If milk tea already came with a buff, what about her home-cooked meals? Much of the power-up resources he needed would depend on Wenjia. After exchanging keys, he mussed Xiaoqin's hair on his way out. Xiaoqin, your sword talent is amazing. Don't slack off, keep practicing. Brother Wang Guan, you can't slack off either. Practice the forms I taught you, or you'll notice the moment I'm back, the little fellow said, putting on a solemn adult face. Zhou Wen laughed nearby, treating their banter as two kids joking around. Wang Guan hoisted his travel bag and headed downstairs. Besides clothes, the pack clinked and clanked rows of small glass vials knocking together. They held not drinks but potions, healing, stamina, sleep aids. Zhou Wen's basic strengthening elixirs were now useless to him, yet these support potions were still valuable. Last night he had bought several cups of milk tea, poured them into the tiny bottles, and packed them. To others they were just colorful drinks. To him, they were a costly safeguard. He took a taxi to Tianhai West Station. It was the day for college freshmen to depart in groups, and all 7 stations in Tianhai were swarming with people. New students wheeled suitcases while relatives offered advice or snapped photos. The plaza in front of the station felt like a bustling market. Wang Guan was alone. His family was long gone, and his former classmates had scattered after the college entrance exam. He was used to it. He hauled his bag and followed the signs to find his train. Passing a special carriage, he noticed a crowd gathered there. His homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin, along with several administrators from Tianhai No. 3 High School, stood beside the train looking respectful. In the center of their circle were Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. Both of them had scored far above the cutoff for Longjing University, earning admission with ease. Today they were headed from West Station to the training grounds where the freshman boot camp would take place. Despite their identical stellar marks, their situations couldn't have been more different. In the waiting hall, school officials crowded around Zhu Qianlong and Jiang Wangxue, showering them with attention and praise. A short distance away stood Wang Guan, surrounded by emptiness, as if he were invisible. He simply adjusted the strap on his bag, offered a faint smile, and turned to leave. Inside the carriage, Zhu Qianlong locked his gaze on that retreating figure and gave a cold snort. The guy still has the nerve to join boot camp. In a few short days the swelling on his own face had faded, yet his hatred for Wang Guan sat in his chest like a bruise. While lifting Jiang Wangsu's luggage, he lowered his voice. Wangxue, you know what? My dad made a connection at Longjing. That senior said the university never wanted to admit an F-grade loser like him. They've never taken anyone with powers that weak. So they shipped him off to trial field 23, and they even arranged. Mid-sentence, a flicker of satisfaction flashed in Jiang Wangsu's eyes, though her expression stayed compassionate. Qianlong, drop it. He's still a classmate. Zhu Qianlong fell silent at once, his gaze ardent. Wangxue, you're so kind. Shoulder to shoulder, they settled into a pair of seats. Jiang Wangxue kept up a warm smile while chatting, though impatience budded in her heart. Zhu Qianlong's family was decent, but still fell short of her ideal. Even his A-level ability barely met her standards. Since they were both heading to Longjing, she didn't mind letting him play protector for now. Later, when someone better appeared, she would simply move on. Wang Guan found his compartment, checked in, and the train roared beyond Tianhai City's defensive wall. Outside the window stretched a limitless, dark green forest. Occasional shattered buildings jutted like corroded concrete bones, towns once trampled by abyssal beasts. Leaving home for the first time, he felt unease and excitement twist together in his chest. His parents had been explorers, obsessed with the world's secrets until the day they vanished. Perhaps the same restlessness pulsed in his blood. When I'm strong enough, They'll visit the temple, he murmured. Since the college exams, the migraines that plagued him for years had disappeared, further proving a link between his probing bug ability, that enigmatic temple, and his parents' disappearance. His gaze swept the wilderness and ruins, growing firmer with resolve. Trial Field 23 lay thousands of kilometers away. Wang Guan spent an entire day on the main line to Leong Shan City, then switched to a branch train bound for Ping'an Town. Before boarding, every freshman's luggage was screened, no heavy weapons, no special reagents. His pack bulged with bottles that, to outsiders, looked like milk tea. After rummaging for a while, the inspector could only sigh and wave him through, wondering if the kid was truly that addicted. By dusk, the train stopped at a crumbling platform. Shattered concrete and twisted rebar stood in for a station, hemmed in by dense, brooding forest. Sparse lights flickered in the distance that was Ping'an Town, and it would be Wang Guan's whole world for the next month of boot camp. Looking around, he soon spotted a tower-like figure waiting at the edge of the ruins. Wang Guan. The man's voice rumbled low. You're the last recruit to arrive. I'm your instructor. As he approached, Wang Guan took in the sight. A man in his 40s, skin bronzed, muscles knotted, hair and stubble wild as brush, as if had stepped straight off an old battlefield. Most striking were his bare arms thick as iron, crisscrossed with knife and claw scars so dense that unmarked skin was hard to find. On instinct, Wang Guan activated his scan. The result made him pause in surprise. When he tried to read the middle-aged man in front of him, all that came back was a row of question marks. The blank wall of data made Wang Guan tense. Only targets at Tier 4 or above could shut him out completely. He had tested it over and over. At Tier 2 himself, he could at most read Tier 3. Anyone below Tier 4, be it an ability user or an abyssal monster, was usually helpless against his bug scan. The fact that this man blocked him with ease meant he was at least Tier 4. A Tier 4 drill instructor in a place like Ping'an Town was perfectly plausible. Let's go. He'll take you to your dorm. The man's voice was deep, and he turned away at once. Wang Guan grabbed his luggage and followed, trying to chat, but the instructor was curt and distant. He only learned the man's name. Su Mingming. Trial Field number 23, known as Ping'an Town, still held a handful of ordinary residents. When night fully fell, scattered lights glimmered among the uneven houses. The west side, where the training ground stood, was lively. Former homes had been converted into dormitories, housing more than 100 freshmen. Su Mingming stopped at one of the buildings, gave a brief list of rules, and left. Cool manner aside, he showed genuine concern for the newcomers. Wang Guan pushed the door open. It was a 4-bedroom. The other 3 freshmen had already taken their bunks. There you are? I thought it was just the 3 of us. A tall youth bounded up, grabbed Wang Guan's suitcase, and grinned. What's your name, man? I'm Gao Chong from Confronting. His close-cropped hair and cannonball biceps showed how proud he was of his build and strength. He quickly introduced the others. The small boy with the prominent front teeth was Zhang Yong from Zizhou. The medium-built teen with snow-white hair was Tong Yixing, about 15 or 16, from nearby Leong Shan. They came from different schools all over the league, yet they had ended up in the same dorm. Hi, I'm Wang Guan from Tianhai. While making his bed, he habitually scanned each roommate. What's your awakened ability? Gao Chong asked. I'm a C-class shifter iron body. As he spoke, his arm muscles swelled, hard as steel. A C-class was already impressive for their age. Me? Wang Guan didn't hide it. F-class, detection type. In his scan, a random bug tag hovered above Gao Chong's head. An old man on his last legs, frail and tottering. Seeing the burr-sized Gao labeled a feeble elder, Wang Guan's mouth twitched. Had better be careful not to break the old man by accident. The other 3 stared in shock. An F-class detector? No way. Zhang Yong, his 2 prominent front teeth on full display, stared in disbelief. How could a reconnaissance-type ability user possibly get into college, let alone show up for military training here? Following the sound, Wang Guan looked up. A faint light flickered in his eyes as he silently invoked scan. Instantly, a string of data floated before him. Zhang Yong, ordinary male student, average looks, slightly timid temperament, talent grade D, swift step. Guess I just got lucky. Wang Guan smiled casually and pushed his thoughts aside. Zhang Yong's profile was about as normal as they come, nothing surprising. Gao Chong, Zhang Yong, and Tong Yixing exchanged doubtful glances, thinking Wang Guan was teasing them. Wang Guan offered no explanation, instead shifting his attention to the other lower bunk, where the white-haired Tong Yixing sat. Scan. A pale golden screen flashed, then went blank, leaving only a single. Wang Guan's heart tightened. It made sense to fail against instructor Su Mingming's strength was unfathomable, but how could a first year like Tong Yixing resist the scan? Was he above Tier 5? Impossible. Almost simultaneously, Tong Yixing let out a soft ha, pulled a softly glowing pendant from beneath his collar, and said with sudden realization, "It's my mother's protection charm. Were you trying to scan me just now? Your talent really is reconnaissance." His voice rose half an octave in surprise. This white hair even has a protection charm? Gao Chong lifted an eyebrow, secretly clicking his tongue. An enchanted defensive item wasn't cheap. He and Zhang Yong both turned to Wang Guan, so Wang really was a reconnaissance user. Gao Chang's enthusiasm cooled at once, his tone taking on a subtle edge. Well then, your physical stats must be pretty good. This year's entrance exam was brutal. Zhang Yong, who had been helping with the betting, slowly set the sheet down. They're acceptable, Wang Guan replied calmly. In this world of universal abilities, the power hierarchy felt as bitterly real as a winter wind. Grade reconnaissance was nothing in front of the combat types. Tong Yixing remained warm and friendly. Guan, try some snacks I brought. You can't buy these outside. He tore open a packet and handed over a small bag of butter cookies. Thanks. Wang Guan accepted the cookies. Pass me a couple. Gao Chang grabbed two without ceremony, gauging them all in his mind. Tong Yixing wealthy family, probably grade. Zhang Yong also grade. Wang Guan looked even lower grade. Clearly, he, Gao Chang, should be the top dog in this dorm. Wang Guan bit into a cookie, savoring the rich, buttery flavor. He didn't bother scanning it. Experience told him the system would label it ordinary food, and sometimes mystery made the taste better. Wang Guan, the national top scorer this year, is from Tianhai City. You're from Tianhai Tudo, you know him? Gao Chang lay on his bunk, chewing. Sure, we're pretty close. Who is it? 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Wang Guan raised a hand and pointed to himself. You're looking at him. Silence hung for a few seconds, then all 3 burst out laughing, thinking it a joke. Wang Guan could only shake his head. These days, telling the truth did you no favors. When the beds were finally made, he picked up his kettle, heading off to fetch hot water for a foot-soak. Instructor Su Weicheng had mentioned the supply was still on. Seeing Wang Guan head for the door with his wash basin, Gao Chang called after him, Wang Guan, draw a little extra hot water, I want to soak my feet too. Wang Guan paused, then nodded with a smile. Sure. A few minutes later he returned with a brimming basin and poured half of it into Gao Chang's. Steam rose, filling the cramped room with damp heat. That's the stuff. Gao Chang slid his feet into the basin and smacked his lips in satisfaction. Then he gave his water bottle a shake and handed it to Wang Guan as if it were nothing. Hey, I'm thirsty. Fetch me some hot water to drink, will you? The move was clearly meant to stake a claim to dorm authority. On the top bunk, Tong Yixing lowered his book and frowned. On the bottom bunk, Zhang Yong watched with interest. Wang Guan had just slipped off his shoes to soak his own feet. He glanced at Gao Chang, amusement flickering in his eyes, put his shoes back on, took the bottle, and came back with scalding drinking water. When he finished soaking, he put away the basins and began making his bed. Under the dim light, Gao Chang groaned. We've been traveling all day, me back's killing me. Wang Guan, give me a massage, huh? He sprawled face down on his bunk, treating Wang Guan like a lackey. Sure. Wang Guan's grin widened as he laid 5 fingers lightly on Gao Chang's broad back. Harder. I'm sturdy, won't feel it if you're too gentle, Gao Chang added. Okay. Wang Guan's voice stayed mild, but his grip tightened at once. Arg! Gao Chang screamed. It felt as if iron pincers were twisting his spine to pieces. Damn, too hard, hurt, stop. He tried to roll over, only to find a single hand pinning him in place. Wang Guan beamed. Massage works best when it hurts. My technique's top-notch. In agony, Gao Chang instinctively triggered his ability. His skin turned a metallic, bluish sheen, his body like forged steel. Yet that hand still clamped him, fingers sinking in with sharp cracks, as if metal were splintering. Steel-hard flesh meant nothing to Wang Guan. Gao Chang felt like an old man drained of strength. Tong Yixing and Zhang Yong stared, stunned. Wang Guan hadn't shown any special power or fancy technique, just brute finger strength, and Gao Chang couldn't even flip over, his wails echoing through the tiny dorm. Only when lights out sounded and the room went dark did Wang Guan release him. Always happy to help, he said pleasantly. We're dorm mates, just ask if you need anything. Gao Chang couldn't manage a word. He could only lie there, whimpering softly, moved to tears. Darkness swallowed the dormitory. Lying on the top bunk, Wang Guan took in his first night away from home. From the bed next to him, Gao Chang's muffled sobs drifted over in fits and starts. Wang knew the score. Last night's kick had only been a lesson. It hadn't really hurt the guy. With a crank-altered physique, Gao would be fine after a night's sleep. Wang was normally easygoing and had never planned to throw his weight around in a new place. But if anyone mistook his friendliness for frank weakness, that was their mistake to make. Moonlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, spreading like silver along the bunk, and Wang slowly closed his eyes. Early the next morning, the sky was still black. A shrill assembly trumpet exploded, shattering the silence. Freshmen leaped out of bed, washed in a frenzy, and sprinted for the parade ground. Instructor Su Weicheng barked an order from the center of the track, and the platoons snapped into formation. 10 laps later, dawn finally broke, and their sweat had soaked through the camouflage. An hour of breakfast and free time followed. The moment the formation disbanded, the field erupted with chatter. More than 100 strangers were about to spend a whole month together, and nobody wanted to stay clueless about the people around them. Wang Guan took the chance to keep casting Scan, tagging everyone with a bug note. Scan, an ordinary girl. Scan, a boring middle-aged man. Scan, a skilled cook. To ordinary eyes, anyone who made it to university and boot camp was already elite. Yet on Wang's BUG panel, they still registered as the same generic ordinary. It confirmed what he called the law of ordinary. Except for a handful of special cases, almost no one posed a threat to him. More importantly, once applied, a tag was permanent, visible only to him and harmless to the target. It was his insurance policy. Longjing had sent him to this camp, and Wang couldn't shake the feeling another agenda was at work. With those thoughts in mind, he walked into the barebones mess hall shoulder to shoulder with his 3 roommates. Guan, there's a seat here. Gao Chong, already back to full health, grabbed the table as if last night's humiliation had never happened. Zhang Yong thumped his chest with his tray. Sit down, Guan, I'll get your food. I can handle it myself, Wang declined politely. Tong Yixing passed him an empty tray. Then let's all go together. They'd only met last night, yet they already meshed surprisingly well. Wang's personal charm deserved the credit. The rations on the other side of the counter were a shock. A bland soup of wild greens and potatoes, plus 2 rock-hard whole-grain biscuits without a trace of oil. What the hell? Is this even edible? We're supposed to live on this during training? Is there a private kitchen? He'll pay. Forget it. I asked around yesterday, this is all we get. Eat it or go hungry. My pet eats better than this. Complaints erupted, turning the mess hall into a pressure cooker. Zhang Yong bit into a biscuit and went green on the spot. This tastes awful. How are we supposed to train after this? Wang stared at his bowl of vegetable broth, brow creasing as well. After a moment's thought, he aimed a scan at the food in front of him. Because of his glitched appraisal skill, anything delicious usually ended up being identified as an ordinary dish, and the same went for anything unpalatable. Appraisal. This is a large pork bun, thin skin, generous filling, incredibly tasty. Appraisal. This is a bowl of pork bone wontons, rich in nutrients and full of flavor. Everything, no matter how strange it looked, turned into the most typical home-cooked fare. When the appraisal finished, Wang Guan's eyes lit up. He had skipped dinner the night before and run several laps at dawn, so his stomach was practically caving in. He grabbed a flatbread and took a huge bite. The crispy crust and rising steam instantly smoothed the crease between his brows. Between mouthfuls, he downed a bowl of wild green soup, the light herbal aroma flooding his tongue and refilling his energy bar. Across the table, Gao Chong and Zhang Yong stared gloomily at their bland trays. Seeing how happily Wang Guan was eating, they exchanged a helpless glance. Only Brother Guan could wolf this stuff down like it's gourmet, one muttered. They nodded to each other in silent agreement. No wonder Wang Guan was so strong, was clearly built different. Their eyes then shifted to Tong Yixing. The white-haired boy tasted the strange food with a deep frown, but forced it down anyway. After a few bites, he suddenly let go of all restraint and devoured it like a starving wolf. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong gaped. The crouching dragon has a fledgling phoenix by his side? Wang Guan was surprised as well. Tong Yixing came from a wealthy family and carried protective gear, yet he handled this rough fare without complaint. The kid was definitely something else. More importantly, that protective gear prevented Wang Guan from tagging him with any bugged modifiers, which made the boy even more intriguing. On the far side of the cafeteria, drill instructor Su Mingming sat alone, eating the same food as the freshmen. The rugged man observed their reactions without a word. Most cadets clearly detested the meal, and he shook his head. Out on the battlefield, a hot bite like this would be a blessing. But when his gaze landed on Wang Guan's table, the scene was completely different. Both Wang Guan and Tong Yixing were inhaling their food. These two aren't bad, Su Mingming noted to himself. After breakfast, Wang Guan and his friends wandered around Ping'an town. Since Tong Yixing, Gao Chong, and Zhang Yong had arrived the day before, they played tour guide. To the east stretched a residential area where freshmen could barter for daily necessities during free time, provided they didn't disturb the locals. A high-security fence encircled the town, and no one was allowed outside without permission. According to the instructors, bloodthirsty beasts roamed beyond the barrier, and one of the key goals of boot camp was to lead teams in exterminating these mutated creatures. Gao Chong pointed to a solitary building in the south. The drill instructor was very clear, stay away from that house. The structure sat well off the main street, its walls extra thick and its look oddly ominous. What's wrong with it? Wang Guan asked. Tong Yixing offered what had heard. Rumor says the instructor's daughter lives there. The instructor's daughter? Wang Guan pictured Su Mingming's rugged face and felt a pang of curiosity. He has a daughter? And he lets her stay in a place like that? Morning rolled around and formal training began. Each cadet received a fresh set of camouflage fatigues and changed on the spot. This boot camp skipped marching drills altogether. Instead, it went straight to physical conditioning and hand-to-hand combat, followed by wilderness survival and live hunts against bloodthirsty beasts. All morning they pushed through weighted sprints, drills with cold steel, and a revolving door of other exercises. The sun scorched the parade ground until the soil seemed to sizzle, and the air tasted of sweat and dust. While Wang Guan practiced downward cuts with a training blade, he caught a figure at the edge of the field, a young man of 25 or so. His uniform was immaculate, the buttons gleamed, and his ramrod straight posture felt like a living ruler. Hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the new recruits with a detached expression. Any idea who that is? Wang Guan murmured to Tong Yixing during the changeover. Oh, that's the training officer, Tong replied, barely glancing up. Name's Leong Shan. Came in from Tianjing. A training officer outranked the regular instructors and oversaw every aspect of boot camp. Wang Guan frowned. Why would someone be dispatched from Tianjing? The capital was the alliance's showpiece, home to the central government and Longjing University. Ping'an Town fell under Lingshan City's jurisdiction, so the posting should have come from there. Tong only shrugged. Who knows? Just then Wang Guan felt a pair of eyes on him. He jerked his head up, but Leong Shan had already shifted his gaze, as if nothing had happened. Focus. Eyes front. Instructor Su Weiqing growled, suddenly at his elbow. Wang Guan snapped back to the drill. By lunch, the high-intensity workouts had turned everyone's limbs to rubber. The mess hall offered stewed potatoes over brown rice, bland in color and hardly appetizing, but fatigue and hunger silenced complaints. Tastes amazing, Wang Guan declared, shoveling it down faster than anyone else. The salty richness of braised pork seeped through the rice, chasing away the last of his exhaustion. After a brief rest, they formed up again. The afternoon would be live steel sparring, partners assigned at random, and the news sent a ripple of excitement across the field. As the squads reassembled, many were still guessing their opponents. Quiet as a shadow, training officer Leong Shan had reappeared at the edge of the parade ground. The drills had just begun. The parade ground sizzled beneath the blazing sun, heat waves rippling through the air like steam from a cauldron. Wang Guan was called to the center of the field, only to find that his opponent was a petite girl. She wore her hair cropped short, her skin carried a healthy bronze glow, and when she grinned, two tiny canine teeth peeked out, giving her an irrepressible energy. Hi there, I'm Anya. What should I call you? She waved brightly, her voice clear and crisp. Wang Guan. Well, Wang Guan, go easy on me, okay? I'm a mind-type esper, fighting isn't really my strong suit. Anya pressed her palms together and blinked up at him, all charming innocence. Mind-type espers normally excel at telekinesis, animal influence, or puppet control, but their bodies are supposed to be frail, at least in theory. Yet, just before lunch, Wang Guan had used his probability on the girl now standing in front of him. Target, robust young woman. Physically formidable, aggressive, enjoys battle. Ability level, a rank Warhorn, Tier 2. That assessment had rattled him. A mind type with a powerhouse body. Warhorn sounded like a combat buff skill, and she was the same tier as he was. She might look small, but one punch could send someone crying, an absolute pint-sized juggernaut. And the instructor had matched him with her of all people. Here I come, Anya chirped. The next instant she exploded forward like a released slingshot and appeared right in front of him. Her moves were blunt and direct, nothing like the long-range control typical of mind-type fighters. Wang Guan didn't dare slack off. He snapped into full guard. Bang! He crossed his arms to block, yet the impact stung so badly his forearms burned. He staggered back several paces before he could steady himself. Anya spun and whipped out a side kick. Wang Guan had to duck low and absorb it heated. Another dull thud, his heels carved two shallow grooves in the ground. Damn, she hits way too hard. He cursed inwardly, his chest roiling. Had always considered himself one of the physically strongest freshmen, yet under Anya's hurricane of blows he was being pushed back step after step. Anya, meanwhile, felt a flicker of surprise. Am I really this strong? Every punch and kick came with an invisible war drum thundering in her ears, fanning her fighting spirit higher and higher. A wild, violent power surged through her as though a war god had taken over her body. A mind type with lousy physical stats, and he's still struggling? Standing off to the side, Leong Shan watched with a sneer. Pathetic. And he wants to get into Longjing University? He finished his assessment and set aside his last shred of concern. Getting rid of Wang Guan would be effortless. The spar dragged on until instructor Su Weiqing raised his hand to call it off, finally giving everyone a chance to breathe. Anya's eyes still gleamed with excitement as she reluctantly dropped her guard. Wang Guan's whole body throbbed. He gulped for air, relieved to have survived one more exchange, and the pint-sized juggernaut might have disassembled him. Anya stared at her own fists, bewildered yet thrilled. She could feel how strong Wang Guan's blocks and counters were, yet she had brushed them aside and grown even more fired up. Just then, Leong Shan stepped out of the crowd, his gaze frosty. You, he said, pointing at Wang Guan. Come here. Wang Guan frowned and met his eyes. What do you want? With skills like yours, you think you deserve to be in this military training? Leong Shan's voice suddenly shot up, dripping with contempt. Heads turned. The other trainees watched curiously, unsure what was about to unfold. Leong Shan swept his eyes over the crowd, a hint of mockery curling his lips. Do you know what ability he awakened? Detection. The most useless Frank skill there is. He only got into college because he lucked into a few points. His voice was not loud, yet it sliced through the cadets like a bloody meant to belittle Wang Guan publicly, to show every freshman that in Francoeur deserved nothing but humiliation in front of the entire training company. At his words, the ranks immediately stirred, and a wave of curious, contemptuous, and gleeful gazes converged on Wang Guan. And Yas' delicate brows knit together. So that's it. This drill instructor from Tianjin actually came for me? Wang Guan was thinking as well. While Leong Shan drew closer, he quietly activated detection, but his panel filled with nothing but question marks, not because of protective gear, but because Leong Shan was at least 4th tier or higher. Drill instructors already carried real authority, and their strength had strict requirements. Detection lasted only a heartbeat. Come again, Wang Guan said evenly. Instructor, I don't believe an ability decides everything. Who fed you that nonsense? Leong Shan sneered. Fine, let reality teach you. He raised a hand and pointed into the ranks. Qin Zhuang, step out and spar with Wang Guan. Qin Zhuang was short yet broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, his whole frame packed like compressed steel. Among the freshmen, he was one of the strongest. He possessed an grade fire ability Flame Dominator and had already reached Tier 2, likely having learned a skill. Even without powers, his physical stats were frightening. The moment he was singled out, surprise flashed across his face, followed by unconcealed delight. At boot camps, the instructors rate every cadet, and those ratings shape campus life. Leong Shan clearly wanted to use him to crush Wang Guan, perform well, and his score would skyrocket. Yes, sir. Qin Zhuang stepped forward at once, casting a contemptuous glance at Wang Guan. Beating and franker? Child's play. Still unsatisfied, Leong Shan raised his voice again. Boot camp exists to show you the cruelty of the battlefield. Sajivit, everything you've got. In other words, Qin Zhuang didn't need to pull his punches. The crowd rippled once more. Did that guy offend the instructor? No. In this world, being weak is the original sin. Is he about to quit? Dropping out of boot camp means giving up college. Most watched for the spectacle, though a few were worried like Wang Guan's dorm mates. Think Guan can handle it? Gao Chong whispered, half respectful, half concerned after Wang had once put him in his place. Instructor Su Weicheng looked conflicted. Supervisorly, isn't this a bit much? He had a decent impression of Wang Guan and disliked blatant bullying. Relax, if anything happens, he'll take responsibility, Leong Shan cut him off coolly. Su Weicheng fell silent, but couldn't help an anxious glance at Wang Guan. Wang Guan walked toward Qin Zhuang without a word. Qin Zhuang grinned, voice low and arrogant. Don't worry, I'll let you live. Boom. Scorching orange flames erupted around him, turning him into a man of living fire as he charged forward with a roar. The duel, which seemed to hold no suspense, had begun. Facing the ferocious onslaught, Wang Guan showed none of the tension had displayed against Anya earlier. He stood firm, neither dodging nor raising a guard. Had he already accepted defeat? Many people had the same idea. Yet the instant Qin Zhuang, wreathed in flames, charged up to Wang Guan, the two figures brushed past each other. Wang Guan's right arm cracked out like a whip, a straight punch tearing through the fire and slamming squarely into Qin Zhuang's face. Bang! The blaze vanished at once. Qin Zhuang toppled forward like a puppet whose power cord had been yanked, smashing face first into the ground and passing out before he could even groan. A faint scorched smell lingering in the air proved the fire had been real. Clean, decisive, brutally simple. The fight ended before anyone could blink. Earlier, Wang Guan had already sized up his opponent, an ordinary male student, grade mutant type cognitive acceleration. Quick mind, body not included. Wang Guan had scoffed to himself. You want to play mind games and trade punches with me? The training field fell silent for a dozen heartbeats. A Tier 2 class ability user, one-shotted? Someone finally whispered. To Wang Guan, Qin Zhuang was just a minor speed thinker. To everyone else, he was a bona fide Tier 2 class powerhouse, now floored by a single punch utterly mind-blowing. Drill Officer Leong Shan's broad grin froze on his face, his raised hand suspended, as if someone had hit pause. How did he do that? Did you see it? Looked like he just waited for Qin Zhuang to close in, and then one punch. Could he read Qin Zhuang's weak point? Qin Zhuang's Tier 2, and he can breathe fire. Then how high are Wang Guan's stats? Voices overlapped, every conversation circling back to that crisp straight punch. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong were practically jumping for joy. This was their Guan. All right. Tong Yixing's face clouded and cleared, as if he were weighing options. More and more eyes drifted to Anya, their gazes tinged with awe. She had fought Wang Guan to a standstill earlier, even faintly suppressing him. If Wang Guan could drop Qin Zhuang in one hit, didn't that make her even stronger? Under the crowd's collective stare, Anya looked completely puzzled. Huh, what? At last, Leong Shan snapped out of it. He glanced at the unconscious Qin Zhuang, annoyance flickering in his eyes. This wasn't over yet. Pathetic. Leong Shan spat the word at Qin Zhuang, then swung around to bark at Wang Guan. Wang Guan, how could you hit that hard? Do you care nothing for your teammates? Wang Guan lifted his eyes. His voice was low, but each syllable rang clear. You told me to go all out. Now that Qin Zhuang is down, it's suddenly my fault? Fine by me. Baseless accusation. She knew them well. Back when he flattened Zhu Qianlong, the school administrators had hauled him in the same way. Moments ago, he only suspected. Now he was sure Leong Shan had come for him. Longjing University might have admitted him, but it clearly had no intention of letting him settle in smoothly. Seeing Wang Guan stand his ground, Leong Shan gave a cold laugh. What, you feel wronged? Since you're so stubborn, He'll teach you a lesson. His gaze swept the field, hunting for another challenger. To him, Qin Zhuang was weak. Wang Guan had only taken advantage of an opening. Wang's scan grade was F, his physique barely above average. Plenty of cadets here could put him down. Catching that look, Wang Guan let his eyes roam over the freshman as well, the corner of his mouth curling as if to ask, anyone else? In his mind, only two people warranted caution, Tong Yihong, whose scan had failed, and Inya, tagged Jingang Barbie. The rest were hardly worth noting. Wang Guan, you really have gone too far. Before Leong Shan could pick a contender, instructor Su Mingming strode between them. His rugged face unreadable, he ordered in a deep voice, lapse. Run until I say stop. As he spoke, he gave Wang Guan a quick wink. Wang Guan froze, then understood. Su Mingming was shielding him under the guise of punishment, blocking Leong Shan's next move. Yes, sir. Though unwilling, Wang Guan knew when to take the out and jogged onto the track. Leong Shan's expression darkened. Who told you to interfere? He'll be dealt with. Su Mingming ignored him, had Qin Zhuang carried off for treatment, and resumed the training schedule. Leong Shan could only swallow his anger. For a Tier 2 ability user, distance running wasn't hard, but hours at full tilt still drained Wang Guan's stamina. His feet matched his heartbeat while he sorted through the situation. Leong Shan would come again. Wang couldn't scan him and might not beat him either. As a drill officer, Leong Shan probably wouldn't strike personally, yet he could sick freshmen on him. That wasn't Wang's style. He needed a proactive solution. By the time the sun dipped low, sweat streamed off him and his throat felt parched. Rounding a corner near a reinforced shed, he braced against the wall, chest heaving. Do you want some water? A timid yet clear female voice reached his ear. Startled, Wang Guan looked toward the sound inside the oddly fortified shed beside him. There was a window, but iron bars had been welded over it. The last light of dusk struck the metal, throwing back a cold gleam. Inside, a small, thin figure reached out half an arm, carefully offering an enamel cup through the bars. A resident of Pinggan Town? Wang Guan wondered. He stopped and glanced around, suddenly realizing this was the room where the instructor's daughter lived. Su Mingming had personally marked the area off-limits, forbidding even trainees to approach during drills. Yet Wang Guan had already run past it several times while doing laps and hadn't thought twice. He guessed the instructor's daughter had seen him sweating and was kindly bringing water. The corners of his mouth lifted, her voice sounded sweet. Maybe she was pretty too. He reached out to take the cup. His gaze slipped past the bars into the dim room, and his whole body shuddered. The single bulb was faint, yet he saw her clearly. Beneath the white hospital gown was a face covered in dark red scars. Sparse black hair hung to her shoulders. Among the twisted features, sharp fangs glinted coldly. The sight was more horrifying than any beast or monster he had faced during the college entrance exam. Almost on instinct, Wang Guan activated his appraisal. Target, stunning girl, peerless grace, brilliance and kindness, class ability, hypermagnetic armament. He almost blurted out monster, but swallowed the word. He had seen glitched entries before, but this was absurd. The girl looked like a wounded creature, yet the appraisal called her a stunning girl with class ability. When he had scanned Jiang Wangxue, the campus beauty from number 3 high, the system had labeled her average, and now it was reversed. He forced himself to stay calm and looked again. The system seemed to have filtered out his fear until only beautiful remained. Yet he could still see the truth, marks of illness and the heavy chains on her limbs. Her wrists and ankles were shackled with thick iron links that ran into the wall, where extra steel plating was faintly visible. So this specially built room was not for protection, but for imprisonment. Under his silent scrutiny, the girl kept her head down. Her hands trembled, as if she feared his gaze and feared her kindness would be rejected. A few drops of water splashed from the cup. Wang Guan understood her timidity, let his expression soften, and took the cup. Thanks, I was really thirsty. The appraisal had already tagged the contents as fresh orange juice, meaning that even if something was wrong, it would register as juice for him. He raised the cup and gulped it down, almost sighing with relief. The contented sound had barely left his throat when the girl looked up, surprised and slightly confused. Even framed by scars, her eyes shone with a moist brightness. Wang Guan realized that, bug or not, her eyes really were beautiful. He slid the empty cup back through the bars, and was about to ask why she was chained. What are you doing? The sharp shout exploded behind him. Instructor Su Mingming came running, his brows drawn low and his face ablaze with anger. But when he saw Wang Guan handing back the cup, his expression froze. Sir, I was just thirsty and took a drink. Wang Guan held his arms close to his sides, spoke sincerely, and offered the girl behind the barred window a reassuring smile. Dad, he's been running for ages. Of course he's thirsty, the girl added, her voice soft yet certain. Su Mingming raised an eyebrow, doubt mingling with surprise. Anyone else seeing his daughter like this, never mind the city college students, even the residents of Peaceful Town, would have steered clear. Yet this boy not only showed no fear, he had actually drunk the water she handed him. On that young face, Su detected neither disgust nor dread. Your punishment is over, he said quietly. Return to your dorm. Yes, sir. Wang Guan wanted to ask about the girl, but thought better of it and turned away. He had taken only 2 steps when Su added, Leong Shan is giving you a hard time. I can't protect you forever, so stay alert. Thank you, sir. I understand. Wang Guan waved to the girl and headed toward the lights at the far end of the field. He suspected his attitude toward the girl had earned the instructor's goodwill. After walking a few dozen meters, he glanced back. Su Weicheng was bending over to speak with her, his expression softer than Wang had ever seen. Who is she? What's her story? The questions crowded his mind, but his feet kept moving. Training had long ended, and the cafeteria lights were out. By the time he dragged his aching legs into the dorm, his 3 roommates had stacked several glossy flatbreads on the desk, their saved portion of dinner. Thanks. Wang Guan's nose stung. He picked up a flatbread, then grabbed a half-cold meat bun and took a huge bite. The rich grease slid into his empty stomach, and even his breathing felt easier. Guan, why is the drill instructor picking on you? Zhang Yong asked, handing him a cup of hot water, baffled. Chewing, Wang Guan mumbled. Maybe he just doesn't like me. He had barely finished the sentence when a piercing bugle blast split the night. It was supposed to be free time after a full day of drills, but when the horn blared, the exhausted freshmen dragged themselves out of bed and assembled on the parade ground. Searchlights around the field snapped on, flooding everything with blinding white. The students hurried into formation, grumbling under their breath. I'm already half asleep, what's going on? Night drills. Must be the instructor's idea of fun. Amid the chatter, Leong Shan stepped to the head of the formation. His gaze swept the crowd and paused briefly where Wang Guan stood, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. Classmates, this is your first day of military training. To strengthen the bond between you, we're going to play a game. His voice rang out, brisk and decisive. It's called Battle Royale. With a few words, he laid out the rules. 1. Everyone receives a tag. 2. Scatter across the grounds. 3. Once the game starts, hunt, ambush, and take tags from others. 4. The first person to collect 10 tags wins. 5. The winner's name goes on record and will greatly boost their training evaluation. The freshmen erupted. Strengthen our bond. More like shatter it. Instinctively, many eyes drifted to Wang Guanha had spent the afternoon running laps, was running on empty, and had even skipped dinner. Leong Shan was obviously out to get him, and anyone hoping to curry favor would surely make him their target. Malice focused on him from every direction, including Qin Zhuang, whom Wang Guan had knocked out earlier that day. Qin's injury was minor and he had already recovered. Now his expression was dark, eager to regain face. Wang Guan, however, seemed unfazed by the hostility. Instead, fury flared in his eyes. Fine, you want to play this way? Instructor Su Weicheng hurried over and questioned the midnight free-for-all in a low voice. But Leong Shan outranked him and brushed the protest aside with a wave. The game starts now. Tags were quickly handed out. Leong Shan then assigned different rendezvous points. Scattering the group hand, he deliberately separated Wang Guan from Tong Yihong, Gao Chang, and the others. Brother Guan, be careful. I'll find you as soon as I can, Tong Yihong whispered. I'm fine. Look after yourselves first, Wang Guan replied, shaking his head. According to the assignment, Wang Guan was sent to the western edge of the training town, where only a few crumbling, abandoned buildings remained. Walls were peeling, rubble littered the ground. The searchlights could not reach this place. Only the cold moon cast a pallid glow. He glanced around to make sure no one had followed, pulled a thumb-sized vial from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, and tilted it back. The brown liquid gurgled down what looked like a simple coffee milk tea to others was, for him, a low-grade stamina potion. Before the drill began, every freshman's luggage was inspected, and all kinds of stimulants were strictly banned. Yet Wang Guan still smuggled in a cup of milk tea that was actually an energy potion. It melted on his tongue, sending a wave of warmth through his body. The exhaustion from running all afternoon dissolved like ice in boiling water gone in a heartbeat. He let out a satisfied hum and pulled up his status panel. Ability, Detection, Frank. Second tier skill, Windmill Novice. Physique, 16.60.3. Agility, 15.10.4. Spirit, 15.90.3. All 3 stats were noticeably higher than at noon. Training had nudged them up, but nothing this dramatic. So drinking the potion after pushing his body to its limit doubles the effect? He made a mental note. Exploit this from now on. While he pondered, a shrill bugle split the air. The free-for-all had begun. In an instant, more than 100 freshmen split into hunters and prey. Some formed parties, others bolted for cover. Wang Guan stayed in the ruined shadow, hands in his pockets, as if waiting for something. He didn't wait long. Footsteps crunched over gravel. An orange flame shoved back the darkness. In the firelight, Qin Zhuang's face was twisted and crimson. Just as expected, he charged in first, dragging 3 figures behind him. Leong Shan had obviously shared Wang Guan's location. I slipped up this afternoon and you took advantage, Qin Zhuang sneered, venom dripping from every word. That won't happen again. Being knocked out by a single punch from F-rank had cost a rank second tier like him both points and pride. He barked over his shoulder, you 3 guard the exit. Don't let him escape. I want to enjoy this. Technically, the four were enemies under the brawl's rules, but a juicy target made alliances easy. How do we explain it later? Say we took him down together. Try not to cripple him. Relax, the drill sergeant won't care. Confidence radiated from the quartet. Leong Shan had picked only strong fighters. Wang Guan smiled faintly, eyes flicking over the bug-like tags floating above their heads. Ordinary boy with enhanced cognition. Patient with a severe illness. High schooler whose powers haven't awakened yet. You lot think you can corner me? Qin Zhuang ignited again, heat surging through the ruins. He armored his face in flame, determined not to eat another sucker punch. Burn! He roared, hurling himself forward in a blaze. This time Wang Guan dashed to meet him. The two figures brushed past each other. Even with fiery acceleration, Qin Zhuang was fast, but Wang Guan slightly lower, slightly quicker was faster. A cannonball right hook slammed into Qin Zhuang's gut. Bang! Ack! Qin Zhuang gasped, flame spewing from his mouth and nose as he doubled over. I told you brainy types shouldn't trade blows with me, Wang Guan scoffed, still driving his fist into Qin Zhuang's abdomen. The three spectators froze, smiles wiped clean. Holy! One yelped. Wang Guan, wrapped in a living torch, was charging straight at him. Crash! Wang Guan swung his arm, flinging the burning Qin Zhuang like a fireball. Two bodies collided and tumbled across the ground. It's scorchinga! The unlucky victim shrieked, trying to shove Qin Zhuang off while the flames licked at his clothes. Qin Zhuang's fire was never friendly to allies. The remaining two dropped their smirks, eyes wary. But Wang Guan shot toward them like a bullet. They had planned on cautious onions. Shirley and Frank could be handled. Wang Guan had other ideas. I'm in a hurry, come at me together. Spare me the onion, Wang Guan said, heading straight for an all-out brawl. Solo, he charged at Qin Zhuang and the three other top cadets in the boot camp. Ever since Head tagged them as bugs, they'd looked to him like a barber, a critical patient, an unawakened civilian. It was nothing to flatten all four at once. Earlier, Head hurled Qin Zhuang like a fireball. Now Qin lay in the rubble, flames coiling around him as he tried to climb up. Wang Guan, I'm going to. Before he finished, Wang Guan's straight punch knocked him flat again. Then, like a windmill, Wang Guan danced among the others, blows crackling. Half conscious, Qin Zhuang felt rage eclipse the fire on his skin. Bracing himself, he barked, ill. A kick sent him rolling, fire trailing in blurred arcs. The other three played their trump cards. His fists are savage, me petrified skin can't take it. Damn, my shockwaves only tickle him. Their cries and curses merged into a single din, but nothing slowed Wang Guan's storm. Qin Zhuang suffered most, pinned to the ground, an endless reboot. On his third attempt to rise, Wang Guan's fist came down. Qin Zhuang's grunt cut off as he blacked out. His flames died, and the ruins fell quiet. The remaining three dropped soon after. From first punch to last, the fight lasted under a minute. Wang Guan stood among the four, rolled his shoulders, and said, that was just a warm-up. He stooped, tore their tags free, pocketed them, then swept his gaze over the shattered walls. Battle lust sparked in his eyes. Want a battle royale? Game. Whoosh. A finger-thick twig 2 centimeters long shot at his thigh from 10 meters away. Behind a half-collapsed wall, a boy crouched in the dark, eyes fixed on Wang Guan, a psychic, using telekinesis. Head watched the whole fight, waiting for Wang Guan to drop his guard. Cripple him, and he's mine. The drill officers will praise me, he thought with a grin. Crack. The twig struck Wang Guan with a soft pop, didn't break skin, merely stuck to his pant leg. Wang Guan plucked it off, eyed it, then scanned the rubble. Who tossed me the handle of a knife? The psychic's brain buzzed. His hand jerked, bumping the wall clatter, a brick fell. Bad sign. When he looked back, Wang Guan was gone. Where is he? His heart hammered. Frantically, he scanned left and right, then felt a chill behind him. His spine stiffened. Slowly he turned. Under the dim, chilly moonlight, Wang Guan slipped in behind his target with a cheery grin. Telekinesis, huh? He murmured, as though filing the man under a label. Before the unsuspecting Esper could turn, Wang Guan's fist smashed into the back of his head. Thud! The man's head lolled to the side, and he crumpled, out cold. Wang Guan had already confirmed that the fellow was nothing more than a skilled cook with a glitchy telekinetic perno thread at all. The branches floating in midair lost their grip and clattered to the ground like ordinary sticks. Crouching, Wang Guan plucked the tag from the man's chest, tucked it away, and melted back into the night. Across peaceful town, curses, shouts, and pained yelps rose and fell, while awakened powers flashed hot and cold against the darkness. This sudden free-for-all was clearly tailor-made for Wang Guan by Leong Shan. Cadets eager to curry favor were scouring the grounds for their quarry. What they didn't realize was that Wang Guan wasn't the prey, he was the most dangerous hunter in the arena. Petite Anya hunched her shoulders as she crept along in the low wall's shadow. They turned basic training into a battle royale, and expect us to like it, please. Let no one see me, she muttered. Fate was uncooperative. The moment she rounded the corner, she collided with a tall boy. Anya sucked in air, already ready to surrender her tag. It's you. The boy's face went sheet white. I forfeit. Don't hit me, take it. He pitched his tag at her, raised both hands, staggered back, and sprinted off as if chased by a nightmare. Huh. Anya blinked and stooped to pick up the tag. That afternoon, her suppression of Wang Guan had led onlookers to wildly overrate her. Now someone had surrendered faster than she ever could have. Bewildered, she shook her head and giggled. She turned and spotted another figure, Wang Guan. Anya gasped, shoulders stiff, ready to yield again. Wang Guan, however, didn't strike. Instead, he eyed her warily. To him, Anya was armored Barbie, herald of war, a tough customer. After a moment, he nodded with a friendly smile, backed away step by step, and vanished into the darkness. Anya stared at the gap head left. She knew her own stats were pathetic. During their afternoon spar, she had wondered why a man who could one-punch Qin Zhuang had let her hold her own, maybe even edge him out. Only one answer: Five had pulled his punches to avoid hurting her. Now, with a sure tag at hand, he had spared her again and even smiled. Does he like me? Heat rushed to her cheeks. The image of Wang Guan flooring Qin Zhuang flashed through her mind, and her heart sped up. In the center of the field, floodlights blazed like midday. Instructor Su Mingming paced impatiently, eyes sweeping the shadows. Leong Shan lounged nearby, a relaxed smile playing at his lips. The melee had raged for over half an hour. After hinting that several cadets gang up on Wang Guan, Leong Shan was sure the kid was suffering. If Qin Zhuang alone wasn't enough, waves of others would do. Besides, Wang Guan had been running hard all afternoon. Surely his stamina was spent. He would quit or be broken. Either worked for Leong Shan. Then, at the edge of the floodlit circle, a lone figure stepped from the darkness, a long string of tags dangling from one hand, 10 at least. Su Mingming and Leong Shan both froze, staring. Under the lights, they finally saw the face. Him? How could it be him? The person approaching had snow-white hair and delicate features. He looked even younger than the other freshmen on the drill field. No more than 15 or 16. The boy was Tong Yixing from Wang Guan's dorm. His camouflage uniform was badly torn, rips gaping at the sleeves and chest, the fabric smeared with blood. Obviously, he had just come through a brutal fight. Stopping in front of Leong Shan and Su Mingming, the teenager let a handful of tags clatter to the ground and said calmly, "I've collected 10 tags. The game is over." Leong Shan froze. To stall Wang Guan, he had sent several groups to harass Wang's roommates, but he never imagined the youngest, most inconspicuous one, Tong Yixing, would finish the objective first. The training roster spelled it out clearly. Tong Yixing, native of Lingshan City, energy type ability, grade D shockwave. He could burn his internal energy to release a sudden blast at his opponents. The power wasn't considered outstanding, and his physical stats were only average for a freshman, yet the proof was right before their eyes. How on earth did this kid pull it off? Leong Shan thought, stunned. Su Mingming reacted faster. He drew the small device at his waist and hit the signal button. A shrill tone split the night air, announcing the official end of the free-for-all. Hearing the signal, Tong exhaled slowly, wiped the sweat-grimed dust from his brow, and tilted his head, listening for any movement in the darkness. When the brawl started, he had planned to head straight for Wang Guan, but several capable cadets intercepted him. Forced to switch plans, he gathered 10 tags before anyone else and shut the match down. Otherwise, Wang would likely be surrounded by the most troublesome players. I hope I was in time. Brother Guan should be fine, he worried silently, eyes searching the night. Around the field, the freshmen who had taken part in the melee began emerging one after another. The night wind carried the mingled smells of dirt, blood, and sweat. Most of them had torn clothing and fresh wounds. Many had lost their tags to Tong Yixing. The moment they spotted the white-haired boy, they halted instinctively, their eyes a mixture of fear and resentment. He's younger than we are, but ridiculously strong. I didn't even touch his sleeve before he blasted me and took my tag. Shockwave can do that? I guess energy types are no joke. There's something freaky about that kid. The murmurs rose and fell. None of them had expected Wang Guan to have such a dangerous ally. In the crowd, Anya slipped quietly back into formation. Her camo uniform was spotless, not even a speck of dust in her hair, and her clear eyes searched the field as if looking for someone. Leong Shan noticed several tags dangling from her fingers, and his heart skipped a beat. According to the file, the girl's physical stats were ordinary, but she possessed a rare psychic-type ability, immense potential in theory, though still largely untapped. He hadn't expected her to snatch tags as well. Recalling how evenly matched Anya and Wang Guan had seemed during their spar that afternoon, Leong Shan realized at once that Wang had deliberately held back to mislead him. Humph, that punk really is sly, he snarled inwardly. More figures gathered on the field, yet the atmosphere grew heavier. When Gao Chang returned, he had already stripped off his camo jacket, exposing a muscular torso. Too, had clearly fought a fierce battle. He had just beaten 2 opponents and snagged 2 tags, so he was feeling pretty smug. But the moment he heard that the one who ended the game was Tong Yixing, his smile froze. I only got lucky, Tong Yixing murmured, bowing his head slightly, a shy flush creeping across his refined features. Lucky? Everyone present shared the same unspoken question. Could luck really explain this? Among the four dorm mates, it was one thing for Wang Guan to be stronger than him, but who would have guessed the white-haired boy was this terrifyingly capable as well? Hidden dragons indeed. At least Zhang Yong hadn't just lost his tag, had also been beaten black and blue, which kept him from feeling like the unluckiest of the bunch. Where's Guan? Gao Chang finally asked after sweeping the field with his eyes. He's still not back? No, I hope he's okay, Tong Yixing answered, frowning with obvious concern. Leong Shan also noticed that Wang Guan hadn't shown up yet, and the corner of his mouth lifted. The kid was probably beaten so badly he could hardly stand. Oddly enough, Qin Zhuang's group was missing too. Counting them, more than 20 people were still unaccounted for. While everyone speculated, a clear, girlish cry rang out from the other end of the field. Hey, Wang Guan's back. Anya's sharp voice drew every eye. A lone figure strode toward them, bathed in the warm afterglow of the setting sun. His uniform was dusty, proof of a fierce fight, yet he bore not a single injury. Even more striking was the booty in his hand. Clink, clank. Metal tags collided with every step, ringing like tiny bells. When Wang Guan reached the crowd, he shook his hand, and the tags spilled onto the ground. Crash. Everyone sucked in a breath. A quick count, at least 30. And there were only a little over 100 cadets in total. The training field grew silent, the wind the only sound left. Wang Guan turned to Leong Shan, face calm. Qin Zhuang's group passed out, and a few were injured. Please send people to pick them up. His voice was calm and measured, but the heap of tags at his feet was impossible to ignore. Li Yangshan's jaw worked soundlessly for a second before he finally blurted, You. What? Wang Guan lifted his eyes, gaze razor sharp. Are you going to accuse me of abandoning my comrades? No, of course not. Li Yangshan denied it at once. He was the drill officer and, on paper, far stronger than Wang Guan, yet the unseen pressure radiating from the boy left him at a loss for words. Qin Zhuang's squad, the top rookies of this boot camp, had all been felled by Wang Guan. A vague dread crept into Li Yangshan's chest. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat and tried to sound composed. You did well. Instructor Su Weiqing chimed in next. Wang Guan, take a break off to the side. The surprise in his eyes was quickly replaced by satisfaction. Then he dispatched a recovery team to retrieve the unconscious and injured students. The field was crude, but at least it had basic medical facilities plenty for anything short of life-threatening wounds. The whispers exploded. This is insane. He picked up that many tags? If the game hadn't been called off early, was he planning to knock out everyone? And Frank trash ability user? You've got to be kidding. Detection, is it really the detection I'm thinking of? He's even tougher than the white-haired kid. People stared openly at Wang Guan, their eyes filled with shock and awe. The floodlights swept across their faces, making every expression clear. After running laps all afternoon as punishment, he should have been spent, yet he had charged into the free-for-all and flattened everyone in sight. Remembering that, many silently thanked their luck for never crossing the monster's path, much less provoking him to impress the quartermaster. Wang Guan himself was still unsatisfied. Throughout the melee, plenty of cadets had treated him like prey, lunging for his tags. He had dropped them one after another without a word. Leong Shan had hoped the game would teach him a lesson, so Wang Guan simply turned the tables, using sheer force to warn anyone who might stir trouble for Leong Shan again. Unfortunately, the match ended too soon, and several lucky fish slipped through his fists. You were the first to collect 10 tags? Wang Guan asked, surprised when he learned Tong Yihong had finished the task before anyone else. Tong Yihong scratched his head and said shyly, I thought you might run into trouble, so I tried to end the game early, but I guess I worried for nothing. Guan, how did you pull it off? More combat experience and slightly better stats, Wang Guan replied lightly, though a spark flickered in his eyes. Tong Yihong was interesting. After settling his own thoughts, he turned to his roommate. Zhang Yong, sorry I dragged you into this. During the melee, Zhang Yong had lost his tags and taken a beating simply because he was Wang Guan's roommate. Wang Guan did have healing serum, but it only worked on himself. For others it was little better than sweet tea. It's fine, Zhang Yong said, forcing a smile. Instructor Su Weiqing finished counting the unconscious and injured cadets, then dismissed everyone on the spot. As for the so-called winner's reward, anyone with sense kept quietly. Yangshan's face was already dark enough. The first grueling day of training finally ended, and the crowd on the field drifted away in small groups. Leong Shan returned to his quarters looking calm, but his eyes kept flickering between gloom and anger. He knew full well, for Wang Guan to top the Alliance entrance exam, he had to be more than a kid with a premium weapon. His grades at Tianhai number 3 high were stellar, the very model of a star student. But so what? And Frank ability was a dead end, and Longjing University would never waste resources on someone like that. He had been sent all the way from Tianjing City for one purpose: stop Wang Guan from completing basic training. If the other students couldn't handle him, then he would have to do it himself. It was inconvenient to act here, but once the field exercises began, there would be plenty of opportunities. Leong Shan organized a battle royale game, supposedly to strengthen team spirit. Everyone knew it was just an excuse. Yet the result was surprisingly good. The cohesion among the 100-plus freshmen improved within a few days. What really bound them together was Wang Guan's overwhelming strength. In any group, once someone proves they stand above the rest, the others naturally think twice before acting rashly. Even someone as proud as Qin Zhuang had to swallow his discontent in front of Wang Guan. Everyone kept their head down. After morning drills, the whole platoon crowded into the cafeteria. When the other students looked at the guys from Wang Guan's dorm, their eyes held equal parts caution and respect. Wang Guan had dominated the field. The white-haired Tong Yixing was no pushover, and Gao Chang also ranked near the top among freshmen. Wang Guan was used to those stares, but today one gaze felt different. He turned his head on Anya. The girl's eyes carried both reproach and hope. The moment they met his, she hurriedly looked away. Wang Guan muttered to himself, "Why is this Iron Barbie acting so weird lately?" As soon as breakfast was over, the morning session began on the dot. The veteran instructor, Su Weicheng, knew every inch of trial field number 23 and kept the drills running like clockwork. After several days of high-intensity training, most recruits had improved their stats, and quite a few had even broken through from Tier 1 to Tier 2, unlocking their first personal skills, exactly what the boot camp was meant to achieve. So the freshmen would enter university already at Tier 2 and ready for the advanced classes. While the students sweated through the drills, Leong Shan kept prowling along the sidelines, looking for a chance to mess with Wang Guan. "Sure enough, Wang Guan, who told you to run with that much extra weight?" he barked. Before the words had faded, Su Weicheng stepped forward. Wang Guan hit the track. "Yes, sir." Wang Guan answered with a grin, spun around, and set off, his movements smooth as water. Leong Shan was left standing there with a complicated expression. The guy was far too cooperative. There was no sense of victory at all. Over the next few days, running punishment laps became part of Wang Guan's routine. Each time he finished drenched in sweat, utterly drained, yet he enjoyed it because the route took him past a mysterious little cabin. Behind its barred window, the instructor's daughter always watched him quietly. Her body was covered in gruesome scars and iron chains bound her wrists and ankles, but her eyes were crystal clear. He had learned her name was Su Mingming, an adorable name, and he truly found her adorable. At noon, the punishment ended. Panting hard, Wang Guan walked up to the barred window and took the juice Su Mingming handed him, downing it in one gulp. "Much better," he said, passing the cup back. "Thanks. I trouble you every time." It's nothing," the girl murmured, lowering her head. Wang Guan stretched and asked casually, "Mingming, don't you get bored staying in here all day?" "No. Father brings me plenty of books. I love reading." As she spoke, Su Mingming pointed to a shelf inside the room, packed with volumes of every kind. "Cell service is spotty in peaceful town, and there's no internet, but reading is still a fine way to pass the time." "Really? I love reading too." A spark lit up Su Mingming's already clear eyes. "When we get the chance, let's trade our favorite books, okay?" Wang Guan laughed brightly. "Yes, let's do it," she answered, nodding with delight. At the edge of the training field, instructor Su Weicheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The setting sun softened his rugged face. It had been ages since he'd seen Mingming smile so freely. After a few words, Wang Guan waved goodbye. Su Mingming stayed where she was, watching him sprint to the far side of the track. She lifted the heavy chain on her wrist and gave it a reluctant shake. Almost every day he finished his laps and found an excuse to chat, because he knew the girl locked in that room had to be lonely, and he knew exactly how that felt. Their time together had shown Wang Guan the gentleness beneath her fearsome exterior, even without his bug trait. Still, one question refused to leave his mind. How had she been hurt so badly? Before he could ask, a middle-aged woman walked up. Weather had etched fine lines in her face. Her faded cotton clothes were nearly white from washing. She carried a tin lunch pail. "Auntie Zhang, bringing food for Mingming?" Wang Guan greeted her warmly. She was the one who looked after Su Mingming's daily needs. "Ah," Xiao Wang, punished with laps again. Auntie Zhang teased. The townsfolk were usually quiet and kept their distance from the trainees, but Wang Guan's easy manner always drew them out. "Can't help it, drill sergeant doesn't like me," he joked, still catching his breath. Curiosity won out. "Auntie Zhang, what exactly happened to Mingming?" Auntie Zhang paused, pity coloring her sigh. "That poor child. When she was little, a blood fiend bit her. She survived, but the abyssal taint seeped into her body, leaving her like this." "Blood fiend?" Wang Guan's brow tightened. He knew Peaceful Town had been attacked by them years ago. Most who were bitten became infected with abyssal energy and eventually mutated into blood beasts. Plenty of those creatures still roamed the forest outside town. She never fully turned, but she's hanging on the edge of mutation. That's why they keep her chained and locked away. Auntie Zhang's voice grew husky, fear and tears filling her eyes. "They'll never forget that day, my son. All I brought home was a cold corpse." She shook her head sharply. "It's over now. I just hope Mingming can heal, little by little." "There has to be a way," Wang Guan promised solemnly. After she left, he headed for the cafeteria. In a quiet corner, he took out a small bottle of milk tea, Sister Wen's special coffee milk tea, which worked like a basic stamina potion for him. Its shelf life was short, yet somehow, thanks to his bug trait, it hadn't spoiled. He twisted off the cap, and the potion-sweet liquid slid down his throat, strength rushing back into his tired muscles. Then he hurried to check his status screen. Ability, Scan, F rank. Tier 2 skill. Beginner physique, big windmill set. Speed 19.10.3. Spirit 18.20.3. Physique 18.60.2. On the track, Wang Guan burst across the final white line, his chest heaving like bellows. He caught the ground with his toes, slid to a stop in a spray of dust, then tipped back the stamina potion he had kept ready. The scalding liquid burned down his throat, setting his weary limbs ablaze. His stat panel flickered, each attribute ticking up by a few precious tenths. The past few days of inventive punishment had pushed him to the brink, only for potions and rest to rebuild him stronger. In 1 week, he had honed his second-tier foundation to its limit and was poised to break into Tier 3, while the rest of the cohort had only just stepped over the Tier 2 threshold. Nth-grade trash ability without any passive boosts? With the right approach, his progress was every bit as quick as a prodigy's. Even better, the instructors had confirmed that Leong Shan was a 4th-tier user. At Tier 2, Wang's scan covered only up to Tier 3, but once he advanced, Leong Shan would fall squarely within range. The thought lifted Wang's lips into a faint smile. He almost had to thank the man for his care, the daily lashes that kept him so motivated. He collapsed the panel, shook sweat from his palms, and headed toward the mess hall. Amid the clatter of voices and the aroma of food, he silently wolfed down a high-calorie meal to fuel the afternoon session. Later, with the sun less fierce, the formation reassembled on the field. The whistle had barely faded when Leong Shan strode forward. "Your training has been excellent," he announced, each clipped word pounding every year. "Tomorrow we'll leave the town's safe zone for the outer forest live combat." The ranks erupted. "Already? It's only been a week. There are bloodthirsty beasts out there to Yurtuo at least. I just made Tier 2. Isn't this suicide?" Unease rippled through the lines. Everyone knew Boot Camp 23 in Peaceful Town had a brutal casualty rate. Instructor Su Mingming's face tightened as he muttered, "Leong Shan, isn't this reckless? I've cleared it with command." "The decision stands," Leong Shan snapped. "Your performance merits harsher trials, and I trust you'll earn top marks." His gaze swept the students and locked onto Wang Guan, the malice in his eyes sharp enough to draw blood. Wang met the stare calmly and returned the same polite grin. The man clearly couldn't wait to get his hands on him in the wild. Perfect. No cameras, no rules, just open terrain where his glitched scan could finally run free. At first light, the freshmen from Pingon Town who had signed up for military training were already lined up in front of the camp, packs on their backs. It was their first time leaving the safety zone for several days in the wilderness, and they were both excited and uneasy. Just before departure, Wang Guan slipped behind the dormitory to say goodbye to Su Mingming. When he jogged back into formation, Gao Chong sidled over. "Guanga, did you go see the instructor's daughter again?" Everyone knew Wang Guan often chatted with Su Mingming's daughter. Tong Yihong lowered his voice, eyes gleaming. "Come on, is she really that pretty?" The nearby boys listened eagerly. "She is, but her health is poor, so she has to stay inside." "Don't bother her," Wang Guan said, omitting any mention of her true condition. The boys traded knowing grins, and Wang Guan rolled his eyes. When the assembly was complete, the column set out under instructor Su Mingming and drill officer Leong Shan. Mist still hung among the trees as Su Mingming shouted reminders. "Out here, animals, insects, even plants may have mutated and could attack. The worst are blood-seeking beasts. One whiff of blood, and they'll charge, so treat any injury at once." Field exercises normally came later, but Leong Shan had moved them forward, so most of the safety briefings were given on the march. Though it was midsummer, the woods were cool, and the unfamiliar forest scent soon lifted the squad's mood. "See these? Graded gauntlets. My dad bought them before I left for college." Up front, the Blaze Master Qin Zhuang held up iron-plated gloves, the metal flashing in the morning light. Graded weapons had special attributes and suited ability users far better than ordinary gear. The freshmen had been allowed personal weapons, but those were impounded when they entered town and only returned today for the wilderness test. Qin Zhuang wasn't the only one showing off. Others produced their own gear as well. Gao Chong slipped on a pair of finely crafted brass knuckles, perfect for his reinforced bones physique. "Guanga, your boat is tough as steel. Why aren't you carrying a weapon?" Wang Guan, Tong Yihong, and Zhang Yong were all empty-handed. "Don't have one," Wang Guan said flatly, eyeing the fallen branches along the path and occasionally testing one for weight. Gao Chong frowned. "That's no good. Qin Zhuang's crew is fully armed. If they come looking for trouble, what then?" Qin Zhuang's group had never liked Wang Guan, and lately they'd grown chummy with Leong Shan. With field gear in hand, their strength had doubled, and they were bound to look for a chance to make his life difficult. "They're welcome to try," Wang Guan chuckled. When he looked up, he met Qin Zhuang's taunting stare. The guy wore boxing gloves and tapped his fists together until sparks flew, as if issuing a challenge. Wang Guan remembered knocking him out several times before a pair of gloves really made him this cocky again. He snorted, shrugged, and went on rummaging through the undergrowth for a stick. Brother Guan, what are you looking for? The white-haired teenager Tong Yixing asked, trailing after him. The boy had been terrifying in the free-for-all, but he always treated Wang Guan with absolute respect. Something that swings well, Wang Guan replied matter-of-factly while silently activating scan. Every scan tagged the target with a quirky descriptor tied to its traits. Right now the readouts were all about stick-shaped objects. Scan, a rolling pin, great for dough, decent in a fight. Scan, a crowbar, burglar's favorite, exclusive to the physical swordmaster. Scan, a wrench, must-have for mechanics. Scan, a clothesline pole. Normally the system spat out everyday items, but with enough tries you could roll something rare. With hundreds of branches in the woods, the odds were on his side. Sure enough, less than a minute later. Scan, a grade Vajra staff, forged of hardened steel, heavy and brutal, brute force over finesse. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. It wasn't the enchanted grade longsword head fished up during the entrance exams, but it would do. He bent down and picked it up. Two thick vines fused into a 1-meter rod, evenly thick, weighty in his grip, humming through the air when he swung. After a few test swings, he nodded with satisfaction. Tong Yixing, Gao Chong, and the others stared at him. You're seriously going to use that as a weapon? Why not? It looks cool and feels right. Wang Guan laughed, the rod whistling. What guy could say no to a stick this stylish? He'll switch when I find something better. Everyone exchanged glances. Qin Zhuang's group burst into laughter from afar. A wooden stick? At least pick up a metal one. On the flank, drill instructor Leong Shan noticed the scene. He knew Wang Guan had slaughtered the competition in the college exams after looting a top-tier stick-type weapon and taking valedictorian. Now the kid was brandishing another stick trying to replicate the miracle? The wild forest wouldn't cough up legendary drops. Leong Shan snorted, openly disdainful. The sun climbed higher. Morning was in full swing. Just then, heads up, instructor Su Weicheng warned in a low voice. The group halted and snapped to alertness. Bloodthirsty beast, Su Weicheng pointed ahead. Following his gesture, they saw a mass of crimson flesh writhing among the shrubs and weeds. The creature looked like a massive bison, but its hide was bright crimson, as if it had been flayed, and scars covered every inch of its body. Head lowered, it tore at an unidentifiable limb. Blood and shreds of flesh clung to its fangs, and the crunching made everyone's skin crawl savage and grotesque. So this is a bloodthirsty beast? Wang Guan muttered to himself, the scar-littered figure of Su Mingming flashing through his mind. The students instinctively held their breath, even softening their footsteps. By the standard grading system for mutated beasts and ability users, a bloodthirsty beast was at least Tier 2, while every monster they had faced in the Intransism illusion had been Tier 1. Confronting an opponent of this class for the first time, fear was inevitable. Su Weicheng quickly scanned the surroundings, confirmed there was only one bloodthirsty beast nearby, and prepared to use the rare chance to demonstrate combat techniques. Just then, Leong Shan spoke up. Wang Guan, go take it down. Wang Guan, still using his scouting ability, froze, and the others all turned to him. Leong Shan added with a genial smile. Everyone agrees you're the strongest among the students. This should be easy for you. Give the class a demonstration. Leong Shan, it's Wang Guan's first time facing a bloodthirsty beast too. Isn't this asking a bit much? Su Weicheng said, frowning. What's wrong with it? I have high expectations for Wang Guan. He can definitely do it. Li Yangshan's words sounded encouraging, but the challenge in his tone was obvious. His eyes lingered on the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand. If you kill it, it'll record your performance in the bootcamp file. Tong Yihong, and Ya, and several others looked worried and angry, while Qin Zhuang's group rubbed their hands in anticipation, eager for the show. Wang Guan met Li Yangshan's gaze for a few seconds, then smiled faintly. All right, fine. He hefted the wooden stick and walked toward the bloodthirsty beast, his expression perfectly calm. Watch out. Bloodfangs are fast. If one bites you, it drains your blood in seconds and floods your system with a paralytic toxin. Su Weicheng shouted while sprinting, his words chopped up by harsh, ragged breaths. I understand, instructor, Wang Guan answered, raising a hand in acknowledgement. His voice was steady, edged with resolve. A thought struck Su Weicheng. He swept his gaze over the squad. Can anyone lend him a weapon? He fights barehanded and didn't bring any gear. If Head realized earlier that Wang Guan was making do with a random branch, he would have issued proper equipment before they set out. Several teammates immediately reached for the weapon packs on their backs. I don't think that's necessary, Leong Shan said coolly, arms folded. When real danger hits, nobody's going to hand-deliver weapons. Besides, doesn't he already have something handy? Su Weicheng's brows drew together, anger flaring. The comment was clearly meant to make trouble. It's fine, instructor. I don't need anything else, Wang Guan replied calmly. He strode forward to the heap of blood-fawn carcasses. One beast still feeding sensed movement. It jerked its head up, throat rumbling with a wet, metallic growl. Bloodshot eyes bulged, and then despite a bison-sized body it lunged like a leopard, straight at Wang Guan. Watch out. Anya cried from the line. Wang Guan merely tapped the ground, slipped sideways, and glided past the snapping jaws. Whump! The stick traced a half-arc, slicing the air. Bang! The blow smashed into the bloodfang, hurling it several meters where it crashed and tumbled. It staggered upright, hide dented, roar weakened, yet the feral light still burned in its eyes. It shook its head, ready to charge again. Wang Guan sprang forward first. The staff hummed, every strike ruthless and precise. It looked less like combat, and more like a man herding a furious boar. A scan line flickered through his mind. Target, ferocious boar. Heavy build, aggressive temperament. Among ordinary beasts this boar was tough, but still only ordinary. Wang Guan, a peak tier 2 ability user wielding an grade Vajra rod, completely outmatched it. Within a few blows the bloodfang was battered head to hoof, its snarls fading to rasps. It dropped to one knee and stopped moving. Wang Guan had even held back, just to avoid looking too unreal. The squad stared, slack-jawed. He just clubbed it to death? Maybe bloodfangs aren't that tough? I could have taken it, right? Whispers rippled through the ranks, shock tangled with doubt. Leong Shan stood rooted. Head hoped Wang Guan would make a fool of himself. Instead, the man had stolen the spotlight. That guy is downright creepy, he muttered. Su Weiqing was equally stunned, but collected himself quickly. Bloodfangs are still extremely dangerous, never underestimate them. But Wang Guan just someone began. That's because Wang Guan is very strong. Su Weiqing cut him off. Su Weiqing kept a stern face. Wang Guan's moves might have looked casual, but every strike hit the perfect angle and timing, allowing him to dictate the pace of the fight with ease. In Su Weiqing's measured commentary, praise flowed freely. A veteran instructor sees far more than ordinary students. While the class noticed only Wang Guan's effortless grace, Su Weiqing recognized the precision and power behind it. His assessment of Wang Guan had already been high, yet the boy's performance still exceeded expectations. This student's potential was extraordinary. Wang Guan prided himself on a thick skin, yet even he felt a faint blush under such lavish compliments. Sure, he was strong, but was he really that incredible? So this is what it looks like when I spar with a buff target, he mused. The students erupted in awe at their instructor's unfiltered praise. Tong Yixing, and Ya, and Gao Chong stared at Wang Guan with newfound respect, though a few skeptics muttered that Su Weiqing was overplaying it. The slain bloodthirsty beast suddenly oozed black mist from its wounds. Flesh blackened, rotted, and collapsed into a foul-smelling puddle. Wang Guan quickly pinched his nose and backed away, rejoining the group. He stopped in front of Leong Shan, eyes gleaming with challenge. I hope my performance didn't disappoint you, drill officer. Leong Shan forced out the words as if constipated. Of course he'll mark you as excellent. His grudging admission drew muffled laughter from the class, making his face darken further. Move out. Su Weiqing barked, signaling them forward and giving Wang Guan a nod of encouragement. The column resumed its march, though talk of the recent fight buzzed on. Many students copied Wang Guan by picking up sticks, gripping them as if that alone boosted their courage. The swing had looked undeniably cool. The outskirts of Pinggan town were barely a safe zone. The deeper they trekked into the wild, the higher the chance of meeting mutated beasts. Sure enough, a bloodthirsty beast burst from the shrubs not long after. This one was wolf-sized, its body blood-red and eyes savage. Unlike the bovine variant earlier, this was clearly a wolf mutation. Spotting the formation, it threw back its head in a long howl and lunged. Stay alert, Su Weiqing warned, ready to assign defenders. But with a whoosh, a figure dashed ahead, cloaked in roaring flames. Qin Zhuang, wielder of the Flame Dominator ability. Stop! Don't be reckless! Su Weiqing shouted. Qin Zhuang paid no mind. This one's mine. He called back, newly confident after replacing the gauntlets he lost in his bouts with Wang Guan. Watch my Blaze Fist. Fire whipped from his right arm as he charged the beast heathen. Blaze Fist was an exclusive skill unlocked after Flame Dominator reached Tier 2. Had fallen to Wang Guan too quickly before and never got to show it. Now he opened with his trump card, driven by one goal. I'm going to end this in a single blow. Qin Zhuang's thoughts raced. If Wang Guan could pull it off, there was no way an rank ability user like him couldn't. He lunged forward, shoulders tight, his iron fist bursting into scorching flames as he drove it toward the bloodthirsty beast's skull. At the instant before impact, the creature suddenly rolled aside. Boom. The flaming punch blasted a charred crater in the ground, sparks scattering. Missed? Qin Zhuang froze for a split second. A guttural howl echoed. The beast sprang in from the flank, its claws slicing through the air. Qin Zhuang hastily swung his fiery fists to block, wrapping himself in a thin shroud of flame. But the blaze was only a shallow veil. Any strike fast enough could pierce it. Claws tore through the fire curtain, carving bloody lines across his chest and arms. Rank breath washed over him as jagged fangs snapped again and again. Qin Zhuang countered with several punches, the fire on his knuckles searing fur and filling the air with a bitter smell, yet the beast refused to yield, its fury only growing. This thing is terrifying, I can't beat it, Heaton. The thought ruined his rhythm. His defense unraveled, leaving wider and wider gaps. A short distance away, Wang Guan shook his head with a wry smile. Why push yourself like this? In the next heartbeat, the beast barreled forward, slamming Qin Zhuang to the ground, its gleaming fangs poised above his skull. Help somebody help me. His scream tore through the forest air. A towering figure shot out, like an arrow instructor Su Weiqing. He seemed to teleport, landing directly before the creature. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the beast snarled and bared its teeth. Su Weiqing sank his weight, twisted his hips, and drove his fist forward. Bang! The scarred iron fist, devoid of any flourish, smashed straight into the beast's head. Crack! As if struck by an artillery shell, the massive creature flew 7 or 8 meters and slammed into a tree as thick as a man's waist. The trunk shuddered, leaves cascading down. By the time the body hit the ground, terrifying force had pulped it into a heap of mangled flesh, black mist rising as it rotted away. Su Weiqing lowered his fist, his voice cold. Never underestimate a mutant beast, and never lose your nerve. On the edge of the training field, every student stared, mouths agape. The instructor is that strong? Wang Guan was stunned as well. So the coach had power like this. Not far off, Leong Shan watched Su Weiqing's stance and murmured, military combat boxing. Then, hesitating, he added quietly, can really be used like that? Did the instructor just use the army combat form? Wang Guan raised an eyebrow and muttered under his breath. He knew all about it. Military boxing was only in level skill the cheapest, most basic technique on the list. Once students reached Tier 2, they could learn it for free, so everyone picked it up and the quality generally showed. Yet a moment ago that weakest technique had shattered a bloodthirst beast with a single blow in Su Weiqing's hands, leaving even Leong Shan speechless. Whispers spread through the crowd. A few days earlier Su Weiqing had seemed almost timid around Leong Shan, and many students had looked down on him. After that punch, their attitude flipped instantly. Su Weiqing's face remained stern. He gave Qin Zhuang a quick field dressing to stop the bleeding and keep more bloodthirst beasts from smelling it, then swept his gaze over the squad. If we run into another one, no one moves without my order. Yes, instructor. The group answered in unison. Move out. They set off again. Supported by his teammates, Qin Zhuang looked discouraged. The gap between him and Wang Guan felt unbearable. Don't beat yourself up, Leong Shan whispered as he fell in beside him. The beast you met was nastier than the one Wang Guan faced. But Qin Zhuang's voice was thick with remorse, surprised the training officer would try to cheer him up. Wang Guan's stick might be special. Leong Shan glanced at the wooden staff in Wang Guan's grip. His awakened skill is detection. It isn't strong, but it's useful for finding things. Maybe that stick hides a trick or two. A trick? Qin Zhuang and the others all looked toward Wang Guan. A faint sneer flashed in Leong Shan's eyes. Find a random stick and it turns out to be a treasure? Luck isn't that generous. He only said it to reignite their confidence still needed these students. Over the next few hours they ran into several more bloodthirst beasts and a handful of mutant animals. Under Su Weiqing's direction the squad handled each threat in orderly fashion, many of them gaining real combat experience for the first time. Wang Guan kept a close eye on Leong Shan. Perhaps Su Weiqing's display of strength had made him cautious. Leong Shan stopped provoking anyone and stayed with Qin Zhuang's group. By noon they paused to rest, sharing dry rations and water before pressing on. Their destination lay deeper in the wilderness, a derelict factory abandoned after the abyssal incursion, now used as a field training base. They arrived without incident in the afternoon and would spend the next few days there clearing the surrounding area of bloodthirst beasts. Following Su Weiqing's orders, the students went to work clearing rubble, stacking makeshift defenses, and pitching army tents. Night fell quickly, and the camp lights flickered on. Wisps of campfire smoke curled into the sky while the instructor assigned tasks, and the students busied themselves cooking a simple meal beside the flames. Wang Guan and his companions had just returned from building the defenses when they spotted Su Weiqing squatting by the fire, waving them over. I found something tasty, he called. Come give it a try. They crowded around. On the iron plate in Su Weiqing's hand lay several blackened chunks glistening with oil and giving off a roasted aroma. What are those? Zhang Yong asked, reaching out. A kind of beetle high in protein, Su Weiqing explained solemnly. Out in the wild, they'll keep you going. Every student at the fire pulled a face, and Zhang Yong hurriedly withdrew his hand. Roasted bugs, their psychological defenses shook. Unfazed, Su Weiqing went on. When you're alone out there, this is a survival skill you'll be glad you learned. Then let his gaze settle on Wang Guan. Wang Guan also recoiled until the system flashed a prompt. Scan, a crispy fried chicken nugget, golden on the outside, finger-licking good. Fried chicken? If the system labeled it a bug, that meant it would taste like chicken to him. The disgust vanished. He picked up a piece, bit down with a crunch, and his expression melted into pleasure. Guanga, how does it taste? Gao Chong asked. Wang Guan gave a thumbs up. Like chicken. Extra crispy. Su Weiqing nodded approvingly. Tong Yixing, his hair snow-white, forced down a piece as well, chewing with obvious effort. Just then the petite Enya wandered over. Hey, what are you guys eating? Seeing Wang Guan enjoying himself, she grabbed a chunk and popped it into her mouth. Odd flavor, what is it exactly? Roasted bug, Wang Guan answered, trying not to laugh. Roasted bug? Anya's face went green. She spun around and retched. After a long bout of gagging, she straightened with the help of two girls, glaring at Wang Guan. Why didn't you warn me? I hate insects. Wang Guan froze. The tough Barbie acting coy was quite a sight. Su Weiqing eyed the mess on the ground, puzzled. Anya, you hate bugs? Then how did you awaken that ability? I'm wondering the same thing, she muttered, hurrying off with her friends, careful not to look at the plate again. Instructor, what power doesn't you have? Wang Guan asked while popping another nugget. Since the start of training, everyone's abilities were common knowledge except Anya's. Wang Guan's BUG scan only showed 4 characters. Warhorn. Su Weiqing shook his head. She doesn't want it public, so I can't say. The group was disappointed, and Wang Guan guessed her power probably involved insects. Most of the chicken nuggets ended up in Wang Guan's stomach, earning him several approving nods from Su Weiqing. Night fell. The camp lay deep in the forest, and the instructor organized a watch schedule. Though everyone tossed and turned their first night out, no bloodthirsty beasts or other mutants appeared. At dawn, they split into teams to hunt nearby creatures. Wang Guan planned to go with Tong Yixing and Gao Chong. Anya and a few others volunteered to join as well. Just as the lineup was set, Leong Shan shouted, Wang Guan, you'll go with Qin Zhuang's team. The call startled Wang Guan's friends. Qin Zhuang and 3 others stood beside Leong Shan, eyes cold. Su Weiqing hurried over. Teams need chemistry. Chemistry can be built, Leong Shan interrupted with a smile. I know Wang Guan and Qin Zhuang haven't seen eye to eye, so this is a perfect chance to bond. Exactly, Qin Zhuang added. Time to clear up our little misunderstanding. Su Weiqing clearly didn't buy it. It's fine, instructor. He'll join them, Wang Guan said, stepping forward and hefting his staff. Leong Shan had finally decided to make a move, using Qin Zhuang as his knife. Wang Guan had been waiting for this moment too. And just like that, Wang Guan agreed to join Qin Zhuang's squad. Leong Shan had a stomach full of excuses, but the words died on his lips. Guan, how about we talk to the instructor and get me on the team too? Tong Yixing edged closer to Wang Guan, whispering urgently. Lately, Leong Shan had been spending all his time with Qin Zhuang's group, which made Tong Yixing worry that Wang Guan was walking into a trap. Gao Chong, Anya, and a few other classmates gathered around, their faces drawn with concern. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Take care of yourselves, Wang Guan said, giving Tong Yixing's shoulder a reassuring pat and nodding to the others. He took the field pack from Zhang Yong and slung it over one shoulder, ready to leave at a moment's notice. Be careful, Su Weiqing warned in a low voice. I will, instructor, Wang Guan replied. Confident he could handle whatever came, he was still grateful for the reminder. He walked over to Qin Zhuang's 4 teammates and smiled calmly. They'll be in your care. These were the same 4 who had charged him first during the free-for-all and ended up beating the worst. Moments ago they were grinning with glee, but Wang Guan's composure wiped the smiles right off their faces as if they were the ones who had just stepped into a trap. The squad formed up and left camp. Su Weiqing kept assigning tasks to the remaining students, yet his eyes stayed fixed on that departing group. Then he noticed Leong Shan slipping out of camp. Where do you think you're going? I'm worried about our students. They'll keep an eye on them from the shadows, Leong Shan replied, hands clasped in a show of respect. He'll leave the camp in your care. The moment he finished, he vanished into the forest, heading the same way Wang Guan's team had gone. The real reason he let Wang Guan leave first was simple. Su Weiqing was clearly protecting Wang Guan. Once Wang Guan was outside, Su Weiqing had to stay behind and mind the big picture. Whatever happened later, the official version of events would be Liang Shan's to write. Deep in the woods, leaves scattered under the squad's boots. Qin Zhuang, an rank flame element user master of blazing fire. Petrified skin, a rank mutant. Shockwave, an rank energy user. Werewolf, an rank mutant. Except for the werewolf, who was still first tier but could boost his power through beast transformation, the other 3 had already reached the second tier. All of them were strong, and they pushed northwest at high speed. Wang Guan kept just far enough behind and ahead by turns, twirling a wooden staff as if it were a toy. The tip sliced the air with a low whistle, casual yet almost comical. But Qin Zhuang's crew stared at that stick like it was priceless. Beside it, their expensive gear suddenly seemed worthless. Sensing their burning gaze, Wang Guan laughed to himself. Are they really fixated on my staff? Taking point, he swept his eyes ahead and spotted a tree whose branches were laden with blood-red fruit, glossy and inviting. They had seen this tree on the march yesterday, and Su Weiqing had warned them. It grew everywhere in the area. Its fruit was sharply sour and laced with poison, absolutely not for eating. Without hesitation, Wang Guan plucked an apple and took a big bite. His scouting ability identified the tree at once crisp, juicy, and fragrant apples. The flesh cracked with a satisfying snap, spraying sweet juice while he munched with obvious delight. Qin Zhuang and the other 3 trailing behind him froze in disbelief. Hadn't the instructor warned them not to eat anything out here? But Wang Guan's appraisal skill never failed, and he was devouring the fruit as if it were heaven sent. What could possibly go wrong? Exchanging glances, the 4 each tore down an apple and bit in. Bleh. A mouth-puckering bitterness exploded on their tongues, and they spat the pulp in unison. People actually eat this garbage? Sorry, guess my taste buds are different, Wang Guan replied, flashing an innocent grin. The four rinsed their mouths with canteen water, scowling all the while, before the group pressed on. Not far ahead, Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Clusters of brown mushrooms dotted the ground. Everyone knew wild mushrooms could be lethal, yet he knelt as if discovering buried treasure, pinched one off, and popped it into his mouth. He chewed with closed eyes, wearing a look of bliss. His scouting result: pure chocolate-rich, aromatic, and packed with energy. Wild chocolate? Amazing, he murmured. The four behind him stared again. Is it really edible? He better not be tricking us twice. But Wang Guan had already swallowed, and looked perfectly fine. The unmistakable scent of chocolate drifted on the air, triggering their saliva. Temptation 1. Each plucked a mushroom and nibbled cautiously delicious. With no immediate side effects, they gulped down the rest. Halfway through the second piece, numbness crept over their tongues, heat seared their lips, and their faces ballooned. Four identical sausage mouths appeared at once. The mushrooms are poisonous. Oh ho, maybe you're allergic, Wang Guan said, wearing that same innocent look. Tongues swollen, they could only wave and sputter, before digging frantically through their packs for antidote tablets. Every student's rucksack came stocked with basics medicine, bandages, mosquito coils, a compass enough to save their skins. A short distance away, Leong Shan, who had been shadowing them, watched the whole fiasco, his face dark with anger. Useless fools, Wang Guan is playing them like puppets. The toxin was mild, and the pills kept it from turning deadly, yet the bloated lips still tortured the quartet. Wang Guan eyed their sausage mouths, stifling a laugh. Let's hope I don't toy you to death first. Since entering this wild forest yesterday, Head used his scouting skill to discover oddities again and again. With instructors around, Head held back. Now that Head slipped away from the main group, he could experiment to his heart's content. They pushed through the underbrush. The four, lips still swollen, shot daggers at him but dared not sample anything else. Chirp, chirp. A shrill call suddenly cut through the canopy. Looking up, they spotted a blood-red figure leaping between giant trunks, an onyx beast, resembling a skinned monkey, prowling for the right moment to strike. Wang Guan twirled the wooden stick in his hand, watching the creature with lively interest. Bloodthirsty beasts are a blanket term for certain mutated animals. Whenever one appears, you have to inspect it individually. Wang Guan instantly tagged the creature before him with a bug label and started pulling data. Result: one ordinary squirrel with a hoarding instinct. Do not touch its food. The appraisal had barely finished when the beast sprang off the thick trunk, shrieking as it lunged at Wang Guan, probably eyeing the half-eaten wild fruit in his hand. Sensing an opening, Qin Zhuang and his three companions moved in. If the squirrel kept Wang occupied, they could strike amid the chaos. For pairs of eyes lit up, feet crept forward, then froze. Bzz. Wang Guan flicked his wrist, and his wooden staff whirled away like a cyclone. Bang! The staff slammed squarely into the monkey-shaped beast's chest. The squirrel-sized monster flew several meters and hit the ground with a wet thud. Black mist billowed up as the corpse decayed on the Spoto one-shot kill. The beast Wang had taken down last night carried a wild boar tag feral, and Vicioso had to hold back to keep the noise down, and it had taken some effort. Facing a mere oversized squirrel, he went all out, and the result spoke for itself. The staff spun back into his palm, and he propped it casually on his shoulder. Wang Guan turned, a faint smile on his lips, and looked at the four men arrested mid-step. So, what were you just trying to do? The question sounded light, yet carried weight. Boss, we were just four swollen, sausage-like mouths flapped at once, hands waving in denial. Wang Guan simply smiled, as though he believed them. He bent down, fished a fragment of bone from the mess, wrapped it in cloth, and slipped it into his pack. Taking a bloodthirsty beast's bone after a kill served as proof of merit for future rewards. He never skipped that step. Cleanup complete, the team pressed on. Soon they reached a stretch of abandoned buildings, the miners' dormitories, backed against the mountain. When the Bloodfiend incident broke out 13 years ago, this place was hit first. Now only crumbling walls and rust-eaten sheet metal remained. Qin Zhuang's quartet hesitated. Leong Shan had said last night this spot offered the perfect chance to deal with Wang Guan. They had to lure him inside. Yet, standing before the ruins, they wavered. Wang Guan strode forward without a care, turning to wave at them. What are you waiting for? Get over here. The four exchanged looks. So who's actually setting up whom? The miners' settlement hadn't been deserted for long, so most of the buildings were still intact. Weeds carpeted the stone steps, their withered blades turning once bustling alleys deathly silent. Qin Zhuang and the other three suppressed their unease and stayed close to Wang Guan, threading carefully between crumbling structures, yet they sensed no trace of the bloodthirsty beast. Wang Guan suddenly halted, his eyes fixed on a giant tree at the edge of the camp. The trunk coiled like a python, its bark a ghostly gray-white. Thick branches drooped like tentacles swaying in the air. Although the surrounding forest was lush, not a single leaf clung to the crown, yet the pale bark pulsed with uncanny vitality. Stepping closer, Wang Guan saw scattered piles of bones at the roots, large and small, bleached and broken. He recalled the instructor's warning. Abyssal miasma could mutate animals and plants alike, and a rare few plants even hunted living creatures. This grotesque tree was surely one of them. Qin Zhuang and his companions had noticed it as well. Their sausage-like lips tightened as they exchanged wary looks. Drill Officer Leong Shan had highlighted it in the briefing. The Panji tree, an extraordinarily aggressive mutant plant. Every drooping limb was a lethal whip. Anything entering its reach would be lashed, ensnared, and drained of nutrients. Its threat level was said to equal that of a third-tier ability user. Fortunately, it never pursued prey beyond its perimeter. The miners had built their homes nearby, counting on this natural guardian for protection. Now, all it would take was one step from Wang Guan. But Wang Guan merely observed it from a distance. The tree held no terror for him. His scan had already labeled it a dead willow, leaves gone, branches brittle, harmless once the system had tagged it with a bug entry. He kept that trump card hidden. If real danger struck, he would simply dive beneath the tree and see who dared follow. Turning, he flashed the others a toothy grin. What are you waiting for? Qin Zhuang's group quickly looked away. Humming a carefree tune, Wang Guan resumed the search and soon reached the tallest building in the camp. Steel plates reinforced its walls, and a heavy iron door stood shut. This was the safe house. Camps in the wilderness routinely included such shelters for refuge during mutant beast attacks. He pushed the door open, and darkness gaped inside. The moment he stepped across the threshold, a furious buzzing swarmed his ears. Looking up, he saw dozens of blackened yellow insects, hornet-like, slamming into the ceiling. Qin Zhuang and the others froze. The saber-toothed wasps. These mutant insects fought as a swarm. A single wasp was easy to handle, but together they could unleash hundreds of razor-sharp stingers, making the colony a deadly foe. Worse, wiping them out for good was nearly impossible. They knew the insect cycle. Each hive housed a queen and her workers. If the queen lived, new workers kept hatching. If she died, any remaining workers would soon evolve into a new queen. The wasps plaguing this settlement had been eradicated repeatedly, only to return stronger every time. At that moment, Qin Zhuang and his three companions remembered what Leong Shan had told them the night before. Lure Wang Guan near the nest, then strike. Saber-toothed wasps attack anything alive. We can hold out for a bit with our powers, but Wang Guan only has raw strength, no defenses. Once the swarm hits, he's yours. The perfect opportunity Li had mentioned was this notorious colony of saber-toothed wasps. The four men crept forward, holding their breath and staying low, careful to skirt the wasps circling overhead. Soon one of them pointed. There, where the ceiling met the corner wall, hung a nest the size of a huge, dark brown lantern. Its waxy surface rippled as wasps busily flew in and out. Qin Zhuang swallowed, then glanced at Wang Guan a short distance away. Wang had his back to them, eyes fixed on the hive. Go, Qin Zhuang whispered. The swelling that had distorted their faces earlier had mostly subsided, allowing them to speak normally. A heartbeat later, the lycanthrope's bones expanded, black bristles burst through his skin, and his face warped into a snarling wolf. With a sudden leap, he didn't attack Wang Guan. Instead, he raked away the wooden staff from Wang's hands and rolled back to his team. Simultaneously, an invisible ripple ripped through the air with a metallic twang. The shockwave user flicked his arm, vibrations spread, and the hive shuddered violently before crashing to the floor. Bzzz. Hundreds of saber-toothed wasps poured from the cracked shell, swelling into a cloud of black smoke that surged outward. Flames roared around Qin Zhuang. The petrifier's skin hardened into gray stone. The wolfman's hide thickened, fur bristling. Shimmering shockwaves leaked from the last man's body, keeping the swarm at bay. Their four powers interwove, forming a tenuous shield. Haha, finally got it. The wolfman crowed as the wasps thudded harmlessly against his armor-like pelt. He brandished the stolen staff like a trophy, dancing with childlike glee. With a casual toss, he discarded his own weapon, an F-grade alloy longsword that clanged on the floor. The swirling swarm closed in. Qin Zhuang's group, feeling untouchable, fixed their gaze on the now unarmed Wang Guan, already picturing his capture. Then they noticed his expression, calm, odd, tinged with an inexplicable pity. As the black cloud descended, Wang Guan calmly reached into his field pack and drew out a small round tin. Green can, yellow lettering, mosquito repellent coils, standard issue for students training in the toxic wilderness. He flicked a lighter. With a soft hiss, the coil ignited, and a pale smoke curled upward. He's going to chase off saber-toothed wasps with mosquito coils? The four burst into laughter. Uffed. Wang Guan really thinks that'll work. Mosquito coils? That's hilarious. Why not kneel and admit defeat now? Quit training. Maybe we'll let you walk away. Having fun messing with us so far. They laughed while fanning out in a half circle to block any escape. Yet amid the droning wings and drifting smoke, their chuckles began to catch in their throats. And very soon, none of them were laughing at all. They watched a dense, black swarm of saber-toothed bees whirl around the dim room while carefully avoiding Wang Guan. The insects traced a spotless circle around him, as though an invisible barrier kept them out. Wang Guan held a mosquito-repellent coil, pale blue smoke curling upward and carrying a faint medicinal scent that somehow forced the vicious bees to stop short. The swarm gladly focused on the other four, never brushing so much as the hem of Wang Guan's clothes. The four companions exchanged stunned looks. Was this possible? Wang Guan's shoulders shook with a quiet laugh as he raised the smoking coil. Through scan he had learned the first insect was a mottled mosquito common in damp, dark places and living on blood. The moment the initial saber-toothed bee appeared, he tagged it with a bug entry. Once that single insect was marked, the entire swarm fell under the effect, letting him calmly perform with Qin Zhuang and the others. Even without the coil, the swarm posed no real threat to him. But since he had a special repellent, why not make full use of it? The results spoke for themselves. Seeing the smile half hidden in the smoke, panic seized Qin Zhuang's group. Almost in unison, they turned for the door. Just then a figure flashed past outside, and the heavy iron door slammed shut with a boom. The room, already dim, lost its last shaft of light, save for a few mottled rays from a small skylight overhead. Drill instructor? Qin Zhuang recognized the fleeting silhouette. The flame-shaped markings on his face danced in the gloom as he pounded the door and shouted, "Open up." Saber-toothed bees don't work on Wang Guan. Gauntlet fists crashed against the metal, sparks flying, yet the door didn't move an inch. The place had been built to hold mutant beasts so solid that even ability users like them could hardly break it. "Let me." The werewolf ability user growled. Hefting a wooden club he insisted was a top-tier artifact. Maybe it could smash the door in one blow. With a roar he brought it down. Crack. The club snapped in two, splinters scattering across the floor. The four froze. How could it break so easily? It was nothing but an ordinary stick after all. Only then did the werewolf man realize the truth. Panicked, he searched for the alloy long sword he had tossed aside. Before he could reach it, Wang Guan strolled over, bent down, and picked it up. He gave the blade a couple of light swings, cold steel flashing through the swarm. Satisfied, he nodded. "Well, what luck, he just found myself a fine weapon." Wang Guan gripped the alloy longsword, letting his hand grow accustomed to its balance. He resisted the urge to appraise the weapon according to the well-known normality rule. Any inspection would almost certainly label it a mere fruit knife or machete. As long as he avoided saddling it with a bug descriptor, it remained a bona fide alloy blade. Though only grade F and inferior to the grade E Vajra pestle he once carried. Wang Guan's sharpest edge had never been his gear, but his swordplay, and this sword was more than enough to unleash it. He stood with the blade at his side, a faint smile aimed at Qin Zhuang's team, yet he withheld his strike. Leong Shan was likely still lurking, and he needed to conserve strength. Qin Zhuang's squad had completely unraveled. Four terrified faces stared at the iron door ahead while their abilities hammered it over and over, producing only tremors and sparks. Behind them, a swarm of saber-toothed wasps droned like thunder, diving again and again. The mutated insects were relentlessly aggressive. Burned, swatted, or blasted apart, they still pressed forward. The sole thing they hesitated to approach was the mosquito coil in Wang Guan's hand. Yet Qin Zhuang's powers were also fueled by stamina. Even high-tier ability users couldn't sustain their skills for long, and theirs were notorious mana hogs. Mosquito coil. In a panic, the petrifier suddenly remembered something, fished out a coil from his pack, lit it, and shoved it into Qin Zhuang's hand. Qin Zhuang raised it high. The wasps, however, only attacked more fiercely. The odor seemed to send them into a frenzy. "It's useless. Wang Guan's coil must be different. Forget that, just get the door open. Hurry, we're not going to last." Drill Sergeant. Brotherly. You piece of. Curses merged with screams. The shockwave caster, whose defense was weakest and stamina dropping fastest, took a sting. A chunk of flesh was ripped away, and his howl was gut-wrenching. Saber-toothed wasps earned their name from the sword-like mandibles they wielded. Wang Guan watched it all with a detached calm, much as he had ignored cheating classmates during the college entrance exam. They had chosen to follow Leong Shan's lead and target him. Now they could bear the consequences. His gaze fell on a shattered wasp nest nearby. The fragile structure had broken apart under the shockwaves, littering the ground with fragments while larvae crawled through the debris. One blackened yellow wasp stood out, a size larger than the rest, its wings broken, unable to fly. The queen? The thought flickered through Wang Guan's mind, and he strode over. Mutant insects counted as mutant beasts, and the queen was the heart of the swarm. Captured alive, it might prove valuable. He opened his backpack and felt past a row of mini milk tea bottles. Before heading into the field, he had stocked 4 potion types: stamina, healing, sleep, and antidote. He selected the chrysanthemum flavor. Crack the cap came off, and Wang Guan tipped the bottle back. To him, this milk tea served as a basic antidote. With the empty bottle, he coaxed the queen, the one Wang Guan regarded as the matriarch of the spotted mosquito king, inside, and screwed the lid tight. He stuffed the bottle back into his pack and glanced toward the room. Qin Zhuang's team had collapsed completely. The saber-toothed hornets had shredded them, body and mind alike. Neither the werewolf's beast form nor the man with petrified skin could withstand those fangs. Bloody welts crisscrossed their bodies as they shrieked in agony, then dropped to the floor. The shockwave user, whose defenses were the weakest, had been torn into a mangled heap and lay motionless against the wall. Qin Zhuang held out the longest. Flames engulfed him, driving the swarm away, but the constant burning and his frantic blows against the iron door drained every ounce of strength he had. The fire was already sputtering out. Leong Shan, you bastard, wait till I get out of here. He spat, smashing the door again. Boom. At last the thick metal buckled, ballooned, and with one final punch burst apart, shards flying everywhere. Eyes wide with relief, Qin Zhuang dashed through the gap, the fire around him dying as he ran. I made it. Sunlight flooded his face. The thrill of survival had barely surfaced when a hand like a steel clamp closed around his throat. Leong Shan blocked the doorway, his expression cold as iron. D-drill instructor Qin Zhuang stammered, thrashing wildly. Enjoyed cursing me, did you? Liang Shan's voice was ice. He twisted his wrist. Crack. Qin Zhuang's windpipe snapped, his eyes rolled back, and Leong Shan tossed the corpse aside. From the moment those useless fools were sent after Wang Guan, their fate had been sealed. The saber-toothed hornets swept out of the house. A few dove at Leong Shan, but a crackling burst of lightning from his hand blew them to pieces. As a fourth-tier ability user, he was untouchable. Wang Guan stepped from the shadows, a mosquito coil smoldering between two fingers and an alloy sword in the other hand. Spotting Qin Zhuang's body, he raised an eyebrow. He was working for you, and that's how you repay him? Leong Shan froze at Wang Guan's intact condition, then fixed his gaze on the mosquito coil. That thing actually repels saber-toothed hornets? He must be hiding something. Greed and malice flashed in his eyes. Once you're dead, they'll decide what really happened here. His tone turned righteous in an instant. Wang Guan, those people were your comrades. Even if you didn't get along, you wouldn't murder them, would you? Wang Guan cursed him silently. Seriously? You need an excuse when the boat is right at your feet? Fine. He skipped the debate and raised his sword. Steel flashed, the blade whipping through the air. Leong Shan braced himself, then frowned. Wang Guan was standing well beyond reach, slashing at nothing. Is he just swinging blindly? What's he up to? Battle-hardened as he was, Leong Shan stayed on full alert. Leong Shan froze, caught off guard. A sharp night wind cut past his ear. He instinctively twisted aside, but he was a split second too late. Whoosh! A wind blade with an erratic trajectory sliced through the air and slammed into his shoulder. It was the Gale Pinwheel, a move Wang Guan had learned from the kid they called Little Brother, an absurd name for an even more absurd technique, and that absurdity made it the perfect camouflage. Cloth tore with a hiss, droplets of blood scattering. The impact sent Leong Shan tumbling before he managed to steady himself. A savage gash now crossed his face, and his upper garment was shredded, exposing a pale gray, form-fitting protective suit beneath. Armor? Wang Guan sighed inwardly. The suit was an expensive piece of gear, crafted through special methods to absorb a good share of damage. Because it hugged the body, the system couldn't detect it, so he had labeled it a bug long ago. That was why he had aimed for Liang Shan's neck, but the man had sensed the danger and avoided a fatal hit. Leong Shan was both shocked and furious. A sword skill? You've mastered a sword skill like that? If the Tier 1 vest hadn't been there, he would have died on the spot. Rage boiling, he let out a low roar and lunged at Wang Guan. Wang Guan flailed his sword in a chaotic whirlwind of cold light. Forced to cross his arms and defend, Leong Shan tried to read the next strike. The moment he thought he had it, Wang Guan bolted. His attack had been a feint. Damn it! Leong Shan shouted, unleashing the full speed of a fourth-tier esper and closing the gap in a blink. He saw Wang Guan racing toward the edge of the miners' camp, straight for the twisted mutant tree with its gnarled branches. Idiot, running to your own death, Leong Shan thought, recognizing the creature. But when Wang Guan slipped beneath the canopy and the branches remained still, he frowned. What? Is the tree already dead? No time to ponder. He dove into the tree's shadow after him. The next instant the vines that had been hanging limp snapped to life. Swish, swish, swish. Several tendrils lashed out like tentacles, coiling around Leong Shan and yanking him into the air. Surprised? Didn't see that coming, did you? The ash-gray banyan twisted into a nightmarish predator. Thick branches, as powerful as pythons, shot forward, coiling around Liang Shan's torso and tightening with brutal force. Because Wang Guan had already tagged the tree with a bug marker, it appeared to him as nothing more than a dead willow, so the trunk ignored him completely. Still, the instant the limbs cinched around Leong Shan, Wang Guan refused to take chances. He swung his alloy longsword in a whirling windmill, the blade stirring the air into invisible edges that slashed across Leong Shan in a heartbeat. Muffled groans mixed with a spray of fine blood. The crimson droplets were greedily drawn into the tree's coarse bark, sending the creature into an even wilder frenzy. Suddenly, a series of dull pops erupted deep inside the knot of branches. Wang Guan arched a brow and pushed off the ground, retreating in a flash. Boom. The branch ball exploded, deadwood splintering in every direction. Leong Shan crashed to the ground, his clothes charred and smoking, looking utterly wrecked. One leg had been split open by the wind blades, flesh curling outward, rage twisting his features into a snarl. An explosion, so that's his ability? Wang Guan stopped 7 or 8 meters away, quietly reassessing. Since arriving in town, Leong Shan had never shown his trump card. Instructor Su Mingming only knew he was 4th tier, not what power he wielded. Now that same power had blown apart the restraints. The monster tree lay in ruins, the remaining branches spasming and curling, the trunk trembling as though it were wailing. Tagged as a bug, it had never been true 4th tier and could never hold a real 4th tier fighter exactly as Wang Guan had expected. Clap, clap. From a safe distance he applauded, wearing an approving smile. Nice work, well deserved. Wang Guan. Leong Shan roared and lunged. Wang Guan spun and sprinted, longsword carving the air in rapid arcs. A whoosh of wind rose behind him, intersecting blades of air sealing the path. Leong Shan dodged, but the blood pouring from his wound made him stagger, sapping his speed. Even with a 4th tier physique, he could not catch the agile Wang Guan, who was only peak 2nd tier. Wang Guan, he'll never let you go. You die today? Unable to close the gap, Leong Shan could only scream himself hoarse. Tough guy for 4th tier, hard to kill, Wang Guan muttered as he ran. Leong Shan was 2 full tiers above him and still dangerous despite his injury, but the wild forest was Wang Guan's playground. With bug detection pushed to its limit, he had plenty of ways to wear his opponent down. No one knew how far they sprinted before the ground suddenly dipped ahead, revealing a sunken basin. Pale green mist churned, like thick liquid flowing across the depression. Miasma. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Su Mingming had warned him that deep in the forest certain terrains bred deadly poisonous fumes that even instructors could endure only briefly. The 1st and 2nd tier cadets must never set foot in there. The instructor's warning still echoed in Wang Guan's ears, yet he didn't pause for even half a heartbeat. He plunged straight into the gray-green haze. His bugskin ability couldn't cover terrain this wide, maybe once he leveled up, but not now. Still, he wasn't courting death. He suddenly recalled the vial of basic antidote he had swallowed earlier to fool the queen wasp. That potion was far stronger than the standard antidote issued to every cadet and even granted temporary poison resistance. Its lingering power now spread through his veins like an invisible suit of armor. At the edge of the fog, Leong Shan skidded to a halt. Wang Guan had rushed in. Was the kid insane? Or did he really have an antidote? A single vial of that stuff cost tens of thousands. Li hadn't been willing to buy one himself. As he hesitated, Wang Guan suddenly reappeared, waving through the mist as if inviting him to a banquet. Come on, join me. Damn it. Leong Shan ground his molars. Wang Guan was only 2nd tier. He was 4th. Even if the guy had a potion, he shouldn't last longer than him. The mission had been the original motive, but now it was pure personal vendetta. This punk needed to be taught a lesson. He shoved a standard antidote tablet into his mouth, chewed it to pulp, and charged into the miasma. Deep inside the fog, Wang Guan sprinted, whipping his alloy sword around like a club. Every swing churned the haze into bladed gusts that screamed back toward Leong Shan. Whether they hit didn't matter. The harassment was enough. Several stamina potions still bulged in his pack, so he wasn't afraid of burning energy. I'm going to kill you. Leong Shan roared, pounding after him, fury on the verge of meltdown. They tore through the poisonous forest, one chasing, one fleeing, ripping ragged whirlpools in the thick vapor. Suddenly Wang Guan slammed to a stop. Ahead, the fog boiled and a blurred crimson shape scuttled along the ground, like a skinless human. A bloodthirster? There were such monsters in this miasma wood. His heart lurched, then he recognized it. A humanoid bloodthirster, reputed to be nastier than the beast type, and at least 3rd tier cunning and vicious. The red figure lunged. A flicker of alarm crossed Wang Guan's face, and he instantly triggered scan. Target, pitiful beggar, homeless, starving. What? The humanoid bloodthirster registered in bug scan as a human, complete with the tag beggar. Wang Guan couldn't stop a low chuckle. Behind him, Leong Shan also spotted the creature hurtling toward Wang Guan. His eyes lit up. Let's see where you run now. He immediately slowed down, held his breath, and focused all his attention on the scene ahead. The plan was simple: let the bloodthirsty beast shred Wang Guan first, then swoop in and reap the reward. Yet just as the creature lunged at Wang Guan, Wang shrugged off his backpack, flicked his wrist, and tossed something from inside. They were barely a few paces apart, so Leong Shan saw it clearly: a flat piece of bread, the standard military field ration. Leong Shan froze. Tossing bread? What kind of tactic was that? The next moment was even stranger. The humanoid bloodthirsty beast, a creature that lived on blood, actually snatched the bread with one claw, crammed it into its fanged mouth, and chewed with the bliss of someone who hadn't tasted real food in days. When the last crumb was gone, it shook its head, ignored Wang Guan, and lunged straight at Leong Shan. Only then did Leong Shan snap out of it. He stumbled back 3 steps, yanked a buttered roll from his jacket, and hurled it at the monster. As a drill instructor, he carried better rations than the cadets. The wrapped roll traced an arc through the air. The beast had a spark of intelligence. The roll bounced off its shoulder, its eyes flickered red, and it disdainfully looked away. In that instant its murderous intent surged, as though it felt insulted. Roar! It charged. With nowhere to flee, Leong Shan braced himself. His protective suit was in shreds, and he was barehanded, yet he still unleashed the full might of a fourth-tier ability user, every punch cracking through the air. The bloodthirsty beast fought on instinct, claws carving bloody lines with every swipe. Man and monster tumbled through the trees, smashing trunks and snapping dead branches, the reek of gunpowder mingling with fresh blood. A savage, close-quarters brawl. Some distance away, Wang Guan watched calmly. He made a quick assessment. The blast Leong Shan had used to break the panbranch tree earlier was mediocre, effective only because its element countered that mutant plant. Even so, fighting a third-tier bloodthirsty beast while wounded was impressive enough. Wang buckled his pack across his chest, pulled 2 small bottles from a side pocket, and drained them. The first was a stamina tonic, the second an antidote to extend his resistance to the miasma. Warmth spread through his body, sweeping away fatigue and the lingering poison. At last Leong Shan smashed the creature's skull with a heavy punch, barely killing the beggar-class bloodthirsty beast. His armor hung in tatters, his arms and chest were a bloody mess, and his breathing was ragged. He had nothing left. Staring at the gore-stained ground, he was bewildered. He was a fourth-tier ability user, sent to deal with class, stage 2 nobody like Wang Guan. How had it come to this? He looked up and found Wang Guan standing before him, face impassive. You can't kill me. Fear surged, and Leong Shan pleaded. I'm a drill instructor from Longjing University. They didn't want to accept you but were afraid of public backlash, so they sent me to pressure you. If you kill me, you'll stir up endless trouble. Wang Guan chuckled. Heh. He spread his hands. Once you're dead, whatever happened here is whatever I say happened. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he brought his sword down. Leong Shan collapsed into a pool of blood. Wang Guan sheathed his sword and stood silently. It was the first time he had truly taken a life, yet he hadn't hesitated, and he felt no remorse now. For days Leong Shan had hounded him and even meant to kill him. This ending was simply the price of choosing the wrong path. Refocusing, Wang Guan pulled up his status screen. Ability, Appraise Frank. Tier 2 skill, Windmill Slash. Novice. Physique, 19.8 0.5. Agility, 18.6 0.4. Spirit, 19.1 0.4. Every stat had risen sharply. Leong Shan's pursuit had looked like a game, but each clash had been lethal. His foe was 2 full tiers above him. Between evasive maneuvers, he had gulped down stamina potions, and the payoff was huge. Once his average broke 20, he would step into Tier 3. He was only a hair's breadth away. The original plan was to grind a few more field battles, reach Tier 3, and then settle accounts with Leong Shan. A Tier 3 Wang Guan, head calculated, could probably duel a Tier 4 Leong Shan, who knew Leong Shan would rush to his own death first. Fortunately, Wang Guan's bug ability had lived up to its name, so the outcome was no surprise. He knelt to search the corpse. Aside from a shredded piece of armor, there was nothing worth taking. Frowning, he considered how to dispose of the body. Just then he heard a rustling crawl and low, throaty growls nearby. Bloodthirsty beasts and more than one. The stench of Leong Shan's blood was guiding them straight in. Wang Guan's mind flashed. He backed away, wiped his alloy sword clean with a leaf, and slipped behind a thick trunk. Gray-green miasma rolled through the forest, blurring his vision. In the haze, several hunched figures lunged at the corpse. They were vaguely human, running on all fours, encircling Leong Shan. Wang Guan clicked his tongue. So there were this many humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts lurking in this miasma-filled forest. Holding his breath, he quietly activated Appraise. Appraise, this is a professional dancer. Appraise, this is an ordinary old man. Appraise, this is a flirtatious housewife. Appraise, this is an ordinary elementary school student. The miasma hindered the beast's sight as well. They hadn't noticed Wang Guan. Seizing the chance, he stamped bug tags on each one. His grip on the sword tightened, eyes gleaming. All results read ordinary human, even weaker than the animal-type bloodthirsty beasts. If it came to a fight, he was sure he could take on 10 of them. Yet a strange feeling crept over him. Wait, rather than lapping up the blood, the beasts merely ringed the corpse, as though waiting for something. The thought had barely formed when, from the miasmal fog in the distance, crawled a bloodthirsty beast a full size larger than the rest. Like its kin, it kept a vaguely humanoid outline, yet its limbs bulged grotesquely with muscle, and its skull was long and narrow. Strings of clear slime dripped from the fangs that gaped inside its huge maw. Beneath dark red skin, every fiber of muscle writhed in plain view, and its dragging tail brushed the rotting leaves with a soft rustle. At first glance, it was bipedal, but there was no mistaking it for something that had once been human. It was an alien monster through and through. Wang Guan quietly activated his appraisal, but the interface only spat out a row of question marks. If the system refused to reveal data, the creature had to be at least Tier 4. This was no ordinary bloodthirsty beast. One name flashed through his mind, Blood Fiend. Blood Fiends emerged from the abyssal rifts. Only the deranged offshoots spawned by their corruption were called bloodthirsty beasts. A normal beast's power rarely exceeded the second or third tier, yet this deformed, death-cold monster before him could only be a true blood fiend. On closer inspection, he spotted several deep gouges across its body, old scars crisscrossing as though it had barely survived a grievous defeat. A memory surfaced during the joint hunt more than 10 years ago. The blood fiend they thought they had slain might have lived on after all. A chill crawled up his spine. He was in no shape to fight it. He held his breath, stepped back as quietly as possible, and planned to leave at once. At that moment, the blood fiend reached Leong Shan's corpse. Its neck twitched, and it glared toward the trees hiding Wang Guan. The long skull lifted, jaws split wide, and an ear-splitting screech tore out. The pack of prostrate, bloodthirsty beasts instantly pivoted toward him. Claws scraped earth, and they charged like mad. Damn! Wang Guan spat, snapping straight into combat mode. He sprang from behind the tree, longsword leveled. One stroke sent the first beast flying. With the same motion, he stamped another to the ground, ankle grinding down until its skull burst with a wet crack. The third leapt. His blade whipped back and severed its spine. Sword light flashed, and invisible wind blades sheared through several more creatures. Blood mist erupted only to be snatched away by the mountain wind. The entire sequence flowed like water, as effortless as chopping vegetables. With his bugged modifiers, these ordinary beasts were nothing, yet Wang Guan didn't relax for a second. The real threat, the blood fiend, was still watching, and if that monster joined the fray, he could die here and now. I can't let this drag on. I need a way out. He calculated while fighting, peripheral vision mapping every possible escape route. Then the unexpected happened. The blood fiend that had swaggered toward him froze once it saw Wang Guan treating its minions like toys. Its muscles trembled uncontrollably. A moment later, it bent down, snatched up Leong Shan's corpse, clawed the ground, and bolted. The hulking figure, tail in tow, dove into the mist as if its life depended on it, afraid a single heartbeat's delay would spell doom. I can't win, run, run, run. Its intentions were obvious in every motion. Wang Guan, still keyed up, stared blankly. He had been the one looking for an escape, yet the monster had fled first. A quick analysis followed. A blood fiend possessed high intelligence, far above that of a bloodthirsty beast. Seeing him slaughter its underlings with ease, it had misjudged his strength and chosen to avoid a fight. Realizing this, Wang Guan couldn't help but pull a peculiar face. I was prepared to die, yet you turned out to be even more terrified than I was. With a single slash, he felled the last bloodthirsty beast. The blade stirred up a metallic wind, and the creature's head hit the ground in an instant. Its body swelled, and a jet of black mist spewed from the wound, so thick you could barely see your own hand. Within a few breaths, the flesh dissolved, slid off, and only a brittle, pitch-black skeleton remained. Wang Guan sheathed his sword and searched the dim gaps between the trees. The scent of the blood fiend had already vanished. Moments earlier, it had fought like a cornered rat, but when the tide turned, it fled, dragging Leong Shan's corpse with it. Staying here any longer would be suicide. Wang Guan bolted the way he had come, not even bothering to collect the still warm bones of the fallen beasts. Even if he hauled them back, no one would believe he had killed so many humanoid blood drinkers alone. The yellow miasma thinned behind him, and light filtered clearly through the branches. He burst through the last curtain of leaves, stepped into open air, and let out a long, ragged breath. So the blood fiend really is alive. Good thing I managed to bluff it. His heartbeat was still erratic. He hurriedly pulled out a bottle of chrysanthemum milk tea antidote and drained it in one gulp. The cool liquid soothed his throat, and the lingering poison and the terror finally eased. He glanced at the sky. The sun was already sliding west, well into the afternoon. He took out a compass. The needle spun twice in his palm, then settled toward the miners' camp. After steadying his breathing, he started forward. Wang Guan. The shout exploded from deep in the woods, laced with urgency. Wang Guan's head snapped up just as Su Mingming's massive figure crashed through the foliage, sweat streaming down his face, eyes bright with relief. Instructor? Wang Guan blurted. Why are you here? You were overdue, so I came looking. Su Mingming scanned him up and down, puffing for air. Seeing that Wang Guan was battered but whole, he finally exhaled. Thank heaven you're safe. I'm fine, Wang Guan answered, warmth flickering in his chest. The instructor had abandoned the camp and would pay dearly for it. Su Mingming peered around. Where's Qin Zhuang and the others? And Leong Shan was right behind you. The words had barely left his mouth when Wang Guan's face tightened. The deaths of the training officer and 4 classmates were no small matter. Even if Su Mingming tried to shield him, he still had to give an explanation. In the heartbeat that followed, Wang Guan pieced together his story. They fell in action. We ran into a pack of humanoid blood drinkers vicious beyond belief. And, instructor, we also saw the blood fiend, the one that attacked Ping'an Town 13 years ago. It's still alive. Qin Zhuang and the others had died to saber-toothed hornets and Leong Shan. And Leong Shan himself had been carried off by the fiend. None of it was Wang Guan's doing. With everyone else dead, the living would decide what passed for the truth. But before he could tie up the tail, Su Weiqing stiffened. You saw the blood fiend? So that beast is still breathing. His rough voice trembled, eyes instantly rimmed with red. Fury and hatred welded together, turning him into a drawn war axe. He fixed Wang Guan with a burning stare, teeth grinding. Where is it? Wang Guan froze for a second, then understood why Su Weiqing had reacted that way. Mingming had been bitten by the blood fiend and left in her current state, and over half the residents of Peaceful Town had fallen to the creature's claws. A blood-soaked vendetta bound Su Weiqing to the monster. From his words, Wang Guan realized the instructor had never believed the fiend was truly dead. After a brief pause, Wang Guan pointed toward the miasma woods. It's hiding in there, instructor. Let me take you to it. No, you stay here. Su Weiqing barked. In a flash of fury, he shot toward the woods, leaving Wang Guan no chance to object. Instructor. Wang Guan's shout was swallowed by the trees. He stared after the disappearing figure, awed. The instructor was far stronger than Leong Shan. If he had been the one hunting me, I'd never have survived. The speed and pressure he just showed could turn an ordinary bloodthirst beast into pulp with a single punch. I only carved through those humanoid beasts because of my cheat-level scanning ability. Facing the blood fiend is another matter entirely. The creature is wounded and I scared it once, but the miasma woods will dull the instructor's senses too. Can he really kill it? Pacing anxiously, he waited. Twilight stretched into full night before Su Weiqing finally returned. Frustration and anger etched across his face. Instructor, you didn't find it? Wang Guan asked, hope rising and falling in the same breath. It got away. Su Weiqing growled, shaking his head. The thing's too cunning, it's already left the woods. He held up a small glass vial filled with thick, dark red fluid. But this proves it's alive saliva from the blood fiend's jaws. The viscous liquid sloshed, mirroring the hatred burning in his eyes. Are you all right, sir? Wang Guan asked quietly. 13 years ago, I couldn't save the town, and I couldn't save Mingming, Su Weiqing said, fingers whitening around the vial. I've spent every day since pushing past my limits so I can kill it with my own hands. I will finish it myself. He drew a long breath and looked up at the night sky. Let's head back to camp, Wang Guan. They moved quickly through the darkness. Partway back, Wang Guan spoke. Instructor, Qin Zhuang and the others are still at the miners' settlement. They were classmates, should bring their bodies home. And their gear's still useful. We can't just leave it for the beasts. I passed the settlement on my way to the woods, Su Weiqing replied, shaking his head. There were clear signs of a fight, but no bodies. No bodies? Wang Guan froze. He remembered Qin Zhuang's neck being snapped, the others torn apart by the saber-toothed wasps. None of them could possibly have survived. The smell of blood probably attracted bloodthirst beasts, Su Weiqing said grimly. They must have dragged the corpses away. Carry off the bodies, the thought struck Wang Guan. Even after he had intimidated the bloodthirsty demon, it still made sure to take Leong Shan's corpse. Every bloodthirsty beast was merely the demon's puppet. Qin Zhuang and the others had been dragged away as well. Would they be turned into bloodthirsty beasts? Wang Guan blurted out the question. Probably not. Su Weiqing pondered for a second, then shook his head. The bloodthirsty demon can't convert corpse, it only devours flesh. He let the topic drop and shifted gears. Wang Guan, what really happened between you and those people? Wang Guan had already prepared his story. He explained that Qin Zhuang's group, egged on by Leong Shan, had plotted to kill him. To finish the job, they wrecked a saber-toothed wasp hive, hoping the swarm would do the work, but the wasps turned on them instead. Leong Shan then slammed the safe house door shut, trapping everyone inside. When Qin Zhuang finally forced the door open, Leong Shan killed him and tried to pin everything on Wang Guan. After that, Leong Shan chased him into the miasma forest, where they ran into several humanoid bloodthirsty beasts and the bloodthirsty demon. Entangled and exhausted, Leong Shan died at the demon's hands, while Wang Guan escaped and met Su Weiqing. Wang Guan had deliberately concealed his bug-scanning ability. The tale had gaps, but Su Weiqing merely nodded. All right, they'll report it exactly that way. You believe me just like that? Wang Guan asked in surprise. Su Weiqing smiled. Everyone has secrets. I could see what Leong Shan was up to. He brought this on himself. You're not to blame. Still, it's a shame about Qin Zhuang and the other students. Warmth spread through Wang Guan. From Su Weiqing's earlier actions and his concern for Su Mingming, the instructor was clearly on his side. Headquarters may not buy my report, Su Weiqing added with a frown. Someone was pulling Leong Shan's strings. Now that he's dead, whoever's behind him may not let this go. I understand. They'll be careful, Wang Guan said firmly. Longjing University had actually sent killers after him. Whether he would enroll there now required serious thought, but only on his terms. Night swallowed the forest, and they quickened their pace. Su Weiqing switched on a torch and led the way. Suddenly, a faint light blossomed in the distant sky and burst into a shower of sparks, the camp's distress flare. Su Weiqing's face tightened. He should have been guarding the camp, but had left because he worried about Wang Guan and was coaxed by Tong Yixing and Gao Chang. A distress flare meant real trouble. Move. Su Weiqing barked. He exploded into a sprint, speed surging in an instant. Wang Guan raced after him, equally anxious. If the bloodthirsty demon had left the miasma forest, had it gone to raid the camp? Damn it. At that moment, the Campan abandoned factory refitted for the forest expedition was in chaos. From all directions, beast-type bloodthirsty creatures were charging like mad. They had launched a full-scale assault. The defenses around the camp collapsed in minutes. Steel plates buckled, wooden stakes splintered, and debris sprayed like shrapnel. Where had so many bloodthirsty beasts come from? And where were the instructors? Stay calm, stay together. Someone shouted, but the order was swallowed by the roar echoing across the hills. Barely 10 meters away, the creatures slammed into the fence like a living tide. The students blanched. They had just survived the brutal college entrance exam, some had even fought beasts before, yet the scale of this assault squeezed their throats with instinctive fear. Tong Yixing, his white hair catching the light, hurried to regroup with Gao Chong, Zhang Yong, and Ya, and the rest of their training squad. Hold the formation. Tong raised a hand, twin currents of invisible force converging in his palms. Boom boom. The shockwaves tore the air apart, leaving ears ringing. Shock force was normally the weaker cousin of vibration energy, but what he unleashed now was savage. One blast hurled a hulking beast several meters back. The crack of breaking bone was unmistakable. Branches swayed, and another 7 or 8 creatures burst from the treeline, fangs bared, converging on the squad. Breath caught in every chest. Tong stepped forward, white hair whipping in the wind. Eyes fearless, it was time to show his real power. He flung his arms wide, force spiraling before him, waiting only for his arms to snap shut. A blur slashed in from the flank, so fast it left a white tear in the air. An alloy longsword flashed like a comet, weaving arcs of light as it punched into the pack. Guan. Several squadmates shouted in relief. Tong froze, his half-open palms hanging in midair. The newcomer was Wang Guan. He didn't worry about revealing anything, because all he was using was a sword. Later he could shrug and say, "Swordsmanship has always been my specialty. I was saving it as my trump card." In fact, he did possess a graded sword skill. Against these beasts, he didn't even bother channeling his ability. Fueled only by the windmill technique and a third-year physique, he spun like a gale, blade gleaming. Beast blood sprayed, and in barely 10 seconds, every creature lay hacked to the ground. Sheathing his sword, Wang Guan gave the squad a nod, then sprinted toward another battle on the far side of the camp. Tong stared at the carcasses rotting at his feet and felt like crying. The grand moment had been about to seize had just been stolen. Wang Guan arrived just in time, the instructor right behind him. The instant they appeared, they unleashed their full power. Su Mingming's fists pounded like war drums, each blow tearing through the air with a dull crack and scattering bloodfiend beasts in every direction. Wang Guan darted among them with his sword. Under the moonlight, its edge drew a cold, pale arc that sliced through incoming fangs and claws with precision. Their combined assault steadied the chaotic camp in a heartbeat. Within a few breaths, the students shook off their terror, only to feel an even greater jolt of disbelief. Wang Guan was a practiced swordsman. He had already proved his strength with bare hands, yet now he revealed another trump card that made the cadets gasp. On paper, he had the lowest ability rating in the entire unit and no physical attribute boosts, but at this moment his stats were undeniably the highest. Paired with that blade and a great skill, his combat power left everyone else in the dust, even without relying on his bug detector. Then, just as suddenly, the roars went silent. The remaining beasts seemed to receive an unseen command and slipped back into the dark forest, leaving only blood and wreckage. Many students were injured, but none were dead. A bite from a bloodfiend carried a paralytic toxin and caused massive bleeding, yet it would not trigger mutation. Only a bite from the bloodfiend demon itself could fully convert a victim. That brief assault had been orchestrated from the shadows by that demon. Once the crowd was calm, Su Mingming hurried to Wang Guan and spoke in a low voice. It's been hiding for more than 10 years, and the moment it's exposed it strikes. Yet it never showed itself, and as soon as we returned, the pack pulled back. Wang Guan scanned the dark forest that loomed like a gaping maw, wondering if the bloodfiend demon feared him and the instructor. Su Mingming continued, "It's far too cunning to reveal itself easily. But now that it's been disturbed, it'll gather the pack again. The bloodfiend demon itself is probably tier 5 or 6, and its true threat is the endless bloodfiends it keeps creating. Conversion takes almost no time, and humans are the best raw material. That's why it sent its puppets to attack the camp." His expression darkened. "It won't spare the town. We have to get back, protect the civilians, and call for military support. The disaster from 13 years ago may be about to repeat itself. However, traveling through the forest at night would be suicide." Suppressing his anxiety, Su Mingming issued clear orders. Reinforce the stakes and barbed wire, build makeshift defenses, and gather everyone in the central clearing. They would hold out until dawn and leave at first light. He also shared everything he knew about the bloodfiend demon. Most trainees were university students who had already proved their resolve in the college entrance exam. Fear could shatter them or temper their courage. Su Mingming chose to believe in the latter. Night settled in. The campfire crackled, sparks leaping into the dark. Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, and Anya shared the same watch. The flames danced across their tense faces. Driven by curiosity, the others pressed Wang Guan for details about the earlier encounter. Leong Shan, Qin Zhuang, and the rest were still missing. Su Weiqing had only said they were lost, offering no details. Wang Guan repeated his earlier account. When he finished, he wiped the alloy sword clean with a cloth and sighed. I never thought Leong Shan would go that far. Qin Zhuang and the others, it's a tragedy. The group sighed together, yet their eyes kept drifting to the alloy sword, clearly the weapon that once belonged to the werewolf ability user. Sensing the unspoken questions, no one pushed further. After a brief silence, Anya finally spoke, her voice low. Leong Shan was after you, and no one else. What did you do to make him hate you so much? Wang Guan didn't give a straight answer. He merely offered a wry smile. Maybe they just can't stand the idea of an F-rank ability user getting into college. I don't think your rank decides everything, Anya retorted, her cheeks puffed out in protest. He could tell the jock Barbie girl was trying to cheer him up, so he gave her a grateful smile. All at once he remembered something and pulled his rucksack to the front. Anya, I picked up something earlier. You might find it interesting. What is it? Anya's eyes lit up. Head actually remembered to bring her a gift from the wilderness. Then she saw the creature sealed in a small glass vial. Who gives a girl a bug for a present? She pouted, about to complain until a strange psychic ripple brushed her mind, and she froze mid-gesture. Inside was the saber-toothed queen bee head caught earlier. Even after hours of captivity, it buzzed with energy, antennae scraping the glass. Anya stared for a moment, her eyes suddenly brightening. She took the vial and twisted the cap off in one go. That's a saber-toothed queen, Wang Guan started to warn her. But the bee crawled out and, instead of attacking, happily scuttled along her fingertips, wings humming. You can control it? Wang Guan blurted. More than control, it's practically part of me. Through her, I can command the whole hive, Anya whispered, stretching her arm as far away as possible, her face a little pale. She loathed insects, but her awakened power was inseparable from them. Breeding and steering an entire swarm, Wang Guan's eyes gleamed. A colony of saber-toothed bees under human command would be terrifying. Nearby, Gao Chong stared at the blackened yellow, razor-mandibuled queen, his brow twitching. Anya, what exactly is your ability? Anya, had always been evasive, sighed and finally came clean. Lucky Mimi power is called Hive Mind, and it's Srank. Srank. Gasps erupted around the campfire. The petite, adorable girl was actually a rare Srank Esper. Most trainees in Training Ground 23 were C or D. An occasional A or B was already impressive. So far, Anya seemed to be the only S. Hive Mind sounds brutal, someone muttered. A few days earlier, during sparring, Anya had fought Wang Guan to a draw. Everyone had thought they were evenly matched. Now, with the truth out, the whole group was shaken again. Suppressing her revulsion, Anya carefully stroked the queen on her fingertip and said earnestly, "Thank you. I've been looking for a suitable insect for ages, and saber-toothed bees are perfect." She had signed up for this boot camp solely to explore the wild forest and find a compatible bug. She had been ready to head home disappointed until Wang Guan handed her exactly what she needed. Her heart fluttered. He found the ideal insect for Mei must like me. Would you sell her to me? He'll pay the going rate, she asked, cheeks turning pink. Of course, Wang Guan agreed at once. Catching that oversized mosquito had always been about making a bit of cash. Then he ignored the shy flush on Jingang Barbie's face. After a brief haggle, they settled on 200,000, with payment due once boot camp ended. It was a pity he hadn't been able to pick up Qin Zhuang's gear and weapons as well, but at least he had earned a tidy sum, and more importantly, their own strength had risen with it. Once the deal was struck, Anya placed her index finger on the forehead of the saber-toothed queen bee and activated Heart of the Swarm. The queen had previously been able to emit only a short-range signal by instinct, but now, with her power, the bandwidth was amplified several-fold. Wang Guan estimated that every stray saber-toothed bee around the miners' settlement might be summoned back. He vividly recalled the carnage the swarm had inflicted on the bloodthirsty beasts, and his blood stirred the average beast would never survive that kind of onslaught. To him, though, those venomous bees were little more than a cloud of mottled mosquitoes. Night fell, and the camp was eerily quiet. Not a single bloodthirsty beast attacked all night. At dawn, instructor Su Weicheng led the team homeward. Several severely wounded students were carried in turns by their classmates, so the march was slow. Everyone's nerves were taut, and the slightest rustle made someone tighten a grip on a weapon. Yet after hours on the road, they saw neither bloodthirsty beasts nor even ordinary mutated animals, a sharp contrast to the constant encounters on their way to camp just days earlier. By now, Anya had recalled a large number of saber-toothed bees. They buzzed above her in dense layers, light flickering across their wings, while she maintained delicate control with a conflicted look. Her handling was still rough, but good enough to keep the swarm from hurting any classmates. Through the bees' shared vision, she also scouted the area, yet still found no trace of bloodthirsty activity. Because of that very blank space, Wang Guan sensed danger. The creatures of the forest had likely been gathered by higher-tier bloodthirsty fiends, brewing a terrifying beast tied in the shadows. In the afternoon, the group finally reached the safe zone at the small town. From a distance, the place looked as calm as ever, without a single scar of battle. Only then did Su Weiqing quietly exhale the knot of anxiety in his chest. After ushering the students inside, he told them to unpack in their dorms, eager himself to see his daughter. He had just taken a step when a thought struck him. He pulled Wang Guan aside, his expression grave. "Wang Guan, do you want a skill?" he asked in a low voice. "I'd like to teach you mine." Wang Guan blinked, then his eyes lit up. "Of course, instructor. What skill is it?" "Military combat boxing," Su Weiqing said, but the enhanced version. The standard style had long been known as the cheapest grade skill. Every bootcamp student learned it for free, mostly for fitness, with limited use in real combat. Yet 13 years ago, when the bloodthirsty fiend incident erupted, Su Weiqing had been only a second-tier ability user, and the only technique he possessed was that same boxing. Driven by searing hatred and iron will, he had honed those simplest moves to perfection. Days and nights of blood and sweat transformed the style entirely, its destructive power soaring until it was certified as the grade military combat boxing max. "Instructor, I want to learn it." When the instructor showed his strength, Leong Shan recognized the moves as military boxing, yet the force behind them was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. Only now did Wang Guan realize that the routine he had seen that day was indeed military boxing. The instructor had simply forced it up to an enhanced, grade skill. Opportunities like this were rare, and he had no intention of letting it slip, yet he still worried aloud. Can I really learn something like that? For a low-tier ability user, a grade skill was an almost impassable gulf. The fact that he had managed to learn the whirlwind technique earlier had been pure, bug-level luck, and he knew it. Su Weiqing chuckled. "My version of military boxing can be as hard or as easy as you make it." He raised a hand for Wang Guan to be patient. "There's one prerequisite." "What prerequisite?" Wang blurted out. "Relax, you are perfect for it. The practitioner has to be a great ability user, and he has to be willing to push himself past his limits and temper both body and will." Then Su Weiqing laid his cards on the table. He was a great ability user himself, his power called mark. Once he left a mark on a target, he could sense its location within a certain radius. It was how he had found Wang Guan so accurately in the forest a few days ago. More than 90% of great abilities were utilitarian like that, giving no boost to physical strength or combat prowess. Precisely because they offered no assistance, the body could be fully mobilized and pushed into military boxing max. Anyone with flashy, higher-grade talents would actually struggle to learn it. Wang Guan felt a weight lift off his chest. His own scouting ability might be glitchy, but it was still classified as grade, so he fit the bill. With the training schedule set, Su Weiqing hurried off to find his daughter, Su Mingming. He had been away for days and could not stop worrying about her safety. Watching the instructor walk away, Wang Guan thought, "The instructor is grade 2, that's probably why he believes in me." And grade user forged a cheap skill into a grade weapon, just so he could one day take down the bloodthirsty fiend with his own hands. That kind of resolve commands respect. The trainees made it back to Peace Town without incident. At the same time, the bloodthirsty fiend reappeared, and great packs of bloodthirsty beasts were massing in the woods, a storm gathering on the horizon. The crisis was mounting, yet boot camp did not stop. In a world besieged by the abyss, everyone was a soldier, and the curriculum had always included emergency response. Ever since they awakened, ability users had carried that harsh burden. Communication between Peace Town and the outside world had been cut, but the roads were still open, and supply trucks came and went every few days during training. Su Weiqing used one of those vehicles to send a report to City Hall. The attack on Leong Shan, Qin Zhuang, and the others, the bloodthirsty fiend marshalling the beast horde, and a vial of the fiend's black mucus as hard evidence. City Hall responded quickly. Reinforcements would arrive within a few days. So on the training field over the next few days, nerves were frayed, but the drills went on. Su Weiqing taught the students the standard version of military boxing, so they would have at least one more tool when the beasts came. Off to the side, Wang Guan trained on the max version. Huff huff following Su Weiqing's instructions. Wang Guan kept running through a handful of basic stances. Each straight punch, whip kick, and shoulder slam landed solidly, sweat rolling down his temples. They were nothing more than ordinary army combat moves, but his instructor's special routine demanded he repeat them tens of thousands of times until they were branded into muscle memory. Match the rhythm I taught you, turn every motion into instinct. Only then can you unlock army combat boxing max. Su Weiqing's warning still echoed in his ears. At first, the other students were secretly jealous when they saw the instructor giving Wang Guan unknown coaching. After half a day of trying the same drill and collapsing in exhaustion, their envy disappeared. The training felt more like torture, and some skipped lunch altogether before quitting. At noon, the scorching sun baked the training ground, finally ending the morning session. Wiping his brow, Wang Guan walked to the sidelines. The field sat next to the small cabin where Su Mingming stayed, and the girl was already reaching through the barred window with a cup of iced orange juice. He downed it in a single gulp, the sweet chill crashing into his stomach. Thanks, Mingming. He handed the cup back with a bright grin. Tired? Su Mingming's face was twisted by old injuries, but the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. I can handle it. Wang Guan waved her off. Hard work that delivered results suited his stubborn nature, so he never found it too hard to endure. After chatting briefly, he dragged his aching body toward the cafeteria. On the way, he uncapped a small bottle of coffee milk energy potion and gulped it down, fatigue vanishing instantly. His status panel appeared. Ability, Detection, Frank. Tier, Level 3. Skills, Big Windmill Proficient, Army Combat Boxing Master. Physique, 21.70.3. Speed, 20.60.3. Spirit, 20.40.2. 2 days earlier, he had officially stepped into Tier 3. Su Weiching's guidance, paired with the energy potions, paid off. Since his swordsmanship background was already public, he spent every spare minute swinging away, grinding Big Windmill from novice to proficient. The skill list had also gained Army Combat Boxing, and despite being an ordinary Frank technique, he had pushed it to Master. Skill mastery was split into Beginner, Novice, Proficient, Expert, and Master. To reach Army Combat Boxing Max, he had to max out the normal form first, then follow the instructor's method to wring out every last drop of potential. Wang Guan felt that milestone was close. At the cafeteria, he met up with his roommates and attacked his food. The aroma of braised pork rice filled the air. Between bites, he answered Zhang Yong's remark. With Frank ability, I just have to work harder, otherwise getting into college would be tough. Gao Chong nodded in admiration. No wonder you're so strong. Across the table, Tong Yixing, chewing on coarse grain rice, suddenly suggested, Guanga, why not transfer to a military academy? A military academy? Wang Guan's chopsticks paused. Tong Yixing set down his tray and explained. Most universities put raw ability first, but military schools value real, measurable strength. Even someone with a low-rank ability can go far if they're willing to fight. My own Vanguard Military Academy is a decent option, you know. Maybe think about it. Vanguard Military Academy? Gao Chong couldn't help laughing. Below Longjing, Vanguard is widely recognized as the best school of the second tier, almost synonymous with the Alliance's top military academy, and you can't get in just by saying you want to transfer. His laughter had barely begun when he suddenly realized what had heard. Wait, did you say you're enrolled at Vanguard? Tong Yihong stayed as shy as ever, scratching the tip of his nose. My college entrance score was decent. Gao Chong's smile froze. He remembered Vanguard's cutoff perfectly, 490 points. Tong had only ever said had been admitted to a military school, never which one. Thinking back to the flashes of strength Tong sometimes showed, Gao felt a lump in his throat. So that sense of mismatch came from power far beyond his appearance. Transfer to Vanguard? Wang Guan rubbed his chin with 2 fingers, and a spark lit in his eyes. After the disappointment Longjing University had given him, this option sounded pretty good. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong exchanged a look, shock written all over their faces. Guanga was seriously considering it? Then his entrance score must have been. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Guan could only smile. My score was decent too. In other words, moving to Vanguard would be no problem. Given the strength had shown in the drill yard greater even than Tong's, that was no exaggeration. Come on, you two are monsters. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong, the textbook examples of barely 200 or 300 points, were speechless. How could the gap be so huge when they were all in the same training unit? Gao finally couldn't stand it and was about to press for their exact scores. Bang! The cafeteria door flew open. A student burst in, panting. They're here, our backup has arrived. Everyone's heart leapt. The reinforcements outside Peacetown had finally come. They set their trays down and jogged along the dusty path to the dilapidated station outside town. A coach bus sat there at an awkward angle, its exhaust still hanging in the air. Instructor Su Weicheng had already arrived. Standing beside the bus, his brows were knit tight, his expression swinging between disappointment and anger because climbing off the vehicle were not the regular troops had hoped for, but a group of freshmen in the same camouflage as theirs. At the back of the crowd, Wang Guan squinted into the distance and spotted 2 familiar faces stepping off the bus: Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong, fellow natives of Tianhai City, now mingling in the middle of the formation. They were freshmen from Longjing University's own military training program. How on earth were they the reinforcements? The students undergoing military training in Ping'an Town came from various universities. Longjing University, a top-tier institution, was an exception. Its freshmen usually trained at the main campus. Only Wang Guan had been sent to this remote town, a move clearly tinged with malice. Bloodthirsty beasts were now converging on the outskirts, and Ping'an Town teetered on the brink of disaster. Instructor Su Weicheng immediately requested military support. The unexpected reinforcements arrived quickly, a unit of Longjing University freshmen. No wonder Su Weicheng's hopeful expression collapsed into disappointment and anger. About 30 Longjing students filed in, marching in perfect step, they're bearing confident. Instead of standard camouflage, they wore custom silver-white uniforms that caught the sunlight, giving them an air of innate nobility. Are you the instructor here? Lin Zidong, a second year at Longjing, leading the freshmen for training, announced the young man at the front. He looked no older than 20 tall, well-built, refined features his polite, faint smile made even more striking by the silver uniform. Why are you here? I requested the army. Su Weiqing demanded, his voice tight with anger. We're all you need, Lin Zidong replied, arching an eyebrow. He drew an envelope from his breast pocket, its seal a deep red wax. The front bore the Alliance's emblem, two clasped hands against a star-studded galaxy. The Alliance has authorized a hunt here. He tore off the seal, and the envelope flared to ash. At that instant, every student training in Ping'an Town or on Longjing's campus saw translucent lines appear before their eyes. Notification: Hunt mission activated. Objective: Hunt bloodthirsty beasts. Threat level: Dangerous. Duration: Until training ends or the bloodthirsty demon is slain. Note: Kill bloodthirsty beasts or the bloodthirsty demon to earn points. Points can be exchanged for rewards. The prompt and mission panel materialized simultaneously. The students in Ping'an Town exchanged stunned, fearful glances. A hunt mission? Longjing turned this crisis into an exercise. Do they have any idea how terrifying bloodthirsty beasts are? Where's the army? Those who had faced the beasts before went pale. Wang Guan looked up in shock. The process mirrored the high school trial illusion exactly. The Alliance could issue missions and rewards at will, but canceling military aid now seemed absurd. Though Su Weiqing hadn't received the system prompt, the envelope and the students' reactions told him enough. His voice shot upward. A whole pack of bloodthirsty beasts, plus a bloodthirsty demon. You'd let trainees be hunters while civilians and students become bait? That's reckless. Freshmen aren't all the same. Lin Zidong lifted his chin, pride curling his lips. Longjing freshmen are elite ability users. What you can't do, we might. The blatant contempt made the local trainees bristle, yet they swallowed their anger for now. Ignoring Su Weiqing, Lin Zidong signaled the column forward. Without hesitation, he led the Longjing students toward the town center, their curious eyes sweeping the surroundings. When they spotted the recruits from Ping'an Town in their grimy camouflage, the students from Longjing University instinctively wore expressions of disgust, as though standing beside them were beneath their dignity. Talent is the future. Most Longjing students boasted F-rank gifts and had just graduated from the nation's premier academy, their prospects shining. Confronted with these second-tier students, they naturally lifted their chins and adopted an air of superiority. A few Ping'an students mustered the courage to say hello, but received only perfunctory grunts or were ignored outright. On entering town, the sight of crumbling streets and the reek of mildew made the Longjing students scowl and curse under their breath, their disdain plain as day. Wang Guan stood silently among his classmates, sweeping each Longjing student with his sensory ability while scrolling through his mission panel. This hunt awarded points for every bloodthirsty beast slain, and points could later be exchanged for potions, weapons, gear, or skill manuals. Potions and ordinary weapons held little appeal for him. Manuals and equipment, though, were worth anticipating. Suddenly, several stares locked onto him. The Longjing students. Zhu Qianlong had been searching for Wang Guan since arriving in Ping'an and finally fixed on his target. Grinning wickedly, he pointed Wang Guan out to his friends and muttered. Those singled out turned to look, eyes filled with appraisal, curiosity, and disdain. So that's the guy who lucked into first place on the Alliance exam? And frank ability user who thinks he can attend their school? Jiang Wangxue had glanced over as well, her gaze icy. She gave Wang Guan a single, indifferent look, then turned away. Wang Guan's classmates sensed something was wrong. Why would these elite students know him? Before they could ask, Zhu Qianlong strode forward, hostility and glee written all over his face, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Wang Guan, impatient to see me? Old classmates should at least say hello. I thought you were dead. Sparks crackled in Zhu Qianlong's palm. Glad you're still breathing. Long time no see. Care for a spar? The onlookers hurriedly made space. Wang Guan sighed and stepped ahead. Are you sure? Su Weiqing dashed between them. Captain Lin, we need to fight the bloodthirsty beasts together. Let's not start a civil war first. He turned to the Longjing leader, Lin Zidong, with a serious look. Lin Zidong eyed Wang Guan with interest. A quick spar is fine. Smiling, he waved off Su Weiqing. Qianlong's only mid-tier among us. Seeing the gap will help the joint operation. Su Weiqing froze. Captain Lin, what's that supposed to mean? From here on, we're in command, Lin Zidong said coolly. You'd better follow our lead. He intended to seize control before these second-rate college kids caused trouble. In the school had specifically told him to look after Wang Guan. Letting Zhu Qianlong knock him down a peg served both aims. Su Weiqing began to protest. It's all right, instructor. I've missed my old classmate too. Wang Guan cut in, nodding to reassure Su Weiqing. He tried to keep a straight face, but the corners of his mouth still twitched. He walked toward Zhu Qianlong, rolling up the sleeve on his right arm. Humph, still trying to look calm? I'm not the same as I was half a month ago. Seeing Wang Guan's relaxed expression, Zhu Qianlong burst out. Blue-white arcs crackled across his body, highlighting his swagger. The humiliation you gave me you'll repay every bit. Today he'll beat you until you drop to your knees and beg. With a roar he lunged forward, cloaked in lightning, his right arm blazing as if he were clutching a bolt of thunder. Lightning fist, let's see you survive this. 2 weeks of military training had pushed him to tier 2, and had unlocked his own skill lightning fist, making him more than twice as strong as had been after the college entrance exam. By contrast, Wang Guan was only an F-rank ability user with no exclusive skill and no attribute boosts. In Zhu Qianlong's eyes, he probably hadn't even touched the threshold of tier 2. The combat gap, he believed, was immense. The Longjing University students watched with amused smiles, while the crowd from Ping'an Town looked uneasy. Then crack. A sharp slap echoed across the training ground. Zhu Qianlong, who had just reached Wang Guan, spun like a kite whose string had snapped, trailing sparks as he skidded away. To Jiang Wangxue, the scene felt oddly familiar. Scan, an ordinary child, bad-tempered, underweight, no awakened abilities. Long ago Wang Guan had tagged Zhu Qianlong with this bug. Unless years passed and the child in the tag grew up, Zhu Qianlong would always be a brat in front of Wang Guan. The great ear slap technique perfect against brats. Half a month ago Wang Guan was tier 1, now he was firmly tier 3. Even holding back, his slap multiplied the damage. Broken teeth mixed with blood flew through the air. The lightning fizzled out, and Zhu Qianlong rolled to a stop, unconscious. Everyone present. Sorry, his stance was too inviting, and my hand just followed through. Wang Guan glanced at the unconscious Zhu Qianlong, then looked innocently at Lin Zidong. Last time I gave him 2 slaps, and he could still kneel and beg. I didn't think 1 strike would knock him out today. His tone was earnest, sincerity written all over his face. Lin Zidong. Zhu Qianlong was in a class, tier 2 ability user whose Thunder Warlord power was notoriously formidable, yet he had just been swatted away by a single slap. Lin Zidong froze, even forgetting to breathe for an instant. The leadership of Longjing University had always despised Wang Guan, and class trash ability user, and had privately ordered Lin to dispose of this thorn while leading the team. Their previous choice, the drill instructor Leong Shan, had already tried and wound up dead in the wilderness. Before setting out, Lin received the same hint and assumed it would be effortless. Now, however, Wang Guan looked far more interesting than the dossier suggested. A faint smile curled at Lin's lips. If his opponent was this entertaining, he might as well prolong the game. A commotion erupted behind him. Shock turned to fury as Longjing University's students remembered that, provocation aside, Zhu Qianlong had represented their school. Being slapped senseless was an outright humiliation. Several students surged forward at once. Pillars of flame shot up, arcs of lightning crisscrossed the air, and a roaring gale hurled gravel and dust toward Wang Guan. Lin Zidong watched, amused, making no move to stop them. Get out of the way. Instructor Su Mingming shouted. Wang Guan didn't budge, the picture of calm. He had already tagged every one of these students with hidden bug entries, and a quick glance brought their data to mind. Scan, ordinary girl, E-class ability. Scan, professional DJ. Scan, chronic alcoholic. Scan, third-rate comic performer. Apart from Lin Zidong, whose aura hinted at 5th tier or higher, the rest were all show and no substance. Can't handle the game? Then quit. Wang Guan's eyes went cold as he prepared to strike back. At that moment, a white-haired figure darted in front of him. Tong Yixing. The usually self-effacing boy spread his arms wide, then clapped them together. Boom. A dull thunderclap burst outward, an invisible shockwave sweeping the field. Flames snuffed out instantly, lightning shattered, and the gale dispersed. The lead group of Longjing students turned ashen and were flung back like ragdolls. Even Lin Zidong had to yield half a step. Rugged instructor Su Mingming merely staggered, but his face was already stricken with horror. Wang Guan was just as stunned. He glanced sidelong at Tong Yixing, whose lips curled in a subtle smile, delight gleaming in his eyes. Damn, I knew the kid was hiding his strength, but I never imagined he could block several Longjing freshmen at once and even knock them back. This can't possibly be just a drank shockwave. Who are you? Lin Zidong's face went pale as he cried out. Their intel had never said that Ping'an Town was harboring a student like this. Tong Yixing ignored his astonishment and calmly returned a question. Where's Yin Feng? Why isn't he with you? Yin Feng. Lin Zidong froze and blurted. Of course he isn't with us. He's a prodigy from the Yin family in Tianjing, 2nd place in the Gaokao, now enrolled in Longjing. We're already considered top students for getting into Longjing, but we're nowhere near his level. He follows his own training plan, so he's not doing boot camp with us. I see. That's a shame. Tong Yixing sighed lightly. I wanted to have a match with him. Fight him. Lin Zidong almost scoffed, but his eyes fell on Tong Yixing's striking white hair and his young face, barely 16. His heart skipped a beat. Suddenly he remembered something in the intel. This year's Gaokao, 3rd in the entire alliance, from Lingshan City's Vanguard Corps High School, admitted to the Vanguard Military Academy, identity classified, 16 years old, distinct white hair. You're this year's third-ranked Gaokao scorer in the entire alliance," he blurted. Tong Yixing gave his usual shy smile. "That's me." The Longjing University students were instantly stunned. On Ping'an Town's side, the cadets had already been gawking when Wang Guan slapped Zhu Qianlong away. Now, seeing Tong Yixing send several Longjing honor students flying single-handedly, they went completely wild. Tong Yixing third in the alliance? The report said the bronze laureate was from Leong Shan. So is he. No wonder he was so fierce in that big brawl the other night. I knew his ability wasn't just a simple shockwave. The alliance's number 3 is doing boot camp with us? Why? Maybe because it's close to home? The chatter rose like a tide, and the momentum that had been suppressed by the Longjing students flipped in an instant if the alliance's third-ranked student was on their side. What did those so-called Longjing elites amount to? After owning up to his identity, Tong Yixing turned shyly to Wang Guan. "Brother Guan, sorry. My mom wouldn't let me tell anyone." Wang Guan was surprised, but far less shaken than the others. Among all the trainees in Ping'an Town, only Tong Yixing's protective gear couldn't be scanned, so he had already suspected the boy was special. Learning he was the alliance's third place merely confirmed it. "I get it," Wang Guan nodded. Gao Chong, Zhang Yong, and the others were dumbstruck. Just minutes earlier, when they had asked Tong Yixing about his score, he had only smiled and said, "I did okay." Yet the alliance's third place, that was 1,925 points. And he called that okay? How are we supposed to hold our heads up when we barely cracked 200? One student groaned. The cheers from Safe Haven Town were a sharp contrast to the dark faces of the Longjing University squad. Their captain, Lin Zidong, seemed to change color every second. He had come with 2 goals: lead his team in the hunt to earn the honor of eliminating the bloodthirsty beasts, and, while he was at it, quietly deal with the small problem named Wang Guan. But the plan had barely begun before Wang Guan humiliated them on the spot, and to make matters worse, the other side suddenly produced the alliance's third-place score, crushing Longjing's morale. While Lin Zidong fumed, inspiration struck. His eyes locked on Wang Guan, the nationwide top scorer, already admitted to Longjing University. Lin didn't think Wang Guan deserved to carry Longjing's banner, but right now the boy was the perfect bargaining chip. Brandish that name and Tong Yixing's momentum would evaporate. With that thought, he pasted on a smile, strode forward, and boomed, "Alliance third place outstanding. No wonder you're so strong." After flattering the bronze medalist, he turned to Wang Guan with a respectful bow. "Junior Wang, that little exchange was just a joke, no hard feelings. We're all future classmates, after all. It's not every day we meet the top scorer in the alliance. Everyone's eager to get to know you." At his friendly words, the students from Safe Haven Town exploded. "What, Brother Guan got into Longjing? He said Wang's the top scorer, did I hear that right? The monster who racked up 2,135 points is Wang Guan? Insane. But after watching him, it actually adds up. Seriously? First the bronze medalist, now the valedictorian? Safe Haven Town must be hacking the system." The chatter turned into a roar. Gao Chong, Zhang Yong, and the others were dumbstruck, replaying Wang Guan's offhand remark. "My score was decent, I guess. Damn if these 2 ranked near the top and still acted like nothing." Seeing his moment, Lin Zidong reached out to grab Wang Guan's arm, raising his voice. "Come on, he'll introduce you to the team." But the instant his fingers brushed the fabric, Wang Guan flicked his arm, easily shaking him off. A faint smile curved his lips. "I think he'll pass," he said lightly. Longjing University, disgusted by his frank trash ability, shipped him off to Ping'an Town for boot camp. To break his spirit even further, the school sent a drill instructor who was overbearing and tested him at every turn. When they first arrived, the Longjing students treated him with aloof contempt. But the moment they realized the title of league valedictorian still mattered, they did a complete about-face and tried to pull him into their circle as a fellow classmate. Wang Guan saw through Lin Zidong's plan and turned him down without hesitation. Lin Zidong's face went cold. He stepped forward and hissed, "Wang Guan, what's your deal? I treat you as a Longjing classmate, and you, and Frank Nobody, not only refuse to be grateful, but dare to reject me?" He leaned in, voice hard. "From here on out, we follow the instructor's orders, period." Wang Guan ignored him and told the group, "The instructor has a blood feud with the blood fiends and knows them best. If we want to survive, he should lead us. If Lin Zidong insists on taking command, he'll only make things worse." Tong Yihong chimed in, crisp and clear, "I agree, listen to the instructor." With both the league's top scorer and runner-up backing the drill instructor, their words carried serious weight. Instructor Su Weicheng had been standing stiffly to the side, rugged face a little dazed. Hearing the 2 students call him out by name, he finally nodded. Wang Guan and Tong Yihong were the trainees he valued most, especially Wang Guan, to whom he had taught every skill he knew, yet he had never guessed their backgrounds were this impressive. "Wang Guan, do you still want to study at Longjing or not?" Lin Zidong could no longer keep up his facade of calm, growling under his breath. Wang Guan shrugged, looking bored. "Honestly, not really." He glanced at Tong Yihong. Since the other boy, the league's third-place finisher, was already at Vanguard Military Academy, his earlier offer to help Wang Guan transfer clearly wasn't idle talk. Tong Yihong understood and nodded with a smile. Neither said another word. They walked off side by side, leaving Lin Zidong staring after them in shock. Lin Zidong stood rooted to the spot, fury seething in his chest. Wang Guan had rejected his kindness and even said he didn't want Long Jing. He had already thought the frank boy didn't deserve the university, but that careless dismissal stung even more. How could someone like Wang Guan look down on Long Jing? Let's go. Ill-arranged quarters for you, Su Weiqing said steadily to the Long Jing students. Knowing who Wang Guan and Tong Yihong really were actually put him at ease. Maybe the League had turned this place into a hunting ground precisely for these two prodigies. Lin Zidong wanted to seize control, but had no opening, so he forced a stiff smile. Then thank you, Instructor Su. The Longjing students watched Wang Guan and Tong Yihong walk away, their expressions complicated. The League's number 3 fighter lived up to his reputation, and Wang Guan clearly wasn't the waste the rumors made him out to be. Zhu Qianlong and Jiang Wangxue had been in Wang Guan's class and had always claimed had only scored well by sheer luck. On the way here, Zhu Qianlong had even boasted about putting Wang Guan in his place. He was knocked out cold by a single slap. If even that counted as trash, then wouldn't Zhu Qianlong be beneath trash altogether? The students looking on whispered to one another, their voices full of disbelief. At the back of the crowd, Jiang Wangxue watched Wang Guan's retreating figure, her thoughts in turmoil. In little more than half a month, he hadn't fallen behind at all. He had become even stronger. Her eyes trembled at the thought, but the very next second they turned cold. Had never once looked in her direction. Wang Guan and Tong Yixing returned to Safehaven Town side by side, only to be swarmed by their classmates, who bombarded them with exclamations of awe. Wang Guan kept quiet about his plan to transfer to Vanguard Military Academy, intending to announce it after boot camp ended. When Lin Zidong blurted out that in the Alliance's top scorer, Tong Yixing didn't look surprised at all. He must have known my background, Wang Guan mused. The Alliance valedictorian and salutatorian on the same battlefield, and we just happened to be roommates? Odds are he followed me here on purpose, maybe even to help Vanguard poach me from the start. While he was still pondering, Gao Chong and Zhang Yong rushed over, faces flushed with excitement. Guan, I can't believe you're the Alliance's top scorer. You totally fooled us. Gao Chong complained, half laughing. Wang Guan chuckled. I never lied. I told you the first time we met. You just didn't believe me. Huh. The two froze, then recalled that first night. They had asked if he knew Tianhai City's college entrance champion, and Wang Guan had pointed to himself and said, sure, it's me. Who would have believed something that outrageous? Only now did they realize had never lied from the start. Joking and laughing, everyone headed back to the cafeteria. The unease they'd felt while waiting for military reinforcements vanished once they confirmed Wang Guan's and Tong Yixing's identities. Two geniuses capable of scoring 2,000 points apiece were standing right in front of them. As for Wang Guan's supposedly useless frank ability, no one dared question it after half a month of brutal combat. When the crowd had thinned, Tong Yixing lowered his voice. Maybe the Alliance's Big Brain agreed to post a hunting mission here precisely because the two of us are around. Big Brain referred to the superintelligent AI inside the Alliance government that managed every ability user's data, issued missions, and handled status checks. Wang Guan knew less about it than Tong Yixing, and a thought struck him. Was his own bug-like power under that AI's surveillance as well? He turned to Tong Yixing. By the way, what's your real ability? It can't actually be a Drank shockwave, right? Every student at the table leaned in to listen. Tong Yixing looked a touch shy, but answered frankly. It's called Entropy Dominion Rank, Energy Class. I control all changes in energy. The flames and lightning launched at Wang Guan by the Longjing students had evaporated the instant they met Tong Yixing because he had absorbed and dispersed them. He could store collected energy inside his body, release it at will, and even imitate lower-tier energy skills like shockwaves and vibration bursts. When they heard the introduction, the crowd could only gasp, impressed even if they couldn't quite grasp the details. Ordinarily, Class Esper would crush a low-tier opponent. Yet Wang Guan officially in class fights on par with the highest rank, a fact that left everyone reeling. Ping'an Town really is full of hidden talent. The Federation's top exam scorer and his runner-up are right here under their noses. The conversation soon shifted to another Class Esper, Anya, and praise for the heart of the swarm flowed freely. Mentioning Anya made Wang Guan pause. How many saber-toothed wasps had she gathered by now? The Iron Barbie wasn't with the team at the moment. The instructors had stationed her in an abandoned building on the edge of town, so she could practice hive control in peace. After all, a saber-toothed wasp can tear off flesh with a single bite, and no one wants them buzzing around unchecked. On the outskirts of Ping'an Town, a half-ruined two-story house vibrated with constant droning. In the dim interior, countless saber-toothed wasps wheeled through the air. Over the past few days, Anya's control had improved dramatically. She sat cross-legged on the floor, gnawing without enthusiasm at a hard flat cake, while a blackened yellow queen rested in her hair, wings fluttering like a deadly but delicate hairpin. She hadn't been present during the earlier clash with the Longjing students, yet the hive's shared vision had shown her everything. If Tong Yixing hadn't struck first, she would have unleashed the swarm on the spot. The thought made her purse her lips. So the big brother is actually the Federation's top scholar. No wonder he's so strong. And Tong Yixing has serious backing too. No wonder he felt off. A moment later she muttered, "Why am I stuck out here alone and the big brother hasn't even come to see me?" With a reluctant glance at the wasps circling overhead, she kept her power running. Anya broadcast the queen's signal in every direction, summoning the hive. The nest near the miners' camp was only the beginning. Deeper in the forest lurked even more saber-toothed wasps. She had reclaimed the queen's old followers and enticed plenty of new recruits as well. She also dispatched a patrol ring of wasps around the town. For days the perimeter had been quiet, nothing escaped those compound eyes. But now her body tensed, and her half-closed eyes sharpened. A sickly sweet scent flooded the sensory network. Bloodthirst beasts were moving through the trees, gathering fast. At last, were they about to launch their assault on the town? The bloodthirsty beasts were already converging on the outskirts of the town. Through the live feed from her swarm, Anya saw it all and relayed the intel to every channel. The moment Su Mingming heard the report, he sounded the alarm, putting the whole settlement on level 1 alert. Civilians were herded into the underground space everyone called the Safe Town Bunker. Some had been evacuated days ago on his orders, but plenty still hadn't had time to leave. A handful of able-bodied locals with combat experience, along with several cadets, were posted at key intersections, clutching makeshift grenades and cold weapons, determined to hold the line. Safe Town owed its survival deep in the wild forest to favorable terrain, and with its walls and hastily reinforced defenses, they could at least blunt the first assault. The Longjing students had barely climbed off the bus when they were forced into formation. Complaints rippled through the ranks, but the instructor's bark quickly snapped them to attention. Roars and shrieks rolled out of the forest like the pounding of a war drum. Through her bees, Anya saw treetops whipping back and forth, proof that the horde was too big to count. A few black-winged beasts wheeled low overhead, their stench of blood already tainting the air. Worse, the only road out had been cut. The town was completely encircled. The open square in the center of town became an impromptu command post. Anya knelt on the ground, fingers flying as she directed the swarm. Wang Guan handed her a newly captured saber-toothed queen bee. Its huge wings buzzed like a chainsaw, a clear boost to their scouting range. Su Mingming stood beside her, eyes narrowed at the distant tree line. The moment the Longjing students arrived, the beasts attacked and cut off our retreat. The thought flashed through his mind that the blood demon had been watching all along and, seeing only students, had chosen to strike fast. "Can you pinpoint the blood demon?" he asked quietly. Anya shook her head. "No, the swarm hasn't picked it up. It's outside their range. Keep searching. The second you find it, tell me." "Understood." Still as cunning as ever, the creature wouldn't show itself until the critical moment. Su Mingming clenched his jaw. The gate that opened from town into the forest was both the weakest and the most vital line of defense. Wooden chevaux-de-frise, barbed wire, and electric traps were piled up layer on layer, yet the barriers still felt flimsy. Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, and the other top cadets were stationed there, joined by a number of Longjing students. Everyone held their breath, weapons at the ready, waiting for the first wave. Tension hung so thick someone had to talk, just to breathe. Gao Chang slung his tactical crossbow and whispered to the teammate beside him, "Hey, check out that girl from Longjing, total goddess, right?" The others followed his pointing finger. A girl in a silver-white uniform stood ramrod straight behind the barricade, cold and sharp as a freshly drawn blade. In terms of looks, only Anya could match her in Safe Town. Though their styles were worlds apart, Anya with her short hair, sun-kissed skin, and quick, compact build. The newcomer pale, aloof, and impossibly poised. Wang Guan glanced up, then looked away and said flatly, "Nothing special." Everyone stared. He was talking about Jiang Wangxue. Yet in Wang Guan's mental probe, she seemed like nothing more than an ordinary, plain girl. "Nothing special?" Gao Chang gaped. "Brother Guan, are you face-blind or something? You even called Anya average." Wang Guan could only shrug. To him, Anya looked fine. It was her overpowering Amazon Barbie vibe that threw him off. "The coach's daughter must be drop-dead gorgeous," Zhang Yong teased. After Brother Guan met her, every other girl looked plain. Everyone chimed in, amazed. "If she's the only girl Brother Guan calls beautiful, she must be unbelievable." Wang Guan lifted both hands in surrender. "All right, I admit I'm face-blind." While they laughed, the Longjing students in the distance felt the weight of those stares. Jiang Wangxue frowned, a chill flickering in her eyes. Beside her, Zhu Qianlong face puffed up like rising dough. One front tooth gone had just woken up and was trying to look ingratiating. Wang Guan must have had help, he muttered through the gap in his teeth. "Someone used an ability on me. The moment I rushed him, my strength vanished." "And what does that have to do with me?" Jiang Wangxue replied, voice icy. "I was only trying to avenge you," Zhu Qianlong stammered. During training, Jiang Wangxue had grown ever colder toward him. Had hoped this trip to Peace Town would win her back if he took down Wang Guan. Instead, one slap had flattened him and only his pride was still fighting. Before he could finish, Lin Zidong's voice roared inside every Longjing student's mind. Ashu sensed hostile intent from a beast horde. They're about to charge, everyone on alert. Yes, sir. Dozens of voices answered at once. Their thoughts were linked through the psychic network woven by Ruana Shu, the class esper known as Hongtao Huangho, allowing silent communication at least for the Longjing crowd. The warning had barely ended when the forest ahead erupted in chaos. Boom boom, heavy footfalls shook the ground, branches thrashed, and a wave of beast-type bloodthirsters burst from the shadows. Jaws gaped, claws flashed, and they lunged straight at the town. They looked like skinless nightmares, pallid muscles exposed, grotesque, and terrifying. The elite freshmen froze for a heartbeat, then steadied themselves. Engage. Someone barked. Flying bloodthirsters dived first, two of them targeting Wang Guan's squad. After that initial wave was cut down, the wall in front of them was ripped open. Monsters wedged through the gap, howling as they charged. The unexpected breach threw the defenders into brief disarray. At that moment, Tong Yixing vaulted over the wall, landing hard at the center of the horde on the far side. The beast swallowed his silhouette. Then a thunderous blast erupted, flinging bloodthirsters in every direction. The boy had dropped the act. With his cover blown, he went all out. He dashed to the far side alone, bracing the gap like a wall of steel. Tong Yihong, you're amazing. Careful, one's coming in from the flank. Leave that one to me. Shouts overlapped in rapid succession, yet Tong Yihang's storm-like assault soon steadied the line. The beast tide was forced back, and the rear finally found its footing. Bang! Wang Guan drove a straight punch into the jaw of a lunging, bloodthirsty beast. The blow landed with a bone-splintering crack and sent the creature tumbling through the air. Compared with Tong Yihang's sweeping carnage, Wang Guan's fight was far more measured. He never drew the alloy sword at his hip, nor bothered tagging the beasts with bug runes. He simply worked through the motions of standard military boxing. The front still hadn't reached its most frenzied point, and he meant to use this rare live combat window to hone military boxing into military boxing max. Beyond any instructor's regimen, true limits are usually squeezed out on the knife edge between life and death. Nothing drags out potential like a brutal fight. The beast staggered back to its feet and lunged again. Wang Guan closed in, whipped a leg sideways, and snapped its spine. Life drained away at once, and the carcass began to rot before his eyes. Congratulations. You have slain a bloodthirsty beast and earned 5 points. The familiar pale blue prompt flashed across his vision, just like during the college entrance trials. The mission scoring, however, was not identical to exam scoring. A solo kill on a beast-type target could earn anywhere from 4 to 7 points, while teamwork kills were divided by the Alliance's AI, according to contribution. There was no time to dwell on it. Wang Guan pivoted on his heel and hurled himself at the next beast. Elsewhere, the students from Longjing Academy opened fire across the board. Though far stronger than most fighters from Peace Town, they still paled beside Tong Yihang's Lord of Entropy-style onslaught. During brief lulls, they traded updates over the psychic network. How's Wang Guan doing? Lin Jidong asked from offsite. He looks pretty ordinary, someone replied. Good power and speed, but he's actually using military boxing? That bargain bin skill and no weapon? The Alliance's top scorer is that poor? Totally normal. And frank trash ability doesn't come with an exclusive skill, and he probably can't afford a manual. All things considered, Wang Guan's combat seems pretty average. What about Zhu Qianlong? That was a fluke. I was only thrown off for a second, must have cheated. Zhu Qianlong protested hurriedly in the psychic channel, lifting his gaze toward Wang Guan, sparks of lightning dancing in his eyes. The bloodthirsty beasts were not only assaulting the main gate, attacks were breaking out at several other points as well. Anya hovered in midair, directing a swarm of saber-toothed hornets and relaying battlefield updates the instant they came in. At the same time, Su Weiqing darted through the town's cramped alleys, sealing every breach in the defenses, his figure little more than a blur. On the roof of a small building, Lin Zidong and a young woman stood quietly, taking no part in the frontline fight. Her ponytail was tied neatly, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, a calm demeanor tempered by a hint of resolve. Captain Lin, shouldn't we lend them a hand? She asked softly, glancing at the distant figure of Su Weiqing. I could bring the people of Peace Town into the mine net, so they can coordinate more smoothly. She was none other than the class esper known as the Queen of Hearts, Ruana Shu. No, just link up our own team. Lin Zidong refused without hesitation. But aren't we comrades fighting the bloodthirsty horde together? Ruana Shu asked, puzzled. Comrades? Them? Lin Zidong scoffed. We're the real fighting force. Save your energy for our people. Once I slay the blood fiend, the battle is over. He looked down at the alloy longsword in his Hansa-grade weapon he had bought at great expense. The blade gleamed coldly under the moonlight, ready to amplify his wind-type powers to their limit. The blood fiend might be an abyssal beast, yet its strength was merely equivalent to a fifth-tier esper. If it crossed paths with him, it would not survive. For now, he stayed out of the fray, waiting for the creature to come to him. Lin Zidong scanned the area. Purplish-red shapes writhed in the forest, their roars rising and falling in waves. Have you located the blood fiend yet? He asked in a low voice. Ruana Shu closed her eyes for a moment, her mental power spreading like a net through the tide of beasts. She could intrude on the chaotic wills of the creatures and scrape information from their fractured instincts, though that range worked only on low-intelligence monsters. Reading a human mind required close proximity. No. She shook her head, a hint of disgust in her eyes. Their thoughts are swamp-lakita muddled to extract anything useful. Keep looking, Lin Zedong ordered, leaving no room for debate. He lowered his head and pulled up the mission interface. The real-time leaderboard popped into view. The top slots were almost all occupied by Longjing students, a testament to the academy's strength. Yet the very first name belonged to Tong Yixing from Peacetown, leading with 182 points, while Zhang Wangxue held second with only 73. Lin Zedong felt no discouragement. Tong was a prodigy on par with Yin Feng, so taking first place was expected. He scrolled down until he finally spotted Wang Guan in 33rd place with 27 points. Forget the elites from Longjing, plenty of second-rate students here are ahead of him. He snorted, recalling how Wang Guan had once knocked Zhu Qianlong out with a single slap, a moment that had briefly surprised him but now drew only scorn. I really overestimated him. So what if he's a bit sturdier? All he knows is that bargain basement military boxing. Maybe Zhu Qianlong was right. Wang Guan had only managed to knock him out because he was momentarily shaken. Taking this kid down shouldn't be difficult. At the thought of Wang Guan's insufferable attitude, a cold glint flashed across Lin Zedong's refined features. Outside the town's main gate, facing the dense forest, the fight continued to rage. Wave after wave of bloodthirst beasts poured from the trees, hammering the freshly reinforced barricade. The wall was already torn open in several spots. Chunks of stone flew from the gaps, and the defenders were pushed to their limits. Bang! Wang Guan drove his fist forward, still using the most basic military boxing form. After days of intensive training with the instructors, the routine had reached a grandmaster level. Paired with the power generation techniques they'd taught him, he felt himself hovering on the brink of a breakthrough, needing only a single spark. He sucked in deep breaths, sweat rolling off his jaw while his eyes locked on the beast lunging at him. His right fist crashed out, then another. Crackle, crackle. A spray of sparks detonated to his left where Zhu Qianlong, the Thunder Warden, cleaved a path through the beasts with arcs of lightning. He edged closer to Wang Guan, face impassive, eyes venomous. Wang Guan cast him a dismissive glance and turned away. A sneak attack? Just a brat acting up. If Zhu really tried it, Wang Guan wouldn't hesitate to hurl him straight into the swarm. The contempt in Wang Guan's eyes ignited Zhu Qianlong's fury. Thoughts flashed like lightning. With the melee in full swing, no one would notice if he struck now. And even if they did, Longjing University would love to see Wang Guan die here. A Thunder Warden was far too valuable to lose. The idea took hold, killing intent surging as he searched for an opening. Boom. A thunderous crash split the air. The town's newly reinforced gate was ripped apart, wooden splinters flying everywhere. A hulking silhouette as big as a hill burst through a bear-shaped bloodthirst beast. It had once been a mutant black bear. Standing upright, it was nearly 3 meters tall. Now its entire body burned blood red, claws and fangs gleaming with murderous light. Holy crap, that's no ordinary bloodthirst beast move. Everyone watch out. Cries of alarm rang out. The scarlet giant barreled forward, one swipe flattening a student. The victim was Gao Chong. He pushed his iron bones ability to the limit, skin turning steely blue, yet the bear pinned him beneath a massive paw. Hot, fetid breath washed over him as the beast roared and raised its other paw for the kill. Students from Peacetown rushed to help, unloading abilities, blades, bullets, even bare fists, but they only sparked or left hairline cracks in the monster's hide. It didn't budge. Tong Yixing still held the outer perimeter and couldn't break away. The students from Longjing, strong as they were paralyzed by the bear's ferocity. No one dared charge first. In that instant, Wang Guan pushed off, shot forward, and used the shattered wall as a springboard to vault into the air. The right fist head forged through countless drills, tore the air with a sonic boom, and smashed down toward the giant bear. Gao Chong was his roommate, and they'd always been close. Seeing him on the brink of death, a surge of anxiety burst inside Wang Guan, pushing his body past its limit. This was the moment he had been waiting for. This was the feeling. Boom. The blood-red giant bear, well over half a ton, was blasted sideways several meters. When it hit the ground, the flesh around its chest and belly exploded, leaving a gruesome cavity. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new skill, Military Boxing Max. The instant his feet touched down, a pale blue prompt floated in Wang Guan's view. On his skill list, the original Military Boxing had been replaced by Military Boxing Max, marked Drank Skill Current Beginner. Finally, he didn't bother hiding his excitement. Thanks. Gao Chong staggered to his feet, eyes bouncing between Wang Guan's fist and the bear's ruined corpse. Bro Guan, that punch was insane. Everyone else froze in place, stunned. Zhu Qianlong, who had planned a sneak attack, never even got his arm up. He looked as if someone had hit pause. The bear wasn't dead yet. Pain only made it crazier. Eyes crimson, it roared and lunged at Wang Guan again. Wang Guan stayed calm. He sank into a solid stance, fists forming a textbook-perfect military boxing guard. A split second later, the bear reached him bang. His fist shot out like a cannon shell, a visible shockwave rippling through the air as it smashed straight into the bear's chest. It looked like an ordinary straight punch. Boom. The bear's hulking body flew backward, blood and gore spraying. When it hit the floor, black mist swallowed the ragged wound, and the flesh began to rot. Congratulations, you have slain a bloodthirsty beast. You gain 11 points. That bear was at least tier 3, almost as strong as a humanoid bloodthirsty beast, Wang Guan judged silently. He hadn't even stacked it with any bug modifiers, yet 2 punches ended it. Military Boxing Max truly deserved its rank rating. The students from Peace Town erupted. Wang Guan, you're awesome. The Longjing cadets just stared. Was that really military boxing? The form's identical, but the power. Even Captain Lin's version isn't that crazy. That's what a drank skill can do. Gasps echoed through the mental network and their shock had only begun. The main hall's doors, already cracked by the bear's charge, collapsed with a crash. More bloodthirsty beasts swarmed inside, screeching. Wang Guan didn't pause. As soon as the bear fell, he flashed into the horde. Now that he had military boxing max, there was only one thing left to fight with everything he had. Bang! His fist, wrapped in a violent gust, shattered the first beast's skull. Crunch! The next punch tunneled through a rib cage, black mist erupting. With Bug skin guiding him, every strike hit a vital point. Sometimes a single blow pierced 2, even 3 of the creatures. Beasts that used to take him half a day to subdue now felt as flimsy as paper. The tide pouring through the breach was held back almost entirely by him alone. What on earth is happening over there? Lin Zedong asked through the mental network, eyes glued to the scoreboard. He watched, stunned, as the name once ranked 33rd Wang Guan began to rocket upward. Wang Guan just turned into a powerhouse. I watched him throw 1 punch and flatten 2 bloodthirst beasts on the spot. Has he been hiding his strength all this time? But he is only using the military hand-to-hand style, and it still hits that hard. Could this be some advanced version of the standard combat drill? On the mental network, exclamations from Longjing students piled up, their shock merging into a tidal roar. So this is Wang Guan's real power? Not far away, Jiang Wangxue hovered in midair. Icy blue energy gathered at her fingertips, forming crystalline darts that rained into the beast horde. Each dart pierced flesh and instantly froze the wound that was her exclusive Ice Snow Witch ability. Hearing her classmates' astonishment, she glanced at Wang Guan. Her eyes trembled, a flicker of surprise she could not suppress. On the other flank, Zhu Qianlong had been hiding in the shadows, ready to ambush Wang Guan. The moment he saw Wang Guan sweep his arm and burst a cloud of blood killing several beasts in one go, Zhu froze, almost dropping his weapon. How could he still dare to move? Listening to the outcry on the network, he even felt a trace of relief. If Wang Guan is this strong, getting slapped unconscious earlier doesn't seem so humiliating after all. By the shattered gate, Wang Guan pivoted on his toes. One fist boomed through the air and drove a beast's skull straight into its chest. His next swing snapped another attacker in 2 at the waist. Every blow landed with raw, bone-crunching impact far more visceral than Tong Yixing's wide area slaughter outside as the entropy sovereign. Tong relied on his ability. Wang Guan fought up close, savage, and direct. A piercing screech suddenly dropped from above. 2 flying bloodthirst beasts locked onto Wang Guan. Such variants were rare yet deadly, circling high and diving without warning. More than one student had already been slashed by their lightning strikes. Both creatures were blood red, but differed in shape. One had a knife-sharp beak, the other exposed wing bones. Their feathers were rotted, though it did nothing to slow them down. With every wing beat, a shrill shockwave rolled downward, twisting the air as they dived. Wang Guan twisted aside and punched upward, but the birds slipped past effortlessly. They climbed, skimmed the eaves, and looped back, forcing him to stay on guard and breaking his rhythm. Overhead, new ice darts formed in Jiang Wangsu's hand. From her long-range vantage, she could have shot the birds down easily, yet she merely watched, a cold, expectant smile playing at her lips. She wanted to see how many cards Wang Guan still held. When the birds dropped to only a few meters above him, Wang Guan suddenly reached over his shoulder and drew an F-grade alloy sword. He had carried it the whole time, but never used it. Now both arms flexed, wrists snapping as the blades sliced the air with a low whistle, as if he were swinging carelessly. The birds tried to bank and climb again. Swish, swish. 2 invisible wind blades flashed by. The pair froze in midair, then shattered into pieces. Their remains, trailing black mist, hit the ground as pulp. Students below looked up just in time to see a spray of blood dispersing, too stunned to speak. One strike had erased 2 flying bloodthirst beasts. Damn pests, Wang Guan muttered, sliding the alloy sword back into its sheath. Out of the corner of his eye he caught the kill notification floating in his display. While those 2 birds were harassing him, he had already tagged them with several bugged keywords. Scan, just an ordinary sparrow scan, a ferocious hawk. The wind blades thrown off by the windmill skill carved erratic arcs through the air. Their raw power was modest against a Tier 2 or Tier 3 mutant beast they seldom killed outright. But when the target carried the bug tag, it reverted to an ordinary bird, and Wang Guan's blades cut them down in an instant. Students from Peacetown were used to Wang Guan's ferocity and barely reacted. Dragon Capital University's students, however, stood stunned. Was that a sword skill? One stroke had felled two avian monsters, both killed at the same time. Its power was on par with Leader Lin's swordplay, and coupled with that vicious boxing technique, it was nothing F-rank Awakener should be able to do. Zhang Wangxue gripped her staff, pupils trembling. Even her ice spear spell couldn't guarantee a one-shot kill, let alone two at once. Now, as the Dragon Capital students stared at the boy holding a sword in one hand and clenching a fist with the other, every trace of disdain vanished. So this was the Frank who topped the Alliance's entrance exam. Not luck after all. Atop a small building, Lin Zidong's face darkened by the second. One set of boxing skills was bad enough. Now Wang Guan had a sword technique this lethal? Though Lin wasn't on the front line, the mental network fed him the scene in real time. Awakened less than half a month, where had the boy found two advanced manuals? Wang Shue said he was an orphan, and his old school never gave him a single scholarship yuan. Could it be that Leong Shan really wasn't duped after all? Still, Lin's gaze drifted to the live leaderboard. Since Wang Guan pushed military combat boxing to max, had entered pure harvest mode within minutes, had clawed into the top 10, then 9th, 8th, soon 3rd, even passing Zhang Wangxue, and continued to chase the runaway first place, Tong Yihang. Dragon Capital must crush Peacetown, Lin muttered. Tong Yihang's sudden surge was already annoying. Now Wang Guan had jumped past all of Dragon Capital, and Lin could hardly swallow it, especially when the boy treated Dragon Capital with such cold detachment. Right then, another name began rocketing up the list: Peacetown Anya. Lin's brow twitched. Another ace? Anya herself didn't feel strong. Frail and a psychic by nature, she stayed safely in the rear, stretching her mental feelers to sketch the battlefield for her teammates. Even without fighting hand-to-hand, her pinpoint intel earned the team a mountain of points, keeping her around 20th place. The line of battle stretched longer and longer. The fighting grew ever more desperate. Bloodthirsty beasts lunged from every direction. Instructor Su Weiqing sprinted through firelight and crowds, the clash of steel and beastly roars overlapping in a deafening chorus, mutant predators striking from all sides, and Su racing to meet them. Suddenly, through the swarm's eyes, she spotted a pack of bloodthirsty beasts breaking through the southern barricade and pouring into town. In that area stood an oddly shaped house reinforced with steel platisa, makeshift safe house for the instructor's daughter, Su Mingming. Because of her unique condition, Su Mingming hadn't retreated to the cellar with the rest of the townspeople. Now dozens of bloodthirsty beasts were shrieking and clawing at the walls, clearly fixed on whatever was hiding inside. Anya's heart clenched. Her first instinct was to call the instructor, but he was still patrolling somewhere far off, and there wasn't a classmate in sight. She hesitated for barely a heartbeat, then gritted her teeth, wheeled around, and sprinted south at full speed. The saber-toothed queen bee tucked in her hair like a barrette beat its wings, sending out rapid pulses. Beezies, beezies, beezies. The scattered saber-toothed drones snapped back as if tugged by an invisible thread, converging over Anya's head in a dense, light-eclipsing cloud. The first wave of bloodthirsty beasts tearing at the house heard the commotion. They whipped around, growling hoarsely before leaping at her. Anya instinctively stepped back, forcing down her fear as her will snapped into command. Swarm, attack. The bee storm poured down, engulfing the creatures in an instant. Needle-sharp mandibles ripped into decaying flesh, spraying dark blood. Amid the tearing and howls, the monsters had no time to struggle. They were shredded into black oozing sludge. Saber-toothed bees were already Tier 3 combatants, with Anya's hive mind amplifying them. Their numbers swelled, and their collective focus sharpened, multiplying their lethality many times over. Within seconds, only ragged puddles of carrion remained on the ground. Anya froze. So this was what the swarm could do when she pushed it to the limit. A new awareness clicked into place, and she murmured, "I am the swarm." The revelation had barely settled when her face twisted. She doubled over and retched. Merged with the swarm, she had shared every sensation, including the nauseating flavor of what they had just devoured, and her stomach almost turned itself inside out. The remaining bloodthirsty beasts stopped clawing at the wall, swung around in unison, and decided the human before them was the real threat. With raspy roars, they charged Anya. "No, don't come any closer. Just a second," she stammered, waving her hands even as she hurled the swarm forward. The black clouds swept over again, scything through the pack like wheat under a razor-sharp sickle. GHK. Anya gagged once more. At the same time, her personal terminal lit up with a torrent of points, her ranking rocketing upward. Watching the leaderboard, Lin Zidong turned pale. That girl, Anya, had already broken into the top 10, climbing almost as fast as Wang Guan. Staring at the shifting rankings on the leaderboard, Lin Zidong's breathing grew heavier. Numbers flickered across the holographic screen. Among the Longjing students, he was recognized as the strongest and served as their squad leader, so he should have been fighting on the front line alongside Wang Guan. Instructor Su Weiqing was ineligible for the board and his kills didn't earn points. Yet Lin Zidong had stayed back, only slicing down a few flying bloodthirsty beasts that tried to ambush their base. If he went all out, his score wouldn't be any lower than Wang Guan's, but he had to conserve energy for the final boss, the bloodthirsty demon. That kill would yield the real payoff. Unfortunately, the demon was still nowhere to be found. Aisho, any sign of the demon? Lin Zidong asked in a low voice. Ruanashu kept her eyes shut, fingers trembling as her mind sense swept the battlefield. A moment later she shook her head. No, I can't find it. Lin Zidong was about to speak again when every bloodthirsty beast moved in unison. Something's off. They just got an order, Ruanashu muttered, eyes narrowing. The demon is commanding them to retreat. Retreat? Lin Zidong Froza hadn't even made his move, and the demon hadn't appeared, yet the beasts were pulling back? The swarm collapsed almost instantly. Puppets of the demon, the beasts abandoned their attack and bolted toward the dense forest. They're running? Did we win? The demon never even showed up. At the town's main gate, the students had been locked in fierce combat, stared in disbelief, then erupted into long-suppressed cheers. Broken barricades and charred pavement littered the street, but no one cared, they just wanted to celebrate. The Longjing line relaxed as well. At the very front, Tong Yihong collapsed to the ground, gulping for air. It was the first time he had maintained his power for so long. Sweat dotted his forehead, but not a single drop of blood had touched him. His ability Lord of Entropy let him manipulate energy transformations. The charging beast's kinetic energy was inverted and hurled back at them, a power that ranked near the top even amongst glass espers. Just as he was about to sprawl out and rest, a figure flashed past. Wang Guan. Tong Yihang's eyes went wide. Guan, don't chase. Others shouted as well. After all that fighting, the guy was still sprinting toward the forest? Savage. Some even smirked. Anyone crazy enough to charge into that forest was asking to die. They were wrong about him. Wang Guan wasn't blindly pursuing. He just wanted to slice off a little more meat before the curtain fell. 2 meters from the forest's edge, he planted his feet, eyes scanning the fleeing beasts. Scan, ordinary elk. Scan, ferocious squirrel. Scan, savage wolverine beast, 4th-tier mutant. Scan, docile giant panda. Data flashed across his retinas as he picked out the highest value targets. An instant later, an alloy longsword appeared in his hand, its blade glinting with cold light. He lifted the sword and swung with reckless abandon. Whoosh! The wind howled as razor-sharp gusts sliced into the tightly packed, bloodthirsty beasts. Flesh and black mist burst everywhere, and more than half the creatures fell in an instant. In the billowing fog, only a 4th-tier wolf wolverine staggered up, tucked its tail, and bolted. Until now, Wang Guan had held back, hiding his bug-exploiting probe. But when the pack broke, he finally hit the glitch for the kill. As expected, a rare high-level trait dropped, netting him 53 points. He sheathed his blade, turned, and helped Tong Yihong to his feet. Only then did the others snap out of their shock. A mere frank trash ability user had just annihilated dozens of bloodthirsty beasts in the blink of an eye. Wang Guan's camouflage uniform was torn and bloody, lending him a fierce aura. Zhu Qianlong, recalling his earlier sneak attack attempt, went pale and ducked behind a teammate. Zhang Wangxue stared at Wang Guan. Memories of 3 years in high school flooding back, the star studenthood always shone so brightly, she couldn't help trailing after him. Brother Wang Guan, she murmured as he drew near. He glanced at her, offered a curt and walked on as if she were a stranger. Flushing, Zhang Wangxue bit her lip. I called out first, and he just brushed me off? Swallowing her frustration, she opened her mission panel to check her results. The rankings froze her in place. First, Wang Guan, 423 points. Second, Tong Yihong, 412 points. Third, Anya, 215 points. Fourth, Zhang Wangxue, 214 points. Wang Guan's last-second sweep had edged out Tong Yihong, and she herself had lost to some girl from Ping'an Townby a single point. 4th place, who even is Anya? Humiliation and anger churned inside her. Nearby, the Longjing students also noticed the board and fell silent. Despite their solid scores, the top 3 spots along with the coveted special rewards belonged entirely to Ping'an Town. While they stewed, Ping'an Town's trainees erupted in cheers. Holy crap, Tong Yihong and Brother Guan are monsters, look at that gap. And Yas' saber-toothed hornet swarm is brutal. She snagged 3rd. I only got 35 points, but the top 3 are ours. This is awesome. Wang Guan gave the leaderboard a casual glance and dismissed it. No amount of points could top the military boxing max that had just dropped. He patted Tong Yihong on the shoulder, wordlessly apologizing for overtaking him at the last second. Tong Yihong brushed it off with a smile and shook his head. Guanga, thanks for saving me. Was that the enhanced military boxing the instructor showed you? You really mastered it? Gao Chong asked, eyes shining. Wang Guan nodded slightly. Gao Chong smacked his own thigh in frustration. If I'd known, I'd have trained with you. Instructor Su Weiqing never minded eavesdroppers. Most people simply couldn't meet the requirements or stick with the regimen. Tong Yihang's grin faded, and he lowered his voice. Do you think it's over? No. Wang Guan's gaze sharpened. Blood fiends are sly. This was probably just a probe. The real danger is the blood beast that used to be human, and not one of them showed up. It hasn't gone all out yet. He issued a quick order. Get the wounded settled. Then he hurried off. When the horde hit, Su Mingming didn't hide in the cellar. She stayed in her little hut. Though the place had been reinforced, Wang Guan still worried. Over the past few days had come to see the kind, unlucky girl as a little sister, bug trait or not. Plenty of blood beasts charged the hut, but Inyas's saber-toothed wasps cut nearly all of them down. After a string of kills, she found the trick. Despite their abyssal corruption, blood beasts were still living creatures pierced the brain or heart, and they dropped. Once she had the knack, her efficiency skyrocketed, and the stench grew even worse. By the time the creatures began to pull back, only a few stragglers remained. Inya staggered, braced a hand against the wall, and gagged. I gotta mute some of the wasp senses. This smell is brutal. Then she noticed a window sealed with iron bars and curiosity flared. Only Wang Guan had ever met the instructor's daughter, and had called her really pretty. What kind of girl could make that cool guy visit so often? She hadn't peeked while she was controlling the swarm, but now she couldn't resist. She leaned in for a look. Inside, a girl was cowering in the corner, trembling. Inya recoiled at once. Pretty? The face shed glimpsed was chalk white. The skin crisscrossed with angry red scars, nothing like the rumors. Footsteps pounded closer. Su Weiqing sprinted up, eyes tightening at the blood beast carcasses. He checked the hut, and when he saw his daughter unharmed he exhaled, then turned to Inya with a solemn nod of thanks. Still pale from the stench, Inya stared at him. Instructor, she's your daughter? Yes. She's just ill, Su Weiqing said softly, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. After sending Inya away, he unlocked the iron doors and slipped inside. Mingming, are you all right? I'm sorry, I didn't realize anything had happened here. Su Mingming was curled in the corner, shaking. The red welts on her exposed skin writhed like living things, spreading across what healthy flesh remained. She lifted her head, and the bright eyes she once had were now a deep, bloody red. Daddy, I want blood. As Wang Guan hurried toward Mingming's cabin, he took out 2 small bottles of milk tea and downed them. The honey-flavored one was sweet, a warm current sliding down his throat, while the chrysanthemum brew carried a faint bitterness that blossomed into a cool sensation in his stomach. To him, they were a basic healing potion and a basic antidote, life-saving measures he had prepared before heading out. The brutal fight with the bloodthirsty beast had left him battered, sticky blood mixed with grit streaking his skin, and a paralytic toxin coursing through his veins, pricking him with intermittent stabs of pain. After the potions took effect, the burning ache and numbness melted away, and his breathing steadied. The cabin was up ahead. At the door, a short-haired girl, Anya, was about to leave, a swarm of saber-toothed wasps buzzing chaotically over her head. When she saw Wang Guan, her eyes lit up. Wang Guan. Anya, your ranking looks good, but you don't look so well, he said, giving this combat Barbie a concerned once-over. He silently congratulated himself for entrusting her with the saber-toothed wasp queen in time. The heart of the swarm did make a wasp cloud devastating on the battlefield. Don't ask, Anya sighed with a wry smile. Physically she was unscathed, but the trauma was plain on her face. After a few more words, Wang Guan excused himself and hurried inside. Watching his retreating back, Anya suddenly understood. Wang Guan didn't visit the girl just because she was pretty. What a gentle guy. Reaching the door, Wang Guan found the usually shut wooden slab standing open and slipped inside. One glance made his heart tighten. Instructor. I'm fine, Su Weiqing answered calmly, half kneeling on the floor. Su Mingming was clutching his outstretched arm, her lips pressed against a freshly cut wound, sucking blood in small sips. After the blood fiend bit her she kept her sanity, but every so often she teeters on the edge of madness, and only human blood can hold it back, Su Weiqing explained softly. Wang Guan's eyes fell on the man's bare arms, crisscrossed with old and new cuts, clearly made as blood ports for his daughter. The theories he had spun about those scars collapsed, replaced by a heavy, dull ache. The red haze faded from Su Mingming's eyes, and the grotesque scars writhing under her skin settled down. The moment clarity returned, she realized she was gnawing on her father's arm, and a wave of self-loathing crossed her face. When she noticed Wang Guan standing nearby, fear flickered in her eyes. Wang Guan, aye. It's all right, Mingming. You're just ill, Wang Guan said, softening his smile. You'll get better. The instructor and I will help you. A glimmer of hope surfaced in her eyes, and she nodded hard. I trust Dad, and you too, Wang Guan. Mingming, how do you feel now? Su Weiqing asked gently. I'm fine, Dad. Then rest for a while. Wang Guan and I still have work to do. With that, he led Wang Guan out of the hut, circled it to make sure the area was secure, and finally moved on. Inside, Su Mingming dragged her exhausted body back to her small bed. The floorboards creaked softly as she curled up, pulling the thin blanket to her chin, the coppery smell of blood still clinging to her fingertips. Dim gray daylight seeped through the window slats, washing over her pale cheeks. She was still trembling, her body drawn as tight as a comma. Actually, she had lied. She was far from fine. Every time the bloodlust flared, her throat burned as if scorched, and the terrifying silhouette of the blood-fiend source of all her nightmares rose before her eyes. Because the creature was somewhere nearby, the image seemed sharper than ever, as though about to tear its way out of hallucination and into reality. She could almost feel it leaning beside her, its breath cold and clammy as it whispered in her ear. Wang Guan and the instructor hurried out of Mingming's cabin, closing the door behind them. The news that Su Mingming could ease her symptoms only with fresh blood shocked Wang Guan, yet it did not truly surprise him. Blood beasts survived on blood. Su Mingming had been bitten by the blood fiend, and although swift treatment had kept her from a full transformation, the corruption left an indelible mark. Perhaps only killing the fiend with their own hands could pull that hidden thorn out for good. Only now did Wang Guan understand why the instructor had driven him to his limits all these years. The blood fiend still refused to appear, and the humanoid blood beast stayed hidden as well. Everything felt like the calm before a storm. The instructor dropped the subject of Su Mingming. Staring at the roiling forest in the distance, he spoke in a low, urgent voice. That attack was just a probe. It's trying to wear us down. Over the next few days ITLL keep harassing us until we're exhausted and broken. The battle 13 years earlier had etched itself into his memory. He knew the monster too well. They had just slaughtered several hundred blood beasts of victory on paper, but nowhere near enough to shake the fiend's foundations. It had lurked in these woods for more than a decade, converting who knew how many blood beasts in secret and caring nothing for casualties. Pingon Town's trainees were stronger unknown, and they had Wang Guan, the instructor, Tong Yixing, and a handful of gifted Longjing students. Yet their numbers were still too small for a drawn-out war of attrition. The only path left was to eliminate the blood fiend. I'll ask Anya to try again and see if her saber-toothed bees can pick up a trace, Wang Guan said. She alone in their team could scout, but the bees' range was limited. Once they flew beyond her sensing radius, she had to recall them, and she couldn't share their vision. As for the Longjing students, no one on that side was willing to offer a longer-range method, at least for now. If I get the chance, I'll mark it, Su Weiqing added. His ability let him brand a target. Once the mark took, he could sense the creature's position no matter how well it hid. The raid had been repelled, but Pingon Town had paid dearly. When the count was done, many were wounded. 3 trainees had fallen, and 2 local volunteers as well. No one from Longjing had died, though several were badly hurt. The brief elation of victory vanished under the weight of the casualty list. The instructor gave Wang Guan a few quick instructions, then plunged into work, assigning people to care for the injured and directing supplies to repair the damaged walls. The bodies of the 3 students and 2 residents were moved to the town's cemetery for burial. At the well, Wang Guan splashed water on his face, rinsing away dried blood and dust, then hurried to the mess hall to rejoin his friends. Except for the few still guarding the walls, everyone sat around the tables in silence. Thinking of the 3 classmates who had fallen, Wang Guan felt a hard tug of sorrow. Though he barely knew them, 2 weeks of boot camp had still forged a bond. Watching them die made the world feel indescribably cruel. The temporary infirmary was lined with casualties, some critical, some stable. The town had antidotes, hemostatic paste, and portable 4 racks, but none of it could rival a potion personally brewed by an esper. Those elixirs were rare, banned before the trial began, and Wang Guan quietly thanked the glitch that had let his own milk tea slip through. Sadly, the drink worked only on him. All he could do now was pray the others survived. Guan, look at this. The top 3 on the rankings are all students from Pingon Town. Gao Chong dashed over, waving a holo display, sweat and pride shining on his face. I heard the top 3 get a special reward after the mission ends. Pingon Town kids had always felt a little inferior to the Longjing students, but those scores made them stand taller. Still, what exactly was the special reward? Wang Guan was curious. Tong Yixing, listening nearby, adjusted his glasses. Most likely bonus points, military merits, and passes into a secret realm. Secret realm? Wang Guan echoed, puzzled. Tong Yixing explained. A secret realm is a pocket territory spawned from an abyssal rift. Vanguard Military Academy is built beside a major one. As prizes they usually give out newly formed, smaller realms dangerous, but full of opportunity. Wang Guan nodded and probed for more details, then headed over to Anya, who was cornered by mosquitoes. He handed her a repellent talisman and quietly shared the news. Night fell, and cooking smoke drifted upward. Dinner was the town's standard coarse grains and salted pork soup. Longjing students griped about the bland taste. Pingon Town students were used to it, sweating but satisfied. After the meal, instructor Su Weiqing blew his whistle and ordered everyone to pitch tents on the drill field. Out here we can spot bloodthirsty beasts early and react. He spread a map on the ground. The town's civilians stayed hidden in cellars until dawn. Pingon Town students obeyed and began setting up tents. The Longjing cohort erupted. Cram in with them. Empty houses are right there. If beasts attack, Camping outside is insane. They just want us as bodyguards. They bombarded Su Weicheng with complaints. Bloodthirsty fiends are crafty. Indoors you're easier to ambush. Su explained, frustration creeping into his voice. Longjing's leader, Lin Zidong, stepped forward, face blank. Instructor Su, your advice isn't that helpful to us. You've seen our strength. We didn't make the top 3, but most ranks after that belong to us. The 31 of us are stronger together and have our own plans. Their first clash with the beast horde had put Pinggan Town on the podium, and Lin Zidong's displeasure was obvious. Before Su could argue, he turned away. The Longjing students chose several empty houses and settled in on their own. The students from Longjing occupied a few houses in the center of the town. Arrogant as Lin Zidong was, he wasn't a complete fool. Once they had settled in, he moved fast to lay down the rules. Everyone would travel in teams of 3 to 5 and watch each other's backs. No one was to go off alone. Any sign of danger had to be broadcast to the whole group at once. The guidelines were neatly written on a whiteboard by the wall, clear and airtight. After setting everything up, he pulled Ruan aside. Can you keep scanning the area all night? Ruan's ability, the Queen of Hearts, let her sense mental activity within a certain radius and spot bloodthirsty beasts. The town's 2 BG can't cover it till dawn, she replied, shaking her head. Why not team up with the others? Anya's a mental type too. She controls a bee swarm. If we work with her, we're almost foolproof. Anya had ranked 3rd in the entrance exam, and they'd studied her file. Even so, the moment cooperation came up, Lin Zidong's expression darkened. No, we're not working with them. He was still nursing the defeat had taken earlier. Students from Longjing were the best of the best. How could they stand shoulder to shoulder with second-rate college kids? He swallowed his irritation. What if you only monitor the houses we're using? In that case I can last the whole night, Juan said after a pause, still uneasy. But if the beasts break into town? Humph, don't they have their bees? We just have to guard our own people. Lin's tone left no room for argument. Seeing he wouldn't budge, Juan could only nod. All right then. Night fell. Ability made lamps around the town cast a warm amber glow. Bonfires crackled in the middle of the playground, lighting circles of tents. Though it was midsummer, Peace Town's nights were chilly, and the breeze carried a bite. Students drifted off to sleep while a few sentries paced the perimeter. Anya's tent sat a bit apart, its pale green canvas now almost black beneath the layer of dormant saber-toothed bees. She had already drifted into deep sleep, yet a fraction of the swarm still patrolled overhead. She remained linked to them, even unconscious. The bees could recognize a bloodthirsty beast's scent on their own. The moment they caught it, they would jolt her awake. The night was unnervingly quiet. On most evenings, scattered roars echoed from the forest, but tonight, not a sound. In that darkness, several figures climbed a giant tree without a whisper. Blood-red eyes stared through the leaves at the town below. They were humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts, once human, now mutated and far more cunning. From their high perch they watched, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Dawn finally crept in, and the night had passed without incident. The morning mist still hung low when Jiang Wangxue, hair a tangled mess, shoved open the door in irritation. Crammed into one room with several girls, she had barely slept. Looking up, she spotted a lone figure running laps on the playground. Wang Guan. With the crisis ongoing, the instructors had long since canceled morning drills, yet Wang Guan kept at it. Sweat soaked his tracksuit, and though his breathing was quick, it stayed steady. His ability was only Frank. This monotonous training was his one hope of keeping pace with the others. And Frank such a feeble power. Only by pushing himself like this could he hope to stay in the same league, right? Jiang Wangxue couldn't stop herself from fuming. Yesterday she had tried to chat with Wang Guan, only to be treated like thin air, and the memory of what had happened during the college entrance exam still poured fuel on her anger. A low buzzing cut through her thoughts. She looked up to see several fist-sized saber-toothed wasps circling in the morning light Anya's scouting swarm. In yesterday's points match, Anya had edged her out by a single point, stealing the third-place spot that should have been hers. Remembering the girl's smug face made Jiang's chest tighten. Humph. Making sure no one was watching, she lifted a hand. Cold mist swirled between her fingers, and in an instant the air dropped below freezing. The wasps iced over in mid-flight, their wings stiffening before they fell like glass marbles. Far off in her tent, the sleeping Anya shivered. Next door, in a wooden cabin, Ruan sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. A translucent queen of hearts hovered in front of her psychic core. With glass talent, she could stay awake all night without feeling tired, her mental radar sweeping every corner of the small town. She didn't need clear images, only the strength of thought. Human minds were lively and layered. Bloodfiend minds were chaotic and vicious. She knew the difference well. Most students were still moving around camp, their signals steady. Then 2 bright minds slipped out of the dormitory and into a house a little farther away. Ruan instantly recognized the young lovers only half a month into boot camp and already inseparable. She smirked. Couldn't last one night apart? Before she could tune them out, 3 sluggish, numbed thoughts surfaced from a cellar and crept toward the same house. They matched the pattern of the town's original residents. dull and lifeless. She had sensed them the night before. Maybe it's their home? She leaned in for a closer look, and a spike of icy malice detonated in her senses. The lovers' minds shot up in panic, then went dark, snuffed out like candles. The three other thoughts instantly revealed their savage nature and bolted down the street. Humanoid blood fiends. Ruan's eyes flew open as she shouted the warning. Chaos rippled through the camp. Students in Peacetown tumbled out of their tents, half-dressed, gathering on the Longjing High School side. Wang Guan, out on his morning run, was first to arrive, his expression grim. Brother Guan, what happened? Gao Chong asked urgently. We were ambushed by blood fiends at dawn, Wang said, his voice like ice. 2 students were taken. Their names have already vanished from the leaderboard that confirms they're dead. He stared at the shattered house in the distance, fists clenching. Those 2 classmates are most likely being turned into humanoid blood fiends. The students from Longjing were visibly shaken. Lin Zidong looked ready to burst into flames. Clenching his molars, he growled. I actually failed to recognize those bloodthirsty beasts. They were almost indistinguishable from humans. Ruanashu was still sobbing softly, tears rolling down her cheeks. I'm sorry, it was my oversight. One of the Longjing students suddenly threw an accusatory look at the group from Ping'an Town. What about you? You mean you noticed nothing either? Another snorted in agreement. Those disgusting bugs were buzzing around all night. How could you miss them? Don't tell me you pretended not to see, so I'd take the fall. The students from Ping'an Town flushed under the attack. Anya raised her hand in a fluster. I really don't know. The saber-toothed bees I sent out last night vanished without a trace. If the swarm were still there, the moment those beasts showed up they would have triggered an alarm, even while I was asleep. In the Longjing ranks, Jiang Wangsu's eyes flickered as though something had come to mind. Her expression froze for a second before she lowered her gaze, pretending nothing had happened. The Longjing students clearly didn't buy Nya's explanation, and the Ping'an group bristled in defense. Tension rose on both sides, ready to ignite. Fortunately, the instructors arrived in time. One stern look from Su Weicheng was enough to quell the unrest. Those who were dragged off by the bloodthirsty beasts, especially by the humanoid variants, are most likely already lost. Su Weicheng's face darkened. He turned to Lin Zidong, clearly worried these hot-blooded students would dash into the forest to attempt a rescue. That stretch of woods now belongs to the beasts. Anyone who goes in will never come out. Lin Zidong gave a cold snort, said nothing, and whirled back into the cabin. Ruanashu, her eyes red from crying and still muttering apologies, hurried after him. As soon as they stepped inside, she froze as if she had picked up a faint signal. I think I can sense them. The Longjing students were already linked to Ruan Ash's psychic network. The captured couple carried her mental sigil in their minds. Moments ago the mark had been silent. Now it pulsed again, laced with pain and terror. They're still alive? Someone asked, heart pounding. Ruanashu shook her head, her voice trembling. No, their consciousness has almost faded. All I can feel is the mark thrashing in agony. They're being converted by the blood fiend. Mutating. A blood fiend? Lin Zidong's eyes flashed like sudden lightning. Can you pinpoint its location? She nodded, still frightened but certain. Someone suggested, then let's alert Ping'an Town and move out together. No. Lin Zidong cut him off, raising a hand. His gaze was steady. If we tell them, we'll only alert the enemy. The room went silent. Lin Zidong swept his eyes over the group. His voice was soft but brooked no dissent. We'll form our own squad and leave at once. You handle the beasts. We'll take care of the blood fiend. Seeing the lingering doubts, he lifted the gleaming long sword in his hand and flashed a confident smile. Relax. I'm leading the team myself this time. With him in command, how could the blood fiend possibly escape? Lin Zidong was a tier 6 ability user. In his mind, he was the absolute ceiling of combat power in Peacetown, and the bloodthirsty fiend in the dossier was only tier 5. One swing of his blade would end the farce. It was the perfect chance to restore Longjing University's reputation. Even if Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, and Anya kept the top 3 spots, a personal kill would turn the tables. He handpicked the strongest fighters from Longjing's student body and formed a squad in no time. Icefrost sorceress Jiang Wanxue, the academy's top-ranked student, was an obvious choice. Zhu Qianlong, who hadn't made the cut, hesitated, then mustered his courage. Captain, I wanted to. Though only in a great ability user, his Thunder Vanguard skill packed a punch. Lin weighed the odds and nodded. All right. Permission granted. Zhu beamed and immediately glued his eyes to Jiang Wanxue. The goddess had barely spoken a complete sentence to him since they'd arrived, yet he refused to give up. She managed a polite smile, and Zhu's still swollen face lit up like fireworks. Heart's Queen Ruan Ashu didn't join the excursion. Her abilities were mostly support-oriented. Leaving a psychic mark in town would let her maintain long-range comms and guide the team. With everything set, Lin Zidong led his squad out of Peacetown under cover of darkness. Morning sunlight spilled across the schoolyard. After breakfast, Wang Guan stopped by the medical tent to check on Su Mingming, then set off with his friends to patrol the town's perimeter. When the circuit was complete, he returned to the camp zone and found Anya crouched outside his tent, looking glum. A swarm hovered over her head, yellow-black, queen bees crawling through her hair. She muttered, brows knit, "My hive wouldn't disappear for no reason. Something's wrong." Wang sensed trouble too, but another detail bothered him more. The Longjing students were unusually quiet. They'd taken breakfast to go and skipped the scheduled patrol. The new scouts I released only spotted a few of them wandering near the building. The rest stayed holed up inside, Anya said, still directing her bees to monitor the area. Something's off. A chill pricked Wang's spine. Did they slip into the forest while you were replacing the hive? Racing footsteps cut him off. Guan, bad news. Gao Chong ran up, almost out of breath. The leaderboard just spiked for the Longjing team, and a few names went gray. Damn. Wang lunged toward the dorm where the Longjing students stayed and pulled up the rankings on his wristpad. As he watched, Zhu Qianlong's name faded from bright white to dull gray. He wasn't the only one. Scores rose and fell in rapid flashes. Students outside the dorm had noticed and were buzzing with speculation. By the time Wang reached the building, the burly instructor had arrived too, face like thunder. What happened? Where did they go? Inside, the Longjing students exchanged panicked looks. Even they were starting to lose their nerve. Ruan Ishu burst from the room in a panic. "We found signs of the bloodthirsty fiend," she blurted. "Leader Lin has already taken a team after it." Guided by Ruan's telepathic signal, Lin Zidong led his squad through brambles and slick boulders until they reached a shadow-cloaked ravine deep in the forest. The gorge was long and narrow, its cliffs draped with hanging vines. The moment they stepped inside, a dozen crimson eyes flared in the dark. Scores of humanoid blood beasts leapt at them. Black scales covered the creatures' bodies, and their talons were as sharp as knives. Each one possessed third-tier strength. Most Longjing students were only second-tier, and though their skills and gifted abilities usually let them outmatch peers, sheer numbers pushed the squad into a desperate fight. Worse still, the real menace, the bloodthirsty fiend, waited deeper in the chasm. From the shadows it released eerie blood mist, directing the horde like puppets. It was stronger and craftier than Lin had feared. "It's a trap," Lin howled inwardly. Back in town, Ruan reached the same conclusion through their shared link. The fiend had exposed its trail on purpose to lure them in. She recalled last night's beast tide. Not a single humanoid blood beast had appeared then, yet the instructors had warned, "The fiend is vicious, stay alert." Their pride had blinded them. In the town square, Instructor Su Weiching's rugged face tightened with anger. "We're going after them. Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, you're with me." Among the students, Wang and Tong were in a league of their own, strong enough to survive any ambush. They nodded at once. Su outlined the mission: kill the fiend if possible, at least mark it for tracking, and burn the expelled students' bodies so they couldn't be turned into beasts. Assuming they were heading out to rescue her classmates, Wang thanked them. "Let me add you to the psychic network." She touched Su's forehead, etching a mark in his mind. The sudden chorus of voices startled him. The Longjing students had been using this communication the whole time, yet never shared it. Ruan reached for Tong next, but a pale gold glow flared on his brow and repelled her probe. "Protective artifact," he explained. "Blocks telepathy." Wang resisted as well, though the real reason was the bug tag had slipped on Ruan the night before. In his eyes she was nothing more than a comedy performer. He cleared his throat. "I've got protection too." Time was short, and Su's link would suffice. Enya offered to join, but Su shook his head. Her command of swarms was lethal, yet her frail body made a forest assault too risky. He posted her in town to bolster the defenses. With the plan set, Su, Wang, and Tong vaulted over the high palisade and vanished into the night-shrouded woods. "If things get ugly, don't cling to the fight, pull out immediately," Su warned as they ran. The three of them raced through the forest and reached the ravine where the bloodthirst demon was hiding in less than 10 minutes. The ground was littered with the bleached remains of the creatures the Longjing squad had slain earlier. The blood had long since dried, and a few beast-type blood fiends were still wandering about. Hearing movement, they bared their fangs and charged, only to be cut down in an instant. There inside, only Lin Zidong and Zhang Wangxue are still alive. Linking through the psychic network, Su Weiching quickly located his teammates. Lin Zidong was locked in a struggle with several blood fiends stronger than they were, yet steadily losing ground for lack of experience against abyssal monsters. Zhang Wangxue, ringed by humanoid blood fiends, had survived by sealing herself inside a towering block of ice with her ice witch ability. They left so full of confidence and turned themselves into a delivery service, Wang Guan muttered. "There." Su Weiching pointed ahead. Amid shattered rocks stood a block of ice several meters tall, Jiang Wangsu's pale profile faintly visible within. Outside, humanoid blood fiends slammed clawed hands against the ice, spraying shards everywhere. Wang Guan instantly recognized one of them, skin dark red, body shriveled, front teeth missing. Zhu Qianlong. So the bloodthirst demon killed him and turned him. Wang Guan felt a chill. Recently transformed, Zhu Qianlong still stood upright, as though the last ember of consciousness remained. He clawed at the ice, growling, more frenzied than the others, desperate to drag Jiang Wangxue out. Then he spotted the newcomers. His blood-red eyes filled with rage. and with a shriek he became the first to charge, hatred for Wang Guan clear in his gaze. "I've got this." Wang Guan stepped forward. "Kill you, Wangxue, we'll be happy." Zhu Qianlong's voice was hoarse, the words garbled, yet shards of memory bled through. Tiny arcs of lightning danced over his skin, remnants of his former power, and he raked at Wang Guan with electrified claws and fangs. "Watch out," Su Weiqing called, seeing Wang Guan's casual stance. Smack! Wang Guan's open palm cracked like a whip. Boom! Zhu Qianlong spun where he stood, skull fracturing before he slammed into the ground. A max-level military hand-to-hand strike had caved in half his head. Scan: ordinary child currently insane. Even in bloodfiend form, the earlier bug status tags remained only insane had been added. You have slain a bloodthirst beast and gained 20 points. A sharp slap ended the newly turned Zhu Qianlong, and the notification flashed across Wang Guan's vision. Even a bloodthirst beast that had once been a Longjing student still yielded points 20, at that prompting a silent nod of approval. Su Weiqing and Tong Yixing stared for half a second after watching Wang Guan kill with a single slap. "I've smacked him so many times I'm used to it," Wang Guan said offhandedly. "When he charged, my reflex kicked in." The two exchanged glances and fell silent. Before the words died away, fresh roars echoed from deeper in the ravine. 5 humanoid bloodthirst beasts abandoned their effort to smash the ice and lunged toward the trio. 3 were ordinary creatures. The other 2 were clearly freshly turned Longjing students. The clash erupted instantly. The ice burst apart, and Zhang Wangxue vaulted out, a touch disheveled. Shock flashed across her face, quickly replaced by joy, and she shouted through the psychic link. "Wang Guan, he's here too?" The momentary distraction changed nothing. Su Weiqing's fist struck like anvils, pulping 2 common beasts in a few blows. Tong Yixing blinked behind another and finished it cleanly. Wang Guan casually slapped the 2 students into paste. "Brother Guan, do you get some kind of buff against Longjing students?" Tong Yixing teased. "They've just turned. They're weaker, that's all," Wang Guan replied. Zhang Wangxue hurried over, smile bright. But the sight of Zhu Qianlong's rapidly rotting corpse made her grimace. "That useless fool said he'd protect me. Brother Wang Guan, did you come to save me?" "We're here for the bloodthirst demon," Wang Guan answered coolly, eyes already drifting toward the ravine's depths. Saving her was merely a byproduct. She was little more than a passerby now, and any classmate sentiment was long gone. "It's dangerous in there, I barely made it out." She pressed. "Suit yourself," he said with a dismissive wave. Su Weiqing and Tong Yixing likewise ignored her. The 3 men stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to advance. Zhang Wangxue cast them an angry glare and started for the exit only to freeze. At the mouth of the gorge, a dense wall of bloodthirst beasts blocked the way. The gorge, carved by a landslide, was hemmed in by sheer cliffs. Without flight, the entrance was the only route. Now the horde surged in like a tide, sealing the exit completely. "The bloodthirst demon wants a pot trap," Wang Guan muttered, eyes narrowing. The tactic was clear: scatter beasts to draw prey inside, then close the mouth with the main pack textbook ambush. Tong Yixing didn't speak. He spun and charged the entrance, arms spread wide as dark violet energy gathered between them. The instant his foot hit the ground, he clapped his hands together, the Lord of Entropy's signature skill. Only grade D, yet plenty impressive. Boom. A blast of raw energy hurled the beasts that had scrambled into the ravine back the way they came. Landing on shattered rocks, Tong Yixing planted himself across the narrow entrance, sapphire light gathering around his wrist. "I can hold them for now," he shouted. His figure was like a massive gate. No matter how the pack threw itself at him, it could not advance an inch, a living embodiment of one man blocking 10,000. During the brief standoff, he turned his head and called, "Are you going in?" asking whether Wang Guan and Su Weiqing intended to push deeper into the ravine. Su Weiqing's brows knitted, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Wang Guan answered first, "This is our chance. I can finish off the humanoid bloodfiends in no time." Through their mind link, they exchanged intel. Dozens of humanoid bloodfiends had been lying in wait inside the gully, but most had already been wiped out by the Longjing students, and the remainder were badly wounded. For Su Weiqing, whose primary mission was a bug investigation, the odds of success had just risen sharply. For Wang Guan, the transformed Longjing students were only ordinary people who had lost control targets he was confident he could handle. Meeting the certainty in Wang Guan's eyes, instructor Su Weiqing finally nodded. "Go." The 2 of them leaped past Tong Yixing and raced into the ravine. Meanwhile, Zhang Wangxue stared after them, unable to fathom why the 2 would charge deeper into a trap. A glance at the tide of beasts still being blasted back by Tong Yixing told her she was already exhausted. Staying would only put her in greater danger. Seizing a gap in the pack, she staggered toward the periphery, drawing off a portion of the bloodfiends and easing some of the pressure on Tong Yixing. Wang Guan and Su Weiqing sprinted forward, their feet crunching over piles of half-rotted humanoid bloodfiend. Remains the price the Longjing students had paid in blood. Unmolested along the way, they reached the ravine's depths, where an open, sunken clearing suddenly unfolded before them. At the center, the blood-fiend demon Wang Guan had seen earlier was locked in combat with Lin Zidong. Around them, a dozen or so humanoid blood-fiends, most of them freshly converted Longjing students, stood erect in a loose ring, issuing hoarse growls from their throats, yet making no move to intervene. The battle looked more like a cat toying with a mouse. Although Lin Zidong was ranked higher than the blood-fiend demon, his powerful physique, grade alloy longsword, and impressive skills meant little now. Riddled with wounds, he staggered unsteadily, his mind on the brink of collapse, reduced to shrill, desperate screams. The demon, by contrast, cackled in a shrill, mocking laugh. Earlier, when Lin Zidong's squad had arrived, the blood-fiend demon had kept itself hidden, manipulating beast puppets to harass them in waves, striking from the shadows to drain students of blood and convert the victims into more of its kind. The entire depression was clearly a carefully laid snare designed to lure a few of the students inside. When Lin Zidong finally saw through the scheme, his former confidence and fighting spirit were torn apart. Panic unseated his mind. He grew increasingly frantic and agitated until, at last, fear took complete control. He tried to run, but it was already too late. The blood fiend finally struck. It didn't hurry to kill its prey. Instead, like a cat tormenting a mouse, it drew blood with claws and fangs, shredding Lin Zidong's resolve piece by piece simply to savor the carnage. Lin Zidong was undeniably strong, but he had never faced a creature this wicked, nor did he possess the iron will to endure to the very end. By the time Wang Guan, Su Weicheng, and the others arrived, the blood fiend had grown bored with its game. It wrapped Lin Zidong in a crushing embrace, lifted him into the air, then sank its needle-sharp teeth into his exposed throat. Blood drained in an instant, and his flesh shriveled before their eyes. The red scars on his body converged and spread, devouring the last spark of life. Lin Zidong's pupils dilated, terror frozen on his face, and within a few breaths his life was gone. Seeing him fall, Wang Guan and Su Weicheng didn't hesitate. With a sharp burst of speed, Su Weicheng sprang past the humanoid blood beasts blocking their path, iron fist raised as he charged the blood fiend. He left his back to Wang Guan without a second thought. Wang Guan followed close behind, sweeping his alloy sword in a wide arc. The blade flashed, and several former Longjing students, now warped into blood-crazed creatures, fell where they stood. To him, they were victims of a virus, nothing more than straw men to be cut down. Su Weicheng reached the blood fiend in a heartbeat. His fist, wrapped in rushing air, hammered downward. The fiend flung Lin Zidong's corpse aside, shrieked, and met the blow heat. Man and monster tangled in a furious clash, fist and claw colliding with thunderous cracks. After a brief exchange, the blood fiend sized up its opponents. This human was weaker than Lin Zidong, yet his spirit burned brighter and his courage never wavered. Tearing him apart would be easy enough. The real problem was the boy nearby Wang Guan. In the miasma forest, Wang Guan had sliced its puppet beast in half and forced it into retreat. Later, it had sent a horde of blood beasts to attack Peace Town while it hid in the rear, all because it feared that youngster. Yet the beast reports claimed Wang Guan was strong, but hardly a nightmare. Could that encounter have been a fluke? Perhaps the boy was just a lucky elite. Now that he was here, the fiend might as well finish him off. Hunger flooded its mouth with saliva as its crimson gaze swept the field. Across the battlefield, Wang Guan's sword whirled like silver lightning. One after another, the humanoid blood beasts dropped at his feet, each strike as effortless as slicing melon. The moment the Longjing students arrived in Pingan Town, Wang Guan tagged every one of them with a bug entry. When the scan finished, the verdict was the same as always: normal. By Wang Guan's count, 99 out of 100 scans produced that label. Among the 100 or so cadets taking part in the town's military drills, only Anya came up as Iron Barbie, her strength on par with Wang Guan's. All 30 students from Longjing were marked ordinary student or even comedy performer, designations that implied zero combat ability. To Wang Guan, they buzzed around like headless flies, annoying but harmless. The real trouble lay with several humanoid blood thralls that hadn't been students at all. The system, bound by its so-called normal rule, still classified them as ordinary humans. Yet Wang Guan knew better. A single swipe from those monsters could rip through steel. Red system notifications streaked across his retinas as he moved, cutting down every blood thrall that lunged at him. All the while he kept Lin Zidong tossed aside nearby, in the corner of his eye. Lin Zidong was a 6th-tier ability user and thus immune to bug tagging. A blood fiend was now pinning him to the ground, draining him dry. His skin shriveled by the second. If the mutation completed, even suppressed to below 6th tier, he would turn into a nightmare-class enemy. I have to destroy his body before that happens. After finishing the last blood thrall, Wang Guan pushed off and blurred toward Lin Zidong. A flash of cold light shot from his alloy blade, aimed straight at Lin Zidong's heart. The tip had barely touched skin when a withered hand clamped down, gripping the blade in a vice. Dark red scars covered Lin Zidong, his sunken chest heaving. An instant later his bloodshot eyes snapped open and he rasped, Wang Guan must die. Long Jing doesn't need trash. He still clung to his orders. Crack. Twisting his hand, he snapped the grade alloy sword clean in two. Black talons erupted from his fingertips, slicing at Wang Guan with a shrill whistle. Wang Guan ducked low, slid aside, tossed away the broken blade, and drew back both fists. Bang! Bang! Two full-power military punches slammed into Lin Zidong's chest, staggering him. But the beast change had already made him far tougher than a normal blood thrall. His chest caved slightly, yet the damage wasn't fatal. It only stoked his feral rage. Raff! Fangs bared, Lin Zidong charged again. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Guan spotted Lin Zidong's own alloy long sword on the ground, a fine weapon, its dull sheen hiding a razor edge. He flipped his wrist, snatched up the blade, and felt a heavy, lethal pressure run up his arm as steel met palm. Nice sword. In a flash, he swung a horizontal cut. The two figures crossed in a blur of wind. Schlunk. Lin Zidong froze midair, then crumpled to the ground. His withered head rolled off at an odd angle and thudded onto the dirt. You have slain a blood thrall. 30 points. Black mist rose from the corpse as flesh decayed before his eyes. Wang Guan stood with the sword in hand and sighed inwardly. 1 second later, and he really would have become a nightmare. He looked down at the blade, its cold gleam still feral, as if freshly unsheathed. Another fine sword, he mused. If I'd been any slower, Lin Zidong would have been a real headache and I wouldn't have picked up this beauty either. Without the aid of any bug tags, he still managed to finish the job. Yet his points hadn't dropped at all, as if some hidden glitch were still in play. Wang Guan weighed the new sword in his hand. He would never slap a bug label on this weapon lightly. Less than a minute had passed from the moment he appeared in the ravine to the instant every humanoid bloodthirsty beast lay dead. He spared no glance for Lin Zidong, who lay collapsed on the ground. With a single step, he shot forward, racing toward the bloodthirsty demon locked in a fierce duel with Su Mingming, ready to fight alongside his instructor and end the creature in one stroke. Buttscree! A shrill cry ripped through the ravine. The demon suddenly leaped back the instant Wang Guan closed in. All four limbs tensed, and it sprang up the sheer cliff, bounding left and right like an agile mountain goat. In a heartbeat, it had scrambled dozens of meters away. It bolted. Su Mingming and Wang Guan froze in surprise. The cliff face was nearly vertical. Even if they tried to climb, they could never catch a monster that had just doubled its speed. Stay right there, Wang Guan roared. He unleashed his windmill slash, and a deafening gale exploded through the ravine. Several crescent-shaped blades of wind tore forward, their edges almost solid thanks to the sword's built-in enchantment. Wherever they struck the cliff, they carved grooves an inch deep. One blade hit the demon squarely in the shoulder, splattering black blood, but the wound was far from fatal. Seizing the chance, the creature slipped into the jumble of rocks and thorn bushes, and within seconds it was out of range, its presence gone. Su Mingming stared at the empty cliff, regret filling his eyes. Wang Guan was just as stunned. Ran off again. That thing's ridiculously cautious, he muttered to himself. Su Mingming drew a deep breath. I left a marker on it. I can sense its general location. Normally a detection skill like that was dismissed as useless in combat, but right now it was perfect. Once they had a fix on the target, hunting it later would be much easier. They hadn't killed the demon, yet the haul was still sizable. 1. A tracking mark on the bloodthirsty demon. 2. The threat of the Dragon Capital student's beast infection was completely removed. Su Mingming swept his gaze across the ravine. The bodies of the students who had attacked them so wildly were decaying at an alarming rate, their shredded clothes scattering on the ground. He marveled silently. This student of mine wiped out every humanoid beast in under a minute, something even I might not be able to do. And yet Wang Guan's performance wasn't so outrageous that it defied logic, which only made Su Mingming more curious. He kept his questions to himself. Fall back, he ordered. The two of them darted toward the mouth of the ravine. At the entrance, Tong Yixing stood guard in the narrow gap. Lightning crackled around his arms as he punched one charging beast after another. The pressure here was even greater than the bloody fight they'd endured the day before, yet he didn't retreat an inch. Because he hadn't joined Wan Ash's psychic network, he had no idea what was happening deeper inside. All he could do was hold the line. Only when he heard hurried footsteps behind him and turned to see Wang Guan and Su Mingming did the tension in his face ease a little. Break through, Wang Guan shouted. The three formed a line, blasted a hole in the beast tide clogging the exit, and sprinted along the mountain trail toward Peaceful Town. The swarm gave chase for a moment, then, as if receiving the demon's order, turned as one, retreating like a black tide into the forest. By the time the three reached Peaceful Town, their pursuers were nowhere to be seen. Guan, instructor, you're finally back. Seeing them arrive, everyone hurried over at once. The students from Ping'an Town buzzed with excitement. By contrast, the Longjing group looked devastated. Through the mine net, they had already learned of the disaster in the ravine. Lin Zidong and the 13 elite students he led from Longjing had been almost wiped out, and even their strongest captain had died on the spot. Standing in the middle of the square, Su Weiqing gave a brief account of what had happened. He deliberately glossed over the details of the direct clash to hide Wang Guan's true strength, stressing only that the newly transformed humanoid blood fiends were still weak and were taken down quickly, a version convincing enough for anyone who had not witnessed the fight. Wang Guan tipped back the cold water Gao Chang handed him, his Adam's apple bobbing as he calculated at lightning speed the lives of a dozen Longjing students for the elite of the Bloodfiend pack. The Bloodfiend Lord had been tagged by the instructors and could not summon another wave of humanoid fiends anytime soon, and he had picked up a finely crafted longsword after Lin Zedong fully beast-shifted and shattered his old blade. It was only natural to claim the spoils. All things considered, the trade-off was more than worth it. Once he had tallied the gains, he frowned and looked around. Where are the missing Longjing students? They went to rendezvous with Jiang Wangxue, Gao Chang replied. Before he finished speaking, a jumble of footsteps sounded outside the town gate. Several students staggered in, clothes torn and faces smeared with blood. They were the very ones sent to help Jiang Wangxue. It turned out that Jiang Wangxue, trying to break free, had charged out of the ravine alone, only to draw an entire pack of blood fiends and be chased for several kilometers. Luckily, she had sent a distress call through the mine net, and her companions raced to her aid. When the Bloodfiend Lord recalled its pack, they finally managed to escape. Now Jiang Wangxue was covered in wounds, her long hair plastered to her face. So disheveled, she hardly resembled the aloof goddess from before. When she saw that Wang Guan and the other two were already back and safe, Jiang Wangxue. The students from Longjing University had taken heavy losses. Every escort responsible for their safety was dead. Crimson blood still clung to their badges, the air thick with the acrid stench of burnt flesh, and the survivors' breathing had turned ragged and uneven. One by one, faces drained of color as panic rippled through the ranks. Wan Ashu stepped forward, her eyes sweeping across the crowd, her low voice ringing with authority. From now on, you follow the instructor's orders. She knew their best chance of finishing the hunt alive was to join the instructors and Wang Guan, and the Longjing students' pride had to be shelved. The instructors and Wang Guan accepted the honor students without hesitation. Even without their escorts, the Longjing contingent was still formidable, and surviving the night of the hunt required everyone to pull together. Wang Guan, he's still one of us. From Longjing, a student whispered. The old claims that he was unworthy of Longjing had vanished, replaced by quiet relief that Wang Guan was their classmate. The Longjing prodigies moved into the tents at the center of the field, while students from Pingon Town slipped into Wan Ash's mental network. Though the planet's technology was advanced, ability users had rendered conventional battlefield comms obsolete and stunted the use of guns and missiles. Tier 3 talents could dodge bullets, and physique types could shrug them off barehanded. For them, close-quarters weapons made far more sense. Keep the blade close, strike fast, and settle the fight in an instant. To join the network, you have to accept my psychic imprint first, Wan explained patiently. It's just a wisp of thought. It won't tamper with your mind or peek at your memories. Her eyes landed on Tong Yixing. You're sure you don't want in? Tong Yixing brushed the pendant at his chest and shook his head. No thanks. I'm not used to people rummaging around in my head. Wan turned to Wang Guan and met the same resistance. He smiled lazily. Yeah, I'm not keen on it either. He had secrets he would let no one touch, no matter how harmless the imprint was said to be. And from his perspective, Wan Ash's imprint simply wouldn't stick anyway. Fortunately, their strength spoke for itself, and opting out of the mental network wouldn't upset the larger plan. They only needed to fight flat out when the time came. Once the logistics were handled, Wang Guan finally pulled up his mission panel. Rank. First, 685 points. The last wave of humanoid blood beasts alone had earned him more than 200 points, putting him far ahead of everyone else. Tong Yixing, who had defended the mountain pass, sat at 657 points, a close second. Jiang Wangxue, after several brutal skirmishes, had climbed to 273 points, overtaking Inya. Enya remained relaxed, showing no interest in the leaderboard. Satisfied, Wang Guan closed the screen and opened his stat panel. Ability, Detection F. Skills, Spinning Windmill Mastery, Military Combatives Max Tier 3. Physique, 26.2. Speed, 23.8. Spirit, 23.5. In just 2 days his physique had jumped nearly 5 points, while speed and spirit had each risen by 3. Repeated life and death battles had forced out his latent potential. Nothing raised stats faster than fighting for your life. After pushing military combat boxing to the max level, Wang Guan could feel his body with crystal clarity, and his physique stat jumped before his eyes. The skill had climbed from novice to beginner overnight, and the bonus was even stronger than when he first learned it. Not every technique grants stats. Kiddo's big windmill, for instance, barely helps at all. Feeling the surge of power, Wang Guan wondered if he should hunt down more skills that boost speed or spirit to round out his weak spots. Different ability users grow in wildly different ways. Psychic types rocket their spirit stat, but are usually short on physique and speed. Anya had told him her spirit was close to 30, while both physique and speed were under 15, a lopsided spread that plagued almost every psychic. By contrast, Wang Guan's own frank power gave him no stat bonuses whatsoever, so keeping all three attributes balanced was the safest path forward. His speed was rising fast, but hitting tier 4 anytime soon was still a fantasy. You need an average stat of 30 to reach that tier, and the Bloodthirst Demon was already a tier 5 mutant beast. If he ever did crack tier 4, his bug scan would finally work on the monster, and he could play with it at will, but right now he had to climb one step at a time. Meanwhile, Instructor Su Weicheng kept the Bloodthirst Demon locked in his senses. The creature still paced deep inside the forest, its pack of bloodhounds circling it. Wang Guan had scared it off once, yet it hadn't abandoned its hunger for Peace Town. As an abyss spawn, its craving for human flesh was instinctive. It would never give up a hunting ground that held more than 100 people. Su Weicheng didn't want to let such a threat slip away either, and he was patiently waiting for the perfect kill shot. At sunset, Wang Guan and his crew finished their routine patrol. "Go eat without me, you'll be there in a bit," he said, then peeled off toward Mingming's cabin on the edge of camp. His friends traded knowing grins. Guan really doted on the instructor's daughter. They whispered, even more curious about the girl hidden inside. Gao Chong swore Guan said she was prettier than Jiang Wangxue of Longjing, but with the instructor's ban in place, all they could do was sigh from a distance. Wang Guan pulled out the key Su Weicheng had given him, slipped through the iron door, and ducked inside. The room was dim. In the first splash of light, he saw Su Mingming curled in a corner, shoulders quivering as though every breath hurt. Dark red scars writhed across her skin like living things. The bloodlust was back. "Mingming." He strode toward her. Don't come closer." Her crimson eyes locked on him, her voice trembling with forced restraint. It's closer now, it's going to catch me." She had to drink blood to ease the symptoms, but the instructor was gone, and Wang Guan wasn't in the telepathic net, so there was no way to call Su Weicheng in time. In a heartbeat, he drew his longsword, slashed open his own forearm, and scarlet soaked his sleeve. He pushed the wound toward her without hesitation. "No, Wang Guan." Mingming's face was torn with refusal. "It's fine," he said softly, leaving no room to argue. "We made a deal when you're well again. I'm taking you outside to have some fun." Mingming wavered, but instinct won out. She leaned toward the gash. A cool touch skimmed his skin, and her throat began to swallow. The blood-red glow in her eyes quickly faded. The ghastly scars across her body stopped writhing, as though they had finally fallen dormant. She let go of Wang Guan's arm, lifted her head timidly, and, while quietly sobbing, dabbed at his wound with her sleeve. Tears rolled down her cheeks, a silent mix of gratitude and remorse. "Feeling any better?" Wang Guan asked in a low voice. He paid little mind to the gash given his current constitution. Such an injury barely counted as a scratch. Su Mingming nodded faintly, her voice hoarse. "I'm sorry, it's fine." Wang Guan's hand came up to ruffle her hair, his tone gentle. After a brief silence, she seemed to summon all her courage. Head lowered, she whispered, "Wang Guan, if I can't hold on, will you kill me? I know Dad can't bring himself to do it. I should have been dead long ago." A shadow crossed Wang Guan's face, yet he forced a reassuring smile. "Don't overthink it, Mingming. The instructor and I will take down the Bloodthirst Demon." Seeing her pale and helpless expression, a surge of fury rose in his chest. "Damn that demon." But Su Mingming tried to speak again. "Rest first." Wang Guan coaxed her back onto the narrow bed, chatted about lighter things for a moment, and then, face grim, left the room. Once the door closed, Su Mingming curled up, hugging her knees. Her body trembled, exhaustion and fear tangling together until sleep claimed her. By now, half of her belonged to the Bloodthirst Demon, and the blood she had just drunk from Wang Guan seeped into her veins, stubbornly claiming its place. Suddenly, a thin arc of electricity danced across her palm. Clink chains, metal furniture, and iron fixtures vibrated, as if plucked by an unseen hand, humming softly in response to her electromagnetic pull. Scanning. A beautiful girl, peerless and brilliant, gifted with ins-class ability electromagnetic armament. Night had fallen completely. Heavy clouds blanketed the sky as if ink had been poured across it, and not a single star was visible. The pole lights around the athletic field snapped on, their incandescent beams slicing through the damp air. Wang Guan pushed open the shed door and stepped outside. Swaying slightly, blood loss had left him dizzy and pale. He drew a sharp breath, pressed a hand to the bandage that was still seeping, and scowled. Remembering Su Mingming's pitiful expression, he felt a ball of anger swelling in his chest, ready to tear through what was left of his restraint. A sudden shout cut through the noise on the field. "Light, there's a light to the east." Everyone turned. In the eastern sky, a blinding white glow had appeared, racing toward the field. Wang Guan tensed instinctively, his fists clenching until his knuckles whitened. As the light drew nearer, he finally saw it clearly. It was a sleek, silver airship. The craft was designed for both cargo and passengers. Since the skies had become hunting grounds for mutant beasts, air travel was perilous. Most people now took the train, and aircraft of any kind had become a rare sight. Now a mid-sized blimp, its hull trimmed with navigation lights, thundered over Pingon Town and settled smoothly on a cleared patch beside the field. Reinforcements. It must be from the Leong Shan Municipal Hall. The crowd buzzed. The paint scheme was clearly commercial rather than military, but right now any help at all was welcome. Students and townsfolk swarmed toward the ship, and even the usually unflappable instructor Su Weiqing allowed himself a rare smile under Alliance regulations. Backup arrived only when a mission was deemed hopeless. A sudden airship could only improve their bleak situation. Yet when they reached the vessel, they found the cabin empty, the seats still wrapped in protective plastic. The cockpit hatch popped open, and a burly man with a thick beard stuck out his head, then jumped to the ground, voice booming. "I'm here to evacuate passengers." Evacuate. Bewilderment rippled through the crowd. Were they abandoning the mission? Wang Guan's glance took in the cabin. The blimp had seats for 30 at most, while the town and the students numbered nearly 300. He opened his mouth to ask, but the bearded pilot had already pulled out an electronic manifest and snapped the screen open. "Only those whose names I call are boarding. Everyone else, stay off the ship." "What's the meaning of this?" Su Weiqing demanded, his face darkening. "I was hired for a job, get the people on this list out. Everything else is none of my business." The pilot growled, then began to read. Jiang Wangxue, Wanashu, Heejin. As the roll call continued, it became clear the entire list consisted of Longjing University students. So this airship was chartered by Longjing University to pick up their own? Wang Guan muttered, stunned. The Longjing students glanced at one another, delight spreading across their faces. But Wanashu seized a classmate's sleeve, brows knotted. "You signaled the university for help behind my back." Longjing treated its elite students as valuable assets. Besides assigning them a chaperone, the school had issued each group a distress beacon that connected straight to campus headquarters. Press the button in a life-threatening situation and rescue would be dispatched at once, a privilege enjoyed by Longjing students alone. Only now did Ruan realize her classmates had activated the device without telling her. "I suggested it, and everyone agreed," Jiang Wanshua said. Her body was swathed in bandages, her face ashen, but her tone was firm. "We've taken heavy losses. Leader Lin Zidong is dead. If we stay, we'll be next." She made her decision the moment she staggered back into town that morning. After witnessing the bloodthirsty fiend's brutality firsthand, Jiang Wangxue was certain no matter how strong Su Weiqing, Tong Yixing, or Wang Guan might be, they could never stop that monster. She had a promising future ahead. Why risk everything here? If they lost, she would die with the rest of the townsfolk. Wan Shu, however, refused to abandon safe haven. So Jiang Wangxue acted behind her back, urging the other students to send a distress signal. "But if we leave, the town will have an even harder time fighting off the beasts," Wanashu pleaded. Only 17 Longjing students were left, each in class Esper. If they withdrew, the town's combat strength would be cut in half. "That's their problem, not ours," Jiang Wangxue snapped, stepping toward the rescue airship. The students from Safe Haven turned pale when they understood her intent. Before the standoff could deepen, the crowd was shoved aside. Wang Guan strode straight at Jiang Wangxue. Her nerves tightened. With a flick of her wrist, a wall of ice cracked into existence, mist curling off its surface. "Wang Guan, what are you?" She never finished. Wang Guan kicked the wall to shards, thrust his hand through the fog, and clamped it around her throat. "Ugh." Jiang Wangxue clawed at his arm as frost raced across his skin, but he didn't flinch. She formed 2 icy spikes and slammed them at him. Smack! Smack! The spikes shattered against his palm. The ice witch's power was nothing more than a toy to Wang Guan. Everyone stared in shock. "Enough, Guan, too many eyes," Tong Yixing muttered, frowning as he stepped in. "Wang Guan, let her go," Su Weiqing ordered. Wang Guan released her. Jiang Wangxue collapsed, coughing violently and clutching her throat. He shook his arm. Frozen shards fell away with a soft clatter. His cold gaze lingered on her for a moment before he turned back to the group. Several Longjing students hurried to help Jiang Wangxue up. Tong Yixing, and Gao Chong, and the others gathered around Wang Guan. "You okay?" "Her frost can't be taken lightly," Tong Yixing asked, feeling the lingering chill on Wang Guan's skin. "I'm fine," Wang Guan said calmly. In truth, he felt better than before. He had already tagged Jiang Wangxue with a bug descriptor. Her freezing power acted on him like a healing mist. The gash in his arm and the dizziness from blood loss had vanished in that cold. Before his words faded, a chorus of snarls erupted from the forest around the town. The night seemed to lurch as the beast horde grew restless. Su Weiqing listened, face darkening. The bloodthirsty fiend has spotted the airship. It thinks we're retreating and can't wait to strike. Everyone held their breath. The roars from the forest drew closer, and every face turned ashen. The Longjing students traded glances and scrambled into the airship. "Hey, are you Wang Guan?" The burly, bearded pilot growled, glancing at the roster he held. "Your name's on the list, to get aboard." Every eye on deck swung toward Wang Guan. He was a Longjing University student as well, but had been branded an frank trash ability user. Several of his schoolmates looked conflicted. The administration had shipped him to Pingon Town for field training, hoping to wash him out. Yet now his name had appeared on the evacuation list, proof that had impressed the higher-ups. Instructor Su Weicheng, along with teammates Tong Yixing, Anya, Gao Chong, and the others, all fixed their gaze on him. Wang Guan gave a short laugh, the corner of his mouth curling. Longjing University is a trash school, whoever wants it can have it. His tone dripped with contempt. He rejected Longjing, and he rejected the airship. Brother Guan, you're awesome. So cool. Well said. The Pinggan town students, who had been rattled a moment ago, straightened at his words. Some eyed the airship, ready to bolt, but the pilot's ferocious stare drove them back. The Longjing students stared in shock. Urged on by the pilot, they filed into the cabin, carrying the unconscious Jiang Wangshua with them. Ashu, get in here. Someone yelled to Ruan Ashu, who was still standing on deck. I am staying. She hesitated a heartbeat, then shook her head firmly. Her mind network would be invaluable in the fight, and she refused to sit it out. Unlike her classmates, she felt no air of superiority. Finished speaking, she moved to stand beside Wang Guan and the others. Another Longjing student wavered, then also chose to stay. 15 Longjing students in all boarded the airship. Half the cabin was still empty, but the bearded pilot clearly had no intention of taking more passengers. Earlier, Wang Guan had tried to probe the man's level and failed evidence of real strength. Forcing their way aboard would only mean needless casualties. Otherwise, Wang Guan would gladly have dragged him off the ship. Heh, good luck, then. The pilot sneered, ducking into the cockpit. The engine roared, and the airship vaulted into the night sky. Several flying bloodthirsty beasts swooped to intercept, but tongues of fire burst from the deck, blasting them out of the air. No one could tell if it was the pilot's ability or enchanted weaponry. A system prompt blinked before everyone's eyes. Notice, Jiang Wangshua, He Jin, and others have left the mission area. They are considered to have forfeited the hunt. All points have been cleared. In a flash, those names vanished from the leaderboard. Out in the darkness beyond Pinggan town, the bloodthirsty beast horde was already taking shape. From here on out, we're on our own. Wang Guan said, voice low but steady. We're no worse than those Longjing students. If anything, we're braver. We stayed, they ran. Even without them, we can wipe out that horde. With that, Wang Guan charged forward. The bloodthirsty beast struck again, and from the very first clash the fighting was already at a boiling point. Beneath the night sky, their terrifying howls echoed over the town, mingling with the clang of metal and the dull crack of shattered wooden stakes. Ruan Ash's psychic network proved invaluable. Every combatant shared information almost instantly, coordinating without so much as a word. Everyone knew this could be the final stand. If they failed to hold the line and kill the bloodfiend, the entire hunting mission would collapse. The gate facing the forest remained the beast's main target. Dozens of them had torn through the wooden barricades and flooded the street. Wang Guan, Su Weicheng, Tong Yixing, and the other main fighters rushed to seal the breach. Thanks for staying, Wang Guan said, glancing at the boy sprinting beside him, the only Longjing student besides Ruan Ashu who had chosen not to evacuate. The newcomer was tall and powerfully built, skin dark, hair wild as straw. Even in the academy's silver-white uniform, he radiated a feral energy. No need to thank me. I'm not here to help you, the boy growled, his eyes locked on the onrushing horde. A grin split his face. I just want to fight. Nothing else interests me. Wang Guan blinked. Gao Chong leaned in and lowered his voice. His name's Rinyi. Total battle maniac, a misfit even at Longjing. Ruan introduced him on the MindNet. Shrank mutation type bestial transformation, and a rare variant at that. What exactly can he do? Wang Guan asked. He still hadn't seen Rinyi in action. Full beast shift. Mutation class, like a werewolf, only. Before Gao Chong could finish, Rinyi threw back his head and howled. His muscles bulged, then swelled again, stretching the fabric until it split with a sharp rip. Dark, mottled scales swept across his skin, his back hunched, and a thick tail lashed out behind him. A gaping, crocodile-like maw opened across his chest, ringed with fangs. In moments he became a half-man, half-monster tyrannosaur, radiating raw, primal savagery. He leapt skyward and crashed straight into the bloodthirsty pack. Wang Guan stared after him. Those trousers must be custom-made. To light the battlefield, several fire wielders, following Su Weicheng's signal, hurled fireballs. Trees and wooden houses went up in flames, scarlet tongues of fire ripping a blazing gash through the night. Bathed in the glare, Rinyi moved on pure instinct, plowing through the swarm. Claws and fangs scraped harmlessly off his scale armor, while his own teeth shredded any beast that dared lunge at him. He wasn't the most efficient killer, but his sheer brutality shattered the enemy's formation. A sudden, violent buzzing burst overhead. A sword-toothed wasp swarm hovered like a black cloud above the beasts, tiny blades flashing as they stabbed at exposed necks. Su Weicheng had stationed several students around the short-haired girl, Anya, ensuring the insect controller stayed safe. After their last fight, Anya had mastered the swarm's rhythm. Her face was pale and tense as she guided them in precise, lethal strikes. The nauseating empathy still made her gag now and then, but even as she retched, Her hands never faltered. Hard to believe, but with every round of vomiting, she was getting used to it. Much as she disliked that troublesome gift, the killing power of her swarm was nothing to underestimate. Wang Guan plunged into the fray, sword in one hand and iron fist in the other. The long sword he carried was a confirmed graded weapon with the special trait edge break, which momentarily sharpened the blade on impact and ripped its target open. Steel flashed. A single horizontal sweep sent more than a dozen Shirshua beasts flying. A heartbeat later, his enhanced military-style punch blasted into the pack on the opposite side, forcing human and beast alike to stagger backward. Armed with a graded weapon, running 2 graded skills, and backed by a Tier 3 physique, he outclassed any ordinary student in single combat power even without a wide-area finisher. In every lull, he triggered BUG scan, tagged troublesome blood beasts with exploit markers, and harvested them at will. Score notifications whirred past his eyes like a scrolling screen. Throughout the fight, he kept a sliver of attention on Su Weiqing. Before nightfall, he, Su Weiqing, and Tong Yixing had agreed on a contingency. If the Blood Fiend showed up, Su Weiqing would locate it through his mark sense and spearhead the attack, while Wang Guan and Tong Yixing cleared interference. At the same moment, the Blood Fiend was on the move. When the airship left earlier, it assumed the town was being evacuated, so it herded every Shirshua beast into an all-out assault, treating the remaining survivors as prey and hiding itself among the swarm. The ambush it used in the ravine against Lin Zidong's squad was now replayed. This time, though, the trick failed. The instant it stepped into the town with the horde, Su Weiqing felt that familiar, icy presence through his mark sense. Students nearby withdrew through the psychic network, and Su Weiqing, built like a steel tower, smashed through the beasts, iron fist shattering bones and splattering blood. Tong Yixing followed close behind, blasting open the flank with his force control to shield the instructor. The Blood Fiend screeched, a sharp, grating cry. Wang Guan was about to link up with the two when the tide of beasts suddenly crashed toward him like an avalanche. One wave fell, and another filled the gap. Nearly a third of the Shirshua beasts had been rerouted to his position, pinning him in place. The Blood Fiend was directing the swarm. Damn, it's afraid of might, doesn't want me getting close, Wang Guan thought grimly. His strange ability was too unpredictable for the Fiend's liking, so it isolated him with the horde, hoping to finish off the other threats first and then come back for him. By now, Su Weiqing's massive figure had reached the Blood Fiend. With a roar, his thunderous fist came crashing down. The Fiend, powerful and agile, dropped to all fours, dodged to the side, and slashed back with its claws. Man and monster were locked in combat once more. But unlike the fight in the ravine that morning, fresh waves of beasts kept pouring in on every side. Tong Yixing, his hair completely white, rushed in and raised a shimmering barrier, holding the beasts back just long enough for the instructor to regroup. Still, the torrent of monsters crashed against the shield again and again. Each time it trembled, blood-crazed creatures slipped through the gaps and lunged at Su Weiqing. Su Weiqing had to clash head-in with the Blood Fiend while constantly hacking down the smaller beasts that slipped past. No matter how fierce he was, openings kept appearing. Razor claws raked across his armor, and fresh blood seeped through the cracks. The situation grew desperate in a heartbeat. Guan, Tong Yixing shouted, his voice raw. On the other flank, Wang Guan was pinned down, unable to move an inch. Every leap he made was swallowed by the next wave of fangs and talons. A deafening roar split the air as Ren Yi, now a towering tyrant Rex, bulldozed into the fray. His massive claws tore a gaping corridor through the horde. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. He pointed towards Su Weiqing's battle line. Clear me a path over there. But the beast-shaped Ren Yi only glanced at him with beady black eyes, then veered off in another direction, smashing straight through the trees. He had just enough wits left to distinguish friend from foe. Complex orders were beyond him. So it really is brains for brawn, Wang Guan muttered, gritting his teeth as he sprinted after him. They had barely covered 10 meters before a fresh wave of monsters closed in from every side, swallowing Wang Guan once more. Ren Yi was already plowing through the forest, destination unknown. At the same moment, another group of cadets was swept into the stampede. What the hell? When did we become the ones surrounded? Guan! Cries rang out as Gao Chong and Enya found themselves trapped in the melee. Enya's swarm of battle bees stung with brutal efficiency, but her own body was fragile. Su Weiqing had assigned guards to escort her, yet chaos drew her into the current anyway. Catching sight of her, Wang Guan suddenly had an idea. I can glitch the system. He smashed a charging beast aside, bounded over, and faced Enya. He pointed toward the clash between Su Weiqing and the Blood Fiend. Enya, use everything you've got and throw me over there. As far as you can. Throw you? Enya blinked. My physique's barely 15 points. That's a stretch. Gao Chong stepped up. Guan, let me. I'm pushing 20 points in raw strength. No, her, Wang Guan insisted. I still locked on Enya. Now. His urgency sparked something in her. Enya drew a deep breath, gripped his arm with one hand and his waist with the other. Aim carefully, she whispered. She coiled every muscle, then spun hard. Heya! With a battle cry, She hurled Wang Guan skyward like an artillery shell. In Wang Guan's dossier, Enya was no weaker than he was. She wielded an S-rank ability called War Trumpet, and her teammates nicknamed her Iron Barbie. On the battlefield, it kept her strength surging. Right now, she was riding that high, and her throw packed real power. Whoosh! Wang Guan blasted through the air, punching a hole in the sky above the layered ranks of beasts. On the ground, Gao Chong, Enya, and the encircled cadets froze in disbelief. Even the nearby monsters hesitated for half a beat, then wheeled in unison, chasing the human projectile. Worth it, Iron Barbie never disappoints, Wang Guan thought as he adjusted his posture mid-flight. He was targeting the bug attached to Enya. Thanks to his upgraded abilities, he now weighed close to 200 pounds, far heavier than an ordinary person. Yet with a single burst of breath, Enya had hurled him more than 30 feet, something even elite power wielders could never manage. Hiss! In midair, a flying, bloodthirsty beast swooped straight at him. Swish! Wang Guan's longsword split the monster cleanly in two. Using the recoil, he adjusted his posture and plummeted like a black meteor toward the Blood Fiend's position. The Blood Fiend, shielded by the swarming beasts, had already gained the upper hand against Su Weiqing. With a dull thud, it slammed Su Weiqing to the ground. Tong Yixing sent a shockwave rippling outward, blue-white energy spreading like water, but the fiend absorbed the blow, its claws sinking into the soil as its gaping jaws lunged for Su Weiqing's throat. Suddenly, Wang Guan crashed down from the sky, landing square on the creature. Boom! A full-force military straight punch, powered by gravity, hammered into the fiend's chest. The monster was knocked sideways, blasted through a nearby house before skidding to a halt, its thick back caved in. It rolled to its feet, issuing a shrill, grating screech, a mix of rage, fear, and confusion. As master of the beast horde, it shared every creature's senses, yet the chaotic battlefield had never hinted that Wang Guan would descend from above. This human was clearly dangerous. Whoosh! Wang Guan felt a burning pain in his wrist as he landed. Before he could fully straighten, the Blood Fiend whirled and bolted. Running again, he took stock in a flash. Su Weiqing was down, and although Tong Yixing was still fighting, he was already stretched thin. Wang Guan spared Su Weiqing a single glance and shouted, "Take care of the instructor." Then he sprinted after the fiend, sword in hand. He wasn't certain he could defeat the creature on his own, but the fiend clearly feared him as well. If he could keep it tied up, Su Weiqing might have time to recover. After blasting away several bloodthirsty beasts, Tong Yixing rushed to Su Weiqing's side. Blood streaked Su Weiqing's body, yet he braced himself against a wall and rasped, "It's headed for Mingming." The Blood Fiend's true target was indeed Su Mingming. 13 years ago, it had bitten the girl. She had avoided full conversion, but carried its aura within her. The logical move then had been to kill her, yet a stubborn human man had kept her alive, suppressing the corruption each day with his own blood. Foolish human sentiment. Recently, it had pushed its horde toward Pingon Town. Through that lingering aura, it could track the girl's every move and had also seen how dearly the man and the boy valued her. In truth, it could have forced her complete transformation long ago, but it had waited, planning to use her as a pawn at the crucial moment like now. "Awaken, my servant," the fiend's guttural whisper slithered like a venomous snake, trying to rouse the girl fully, to turn her into a puppet and hold her over the boy's head. Outside Mingming's cabin, a squad posted by Su Weiqing was holding the line. Since the invasion began, only a few stray bloodthirsty beasts had reached them, and they had dispatched those easily. At the sight of the charging Shirshuemo, everyone froze. Was the boss really heading straight for them? Clang! The iron door of Mingming's little house burst open from within. Chains clattered as a slender figure staggered out. Su Mingming kept her eyes shut, blood-red scars writhing across her skin like living things until they covered nearly her entire body. She was being summoned. Hot on her heels, Wang Guan's face drained of color the moment he recognized the fiend's intent. His eyes reddened with anger. Was he really going to be forced to kill this gentle, pitiable girl with his own hands? Just then, a strange sensation brushed Wang Guan's mind. Coming from Su Mingming, though, he couldn't name exactly what it was. The Shirshuemo lunged at Su Mingming, its gaping maw twisted in a silent laugh. Her eyes snapped open, lightning dancing within them. Since being bitten as a child, that hideous shadow had haunted her nightmares. Now the nightmare was right before her, yet her fear had vanished. A brand new power surged through her body, filling her with warmth and courage. Electric sparks wrapped the chains, setting them humming in a low metallic tremor. "I am not afraid of you anymore." Her voice still quavered, but her words were rock solid. She swept her arms out, and arcs of cobalt electricity sprang forth, not thunder, but high-voltage current. The Shirshuemo had never imagined its would-be puppet would suddenly strike back. The raging current swallowed its body instantly. Muscles convulsed, black smoke billowed, the stench of charred flesh filled the air. Its piercing screams echoed as it writhed, unable to break free. Wang Guan, having just arrived, stood frozen. How could Su Mingming wield such power? High-voltage discharge combined with the bug entry he himself had written, only 4 words flashed through his mind. Supermagnetic armament. The fiend's howl seemed to summon reinforcements. Countless bloodthirsty beasts were now swarming toward them. Su Mingming's face went pale, her arms trembling. I can't hold on much longer. Wang Guan snapped back to reality. Without another moment's hesitation, he slashed out with his sword. Piercing edge. Cold light flashed as the blade sliced through the fiend's neck. Flesh, blood, and soot burst outward. Lightning raced down the sword into Wang Guan's arm. Prepared for searing pain, he was stunned to find the current warm and gentle, utterly painless. Her electricity can't hurt me? The thought flickered by as the Shirshua Mo collapsed headless to the ground. Even for an abyssal creature, that blow was fatal. The arcs faded. Exhausted, Su Mingming sagged. Wang Guan caught her with one arm, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. Congratulations, you have slain the Shirshua Mo. Congratulations. You have slain the bloodthirsty fiend and earned 230 points. Target eliminated. Hunting mission complete. Congratulations. You now hold first place with 1,103 points. Several pale blue notifications flashed across Wang Guan's retina. Slaying the bloodthirsty fiend had been the mission's final objective. Now the creature from the abyss lay dead. The hunt was officially over, and yet he could scarcely believe it. He glanced down at Su Mingming cradled in his arms. The girl's frail body rested against his chest while thin black mist seeped from her skin, residual corruption left by the fiend. Crimson scars faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing skin that was snow white, if a little pale. Hair that had been sparse and singed sprouted again, quickly dropping to her shoulders, glossy black with a few streaks of faint red, like embers refusing to die out. In a matter of moments, she looked like a perfectly healthy teenager and breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Guan's pupils quivered. In theory, anyone bitten by the bloodthirsty fiend could be cured if the monster was killed before the full transformation. But Su Mingming was not just healed. She kept no scars at all, and even showed hints of some extraordinary power. That was beyond anything the rules had prepared him for. He had no time to ponder it now. The fiend's death sent shockwaves through the town's swarm of bloodthirsty beasts. Countless freshly spawned creatures collapsed with piercing screams, black vapor roiling as their flesh rotted away. Older monsters that had prowled for years did not die instantly, but with their hive mind gone, they scattered in panic, crashing through alleys and fleeing toward the outskirts. They were still ferocious, yet no longer decisive to the battle. Every abyssal incursion birthed such warped beasts. Under the night sky, Pingon Town erupted in cheers. We won. Haha. The fiend is down, Guan. You're amazing. We survived the hunt. We actually won. Voices overlapped, some cracking with excitement. But everyone knew the truth. They had held back the beast tide on their own and cleared a high-risk hunt. Soaked in blood, Su Weiqing staggered over with Tong Yixing's help. By now Su Mingming had stepped out of Wang Guan's arms the first time in her life. She had left that cramped little room. Wide-eyed with a mixture of shyness and curiosity, she took in the crowd's elation. Her gaze stopped on Su Weiqing, and her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Dad. Mingming? Su Weiqing blinked furiously. Even under the dim streetlight he could see her fair face and the soft new hair framing it. She was exactly as he remembered, only brighter, more vivid. The fiend was dead, and his daughter was not merely freed from corruption. She was completely restored, far beyond his wildest hopes. Overwhelmed, he pulled Su Mingming into a tight embrace. Father and daughter clung to each other while the surrounding cheers and torchlight faded into the background. Tong Yixing had never seen Su Mingming like this before. So when he looked at Su Mingming now, he wasn't all that surprised. He had assumed her earlier condition wasn't serious, and that this was simply how she usually appeared. He only shot Wang Guan a mischievous glance that seemed to say, no wonder. Several cadets posted outside the cabin had frozen when the blood fiend lunged at them. In the dim light, they hadn't seen Su Mingming clearly, and once the danger passed, and they saw the fallen creature, excitement swept through them. Inside Ruan Ash's psychic network, they reported at lightning speed. We just took down a blood fiend with Brother Guan and the instructor's daughter. Cut the crap. You were the one screaming the loudest. How exactly did we kill it? Give details. Easy. The instructor's daughter pinned it down, and Brother Guan took its head off with one swing. Damn, that's insane. The instructor's daughter is that strong? What does she look like? Drop dead gorgeous. I finally get why Brother Guan keeps visiting her. The chat channel buzzed with excitement, but Wang Guan and Tong Yixing, who weren't linked to the network, heard none of it. Tong Yixing's gaze fell to the ground. As an abyssal creature, the blood fiend weathered rapidly after death. Flesh cracked into ash and scattered on the breeze as if it had never existed. What little remained still showed signs of the earlier heavy blow. Frowning, he muttered, the coach's daughter. Mingming, what ability does she have? He recalled the blurred image of high-voltage arcs exploding around Su Mingming. Su Weiqing couldn't hold back. Mingming, have you awakened an ability? He knew perfectly well his daughter had never awakened before. In this era of universal powers, even without the Gaokao trial, most people felt the stirrings of power by 17 or 18. Though without brutal tempering, they usually unlocked nothing more than minor domestic skills. Su Mingming's voice was still timid yet firm. Yes, my ability is called hypermagnetic armament. Her clear eyes instinctively sought Wang Guan, vaguely sensed that resisting the fiend's mental control and awakening this power were probably linked to the blood she had drunk from him earlier. Hypermagnetic armament, Tong Yixing blurted out, stunned. He had heard of the ability's reputation. Awakening it without the Gaokao trial was almost impossible. That's no ordinary power. Records showed that spontaneous awakenings almost always yielded household or useless abilities. Anything stronger was vanishingly rare. Su Mingming's case could only be called miraculous, enough to make one suspect she was a hidden prodigy. Wang Guan was equally shaken. So it really is hypermagnetic armament, he thought. He remembered the bugged panel he had seen the first time they met. Unparalleled grace, exquisite mind, possesses class ability, hypermagnetic armament. Now every word had come true, and waves surged in his heart. He also recalled that when Su Mingming's bloodlust fit struck, she had drunk his blood. Could it be that, in that moment, the probe and the blood together triggered the bug and made it reality? One thought after another flashed through his mind. She had been infected by the bloodthirst demon. Every drop of blood she drank became part of her own flesh and bone. Because she had merged with his blood, the bug tag on her status screen seemed to be forcibly dragged into reality. Wang Guan could distinctly sense that a faint bond had formed between them. The current she just released hadn't harmed him in the slightest, the clearest proof yet. How far this ability could go was something he would have to test in time. Night pressed in, the wind howling across the airship's hull. The bearded pilot kept a firm grip on the helm, speeding through the dark with a cabin full of somber lounging students. The passenger lights glowed a dull yellow. Nobody spoke. It felt as if a sheet of lead weighed down the air. In one corner, Jiang Wangxue straightened herself against a seat she had come to after Wang Guan had choked her unconscious, though her face was still deathly pale. A swollen, red bruise wrapped around her white neck, stark and glaring. She shut her eyes, replaying the scene. Wang Guan's icy stare, her own futile struggle, the suffocating shadow of death. Even now, dread clung to her like a wet cloak. Had better die in that little town, torn apart by the bloodthirst demons, she cursed inwardly. Without the Longjing team, those second-rate university kids were bound to falter. As they flew off, the swarm had already been pouring into Peacetown. By now, Wang Guan and the others were probably nothing but feed. The thought actually lifted her spirits a little. The next second, her wristcom lit up with a system alert. Wang Guan has slain the bloodthirst demon. The hunt is complete. The words landed like a hammer blow, and everyone instinctively looked up. The system continued. Longjing students have left the battlefield and are considered to have withdrawn from the mission. Their names have been removed from the leaderboard. Final standings. 1. Wang Guan 1,103 points. Bonus 300 points. Third class merit. Additionally awarded entry to the Dragon Forest Secret Realm. 2. Tong Yihong 873 points. Bonus 150 points. Third class merit. 3. Inya 513 points. Bonus 75 points. Third class merit. Jiang Wangxue stared at the report, her pupils contracting violently. From the invasion to the mission's end, less than an hour had passed, yet they had held the town, and Wang Guan himself had killed the bloodthirst demon. A moment ago her score had edged out Inyas, but now Inya sat firmly in third. The merits in the Secret Realm Pass were even worse losses. Those were the keys to learning advanced skills, taking on classified quests, and vying for critical posts later on. Impossible, she whispered, only to freeze under the stares gathering around her. Inside the cabin, the other Longjing students turned as one, eyes cold as ice. If Jiang Wangxue hadn't urged them to signal for evac, they would still be in that town, fighting beside Wang Guan. The victory and the prizes should have been theirs. Instead, half their companions were gone, and they had nothing to show for it but regret and rage. All that resentment naturally converged on the person who had started it. Jiang Wangxue. Dawn broke over Pingon, and the small town basked in gentle sunlight. The previous night's hunt had ended in a human victory, yet the beasts that breached the walls left fresh wounds on the already battered settlement. A chunk of roof had collapsed at the corner of the street, and the fence outside the school now gaped open. Many students sported bruises and cuts, thick bandages wrapped around arms or legs. Still, no one had been killed. A rare piece of good news. For once, Wang Guan had slept soundly, only to be jerked awake by a shrill bugle at first light. He rolled over, pulled the blanket over his head, and muttered, "You've got to be kidding, we just finished a battle. Can't the instructors let us sleep in?" Beside him, Gao Chang grumbled the same complaint, but still stretched, and climbed out of bed. Wang Guan yanked back the curtain and instantly sobered up. The street below was packed with soldiers in dark green uniforms, marching in perfect formation. "There's a whole crowd out there, looks like an army," Gao Chang shouted. The other students, roused by the horn, hurriedly threw on their clothes and stumbled toward the drill field. Some limped, some had blood seeping through the gauze on their shoulders, yet all of them clenched their teeth and stayed in line. Now they send troops as backup? The blood-frenzied fiends are already wiped out. What good is it now? One student muttered. Ever heard of a mission trial? Another shot back. Once it starts, the army doesn't intervene unless we're about to fail. Don't blame them. So whose unit is this, anyway? Whispers spread through the ranks. Wang Guan wondered the same thing, his gaze fixed on the officer talking with instructor Su Weiqing. Tong Yixing, standing beside him, spoke in a low voice. That's the Vanguard Corps, one of the Alliance's 4 main armies. They're stationed near Leong Shan City. Having grown up there, Tong recognized the dark green uniforms at a glance. He was headed for the Vanguard Academy himself, and, if all went well, would join this very corps after graduation. The Vanguard Corps? Wang Guan had heard of their exploits. Always at the tip of the spear against the abyssal forces, their record of valor gave them enormous prestige among the people. After a brief exchange, the officer raised his hand, and the formation dissolved at once. The soldiers moved straight into relief work. Military trucks rolled through the gate and unloaded repair equipment. Medics with satchels wove among the students and townsfolk, dressing wounds. Soon hammers and saws rang beside the rubble, and the ravaged town slowly began to right itself. Guan, let's get out of here. Tong Yixing tugged on Wang Guan's sleeve and tried to hide behind Gao Chang's broad back, as if hoping the soldiers wouldn't notice him. Yixing. The officer had already spotted him and called out loudly. Every eye on the drill field snapped toward Tong. He had no choice but to step forward with an awkward smile. Alonga, he mumbled. The officer strode over, looked Tong up and down, and laughed. Trying to hide, you brat? You're not hurt, are you? Your teacher's wife can stop worrying now. My mom overreacts, Tong muttered, then turned to Wang Guan. This is Longa, Zheng Hailong, a Vanguard second lieutenant and one of my mom's former students. The surrounding students exchanged glances. So Tong Yixing not only had skill, he also had connection. She actually knew an officer of the Vanguard Corps. Tong introduced his classmates one by one. When Zheng Hailong's eyes finally settled on Wang Guan, he studied him for a moment, as if weighing something. Alonga? Wang Guan greeted him, a little uneasy. Please address me as Second Lieutenant Zheng. Zheng Hailong reminded him with a serious face. Second Lieutenant Zheng, Wang Guan repeated instinctively. Zheng Hailong added, good presence. Your intranseism scores and your performance on this mission both prove you can handle yourself in the field. He nodded in satisfaction, then changed the subject. How about transferring to our Vanguard Military Academy? The blunt invitation caught Wang Guan off guard. Was it always this straightforward? Longa, give me a moment to talk with Guanga. Tong Yixing cut in, pulling Wang Guan aside. As soon as they stopped, Tong lowered his voice. If you want to transfer, tell Longa now. He can push the paperwork through fast. Wang Guan had already been considering it, though he and Tong had never discussed it openly. With the chance right in front of him, Tong simply laid the cards on the table. I'd love to, Wang Guan said with a nod. He had publicly called Longjing University trash the day before, so going back was out of the question. Still, there were things he needed to know first. Tell me why you chose to come to Ping'an Town for boot camp. And don't say it's because it's close to home. He fixed his gaze on Tong Yixing. The question had been nagging him. The Alliance's third-ranked student deliberately sharing his dorm couldn't be just to recruit him. Tong seemed prepared, but still looked conflicted. Honestly, you were the reason. I asked to be put in your room. I'm curious about the Alliance's #1, but the bigger reason is that someone asked me to look after you. Look after me? Wang Guan raised an eyebrow. Tong nodded. Anyone can see Longjing sent you here with no good intentions. Sister Rome was worried about your safety, so she asked me to keep an eye on you, though it's clear you don't really need my protection. Sister Rome? It was the first time Wang Guan had heard the name, and his confusion deepened. Who is she? One of my mom's other students, Tong explained, watching Wang Guan's expression closely. She told me she knew your parents said they were friends, had go through life and death together. Wang Guan froze. Since his parents vanished, had found almost no leads. Now, out of nowhere, a friend close enough to die with them? How could he not be shaken? Seeing the surge of emotion, Tong quickly added, that's all I know. You can ask Sister Rome the rest once you're officially at Vanguard. Wang Guan took a deep breath. All right. They walked back to Zheng Hailong. Longa, Guang's ready to transfer, Tong said, lowering his voice again. We need the paperwork done fast. He's in the spotlight now. Longjing might try something. Don't worry. I brought the documents. He'll handle it right away, Zheng Hailong said cheerfully. So you had the forms on you the whole time? You really set your sights on me from the start, didn't you? Wang Guan gave a wry smile, but bowed his head sincerely. Thank you, Second Lieutenant Zheng. Zheng Hailong grinned. Just call me Longa. Alonga. Tianjing City, Longjing University. President's office. Bang. The short, stocky, slightly balding president of Longjing University hurled his mug to the floor the moment he learned what had happened in Ping'an Town. Shards of glass flew everywhere, coffee dribbled down the corner of the wall, and he paced his office in a fury. 31 students in the squad, and in just 2 days we lost half of them under the command of a sophomore, no less. He slammed his palm on the desk, his knuckles whitening. Those were Longjing's prized students. How am I supposed to answer to the board? This year Longjing had enrolled a little over 200 freshmen, scattering them across different regions for boot camp. As soon as he heard that trial ground number 23 Pingon Town would host a hunting mission, he rerouted the nearby freshmen there. With their quality and a sophomore in charge, they were sure to shine and win honor for the school. Instead, 14 freshmen dead, and a sophomore killed as well. He snarled, veins bulging on his forehead. That arrogant fool Lin Zidong. Snatching up the report, he scanned it quickly. At the missions, and only 2 Longjing students remained on the leaderboard, Ren Yi in 4th place, and Ruan Shu in 12th. Beside that, in bold print, it read, Wang Guan, a runaway 1st place, slayer of the bloodthirsty demon. His chest heaved. I dumped that Frank nobody into trial ground 23, so he'd wash out automatically. I even told the drill instructor to give him special attention, and Lin Zidong got the hint, yet the brat not only survived, he took 1st place. Drawing a hard breath, he dropped into his chair and tapped the desktop. Wang Guan might be Frank, but the grit and results he had shown were remarkable. Maybe his intransism score hadn't been pure luck after all. What this school values most is potential in the future, he muttered. Longjing has never accepted anyone below rank, so rejecting Wang Guan made sense. But if he's this strong already, fine, let him in as an exception. If he can't keep up later, we'll find a way to expel him. Knowing the top spot in this hunt belonged to a Longjing student at least gave him something to hold over the board, and his anger ebbed. He leaned back heavily in his chair. Just then the door burst open. His curvaceous secretary hurried in on high heels, her voice flustered. Sir, Wang Guan just filed a transfer request. He wants to move to Vanguard Military Academy through a military channel. What? He sprang to his feet. Deny it. His student record is already in our system. He's a Longjing University student. I won't allow anyone to take him. But the secretary hesitated. You said earlier he'd never enroll, so there was no need to create the file according to regulations. His records were officially transferred just now. President. Pingon Town. Zheng Hailong and his team had made camp there. The shadow of the Shirshu MO still hung over the outskirts. The hunting mission was already underway, and 10 days of boot camp remained. The brutal rules demanded they keep to both tracks combat, and training neither could be skipped. On the second dawn of the hunt, outside a makeshift post at the edge of town, Ruan Shu and Ren Yi, the last 2 students from Longjing University, stood with packs in hand, ready to link up with their scattered classmates. Ren Yi was wrapped head to toe in bandages like a walking mummy, the blood on the gauze not yet dry. After going feral in the midst of the Shirshu beasts, he had battered the enemy and himself alike. Even so, his eyes still burned, the look of a beast ready to roar again at any moment. Next time we meet, Ren Yi said, tugging at a bandage and flashing a grin, I want a real fight with you. Wang Guan stood to see them off, hands clasped behind his back, smiling casually. All right, he'll be waiting. His probe skill ran silently in the background. Ren Yi, hot-headed taxi driver, prone to anger, superb behind the wheel beyond the words taxi driver. The database offered no higher rating. Wang Guan almost laughed. If Ren Yi kept fighting with this level of reckless savagery, he might not live long enough to issue that challenge. Still, maybe he could figure out how to ride him. The image of a Tyrannosaurus knight felt oddly appealing. Beside Ren Yi's rough edges, Ruan Shu looked far more collected. He removed his gloves and shook Wang Guan's hand solemnly. It's an honor to fight alongside you. Likewise, Wang Guan replied, showing no hint of the prejudice he felt toward Longjing itself. He might have severed ties with the school, but he didn't dislike these 2. The rumble of an engine cut the farewells short. An off-road vehicle arranged by Zheng Hailong coughed black smoke, carrying the pair past the checkpoint and out of town in a plume of dust. For the next few days, the town slipped back into its routine. The baptism of the hunt had forced everyone to grow up fast. Su Weiqing intentionally eased the intensity of their regimen. The punishing PT sessions were shortened, but firearms, tactics, and power control still had to be honed day by day. What everyone cared about most, however, were the mission rewards. Apart from the top 3 positions, all anyone could claim were points. The catalog at the points shop was flipped so often the pages curled. Weapons, serums, skill manuals, gear, and endless temptation. Wang Guan had earned 1,403 points. His first target was Titan Corporation's T1 protective set vest, pants, and combat boots. It cost a flat 1,000 points, yet went for a full 1,000,000 credits on the open market. His Biyuji skin could sometimes roll ordinary clothing into gear, but the odds were worse than turning a stick into an artifact. Relying on luck was riskier than paying the points outright. He remembered how tough Leong Shan's T1 vest had been. It had shrugged off several of his wind blades, and only tore after a humanoid Shirshu beast went berserk on it. T1 was more than enough for him, for now. With the remaining 400 points, he picked up the skill book Deep Abyss Meditation class, Mental Branch. The technique required the user to visualize the shadow of an abyssal monster and temper the mind through controlled fear. There were no level prerequisites, perfect for shoring up Wang Guan's weakest stat, his mental strength. He never forgot the importance of keeping his attributes balanced. The same manual would have cost 400,000 credits on the street. A-level skills go for less than 100,000 credits. Move up to D level and the price jumps to 400,000. The higher the tier, the more absurd the cost. By the time you reach level, the sticker price is beyond what most ability users can ever afford, and even deep pockets may not secure one. After checking the system catalog, Wang Guan let out a silent sigh. He still had to put his faith in Kiddo Yuan Zai can help the boy create original skills, and the future would be brighter. When he finished spending his points, the military informed him that all supplies would be delivered in one shipment after the training camp. Besides gear, he also received a third-class merit and a pass to the Leong Shan secret realm. He knew the perks of the citation by heart. The realm, however, was another story. The abyssal rift has been creeping across the world for centuries, spawning pocket realms of every size. Vanguard's academy itself sits on one, yet the danger level differs drastically from realm to realm. With that in mind, Wang Guan resolved to gather intel before he set out. Over breakfast, he took a tray and sat across from Tong Yixing. "Did you ask Brother Long? What's the situation inside the Leong Shan realm?" Tong Yixing shook his head, looking regretful. "I did, but he doesn't know either. Once we get into Vanguard's academy, we can pull the files from the school archive." "Fair enough," Wang Guan replied with a nod. A spark lit Tong Yixing's eyes. The Leong Shan realm allows 3 companions, which meant Wang Guan's single qualification counted as 3 tickets. Wang Guan chuckled and reassured him, "He'll keep that in mind." He knew exactly what he wanted. Tong Yixing, the white-haired kid, had proven himself against the bloodthirsty demon and deserved a spot. He glanced at Gao Chong and Zhang Yong, who were sharing the table. Both men waved their hands at once. "Well, pass. Would last about a minute in there." They understood their own limits and had no intention of forcing the issue. Wang Guan agreed. With their current strength, the realm would be suicide, so those 2 spots had to go elsewhere. Just then, footsteps echoed at the cafeteria entrance. Su Weiqing walked in with his daughter, Su Mingming, right behind him. The instructor was still wrapped in bandages. The wounds from the bloodthirsty demon had not fully healed yet. He wore a radiant smile. Su Mingming had shed the heavy chains. She now wore a simple white dress, her pastel red hair gathered loosely with a rubber band. The plain outfit only made her look fresher and more striking, like the girl next door with a dash of heroism. Cadets and soldiers looked up from their meals, astonished that the rugged instructor had such a pretty, adorable daughter. "Trust Brother Guan to find the brightest girl in town," someone murmured. Feeling the weight of those stares, Su Mingming shrank behind her father like a startled kitten, then peeked out. The moment she spotted Wang Guan, she raised an arm and called out in a clear voice, "Wang Guan." Even in the noisy hall, her shout carried, turning more heads. His waysome filled with envy, others with grudging respect. Wang Guan answered with a smile and a gentle shake of the head. Fully recovered, Su Mingming was busy discovering the world outside. The only people she truly trusted were the instructor and Wang Guan, and whenever she had a spare moment, she would look for Wang Guan to take a walk with him. That morning, halfway through breakfast, Wang Guan set down his bowl, strode over to Su Weicheng, and said, "I'm taking Mingming out for a stroll." With that, he clasped Su Mingming's hand and walked straight out of the mess hall. A wave of hushed whispers rippled through the room behind them. A halo of saber-toothed hornets hovered above Ya's head. Seeing the scene, she curled her lips ever so slightly. Although a flicker of jealousy surfaced, she wasn't truly upset. She still remembered how pitiful Su Mingming had once looked, and she was sincerely glad to see the girl reborn. "I can't afford to get distracted right now. I need to nail my shot put form," Ya told herself. She had added the shot put to her training regimen after the night she tossed Wang Guan more than 10 meters, leaving everyone stunned. Though she had never reproduced that feat, she couldn't help wondering if she was secretly a body enhancement type. Maybe hurling a shot put would unlock her hidden potential. The carefree girl never realized that the outrageous distance that night had actually been Wang Guan's doing. Morning mist still clung to the track as Wang Guan and Su Mingming walked side by side along the inside lane. "Mingming, have you decided? Do you want to enroll at Vanguard Military Academy with me?" he asked quietly. Su Mingming had awakened in class ability hypermagnetic armamentone of the most lethal powers in the lightning category. Although her physique was fragile and she was only a first-tier ability user, even a faint current from her could suppress a bloodthirsty fiend. After hearing the news, Zheng Hailong not only handled Wang Guan's transfer, but also opened a special admission channel for Su Mingming. No university would reject such a rare talent. Yet leaving the town and her father and Aunt Zhang was still a wrenching choice. A moment ago she had been looking around curiously. At Wang Guan's question, her eyes suddenly dimmed. "I don't want to leave Dad, Aunt Zhang, everyone," but her voice wavered, and she tightened her grip on Wang Guan's sleeve. He was her first real friend, the person she felt an instinctive bond with, someone she wanted to lean on. "Don't rush. We still have a few days of training left," Wang Guan said softly. "Even if you stay here, we can still see each other." In his plan, Su Mingming was one of his first-choice teammates for the Dragon Forest Secret Realm. Once the decision was made, any ability user wherever they were could be teleported in, just like during the Entrancesum trial. As for the other candidate, Wang Guan's eyes drifted to Enya. The girl had finished breakfast, found an iron ball somewhere, and was hurling it across the grass with a booming "Heya, Heya?" The shot bounced and rolled, leaving a trail of torn turf. Wang Guan couldn't resist thinking, should someone tell the heart of the swarm she's investing points in the wrong skill tree? The next few days flew by, and the final day of training arrived. In the middle of the parade ground, all the students, instructor Su Weicheng, the townsfolk, and the soldiers under Zheng Hailong formed a huge ring and watched expectantly. Wang Guan stood shoulder to shoulder with Tong Yixing. Brother Guan, I'm going all out. Tong Yixing rolled his shoulders, the joints cracking like firecrackers. Wang Guan stretched as well and crooked a finger at him. Bring it on. On the last day of training, the two strongest students were about to spar and find out, once and for all, who was the strongest. On the training field, two of the league's top 3 rookie ability users, Wang Guan and Tong Yihong, were already trading blows. Officially, it was a friendly spar, but both were going all out. Wang Guan kept his left fist clenched while the long sword in his right hand whirled in a blur. The blade seemed to flail randomly, yet every swing carved razor-thin arcs of wind that closed in on Tong Yihong from impossible angles. At the same time, he darted low across the ground. Whenever an opening appeared, he drove a heavy punch straight through it, the gust trailing his fist showing no hint of restraint. Tong Yihong had so far mastered only one signature skill, Lord of Entropy, and its energy draw was so extreme that he refused to use it unless absolutely necessary. Most of the time he relied on his innate power to steer the flow of energy, breaking down the wind blades and punch shockwaves, absorbing them, then releasing them back out. Offense and defense rolled into one. Despite their formidable abilities, the battlefield remained oddly quiet. It was pure technique and physical prowess that drew round after round of applause from the stands, matching Tong Yihong blow for blow and at times even pressing him back in nothing but skill and physique. Wang Guan's combat talent was on full display. At the sidelines, 2nd Lieutenant Zheng Hailong of the Vanguard Corps watched with burning eyes, nodding again and again. The Corps campus recruitment had indeed found some promising seedlings, and that amped-up variant of the military boxing-style military combat, Fist Mace, was intriguing as well. His gaze shifted to Su Weicheng standing not far away with his daughter in tow, the instructor who had spent more than a decade honing the standard military boxing into its max iteration, truly someone to admire. Su Weicheng's daughter, Su Mingming, had already chosen to join the Vanguard Academy through a special admission. Zheng Hailong made up his mind on the spot. Once he returned, he would ask his superiors to extend a little extra care to Peace Town. Peace Town had withered after its mines ran dry and the blood frenzy incident struck. It now survived only on League subsidies. Kept as one of the military's training grounds, the bloodthirsty beasts in the surrounding area had been deliberately preserved for live combat drills. Many future recruits to the Vanguard Corps would not come from academies, but would carry class abilities, making them perfect candidates to learn military combat fistmax as a foundation. If Su Weicheng were willing to teach it, the military would pay handsomely, and this fading town might find new life. While Zheng Hailong's thoughts whirled, the outcome in the arena became clear. Tong Yihong was still half a step behind. Lord of Entropy had yet to reach its full potential. Zheng allowed himself a quiet grin. For a boy who had been called a genius and prodigy since childhood, meeting a peer who could push him back was probably the best thing that could happen. Bang! Wang Guan's straight punch slammed into Tong Yihang's chest. The leftover force slipped past the entropy field, and Tong staggered back with a muffled grunt. Before he could regain his footing, a cold sword edge hovered at his throat. Exhaling sharply, Tong Yihong raised a hand in surrender. I'm beaten. I still can't match you, Brother Guan. You're amazing too, Wang Guan said earnestly. He was still pretty shocked. Tong Yixing wasn't just gifted. He had already reached Tier 3, and his core stats were right on Wang Guan's heels. When Wang Guan first showed up in Ping'an Town, he was Tier 2, and thanks to stamina potions, specialized training, and a maxed-out military boxing skill, had basically been running on cheat codes, so in theory the gap should have been huge. Yet it never opened. In the sparring match, just now had won, but only by a whisker. The raw boost in class ability gave the body was outrageous, and Wang Guan grumbled to himself that had better find a few more exploits. When they stopped, their classmates swarmed over, shouting in amazement. The camouflage uniforms, already ragged, now sported fresh tiers, so everyone backed off to let them return to the dorm and change. Brother Guan, next time I'm beating you for sure, the usually shy Tong Yixing declared with uncharacteristic resolve. While slipping off his jacket, he tore away the odd pendant he wore even in the shower. Wang Guan froze, then reflexively activated Inspect. A pop-up appeared. This is a professional idol skilled in singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. Back at the start of boot camp, Tong Yixing had used that trinket to block Wang Guan's cheat entry. Now that it was off, Wang Guan had hoped to slap on a buff, but all he got was the idol bio. Disappointed, he patted the boy's shoulder. Well, keep at it. They changed into civilian clothes. Their bags were already packed, backpacks on. They walked out to find everyone saying their goodbyes. A single month of training together in a life-or-death hunting mission had forged a heavy camaraderie in the air. Brother Guan, call Malay's meetup if we can. See you, Wang Guan. Reluctant shouts echoed one after another. Wang Guan nodded, then headed towards Su Weiqing and Su Mingming, who were wrapped in a tight embrace. Su Mingming had decided to enroll at Vanguard Military Academy and would leave with him first back to Tianhai City, then on to the school. Auntie Zhang, who had cared for her, stood nearby with reddened eyes. Instructor, Auntie Zhang, Wang Guan greeted, then turned to the girl. Mingming, time to go. Auntie Zhang dabbed her tears. She's only just recovered, and now she's traveling so far. Mingming's going to school. We can't keep her chained at home, Su Weiqing said, though the rugged lines of his face couldn't hide his sorrow. Su Mingming's eyes reddened as she gripped her pack straps. Don't worry, they'll look after her, Wang Guan promised solemnly, taking her light luggage. Su Weiqing's gaze was complicated but firm as he entrusted his daughter to the young man. Her recovery and awakening were tied to Wang Guan, and a month of observation had convinced him the boy was tough, decisive, and genuinely cared for Mingming. He was willing to let her go with him. I'm counting on you, he said, patting Wang Guan's shoulder. Yes, sir, Wang Guan replied with a steady nod. Su Mingming drew a deep breath, then waved to her father and Auntie Zhang. Dad, Auntie Zhang, goodbye. Su Mingming lingered over her goodbyes before leaving the small town with Wang Guan. Both were now first-year cadets at Vanguard Military Academy. The school had sent a charcoal gray SUV with a full tank and a trunk crammed with luggage and rations, tasked with driving them to the city and then on to Tianhai. Every detail of the trip had been set in advance. This is the kind of treatment a top university should offer, Su Mingming whispered as she climbed in. The town's brick houses and flagstone streets quickly fell away outside the window, dragging her mood down with them. After a long, quiet spell, she brightened and began bombarding Wang Guan with questions. As the wheels rolled into an area with cell service, the phone Wang Guan had left off for a month chirped twice. Account balance 200,000. The moment the saber-toothed queen bee head sold to and you re-entered the network, she kept her promise and transferred the 200,000. Glancing at the text, Wang Guan smirked and tapped back. Payment received. Be ready for the Secret Realm run. During a break in basic training, he and Inya had agreed to raid the Leong Shan secret realm together. With Inya's be controlling power, Tong Yixing, Su Mingming's untapped potential, and his own skills, he was confident the team could crush the place. A few seconds later, Inya replied with an OK sticker. That afternoon, West Station, Tianhai. On the last day of military training, the concourse was even busier than a holiday rush. Parents, school buses, and welcome banners jammed every exit. A group of administrators from Tianhai number 3 High waited at the platform gate. Wang Guan's homeroom teacher for 3 years, Zhang Huimin, stood at the front, scanning each carriage as it stopped. How could Zhu Qianlong be dead? Longjing University's training is supposed to be safe. I heard more than a dozen students died. Something must have gone wrong. We poured so much prize money into him. Finally produced 2 top students this year, and lost 1 already. They traded whispers, faces tense. Because the training program was classified, all they had received was a notice reading student deceased, and they were desperate to question the survivor, Jiang Wangxue. Another train slid in, doors opening to a stream of passengers. There's Wang Guan. Zhang Huimin spotted the familiar figure first. He had once pinned high hopes on this academic star, only to be disappointed by the boy's frank ability. The other administrators wore similar, mixed expressions. Longjing had admitted Wang Guan, but tossed him into the most dangerous training zone. Everyone thought he was as good as dead, yet here he was, perfectly intact. Wang Guan stepped off the platform with Su Mingming and was surprised to meet the group of old acquaintances. Realizing they were not here for him, he pulled Su Mingming aside to leave. Wang Guan, is this how you greet your teachers? Zhang Huimin blocked his path, face darkening. We could ignore you, but as a student you should at least show some respect. Wang Guan's smile was cool. Weren't you the ones who called me trash for having an frank ability? You even changed the scholarship rules at the last minute to dock my payout. After that, you still want my respect? Zhang Huimin choked on his words but refused to step aside. You're a Longjing student too. Tell me what really happened during training? His only goal was to discover how Zhu Qianlong had died. Wang Guan waved him off. Sorry, I've already transferred to Vanguard Military Academy. A transfer? Zhang Huimin's eyebrows shot up. The surrounding teachers froze, abandoning Longjing University for Vanguard Military Academy? It might be the Alliance's top military school, yet in most people's eyes it still ranked below Longjing. Zhang Huimin's face flushed, and his words poured out. Something this important, and you didn't consult the school? Who told you to make that decision? They often complained about Wang Guan, but he was still one of the year's rare admits to Longjing University. Tianhai number 3 High had finally produced 3 Longjing freshmen. That achievement boosted the school's prestige and promised more city funding. Now one place was wasted, and another student wanted to leave. The administrators were on edge. To them, Wang Guan's worth lay entirely in the twin halos of Alliance top scorer and accepted by Longjing University. When Zhang Huimin finished, Wang Guan raised an eyebrow. I'm already a graduate. Why would I need your permission to change schools? Zhang Huimin shook with anger, pointing at Wang Guan, but unable to speak. Just then the dean shouted toward the gate. The bus is here. Everyone turned. The coach carrying Jiang Wangxue pulled in, and they hurried over. Through the window, Wang Guan caught sight of a slender figure, and a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. He took Su Mingming's hand and murmured, "Let's go." The two of them turned away. The bus stopped. Jiang Wangxue had barely stepped off when a middle-aged man followed. She quickly introduced him. "This is Director Chun from Longjing University." "A director from Longjing University?" Zhang Huimin and the others stiffened. Though all in education, a Longjing official was a heavy hitter. Perhaps the university had sent someone to apologize for Zhu Qianlong's accident? They rushed forward, wearing eager smiles. Director Chen didn't even glance at them. Pushing through the crowd, he strode straight toward the distant teenager had spotted Wang Guan from the bus. "Wang Guan, wait." Director Chen caught up, eyes shining. "Could you reconsider transferring to Vanguard Military Academy?" The administrators of Tianhai No. 3 High School were baffled by Director Chen's behavior. After listening to the man's opening remarks, Wang Guan raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. Longjing University had once deemed him unqualified, even going so far as to have someone sabotage him, hoping to trap him forever in the forests near Pinggan Town. Now that his talent had shown through during the hunting mission, they had flipped their attitude and were desperate to drag him back. "Sorry, my mind's made up." He refused, almost without thinking. "You must have misunderstood us. We've always valued you." Director Chen spoke so quickly it was as if the chance might slip away. "Valued me?" Wang Guan scoffed. "You shipped me off to boot camp in Pinggan Town and told the instructor to take special care of me. That's what you call valuing me?" Director Chen's expression twitched. Forcing a smile, he tried to explain. "The school had high hopes for you and wanted to motivate you in a unique way halfway through." Even he lost the nerve to continue. He hurriedly switched tack. "The president personally instructed that if you return to Longjing, you'll receive the best treatment, your own study program, scholarships, priority support, everything." He rattled off promise after promise, keeping one condition to himself. Wang Guan would have to stay at the top of the rankings. "I'm not interested." Wang Guan's tone was firm, and impatience flickered in his eyes. There was a time when he, like many high school students, had seen the league's top university as a dream destination. A string of betrayals had ground that dream into dust. "If there's anything else you want, we can negotiate." Director Chen still refused to give up. From a distance, Zhang Huimin and the other teachers understood the scene. Longjing University had sent someone all the way to Tianhai just to keep Wang Guan from transferring, piling on benefits to entice him. Yet he remained unmoved. "Wangxue, why has your phone been off all day?" Zhang Huimin turned and pressed Jiang Wangxue. The girl bit her lip and said nothing, staring at Wang Guan with complicated eyes. On the trip back, she had run into Director Chen and learned that Wang Guan planned to leave Longjing for Vanguard Military Academy. Chen's visit was an attempt to win back the top-ranked freshman who had personally slain the bloodthirsty demon. Even as an F-level trash ability user, he had already proved his worth, and Longjing was unwilling to let him go. Remembering how Wang Guan had nearly strangled her in the forest, she instinctively rubbed her neck, still shaken and furious that he had dared treat her that way. Suddenly she noticed the girl standing beside him. Tall and slender, with pale red hair casually tied back, the newcomer had delicate features and an air of quiet elegance. She wore a simple, almost old-fashioned white dress, yet it did nothing to diminish her beauty. A pretty girl could make even a burlap sack look stylish. Standing in front of the girl, Jiang Wangxue suddenly felt less sure of her own looks. The girl was 17 or 18, her skin porcelain white and her large, lively eyes now brimming with courage as she glared at Director Chen like a cub protecting its kin. Her shoulders were tense, and she secretly clutched the hem of her jacket, a timid expression mixing with a fierce resolve that made her seem both fragile and stubborn. "Barely 10 days since we left Peace Town. How did she show up here? And why is she so chummy with Wang Guan?" A cadet whispered nearby. "That's it, I'm not changing my mind again," Wang Guan said impatiently, seizing Su Mingming's wrist and turning to leave. Left hanging, Director Chen's face darkened. "You insist on transferring to Vanguard Military Academy? What can they possibly offer you?" "They make me happy." Wang Guan looked back, his tone calm but firm. "That isn't the only reason, but it's the one that matters most." Director Chen was at a loss for words, about to argue when hurried footsteps cut him off. The crowd parted as a middle-aged man in a sharp suit strode over, flanked by 2 assistants. "Hello, are you Mr. Wang Guan?" The man stopped before him, wearing a bright smile. Wang Guan raised an eyebrow and nodded uncertainly. "And you are?" "Lin, but just call me Manager Lin." He introduced himself. "I'm with the Titan Corporation, Tianhai City branch. I've been waiting here for you." "Titan Corporation?" A low murmur rippled through the onlookers. "One of the Alliance's top equipment manufacturers." "What can I do for you, Manager Lin?" Wang Guan asked, even more puzzled. One assistant stepped forward with a black alloy case. Lin held it with both hands and presented it solemnly. "This is the T1 combat suit and a skill manual you redeemed with your mission points. We arranged early delivery." Thanks." Wang Guan accepted the heavy case, wondering why all this pomp was necessary. The gear was normally issued after boot camp. Sensing his confusion, Lin's smile widened. "Don't be surprised. I came in person to inform you that Titan has officially listed you as a rising star. Rising star? Wang Guan echoed. Director Chun, Zhang Huimin, and the other staff knew that title all too well, and their shock was obvious. Each year Titan subjects new awakened to a rigorous assessment talent, combat performance, mission record all scored quantitatively. Only a handful earned the rising star label, receiving early resources and forming a partnership with the company, much like a high-return investment. These stars enjoy discounts on equipment and even custom services. Wang Guan had awakened barely a month ago and was already on the list almost unheard of. Manager Lin added patiently, "We reviewed all your data and hunt logs from trial battlefield number 23. Given your frank ability, achieving those numbers proves your potential beyond doubt." The two exchanged contact numbers, and Manager Lin departed with a courteous nod. The crowd dispersed, leaving Wang Guan staring at the black case in his hands. Its latch glowed with a fingerprint sensor, and inside lay the T1 suit he had redeemed, along with the manual for the abyssal contemplation method. Wang Guan glanced at Director Chan, Zhang Huimin, and the others, who were too shocked to speak, and his mood instantly brightened. He took Su Mingming's hand and walked straight out of the station. Behind him, Director Chin's expression kept shifting. Wang Guan was the first freshman labeled a rising star, and every display of talent made Longjing University even less willing to let him go. Only then did Zhang Huimin and the rest snap out of it. Forgetting to placate Director Chun, they chased after Jiang Wangxue, peppering her with questions. What exactly did Wang Guan do? How did he become a hot commodity in the blink of an eye? Forced to answer, Jiang Wangxue recapped the entire hunting mission. Wang Guan had taken first place and personally killed an abyssal creature called the bloodthirsty demon. Their reactions were more animated than if they were watching a circus. And frank ability user had pulled off a feat like that? It's not as if you can pick up a legendary weapon every time. They had always believed ability rank determined one's future. Even when Wang Guan topped the national exam, they looked down on him. Now that belief had been shattered and Frank could still make a splash. Beep, beep. The taxi merged smoothly onto the overpass as Wang Guan's phone rang. It was Zhang Huimin. Wang Guan, we've discussed the exam bonus again. We mishandled it before and would like to issue it to you. His tone was so polite he sounded like a different person. Wang Guan sneered. The school had refused him those tens of thousands of yuan when he needed them most, and now that they saw his potential, they wanted to mend fences? No thanks. I don't need it anymore. His reply was cool, and he hung up. He already had plenty of gear and potions, and with the 200,000 yuan from Minya, his living expenses were more than covered. Neon lights flickered on outside the window. Wang Guan, what's that big building for? Su Mingming pressed her face against the glass, curious yet a little nervous. A mall. They'll take you shopping when we have time, he said with a smile, already planning his next steps. Boot camp ended with a 3-day break before he had to report to school. He could have gone straight to campus, but he was thinking about Sister Wen and the little kid, so he decided to take Su Mingming back to Tianhai first and see if that treasure trove duo held another exploit he could tap. He hadn't expected people from Longjing University to tail them. Clearly, they wouldn't give up easily. He pulled out his phone and sent Tong Yixing a summary of what had just happened. Tong represented Vanguard Military Academy, so the school should handle it. Wang Guan had already saved the numbers of Tong, and Nya, and the other acquaintances. Tong replied almost at once, relax. Sister Rong is on her way. Mom and Dad's friend is coming. Wang Guan's eyes lit up, and a hint of anticipation rose in his chest. The taxi rolled to a stop at the entrance of the apartment complex just as dusk settled in. The trip back from Pinggan Town to Tianhai City was much quicker this time, thanks to the route arranged by the Vanguard Military Academy. He left the training base at dawn and reached downtown just after noon. By contrast, when they'd first set out for boot camp, they'd hit the road before sunrise, jolted along for an entire day, and arrived only after nightfall. Their first stop was Zhou Wen's bubble tea shop. As Wang Guan pushed open the glass door, a wave of sweet milk tea aroma mixed with a faint whiff of potion drifted out. Behind the counter, Master Alchemist Zhou Wen gloved and focused handed a freshly sealed cup to a delivery rider. Hey Wenjia. Wang Guan greeted her with a grin. Back already, Xiao Wang? She sounded unsurprised. They'd spoken by phone that morning. But when she noticed the timid girl hiding behind him, her brows lifted in curiosity. This is Mingming, a friend of mine. Hello, Wenjia. Su Mingming's voice was barely audible. Mingming, right? Welcome. Zhou Wen's warmth was instant. She took the girl's hand and led her to the bar. Have a drink on the house. What flavor do you like? As she passed over the cup, Zhou Wen shot Wang Guan a pointed look. So you were just off at boot camp. Huh? And you still brought a girl home? Where's Xiaoqin? Wang Guan hurried to change the subject. Did Xiaoqin come to the shop today? She's at home doing homework, Zhou Wen said, peeling off her gloves. You two head back and get settled. They'll close up soon and cook dinner. Perfect. I've been craving your cooking for weeks, Wang Guan said, eyes lighting up. With a cup in each hand, they started the walk home. Wang Guan had ordered coffee milk tea, practically a beginner's energy tonic for him, an instant pick-em-up. Mingming, who loved sweets, cradled a honey milk tea and sipped in tiny mouthfuls. How do you like it? He asked. It's sweet, really good, she answered, her eyes curving like crescents. It was the first milk tea of her life. Anything besides sweet? Does it melt on your tongue, send a warm rush through your body? That was how it worked for him. Mingming blinked, puzzled, and shook her head. So the bug tag doesn't affect her, Wang Guan mused. Her current state was definitely tied to his own ability, and had hoped this would confirm it. Earlier, had even mixed a few drops of his blood into a cup for Tong Yixing, trying to recreate the potion shift miracle that had happened with Mingming. Instead, the tea had soured slightly, and sent Tong sprinting to the bathroom all night. Clearly, triggering the bug tag with blood would take more experimenting. They reached the apartment complex, and Wang Guan unlocked the door. The layout was exactly as had left it a month ago, only far cleaner. The dining table gleamed, and the floor was spotless. In the two-bedroom unit, Zhou Wen and Yuan Shaoqin shared the smaller room with bunk beds. Wang Guan kept the master bedroom. Tonight, Su Mingming would sleep there, and head crash on the sofa. At the dining table, round-faced Yuan Shaoqin was hunched over his homework. Hearing the door, he looked up and waved. You're back, Wang Guan. He eyed Mingming with curiosity. After introductions, the little guy offered a polite hi, Mingmingji, then bent over his worksheets again. Mingming, shy around strangers, flipped through TV channels to calm her nerves. Once the luggage was stowed and room assignments settled, Wang Guan joined Shaoqin at the table, squeezing into the seat beside him. So, Shaoqin, did you invent any new sword moves while I was away? He nudged the boy's elbow, eyes shining with anticipation. The whirlwind Ferris wheel technique looked goofy but packed real power. He was hoping for more free bug skills. Instead, Shaoqin glanced up and gave him a textbook look of disdain. You're a grown man, Wang Guan. How can you still be this childish? He shook his head with a sigh. I'm supposed to study hard now. I don't do kiddie stuff anymore. You've got to be kidding me. Wang Guan felt as if lightning had struck. You've forgotten our pact? Why waste time studying when you could be perfecting swordsmanship something with a future? Swinging a wooden stick and pretending to train in swordsmanship might sound childish for an elementary school student, but for college junior Wang Guan it felt just right. He waved the stick earnestly while advising the boy in a patient tone. Shaoqin, you're still young and prone to mischief. Don't set foot on the wrong path. Yet Yuan Shaoqin was so buried in his homework that he never even looked up. When Zhou Wen returned after closing the shop and buying groceries, Wang Guan finally stopped for now. He figured the kid wouldn't keep this up for long, and he was curious to see Xiaoqin's next batch of original moves. Learning any sword technique is notoriously difficult. Whether taught by a master or learned from a secret manual, it demands years of study. A rank and strength styles require rare talent and long, grueling practice just to reach the beginner level. To Wang Guan, however, Shaoqin looked like a born prodigy. The boy carried a bug trait, and even the Shrank ability sword saint. What seemed like random swings to everyone else were genuine skills to Wang Guan. They were easier to learn than orthodox sword arts because they were basically horsing around, yet they packed the same punch, as if exploiting a loophole in the system. If Wang Guan ever figured out how to make that bug trait go live, he wouldn't mind grooming Shaoqin into a sword genius once the kid was old enough, of course. Su Mingming was a different matter. She was already at the awakening age, but letting Shaoqin awaken early would invite endless trouble. Wenjia, why the sudden change in Shaoqin? Wang Guan asked while rinsing vegetables in the kitchen. A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhou Wen's eyes before she smiled. He's just on a 3-minute fad. In a few days he'll be back to normal. Comforted, Wang Guan missed the fleeting look on her face. Go wait outside, I can handle this, Zhou Wen said, ushering him out. Wang Guan joined Su Mingming in the living room to watch TV, the aroma from the kitchen setting his stomach rumbling. About an hour later, Zhou Wen brought out the first dish. Dinner's ready, she announced, arranging one home-style plate after another on the table. Wang Guan eagerly scanned each dish. Braised pork. Scan. Braised fire crab. Tender and nutritious, prepared from a Tier 3 mutant fire crab that retains every bit of its essence. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Scan. Windleaf shoots with mutant beast meat, fragrant and savory. Stir-fried greens. Scan. Specially prepared sky green. Duck blood vermicelli soup. Scan. Tiger blood shark fin stew. Even the plain white rice Zhou Wen served. Scan. Premium jade crystal rice. So even Zhou Wen's casual cooking was astounding. This must be the power of a Shrank ability potion master. Among life-type abilities, there is a gourmet subclass, and Shrank potion master stands at its very peak. Sister Wen's dishes were more than comfort food. They were a feast of pure nourishment, meals that could double as potent tonics. In her hands, everyday ingredients pork, duck blood, bamboo shoots, and greens transformed into mythical delicacies. Crab meat, tiger's blood, earth shoots, and sky grass. One glance at the menu told Wang Guan these plates were anything but ordinary. They were power-packed elixirs. Xiao Wang, why are you staring? Dig in. Zhou Wen slipped off her apron and sat down, waving a hand toward them. Mingming, you too. Taste what I've made. Don't mind if I do. Grinning, Wang Guan picked up his chopsticks. Su Mingming could barely hide her excitement. In seconds, the two of them were demolishing the spread. Sister One, this is incredible. Su Mingming's eyes shone like light bulbs. To her, the seasoning was normal, yet after months in Ping'an Town, even with Su Weiching's thoughtful care, she had rarely eaten anything this refined. A table of home-style cooking suddenly tasted like a banquet she'd never experienced. Wang Guan's impression was even stronger. Every dish seemed to glow in his vision. The flavors were richer than he could imagine, and the moment the food hit his stomach, a gentle, steady heat coursed through his veins. Sister One, this is unbelievable, he said sincerely. I've never tasted anything this good. Sweat beaded on Su Mingming's forehead as she nodded hard. It's amazing. Really? Zhou Wen flushed at their over-the-top praise. If you like it, have more. Yuan Shaoqin, sitting nearby, was dumbfounded. My mom's cooking, is it really that good? To me, it's just normal. These two must not get out much. By the time they finished, Zhou Wen's emotional value had shot through the roof. After the meal, Wang Guan felt heat surging inside him, as if he might ignite. Even with a Tier 3 physique, he could barely contain the energy, so he sprinted half a lap around the compound just to burn off the excess power. Back in his room, he hurriedly pulled up his status panel. Ability, Scan F. Rank, Tier 3. Skills, Windmill Technique Proficient, Military Boxing Max. Physique, 29.20.5. Speed, 25.80.3. Mind, 24.30.4. This jump was bigger than anything Head gained by exhausting himself and chugging stamina potions. Latest stage stats were notoriously hard to move. In the last days at Ping'an Town, Head run laps like crazy just to nudge the decimals. Now Sister Wen's food boost had pushed them up in one go, and he was thrilled. Still, he knew he couldn't binge on this kind of super supplement every day. Even a strong body had limits. Besides, he was leaving for Xianfeng Military Academy in 2 days. She couldn't very well drag Zhou Wen and Yuan Shaoqin, that hidden treasure mother and son, along with him. Maybe he could suggest that Sister Wen open her bubble tea shop on campus? Never mind whether the permits would go through, why would she agree? After all, no matter how close they'd grown, he was still just their landlord. When Wang Guan finally got home, Zhou Wen and her son, along with Su Mingming, had already turned in. In the middle of the living room, the couch had been neatly made up with bedding, the edges of the sheets pressed flat, silently reminding the late-night visitor that this was his bed. He went into the bathroom, rinsed the grime and road weariness from his face, and changed into loose pajamas, feeling much lighter. Yet he did not lie down right away. His mind was on the large black case he had just brought back. At last he had a moment for an unboxing. He lifted the lid, and a faint scent of new metal drifted out. Inside lay the 3-piece T1 set jacket, greaves, and boot, sleek lines, matte black and gray with a hint of deep blue sheen. One by one he put the pieces on. The fit was perfect, hugging his shoulders, waist, and calves as if tailored for him. The T1 gear carried a defense rating of 5.5. It came with no enchantments, but offered modest resistance to fire and lightning. The defense rating was the core stat of any armor. The higher the number, the stronger the protection, something the manual spelled out clearly. Besides the armor, the case held a roll of bronze-tinted parchment, the skill scroll Abyssal Meditation, Grade D. The description was straightforward. By mastering this technique, the user could confront the horrors of the abyss through guided meditation and thus raise mental attributes. It was essentially a support skill, not a direct combat move, so it bypassed the usual learn, practice, familiarize routine. Activating the scroll was enough to acquire it. Wang Guan sat at the coffee table, read the instructions line by line, and after confirming the procedure, he took the scroll to the bathroom. He locked the door, switched off the light, and made sure not a single ray could get in. In pitch darkness, he found the edge of the parchment and slowly unfurled it. At once, ghostly green light traced its patterns, outlining a jagged spatial fissure whose fragments writhed in the darkness as though about to devour reality the moment an abyssal rift opens. Within seconds the glow faded, and the image vanished as if it had never existed. But the scene had been seared into his consciousness. Congratulations. You have learned a new skill, Abyssal Meditation. The message sounded in his mind. The skill had no proficiency stages. The special luminescent ink on the scroll had embedded the visualization directly into his mental world. Brutally simple, yet highly effective. The torrent of information left him slightly dizzy. He stepped back into the living room, the scroll now a blank piece of parchment. He returned it to the case, sat upright against the back of the sofa, closed his eyes for a moment, then crossed his legs, resting his hands on his knees, and began to meditate in earnest. He had practiced meditation in high school, so clearing his thoughts and slowing his breathing came naturally. As his mind grew still, the terrifying image of the abyssal rift reappeared with high-definition clarity, solid, cold, and unsettling. His consciousness suddenly lightened, as if he had left his body, plunging into a dreamlike space. The floating sensation faded, and his feet touched down. The chill told him that this world, though born of the mind, was real enough to make nerves ache. All around stretched an endless pale Plano sky, no horizon, only boundless emptiness. The manual had warned that abyssal meditation would bring the user onto a battlefield in the mental realm, randomly generating mutant beasts or abyssal monsters of comparable level, sharpening mental stats through combat. Creatures that left the deepest impression on the user were most likely to appear. Sure enough, the air in front of him rippled, and a humanoid monster coalesced from shifting light. Exposed crimson musculature, fingertips as sharp as blades, the bloodthirsty fiend. At his thought, the T1 armor he was wearing snapped into place over his body, and a grade alloy longsword formed in his right hand. The manual had been right. In the mindscape, any gear and weapons the user owned could be brought along. Let's fight. The blood fiend had a humanoid outline, its limbs thick and corded, its entire body drenched in crimson. It looked as though someone had ripped its skin off by force, exposing raw muscle fibers that bulged beneath the bloody sheen. A cavernous maw gaped wide, every exhale reeking of iron, while a tail as thick as a rolling pin dragged behind it. The instant it appeared, the monster roared, folded into a dive, and hurled itself at Wang Guan. Wang Guan had taken part in hunting missions before, yet he had never actually exchanged blows with a bloodfiend. One in the real world sprinted away the moment it saw him. The creature before him, however, was born of visualization, a projection forged by his will. Its strength was identical to that of a real bloodfiend, and its savagery no less. The oppressive aura of a Tier 5 abyssal beast engulfed Wang Guan at once, and even inside a full T1 combat suit, he was forced onto the back foot. For an ability user, baseline physical stats decide life and death. A two-tier gap is not something technique or equipment can easily bridge. Even its class gift can barely erase it. Su Mingming had been able to disrupt a bloodfiend with a burst of high voltage only because she caught it completely off guard. If the monster had been ready, it would never have given her the chance. Roughly 5 minutes later, Wang Guan jerked upright on the sofa, his chest heaving. In the battlefield of his mind, the bloodfiend had torn him apart, and that death shocked him awake like a nightmare, leaving him momentarily stifled and exhausted. Yet his will was unbroken. After a brief meditation to steady his tumbling thoughts, he closed his eyes again and re-entered the vision. On the second run, he lasted 7 minutes. The third time, he hung on for 10. With each charge, his survival time stretched, but the prospect of killing the monster remained out of reach. After who knew how many attempts, he finally managed to keep the bloodfiend locked in combat for more than half an hour. The progress did not stem from a sudden spike in power. The mindscape could not enhance the speed or strength of his physical body, but from countless clashes that let him memorize the bloodfiend's rhythm, while the instinctive terror it inspired was gradually worn away. Frontline operators, special forces soldiers, and expedition members who often fight abyssal beasts all train in abyssal visualization, dissecting a creature's traits in advance and rehearsing countermeasures. Even so, Wang Guan, for all his newfound stamina, still held no guarantee of victory. While slipping past another swipe of those claws, he almost absent-mindedly cast probe on the bloodfiend. In reality, a Tier 5 target should have returned nothing but strings of question marks, and until now it had. This time, though, a clear description flickered into view. Probe: escape, convict, ruthless and murderous, Tier 1. Wang Guan. The glitch-like entry made every hair on his body stand up. What was going on? Why had the probe suddenly succeeded? The bloodfiend lunged again with a furious bellow. Wang Guan kept his gaze on that yawning maw, yet the tension had gone from his body. He pivoted lightly aside, letting the charge sail past, then hammered a left hook into the monster's spine and drove it to the ground. As its weight pitched forward, his right hand whipped the long sword upward from below. Swish! A spray of black blood burst from the bloodfiend's body. The terrifying creature was almost cleaved in two and sent tumbling away. The instant the dark blood scattered, ripples pulled it in, and the ruined body slipped into the void. At that moment, the bug tag triggered, and to Wang Guan, the abyssal monster's rank plummeted to a Tier 1 escaped convict. My bug scan just kicked in out of nowhere, he muttered, stunned. A thought sent fresh ripples across the mental battlefield, and another bloodfiend reconstructed itself in the shadows. He locked on. The new foe carried the same escaped convict tag, with only minor differences in the fine print. Realization struck. Blood-gorged beasts come from many species, so they can't share a scan result, but bloodfiends belong to a single abyssal race. Once he scans one, every other individual inherits the bug tag. What's happening? Did I just rank up? After finishing off the second bloodfiend, he wasn't killed. Instead, he exited the psychic arena by choice for the first time. His status panel flashed open. Spirit had risen by 0.3, yet it still sat at the peak of Tier 3, short of Tier 4. Then the insight landed. By visualizing the abyss and fighting overlimit monsters repeatedly, once I know them well enough, I can brute force a scan? He was sure the shift wasn't confined to the mindscape. The next bloodfiend he met in the real world would also be labeled an escaped convict. The disastrous hunt from 2 weeks ago was about to flip completely. This abyss visualization method was worth every credit. First light washed over the windows. He had battled all night, his mind drained yet buzzing with excitement. Scan strength scales with spirit. Next chance I get, they'll try other mental skills. Maybe you'll uncover more hidden functions. Maybe I can break limits like only scanning Tier 1 targets, or being unable to skin giants, toxic mists, or intangible calamities. His thoughts raced, and he gave up on sleep. A calming cup of fresh orange milk tea would hit the spot, but had finished the last bottle and felt bad waking Sister Wen. Fortunately, a Tier 3 body handles an all-nighter just fine. When daylight filled the room and Zhou Wen rose to cook, Wang Guan was already back with steaming buns and porridge from a street stall. Yuan Shaoqin crawled out of bed too. To Wang Guan's mild disappointment, the boy didn't dig in but stood on the balcony reciting from his textbook even on a weekend. Su Mingming looked downcast when she woke. Wang Guan knew it was her first time away from home. She must miss her father and Aunt Zhang. Mingming, after breakfast I'll show you around the neighborhood, he said with a warm smile. We need to pick up a few outfits for her, and a phone as well. Ping'an Town had no cell signal and no handsets in circulation, so residents settled bills with substitute credit points, something I forgot to mention earlier. Luckily, a few days ago Zheng Hailong left Su Weicheng a military-grade communicator. Once the phone taps into the army channel, Su Weicheng is just a call away. Uneasy yet curious about her new life, Su Mingming tagged along while Wang Guan browsed the nearby mall. After choosing several outfits, toiletries, and a phone already tuned to the military frequency, the gloom that had pressed on her for days finally lifted. By late morning they were laden with shopping bags and heading back to the apartment complex. Passing Sister Wen's milk tea shop, they spotted a crowd outside. Wang Guan's heart tightened. He quickened his pace, pulling Su Mingming along. A row of tattooed thugs stood menacingly at the door. Zhou Wen blocked their path, face drained of color, pleading at machine gun speed. What's going on? Wang Guan asked in a low voice, frowning at nearby neighbors. Recognizing him, the neighbors started talking all at once. The men were notorious gangsters from a local crew. While Wang Guan was away at military training, they had kept showing up to harass Zhou Wen. The community patrol couldn't touch them. The gang had its eye on Sister Wen's shop. Wang Guan's eyes turned icy. Zhou Wen might be a single mom, but her looks drew customers, and half the shop's success rode on her reputation. An elderly man quickly corrected him. It's not about her looks, he said. They want the shop. It makes money, and they're trying to force her to hand it over. Shaking down a milk tea shop? Wang Guan scoffed inwardly, but kept moving. Just then a small figure burst from the shop. Yuan Shaoqin, off school for the weekend. Anger blazed in his eyes, and he gripped a wooden stick with both hands. Leave my mom alone, he shouted, swinging the stick at one thug. The man blinked, casually blocked, and shoved the boy to the ground. Zhou Wen cried out and rushed to shield her son. Keep it up, kid, and it'll rough you up, the tattooed thug sneered. Stubborn as ever, Yuan Shaoqin pushed himself up. A heartbeat later, someone stepped between him and the gang. Wang Guan had arrived. Xiao Wang relief flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes. Sister Wen, why didn't you tell me? Wang Guan lifted Yuan Shaoqin, reproach in his voice. Only now did he realize why the boy suddenly wanted to study hard. Must want to grow strong enough to protect his mother. He ruffled Xiaoqin's hair and took the wooden stick. The stick had been the boy's prized possession. Last time Wang Guan asked to learn his skills, Shaoqin refused to hand it over. Today, for his mother's sake, the precious staff had emerged again. A quick probe revealed the truth. It was a steel longsword wrapped in wooden casing. Unranked, perhaps, but already extraordinary. A sword prodigy should indeed wield a sword. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. The thugs barked. Swish. Wang Guan flicked the sword. Wind howled, and the paving stones at their feet shattered with twin cracks. I'll give you one chance, he said. Apologize. Wang Guan gave the wooden stick an offhand sweep, and the stone pavement cracked apart. Shards scattered, smacking against his shoes with sharp pops, and the gang of thugs went white on the spot. They usually relied on numbers to bully the locals. In truth, their strength was barely above average. Wang Guan hadn't planned to teach them a harsh lesson, just chase them off. Yet after their moment of shock they traded glances, tightened their grips on flashing knives and brass knuckles, and lunged at him with murderous intent. So reckless did they actually come prepared? Wang Guan muttered, frowning as he sparred with them. Most of the thugs were only first or second tier, possessing nothing but crude muscle, far weaker than his old classmates back in military training. To avoid accidentally triggering the bug probe and boosting their stats, he couldn't be bothered to use any special powers. A wooden stick and footwork were more than enough. Zhou Wen clutched Yuan Shaoqin, her knuckles white with tension, but relaxed the moment she saw Wang Guan casually drop the thugs one after another. Yuan Shaoqin stared wide-eyed at the splintering stones, mouth agape, as if she had discovered an entirely new world. A short distance away, Su Mingming stood rigidly in front of mother and child, trying to look brave. Suddenly, a thug whom Wang Guan had kicked to the ground spotted her, the picture of a frail girl who seemed ready to cry after a single punch. Grinning viciously, he staggered toward her. Don't come any closer, Su Mingming stammered, on the verge of tears, raising her hands by instinct. Crack! Blue-white arcs erupted. With a sizzle, the thug screamed, sailed backward, hair standing on end, body charred, thin wisps of smoke curling from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Su Mingming blinked, innocent and wide-eyed. I told you not to come closer. Her power was still rough, and her biggest fear was killing someone by accident. Everyone froze at the sight, the remaining thugs locking up in unison. Wang Guan glanced at the unlucky fellow and almost laughed. He warned the men in front of him were college students. Those 3 words landed like thunder. The thugs shivered in unison. In this world, college students were worth their weight in gold. Anyone too weak had already died during the brutal Gaokao and virtual battlefield trials. Just then, a police siren wailed from the corner. Several cruisers roared up, blue-white lights strobed across the walls. Wang Guan wondered who had called the cops, but the thugs actually looked delighted. Since when did street punks cheer at the sight of law enforcement? Something was off. His eyes narrowed. Why send so many units for a simple street fight? Stranger still, these weren't the usual patrol officers, but the city's rapid response unit, specialists in handling major incidents. Each member met strict power requirements and carried top-tier gear. Their most distinctive feature was the 2 dogs at their sides. These were no ordinary dogs, but steel-bone mastiffs, 4th-tier mutant beasts about the size of large hounds, fiercely aggressive and exceptionally intelligent, capable of executing complex commands after training. In front of them now stood a squad of more than a dozen rapid response officers and 2 steel-bone mastiffs. Officer, he attacked us for no reason. We were only here to talk business. Then he suddenly went violent. Several thugs shoved their way up to the riot squad, pointing at their companion lying in a pool of blood and crying as if they were the victims. The officers spread out, riot shields catching the sun with a cold metallic gleam. The man in front was broad-shouldered but gaunt-cheeked, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Wang Guan with murderous intensity. Wang Guan paused, noticing the resemblance between this officer and Zhu Qianlong. The Captain Zhu the thugs mentioned had to be Zhu Qianlong's father, Zhu Weisheng, commander of the tactical unit. Wang Guan remembered how Qianlong had always flaunted his parents' positions. Violent assault, disturbing public order, arrest him. Zhu Weisheng ordered without a single question asked. Neighbors who had seen everything began to protest. Officer, you've got the wrong guy. Those punks started it. Arrest them instead. Zhu Weisheng's face stayed ashen. He ignored every voice. With a flick of his hand, 2 steel-bone mastiffs were led to the front. The dog's shoulders reached a man's waist. Muscles bulged, claws scraped the stone, sparking shards of brick. The crowd fell silent. Zhu Weisheng sneered, pointed at Wang Guan, and barked, "Attack!" The mastiffs broke free, charging with thunderous breath. Faces blanched, people turned away in fear. Zhou Wan and her son held their breath. Su Mingming shrank tighter into a corner. Just as metal claws were about to rake Wang Guan's chest, he lifted a hand and said calmly, "Sit." As if bound by unseen chains, both mastiffs dropped at his feet, tongues lolling, tails wagging with almost ridiculous obedience. Scan, a friendly golden retriever, gentle and people-loving, happiest when playing. Wang Guan bent to scratch their heads. The fierce beasts rolled onto their backs, paws in the air, barking happily. Everyone was stunned. Were these really the terrifying hounds ready to maul anything moments ago? While cheerfully petting the dogs, Wang Guan looked up. "Captain Zhu, isn't there some misunderstanding here?" The truth was obvious. The thugs had been harassing Zhou Wen's milk tea shop and even filed a complaint. Zhu Weisheng was using them as bait to go after Wang Guan. The dog's sudden betrayal shocked and enraged him. Flames burned in his eyes. Qianlong died because of you. What misunderstanding could there be? So it was about Zhu Qianlong after all. Wang Guan frowned. Who told you I killed Zhu Qianlong? When I shot him, had already turned into a blood-crazed beast. The real killer was the blood fiend. If you want to blame someone, talk to Lin Zidong or Longjing University instead. They'll get to the bottom of this. But right now I'm taking you in, Zhu Weisheng said with a cold snort. Wang Guan, are you going to resist arrest? At the corner, 2 lines of tactical officers leveled their shock rifles, their black armor throwing off a harsh gleam in the sunlight. Wang Guan stood his ground. The steel-bone mastiff he had just subdued sprawled across the pavement at his feet, its metal limbs twisted, the blood not yet dry. A dark-tinted sedan idled nearby. Inside, Jiang Wangxue and Director Chen from Longjing University watched the standoff through the glass. When Jiang saw Wang Guan dispatch the cyborg mastiff with ease, she froze for a heartbeat. Then malice surged in her eyes. The arrest unfolding before her was entirely of her own making. The previous night, Zhu Weisheng and his wife had summoned her home to ask about their only son Zhu Qianlong's death. The official notice merely said he had fallen in the line of duty during a hunting mission, offering no details. Wearing a mask of sorrow, Jiang recounted the events but deliberately omitted the fact that Zhu Qianlong had mutated into a monster before he died, and she vaguely suggested that Wang Guan had let him die on purpose in the wilderness. Zhu Qianlong and Wang Guan had never gotten along. Wang had once beaten him so badly that the whole of Tianhai City had laughed about it. Grief for their son mixed with that old humiliation, and the couple were soon riled up, hence today's ambush. Well done, Wang Xue, Director Chen said approvingly from the back seat. Jiang instantly hid the venom in her eyes and replied sweetly, Wang Guan is my classmate. I just hope he'll see reason and come to Longjing with me. Her gentle tone, however, concealed cold calculation. The riot squad was notorious for heavy-handed tactics, and Zhu Weisheng was out for blood. If Wang surrendered, Chun could step in, clarify the cause of death, and pull him from detention. If he refused, the Vanguard Military Academy's reach stopped short of Tianhai City. It would never dispatch forces across zones for a mere freshman. Just as Chen settled in to enjoy the show, two dark green SUVs roared up from the far end of the block. Tires screamed, doors flew open, and 7 men and women in civilian clothes poured out. They wore no uniforms, yet their straight backs and razor-sharp eyes declared them veterans of countless battles. Leading them was a striking woman. Sunglasses covered half her face, and her cropped hair fluttered in the wind. A fitted white tee and denim hot pants hugged her frame, her long legs pale, yet powerful in the sun. Against the hard-edged soldiers behind her, her city girl outfit was all the more conspicuous, and it made Director Chen's face drain of color. Xiao Rong, he breathed, a torrent of intelligence reports flashing through his mind. She belonged to the Vanguard Army's Special Operations Unit, a team of killers who had clawed their way out of mountains of corpses. She had once slipped alone into Abyss territory to carry out a decapitation mission and was now one of the most feared operators in the entire Northwest Theater. While shock still flickered through him, Xiaorong was already striding toward the standoff between Wang Guan and Zhu Weisheng. Xiaorong arrived with a small squad, immediately drawing every eye. Wang Guan, who had been frowning in thought, first noticed the military vehicle, and his eyes lit up. The newcomers were soldiers. He quickly recognized the woman at the front, the sister Rong Tong Yixing had mentioned. Tong had assured him she was coming. Through her dark glasses, Xiaorong met his gaze, gave a slight nod, then walked past him and stopped in front of Zhu Weisheng. Her clothes were sharp yet stylish, and her commanding presence made Zhu instinctively step back. Even the steel-bone mastiff at Wang's feet sensed danger, baring its teeth with a low growl while its huge frame trembled. "Who are you?" Zhu asked, forcing calm. "Vanguard Army, Xiaorong," she replied, pointing at Wang. "I'm here for him." Zhu licked his dry lips. He had never heard the name Xiaorong, but the formation alone told him she ranked high. A police captain had little leverage against a detail of soldiers. How could an orphan like Wang have such backing? Even if the academy valued him, would they really send an officer to escort him? "This is Tianhai's jurisdiction. Public security is our responsibility," he said, lacking conviction. Xiaorong gave a short, cold laugh. "I'm taking him now." Wang sighed inwardly. No wonder Tong had said only, "Sister Rome will handle it." She was indeed formidable. "Captain Zhu," Wang cut in calmly, "all records from boot camp and the hunt are in the official files. Who told you I got him killed?" Zhu stayed silent, his gaze drifting to the sedan in the distance. He knew Jiang Wanxue was inside. Xiaorong noticed and signaled to her team. 6 well-trained men and women surged forward and surrounded the car. "What are you doing?" "I'm a professor at Longjing University." Director Chun, whom Wang had met the night before, was dragged out. Though a university official, he dared not struggle against soldiers and turned pale. Moments later, Jiang Wanxue stepped out, equally ashen. "Heh." Wang showed no surprise. Pinned between soldiers, Director Chen still protested. "This is Tianhai. Aren't you afraid of causing a conflict?" "I'm on vacation, here for leisure." "This has nothing to do with military duty," Xiaorong said lightly, then looked at her team. "Isn't that right?" "Yes, ma'am." The 6 plainclothes soldiers answered in unison, snapping crisp salutes. Director Chen fell silent. Wang fixed a cold stare on Jiang. "You told Captain Zhu I killed Zhu Qianlong?" Jiang glanced at Xiaorong, bit her lip, and whispered, "Zhu Qianlong, you were the one who killed him." "Had already turned into a bloodthirsty beast, was effectively dead," Wang replied, evenly. "Besides, Wana Shu said Lin Zidong never picked him. He volunteered to protect you." Zhu Weisheng's expression darkened as he glared at Jiang. "Why didn't you mention that last night?" "Uncle Zhu, don't listen to him. I had nothing to do with Qianlong's death. I was nearly killed by the fiend myself." Jiang babbled in panic. Xiaorong suddenly took a step closer to her. Under her sunglasses, she fixed her eyes on Jiang Wanxue and said in a level voice, "Tell the truth." The 3 simple words hit like hammer blows, booming in everyone's ears. An irresistible pressure washed over Jiang Wanxue. Her already pale face drained of all color. Her pupils shrank, her knees buckled, and she nearly collapsed. The eye of judgment. Most people were still confused, but Director Chen suddenly went white as a sheet. It was Xiaorong's glass aberration ability, a power that pierced the heart and forced a person to speak their deepest secrets. Jiang Wangsu's lips twitched, her chest heaving as though the darkness inside her had been ripped open. She struggled for a moment, her voice shaking. "It was Zhu Qianlong who joined the squad. Because of me, he died saving me. Killed by a bloodthirst demon. I never thanked him. I even thought he was useless." At her words, Zhu Weisheng's fists clenched and fury blazed in his eyes. Wang Guan stared, wide-eyed. Called this power really drag out the truth so directly? "It's not over." Jiang Wanxue swallowed, as if an invisible hand was squeezing her throat. I caused others to die too." Wang Guan blinked, startled. "What did you do?" She glanced at him, struggle and hatred flickering in her gaze, teeth grinding. Xiaorong's voice pressed in again, echoing. Speak. I was jealous that you took my ranking. Jiang lowered her head, her knuckles whitening. That morning I lashed out and destroyed the bee swarm she managed because of that, and you failed to spot the bloodthirst beasts in time. Each confession left Wang Guan frozen. So the bees guarding the Longjing students' quarters had been wiped out by Jiang Wangxue? Everyone had assumed the town was simply too large for the swarm to cover, so no one blamed Yanli, she had carried the guilt. Now the culprit stood before them. Director Chun was stunned as well. He knew the aftermath better than anyone. Without the swarm, Yuan Ash's empathy could not detect humanoid bloodthirst beasts. 2 Longjing students died, and that attack led Lin Zidong to locate the bloodthirst demon, launch a desperate assault, and lose the entire team, leaving only Jiang Wangxue alive. Now that the truth was out, his anger almost matched Zhu Weisheng's. Even Xiaorong seemed surprised by how far things had gone, a faint smile tugging at her lips before she looked away. Jiang Wangxue's legs finally gave out. She fell to her knees, shaking, despair etched across her face. She met Zhu Weisheng's murderous glare, then turned to Director Chun with a pleading look. Prepare to be expelled. Director Chun growled, barely holding back his fury. Jiang Wangxue's ice frost witch talent had once made her a star among the freshmen, and the academy had placed high hopes on her. After what she did, and with everything exposed in public, the school can't possibly keep her, no matter how highly they once valued her. Moreover, they'll have to hold her responsible. And then there's the hunt in Ping'an town. She talked everyone into sending a distress signal, costing several students their points, so the principal has been fed up with her for a while. Director Chen fixed Jiang Wangxue with an just you wait glare, shot a complicated look at Wang Guan, and stormed off. Safe travels, Xiaorong called after him with a breezy wave. When he was gone, she turned to Zhu Weisheng. Anything else? Zhu Weisheng's anger now focused almost entirely on Jiang Wangxue, though his gaze was still frigid when it passed over Wang Guan. After all, it was Wang Guan who had killed the mutated Zhu Qianlong. Still, he knew further argument was pointless. Apologies, he told Wang Guan with a nod, then pointed at Jiang Wangxue and ordered, take her in. A detective stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Wangxue's arm. You have no grounds to arrest me, she cried, struggling in panic. A burst of icy mist flared around her. In the next instant, a sheet of frost coated the detective's arm. He wasn't injured but still hissed in pain. We try to give you a hand, and you assault an officer? Cuff her. The other detectives closed in, moving with drill-like precision. Jiang Wangxue finally caved, whipping around with tears in her voice. Brother Wang Guan, help me. I know I was wrong. I still like you. Please save me. Her eyes darted nervously to Xiaorong. She could tell this mysterious woman who had come all the way to Tianhai City wasn't ordinary. If Wang Guan spoke up, the woman might really protect her. Wang Guan's expression didn't waver. Now you realize you were wrong? More like you realize you're done. He never went soft on people he truly despised. He turned away and spotted Su Mingming standing nearby. The little girl hadn't yet figured out what was happening, but when he looked back she gave him a sweet smile. Wang Guan chuckled and ruffled her hair. Jiang Wangxue's sobs echoed as Zhu Weisheng and the detectives escorted her off. The thugs Zhu Weisheng had sent to cause trouble had already slipped away, dragging their unconscious comrades with them. A wall of curious neighbors still ringed the scene. Xiaorong swept a glance around and waved her hand. Show's over, folks. Move along. The crowd finally dispersed in small clusters. She returned to stand in front of Wang Guan. Behind her sunglasses, her eyes seemed to study him, a faint smile playing on her lips. Hi, Sister Rome. Wang Guan ventured. Xiaorong waved a dismissive hand. I'm your mother's sworn sister. You should call me Annie. Wang Guan was speechless. Didn't Tong Yixing just push me up a whole generation? At a table outside the bubble tea shop, Wang Guan sat across from Xiaorong. The afternoon sun had turned the tiny patio scorching hot, and a faint sweetness from the milk tea floated in air tinged with street dust. The 6 attendants who had come with Xiaorong occupied nearby tables. Their poses looked casual, yet their eyes kept sweeping the area, heads lifting at the slightest stir. Behind the counter, Su Mingming was helping Zhou Wen mix the drinks, ice clinking crisply against a metal spoon. Soon she carried several steaming cups to the pair. Xiaorong clearly wasn't used to the sugary drinks favored by younger people. She touched the cup to gauge its warmth, took a cautious sip, raised a brow at the sweetness, then drank again with a satisfied look. Wang Guan waited until she set the cup down and finally asked, Sister Rome, how did you get to know my parents? A hint of urgency colored his voice. Call me Auntie, Xiaorong corrected, quiet but firm. Then she added, 10 years ago, when I first awakened my ability, I worked with your mother on some research. What were you researching? Wang Guan pressed. She lifted a hand and tapped her sunglasses. Me. Wang Guan froze. My judgment eyes are extremely rare, she said, tapping the lenses again. Something went wrong during the awakening and they mutated. Your mother specialized in that field. Thanks to her, I stabilized and learned to control them. A trace of nostalgia softened her words. She still wore the dark glasses to hide the strangeness within. Wang Guan steadied himself. My parents joined the expedition to that ancient temple. How much do you know, sister? Auntie, Xiaorong sighed, correcting him once more. Then she added quietly, I know a lot because I was there. Wang Guan's pupils tightened. He leaned forward. What exactly happened? Xiaorong fell silent. Behind the dark lenses her gaze seemed to slip into distant memories. At last she spoke. Since abyssal rifts had begun appearing worldwide, not only had terrifying beings crossed over, but odd relics sometimes fell through as well. The ancient temple was one of them. Several consortiums and families funded an expedition of 17. Wang Guan's parents handled the scientific work. The rest were seasoned ability users. At the time, Xiaorong was only a sophomore at Vanguard Military Academy. Though among the top of her class, the rules said she wasn't eligible. Yet her unique judgment eyes and a personal invitation from Wang Guan's parents earned her a place. Everything went smoothly. They locked onto the coordinates, departed, and arrived. In a barren gray desert, they found the temple and entered it with surprising ease. Inside stood a statue of an unknown god, twisted and unsettling, as if from a world already claimed by the abyss. Wang Guan's parents seemed to recognize it. Their eyes blazed with excitement. Then disaster struck. The whole structure shuddered, and cryptic runes along the pillars flared, as though some ward had been triggered. Xiaorong paused. They told you your parents disappeared in an accident, didn't they? Wang Guan nodded. It wasn't just your parents, she continued. The entire temple vanished, taking them and part of the team with it. Because of their abilities, she and a few others barely escaped the collapse. The temple never resurfaced, and every record was sealed under top clearance. That's why Wang Guan had found no trace, as if the event had never happened. When her story ended, Wang Guan sat frowning, turmoil churning inside him. He recalled the night 8 years ago, half dream, half waking dread when his parents had briefly returned, only to vanish once more. The nagging headaches and the strange, glitched ability he had awakened had to be linked to that ancient temple. Wang Guan was nearly sure of it. He had planned to grow stronger before investigating the place himself. But the temple had vanished without warning, leaving him with little more than a lingering sense of loss. What exactly happened to that shrine? Do you have any answers? He finally asked, unable to curb his curiosity. We did run into trouble, but we still brought back plenty of valuable data. Xiaorong looked up from her files, met his eager gaze, then shook her head. It's classified. You'll need enough merits and rank before you're clear to see it. She patted his shoulder, her tone gentle but firm. Knowing now wouldn't help. Focus on leveling up once you're strong enough. The door will open. Got it. Wang Guan wasn't one to aim unrealistically high, so he accepted the reality with a nod. He spent the next few minutes tossing out every question he could think of, and Xiaorong answered them all. Then his eyes drifted to Zhou Wan, busy behind the counter of the milk tea shop, and a new idea sparked. Sister Rong, I have a favor to ask. If it weren't for your mom years ago, I'd have lost my mind. Treat me like family, Xiaorong said with a hearty laugh, setting down her empty drink bottle. Tell me, hat, does your auntie need? Wang Guan summarized that afternoon's run-in. Thugs hired by Zhu Weisheng had caused trouble and had their sights on the shop. Since Head soon returned to the military academy, he worried they'd escalate things. Better to remove the threat entirely. Could Xiaorong help? Easy. She agreed at once. The academy has an empty storefront. If she's willing, move the shop there. They'll handle the permits and investment. This milk tea tastes great, so I'm buying a stake, too. Seriously? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. With the shop nearby, he wouldn't run short of potions and could still grab homestyle meals. But would Zhou Wan agree? That feels risky, she admitted after hearing the plan. She had lived in Tianhai City for decades. Relocating to an unfamiliar place was daunting. Xiaorong explained patiently, the Vanguard Academy's on the outskirts, but it's a high-security military zone, absolutely safe. Shops on campus never lose money. When Zhou Wan still hesitated, Xiaorong glanced at Yuan Shaoqin a short distance away. The boy, wooden stick in hand, was practicing swings on the open ground. Fresh from the earlier chaos, he seemed to have discovered a new world. Mumbling, studying hard didn't help, Mom. I'm going back to swordsmanship. At the academy, your son can attend the affiliated primary and middle schools. They're top tier, run with military discipline, and grades are solid, Xiaorong added. Zhou Wen's eyes brightened. Her child's education tipped the scales. All right, I'll trouble you both, then. Wang Guan breathed out in relief. With Zhou Wen's milk tea shop settled, he could focus on training. Yuan Shaoqin, poised to set aside textbooks and return to the way of the sword, swung the stick again, determination shining in his eyes. Over the next 2 days, Wang Guan took Su Mingming on a shopping spree to prepare for school. They covered the entire commercial district at dawn, picking up everything from uniforms to daily necessities, and even stocking a basic medical kit. A smartphone was the first thing he bought her. Without a communication device in today's world, one might as well lose an arm. He never blinked at the expense. Tuition at Vanguard Military Academy was free, and new students were immediately enlisted. While they did not yet hold official military status, they received cadet rank, drew allowances, and had no reason to worry about everyday costs. Weapons and gear usually drained the most money, But Su Mingming's ability served as her own armament. Once she mastered fine control, she would not need to buy equipment in bulk like ordinary espers. Meanwhile, Xiaorong booked rooms for her squad in a nearby hotel under the guise of a vacation, quietly watching the area for 2 days. Her goal was simple: keep Wang Guan safe. If nothing happened, she would leave with the others. 2 days later, Wang Guan, Su Mingming, Zhou Wen and her son, along with Xiaorong's squad, met at Tianhai's military platform and boarded the dedicated line to Leong Shan City. The train's exterior was painted a muted camouflage gray, yet the interior was spacious and spotless, with enough room between seats for a full combat pack. When the train started, the scenery outside blurred into streaks of green. Bored, Wang Guan scrolled through his phone until a bold headline caught his eye. Longjing University official statement. Jiang Wangxue has been expelled for misconduct resulting in severe consequences, and further legal action will follow. Given Longjing University's usual stance, Jiang Wangxue was in for a hard fall. With Zhu Weisheng and his wife still thirsting for revenge, she had not only lost her college admission but also faced possible prison time. Wang Guan felt calm, even a bit sorry for the administrators of Tianhai No. 3 High School. Those officials were probably sweating bullets by now. For days, his former homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin, had tried to contact the last honors student left on his list, only to be ignored each time. While Wang Guan continued browsing for other news, an unfamiliar number appeared, the phone's vibration unusually loud inside the narrow carriage. "Who's this?" he answered. "Is this Wang Guan?" The caller's voice was gentle and male. "Speaking. And you are?" "Who I am doesn't matter," the man replied courteously. "I'm calling to discuss a deal." "What kind of deal?" Wang Guan narrowed his eyes. Glancing sideways, Xiaorong was explaining enrollment procedures to Su Mingming. The man lowered his voice, sounding even more respectful. "I know you've secured entry to the Leong Shan secret realm and can bring 3 companions. Would you consider selling those slots to me? Name your price." So that was the angle. The Leong Shan secret realm offered both peril and opportunity, and anyone you brought in would be a life-or-death teammate. Wang Guan would never give the spots to a stranger, especially when he had already chosen his team. "Sorry, they're taken." "Not for sale," he said flatly. The caller persisted. "Could you reconsider?" "No." The previously mild voice turned icy, and 3 cold words came through the line. "Are you sure?" "I understand." Wang Guan's voice grew noticeably colder. "Then I wish you smooth sailing in the Leong Shan rift." The man on the line let out an icy chuckle, each word cutting like a blade. Feeling the hostility, Wang Guan asked sharply, "What's that supposed to mean?" "Heh." The caller laughed softly and hung up. A few seats away, Xiaorong removed one earbud and turned to him. "What's wrong?" Wang Guan repeated the conversation word for word. Behind her sunglasses, Xiaorong's brows tightened. "Rongjia, who could make a call like that? A conglomerate? A family? Maybe an organization?" Xiaorong answered tersely. "Exploring a rift helps them all. Leong Shan just formed, and you have one of the first entry passes. If you secure the first clear, the prestige is enormous." She had researched before coming to Tianhai City, and now she reviewed it for him. Rifts stem from abyss fissures and act as buffers between the abyss and reality. Ability users who complete specific objectives can stabilize a rift briefly. This is called a clear. Whether solo or in a team, clearing a rift is top-tier glory. Leong Shan will open in a week. Pass holders can teleport in through special equipment on campus. A first clear is worth even more, and the rewards and fame invite brutal competition. "You were right to refuse," Xiaorong said with a nod. "Teaming with strangers in a rift is suicide." Her tone then softened with an ant-like concern. "But they might hold a grudge and target you. Your pass isn't the only one. There are at least dozens more. Over 100 ability users will enter. That guy probably has several passes already. Once inside, everyone's a rival. He'll be careful, Rongjia." Wang Guan sounded confident. The Leong Shan rift bars anyone above tier 5. Higher tiers would destabilize it. He was at the peak of tier 3 and about to break into tier 4. No, tier 5 would threaten him then. And if a bug-level anomaly did occur, his 3 companions were just as formidable. Across from him, Su Mingming clenched her tiny fists and gave a light punch on the table. "Wang Guan, I'll do my best." "I know you will." Wang Guan smiled, counting on her super magnetic armament. The train rolled into Leong Shan Station. They transferred to a coach that wound through dense forest and crumbling ruins. Hours later, a vast sinkhole opened ahead. The highway ended in a half-collapsed bridge hanging over the void like a broken sword. Near the rim, soldiers manned checkpoint after checkpoint and waved them through only after checking their papers. The bus rattled onto the bridge, steel plates humming beneath the wheels, speeding straight toward the severed edge. Nothing but bottomless darkness beyond. The driver never touched the brakes. Xiaorong had warned them about this stretch, yet cold sweat still broke out on Wang Guan's back. Su Mingming and Zhou Wen clasped each other's hands and shut their eyes in fear. The coach pulled away from the bridge, never dropping into the abyss. Outside the windows, streaks of multicolored light raced past like a spinning lantern slide, then sharpened into a crisp yet unfamiliar scene. An austere but imposing gate stood ahead, and the four gilded characters reading Vanguard Military Academy glinted coldly in the sun. Vanguard Military Academy sits in a hidden realm. More than a century ago, pioneers of the Vanguard Army sealed a rift in the abyss and built this institution atop what had once been perilous ruins. Within the enclave lie not only the university, but also an elementary, middle, and high school, plus a small town that meets the community's daily needs. The bus halted smoothly. Wang Guan was the first to hop off, his feet sinking into elastic turf that carried a fresh, earthy scent. Blue sky and white clouds arched overhead, and dense forests ringed the area. Had he not seen the sinkhole with his own eyes, he might have believed he was still in an ordinary mountain valley. In truth, this land had once belonged to the outside world. Caught a good look at that sinkhole? Tong Yixing's hearty voice sounded beside him. The white-haired teenager had been waiting and pointed back the way they'd come. 157 years ago, an abyssal fissure cracked open here and swallowed the entire region, creating today's secret realm. After the Vanguard sealed the rift and confirmed the space was stable, they chose it for the academy. After the quick overview, he greeted Xiaorong. Hi, Rongjia. Take Wang Guan and Mingming to registration, she instructed, then led Zhou Wen and the others off to settle the milk tea incident. Tong Yixing guided Wang Guan and Su Mingming along a cobblestone path for a campus tour. A graduate of Vanguard High, he knew every building and training ground by heart, so the process was brisk, and the newcomers soon completed their registration. The instant Wang Guan checked in, a line of pale gold text floated before his eyes. You have joined the Vanguard Army Reserve. Rank awarded, 3rd class private. He immediately opened his personal status panel. Ability, detection, grade F. Rank, 3rd class private tier 30. Skills, windmill kick proficient, military boxing max mastery, abyssal visualization. Physique, 31.5. Agility, 27.1. Spirit, 29.2. The Alliance's ladder goes private, sergeant, lieutenant, field officer, general, Wang Guan muttered. Privates split into 3rd, 2nd, and 1st class. So that percentage must be an experience bar? Technically it's battle merit, Tong Yixing said. Complete military missions to raise merit. At 100% you move to the next tier. If you're short on timing grade, you can spend commendations to jump a rank. He then escorted Wang Guan and Su Mingming to their dorm, helped them stash their luggage, and laid out the course structure. 1. Knowledge courses. Electives ranging from mathematics and literature to abyssal race studies and mutant beast ecology. 2. Ability courses, grouped by power type, taught by dedicated mentors, focusing on practical use and skill development. 3. Skill courses. Optional, you can pay or use rewards to hire instructors. Some will teach a skill free if you pass their test. 4. Military courses, mandatory for every student. The school will assign practical missions as circumstances require. Tong Yixing added that the freshmen would be split into different classes based on their abilities. I'm in the energy track, he said, tapping his chest, and Su Mingming is in the lightning track. What about me? Wang Guan touched the tip of his nose, still unsure where his scouting skill belonged. Abilities fall into 6 branches: energy, elemental, mutation, psychic, support, and lifestyle. Elemental users are the most common. Their subclasses are simply called lightning, frost, and so on, and the school uses the same labels for its classes. Wang Guan's detection and Su Weiqing's marking technically fall under support, yet they're nothing like the usual buffs or heals. Bro Guan, you'll probably end up in the special track, Tong said, pushing up his glasses with a slightly awkward smile. Special means powers that won't fit anywhere else. It's always the smallest group. Vanguard Academy took in 270 freshmen this year. Other tracks have between a dozen and 30 students, but with you the special track will have only 7. He chuckled. Special track students are all a bit quirky. No offense, just unconventional. Take you, for instance, and great ability that still hits high combat numbers. The more Wang Guan listened, the more intrigued he became. On registration day, each class held a meeting. After dropping Su Mingming off at the lightning classroom, he followed the campus map to his own building 1, 7th floor. On the way up, he met a little girl of about 5 or 6. She wore twin ponytails and a cartoon dress, her short legs wobbling up the stairs. Out of habit, Wang Guan probed her. The readout said, ordinary little girl. Teacher's kid? He patted her head. Hey there, where are you going? 7th floor, she answered in a piping voice. What a coincidence. Want me to take you? She thought it over, then nodded. Wang Guan lifted her into his arms and carried her straight to the 7th floor. Big brother has class now, he said, setting her down. After saying goodbye, he pushed open the classroom door. 6 people sat scattered around the spacious room, made the 7th. A quick glance showed that each of them was different. A thin-cheeked girl in glasses muttered to herself. A boy with a wild haircut clutched a deck of cards, apparently calculating something. One girl was bundled head to toe despite the blazing sun, and even wore a mask. Most eye-catching was a boy in the corner as big as a small mountain, occupying 2 chairs while shoveling snacks into his mouth. Yep, the special track. No one here is ordinary. While Wang Guan was still marveling, The little girl from the stairwell tottered in. She walked to the podium, dragged out a small stool, climbed on top, and swept the room with a lofty stare. "Everyone, please take a seat," she said in her childlike but authoritative voice. "I'm the advisor for the special track." Wang Guan froze, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Seriously? The strangest one of all is the advisor? How long are you planning to stand there daydreaming?" A little girl stood on a stool behind the lectern, hands on her hips, a fierce spark in her eyes. Wang Guan finally came to, mumbled, "All right," and slipped into the room. The desks had been pulled far apart, so the students sat in scattered clumps. He chose the empty seat closest to the wall. "Hi, everyone. My name is Yin." The voice was clear but still childish. Even on the stool, the lectern hid most of her. Only two little hands waved above its edge. "From now on you can call me Missy." The classroom grew so quiet he could hear people breathing. "Let's start with introductions." One small hand pointed straight at him. "You first." Wang Guan sighed and stood. "Wang Guan, from Tanghai City. My ability is Flevel Detection." At the mention of his rank a few heads turned. Curiosity outweighed contempt. No one here knew his background. "Very good." She waved him back to his seat and moved on. Zhang Xiao, a girl in glasses who seemed slightly eccentric. Ability, a level, hyperdimensional sense. She can view the world from perspectives beyond normal sight, but is said to be prone to madness. Scan, a brilliantly gifted poet. Li Qi, a sickly-looking boy. Ability, level, pathogen. He can create and release any virus from his own body, though it harms him in return. Scan, a long-distance runner. Ma Fei, a punk playing cards at his desk. Ability, a level, jester of misfortune. With brief contact he can pass bad luck to others, a rare type of luck manipulation. Scan, an ordinary boy. Luo Xiaotao, a girl bundled head to toe. Ability, a level, enchantress. Her charm is triggered by skin contact. Unable to control it, she keeps herself completely covered. Scan, an ordinary girl. Jiang Hua, a mountain of a boy hunched in the corner. Ability, level, glutton. The more he eats, the stronger his body becomes. He kept stuffing food in his mouth as he spoke. Scan, an ordinary child. After everyone had finished, Miss Yes' hand waved again behind the lectern. "Now that we all know each other, next we." Just then a silent note slipped into Wang Guan's mind from the author. In the previous chapter the scan result was high school girl worried readers might question the hero's ethics after he carries her later. I changed it. Doesn't affect the plot. Teacher. A thin boy with glasses suddenly shot his hand into the air. "I haven't introduced myself yet." "Huh." Miss Yi wasn't the only one surprised. Wang Guan was taken aback as well. "There's one more person. Only 6 people introduced themselves a moment ago, and no one noticed anything wrong." Scanning the classroom, Wang Guan quickly understood why. A gaunt boy by the window. Chen Mo, ability silence. Classes stood there like a smear in fog. The eerie hush around him blurred his whole presence. As long as he kept quiet, everyone subconsciously ignored the 7th student. Wang Guan couldn't help taking a second look. Chen Mo had the looks of a handsome street performer, yet he radiated a terrifying inconspicuousness. Behind the lectern, a small but assured hand slapped the tabletop sharp as a rubber ball's bounce. "Excellent. Now everyone's acquainted. You're all members of the special division, each with a unique gift. I'm your advisor, Xiao Yi, and he'll help you master your abilities." The childish voice brimmed with confidence. Wang Guan found it secretly amusing. There was no menace in that tone at all. "First, we need a class monitor," Xiao Yi announced, sweeping her gaze across them. "Since you're still strangers, I'll appoint one." Her tiny finger jabbed the air. "Wang Guan, you're the monitor." "Huh." Wang Guan blinked. 3 years of high school as class monitor had prepared him for the job, but he hadn't expected to be drafted on the spot. 6 other pairs of eyes swung toward him. All faintly disgruntled special division students were eccentrics by nature and didn't take orders lightly. Xiao Yi fanned the flames on purpose. Anyone dissatisfied may challenge the monitor for the position. Her voice carried a teasing lilt, like tossing kindling onto a fire. Predictably, the stares grew sharper. Wang Guan grumbled inwardly. "So the little brat is getting back at me for carrying her around like a child all day." He met each of their gazes in turn, wearing an easy smile. Special division abilities were all weird. He'd rather keep things friendly. Besides, with that bug entry of his, he wasn't afraid of being influenced. After a short standoff, the 6 students lowered their heads in grudging acceptance. Xiao Yi's lips curved in satisfaction. She launched into a list of freshman rules. Uniforms must be worn at all times. No leaving the protected zone without permission, and so on. Tiny as she looked, she could recite regulations like scripture. She talked for a full hour until darkness swallowed the sky. "Class meeting over. Find me if you have questions." She hopped off her stool, shoved it under the desk, and tottered toward the door. Just before exiting, she called back, "Wang Guan, drop by my office after dinner." She really is holding a grudge, huh? Wang Guan smiled wryly. Once Xiao Yi left, the class dispersed. Wang Guan pulled out his phone and texted Su Mingming and Tong, Yixing to meet him in the cafeteria. A hand hooked around his shoulder. Ma Fei, the doom-weaving punk with clown makeup. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Monitor." Ma Fei beamed and offered a handshake. Wang Guan returned the polite smile and clasped the hand without hesitation. Dinner together? Wang Guan suggested. Sure. Ma Fei agreed cheerfully, then stepped back, anticipation lighting his face. From experience, anyone who shook his hand was about to suffer a streak of bad luck. The curse was already sown. The thought had barely formed when his foot slipped. With an arc, he tumbled head over heels down the stairwell. Whoa, are you okay? Wang Guan looked genuinely concerned and hurried down the stairs to help him. I'm fine. Really? Ma Fei rubbed his knee. After military training, he was already a Tier 2 ability user, so a minor tumble was nothing. But the moment he saw Wang Guan's hand, his face went pale as if had seen a ghost. He sprang up and backed away. Wang Guan chuckled to himself. So the bad luck that can't stick to me bounces back on you? He clapped his hands and called up to the students at the landing. Let's grab lunch together. Consider it our special division's first gathering. The others traded looks, hesitated, and finally nodded. Chun Mo, the silence wielder, brought up the rear, quietly watching Wang Guan and the others. Normally no one noticed his gazi was used to being ignored and was sure they'd already forgotten him. Yet as soon as they reached the foot of the stairs, Wang Guan looked back and waved. Chun Mo, pick up the pace. Startled, Chun Mo quickened his steps. They headed for Cafeteria 3, which Tong Yixing had strongly recommended. It was the height of lunch hour, and freshmen filled nearly every table. In their civilian clothes they stood out from the upperclassmen who had already changed into military uniforms. The 7 Special Division students drew stares the moment they walked in. A girl muttering to herself, a boy who looked deathly pale, a punk with gravity-defying hair, someone wrapped like a mummy, and a mountain-sized fat man. The only halfway normal one was the clean-cut Wang Guan. But the academy was full of oddballs, so most people only glanced before returning to their meals. Su Mingming and Tong Yixing had yet to arrive. Wang Guan led the line, got his food, and claimed 2 adjoining tables. Luo Xiaotao set her tray gently across from him and asked in a soft voice, Monitor, may I sit here? My friend's on her way. I'd like to save this seat for her. Wang Guan smiled and tapped the chair in front of him. Your friend? Is it a guy or a girl? Luo Xiaotao blinked curiously. A girl. At that, she smiled faintly and slipped off the mask covering her face. Instantly heads turned. Under the cafeteria lights her skin glowed, and her bright smile bloomed like a flower. The special division students couldn't help staring, except Jiang Hua, who was tackling the mountain of food on his tray, and Wang Guan, whose expression stayed calm. Surprise flickered in Luo Xiaotao's eyes, but she quickly recovered and brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Monitor, who's prettier, your friend or me? Sorry, I still think it's my friend. Wang Guan answered without hesitation, just as Su Mingming walked into the cafeteria. He stood up and waved to her, then turned back to Luo Xiaotao. Could you slide over? My friend's here. Please take the seat next to me. Sure. Luo Xiaotao moved aside. People with enough willpower can shrug off her charm, though their mood still wavers a little. Since waking up, this was the first time Luo Xiaotao had met a classmate her own age who could watch her antics without changing expression and even tell her, to her face, my friend is prettier than you. Sulking, she slid into the empty seat next door, left her mask off, yanked her hoodie's brim low, and decided she had to see for herself just how beautiful that friend could be. Before long, Su Mingming arrived with her tray. Soft pink hair was tied casually behind her, and a simple white dress made her look fresh and spotless. She sat opposite Wang Guan, smile radiant. He introduced everyone around the table. A bit shy, she nodded to each person in turn. This time the stares that drifted over from nearby tables had nothing to do with enchantment. The girl was simply breathtaking. Luo Xiaotao's ego collapsed at on so that was it. He could ignore her charm only because his friend really was that pretty. Wang Guan asked casually how Su Mingming was settling into class. He had worried that someone who had never attended school might struggle with group life, but the opposite proved true. Su Mingming was capable, easy to like, and though a touch socially anxious, both teachers and students already favored her almost excessively. Proof arrived on cue. A sunny, handsome boy walked over, tray in hand, wearing a gentle smile. Mingming, there you are. Mind if I sit? Only one seat remained at the 6-person table, and he clearly meant to claim it. Su Mingming looked up, puzzled. We barely know each other. Why would you sit here? The boy didn't retreat. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Wang Guan, a hint of challenge in his eyes. Hi, I'm Hanjia. He said it as if the name alone should shake the cafeteria. Wang Guan replied with a nod, then asked offhandedly, are you famous? Li Qi, the germ-obsessed student beside Wang Guan, jolted and blurted, Hanjia guy, who took 14th in the league entrance exam. Hanjia smiled, accepting the recognition, and looked back at Wang Guan. Most people showed at least a little awe when they heard that title. Oh, somewhere in the teens, Wang Guan said mildly. No wonder I haven't heard of you. I only remember the top 3. As he spoke, he flicked out a silent probe scan. Just an ordinary office worker. Han Jie's face darkened, and he was about to ask who Wang Guan thought he was when a white-haired teenager approached with a tray. Youthful features and striking white hair stole half the cafeteria's attention. Every cadet at Vanguard Academy knew this was the prodigy who ranked third in the league. Wang Mingming, the white-haired boy called, waving. Han Jie went rigid, his expression suddenly grim. The newcomer gave him a brief, indifferent glance. And you are? I am Han Jie. Oh. The boy nodded politely, then shook his head with a smile. Never heard of you. He dropped into the final seat, shy yet enthusiastic. Hi everyone. I'm Guang's friend, Tong Yixing. Lu Qi, Luo Xiaotao, Ma Fei, and the others sat frozen, mouths half open. Tong Yixing and the others obviously knew who she was. Was she really friends with Wang Guan? Han Jie stood frozen, completely bewildered. The cafeteria buzzed around him, yet no one answered his shout of Brother Guan, and the silence felt like ice. He quickly rearranged his expression, gained a bit more respect for Wang Guan, and dragged over a chair, ready to squeeze himself in. The chair had barely touched the floor when someone landed on it first, settling lightly and giving a polite nod. Thanks. Han Jie opened his mouth to claim the seat, but closed it the moment he saw who had taken it. The newcomer was clearly no student. A stylish short jacket hugged her tall figure, her long legs catching the light. Even at night, she wore sunglasses, and something sharp seemed to lurk behind the black lenses. With her tray already in hand, she gave Han Jie a cool glance. Problem? A few senior cadets in uniform waved frantically from afar. Run, you idiot, run. No problem. Han Jie forced a stiff grin and slipped away. The woman was Xiao Rong. She held no official position at the academy, but she came back occasionally to teach, and every upperclassman knew she was trouble. This is Sister Rong, Wang Guan introduced. Aunt, Xiao Rong corrected, then nodded to the special division students. But just call me Senpai. I used to be in the special division too. Her power belonged to the mutation class, the Eye of Judgment, but after an incident she had been transferred to special. The students all stood up. Good evening, Senpai. Kids from special have it tough, she teased, half serious. Wang Guan, don't bully them. Wang Guan raised a hand with a laugh. Relax, Sister Rong, in the class monitor. Really? Everyone nodded emphatically. Instantly the special division students looked at Wang Guan with new eyes. If someone this formidable told him not to bully them, he had to be even stronger. Remembering Tong Yixing's attitude and their earlier tests, they all thought the same thing. Wang Guan is no ordinary guy. After a bit of small talk, Xiao Rong turned to her meal. Campus food still tastes best. Everything's squared away on my In the Milk Tea shop is signed. Renovations start soon, and Zhou Wen and her son have housing. Wang Guan asked for details, then a thought struck him. Sister Rong, what do you know about our special division advisor, Yin? Little Yi? Of course she was my advisor too. Wang Guan was startled. Xiao Rong had graduated 8 years ago, after the ancient temple incident in her sophomore year, meaning Yin was already teaching 10 years ago, yet she still looked like a tiny kid. Catching his confusion, Xiao Rong smiled. Little Yi isn't ordinary. She's completely reliably or in good hands. Then what exactly is her ability? Asked Luo Xiaotao, the siren, batting her eyes. Xiao Rong merely glanced at her, immune to the charm. She lives longer than most. Everyone fell silent. Tong Yixing added, rumor says Miss Yi is over 200. She was here even before Vanguard Military Academy existed. A new wave of shock rippled through the group. Over 200 years old and still pint-sized? Eternal youth? No, eternal pint-size? Whatever her real power was, Xiao Rong wasn't saying. Tong Yihong had only heard of it and knew little else. After dinner, Wang Guan joined Su Mingming and Tong Yihong at Zhou Wen's bubble tea shop, gathering the cups, straws, and crumbs left after closing. When their brief chat ended, he headed out alone, followed the tree-lined path across campus, and stopped before Yi Yin's office in the dimly lit faculty building. Come in. His knock had barely landed before a clear, childish voice answered. Pushing the door open, he froze at the chaos inside. Shelves covered every wall, books piled like miniature mountains, and strange components and specimens wedged between them. Behind the desk, stacks of thick volumes rose higher than a person, revealing only a girl who looked 5 or 6 Yin. She swung her legs while poring over a book, a half-finished kid's meal on the corner of the desk. Ms. Yi? Wang Guan ventured. What can I do for you? The little teacher asked, looking up. He flashed his probing ability at her again, and as always the system labeled her Bug. Immortal, forever child-sized, and apparently not that strong. My current state gives you false data, Yi Yin said suddenly, smiling. She noticed my probe. The realization made Wang Guan tense. No one can literally feel a probe, but your little gestures are easy to read, she added, kicking her feet and motioning for him to sit. Wang Guan chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, force of habit. Students in the special division all come with issues. Only someone stronger can keep them in line, so I made you class monitor. Her tone was even, as if explaining she hadn't singled him out. I understand, he replied quickly. And I trust you. Yi nodded. You're about to enter the Dragon Forest Pocket Realm. The Academy will provide supplies. Healing potions are a given. What else do you need? Academy support? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Weapons and gear weren't a problem, and he already had potions to spare. Strong skills would be ideal, but the Academy rarely handed out the best of those. Then he remembered the unusual status of the century-old lowly before him. Do you have anything related to the Dia Dragon? He blurted. The realm was named after a Tier 7 abyssal creature, the Dia Dragon, its boss-level threat, though entry was capped at Tier 5. Wang Guan used the abyssal visualization method. If he could study the Dia Dragon's essence in his mindscape, his bug probe might finally work on it. But he needed genuine contact first. So far, every attempt had failed. Yin paused, then seemed to understand. You practice abyssal visualization? He nodded. She tilted her small head, thought for a moment, and said, I have something. She hopped off her stool, dragged over a collapsible ladder, and climbed slowly to the top shelf. After rummaging around, she produced a glass jar and tossed it to him. Inside rested a single black scale, its edges glinting faintly. This is... He caught the jar, running a thumb over the fine ridges. A Dia Dragon scale, Yin explained. Its aura is gone, but it's enough as a medium for you to visualize the dragon. Step by step, she descended the ladder, moving with deliberate care. Once on the floor, she added, if you know its habits first, you'll have a better chance of escaping when you meet it. Clearly, she didn't believe his team could defeat a Tier 7 abyssal creature. To her, visualization was only a way to run faster. Escape? With the Dia Dragon fixed in his mind's eye, Wang Guan just might be able to one-shot it. Since learning abyssal visualization, Wang Guan had been battling imagined abyssal monsters on his mental battlefield every night. Yet the only real creatures he had fought were ratfolk and a bloodthirster. After he defeated the bloodthirster, the system mostly generated Tier 3 or Tier 4 opponents, roughly matching his own level. Once he activated Bug Scan, their weak spots were exposed and he could finish them with a few strikes. Even without that ability, his solid fundamentals meant he almost never lost. With the pressure gone, the tempering effect on his mind began to wane. Now a fragment of a Dialong scale resting in his hand changed everything. The remains came from a Tier 7 beast. Visualizing it would raise his mental limits dramatically, and once he mastered it, the final boss in Dragon Forest Abyss would no longer be a threat. Excited by the prospect, Wang Guan bade a quick farewell to instructor Xiao Yi and hurried to his single dorm. The room was small, but it had everything he needed: a private bath, a locker, and an information terminal. The Vanguard Academy never skimped on logistics. After a quick shower, he sat cross-legged on the bed, tipped the scale from its vial into his palm, and closed his eyes. Most abyssal creatures crumbled to dust when slain, leaving only the rare fragment. Purged of abyssal taint, these shards became valuable materials that could grant special effects to equipment. A Dialong scale was as hard as tempered steel and carried an earth affinity, ideal for enchanting armor or weapons. Wang Guan's grade alloy longsword held the edge-breaker trait because a similar fragment had been fused into it. By giving him this scale, instructor Xiao Yi had provided not only a visualization medium, but also the core of a future masterpiece. In the boundless white of his mindscape, ripples spread. A massive beast materialized 2 meters tall, scale-covered, a twisted horn on its head, each step as heavy as a tank. Dialong. With a guttural roar, it locked onto Wang Guan and charged. He summoned his combat suit and sword, dodging while searching for an opening. Yet the Tier 7 monster outclassed him in strength and speed, its armor nearly flawless. Within 30 seconds, his psyche shattered, and he jolted awake, never forcing the creature to reveal a single skill. Definitely on a different level from the bloodthirster. His heart pounded, but excitement flared. He finally understood the weight behind instructor Xiao Yi's advice to think about how to stay alive. Dragon Forest Abyss barred anyone above Tier 5 to maintain balance. A Tier 7 creature like the Dialong was never meant for rookies to defeat. The League only wanted young ability users to see it, learn, and maybe get lucky. After a short breather, he closed his eyes again, mind returning to the battlefield. Let's keep going. All night long he fought, died, and fought again, his consciousness torn apart and reformed over and over. At dawn he collapsed in a sleep, but 2 hours later a bugle pierced the dormitory silence and dragged him out of a shallow slumber. Vanguard Academy ran on a strictly military schedule. Bleary-eyed, he pushed himself up. He pulled on the light green uniform issued at enrollment, washed up, and assembled on the drill field for morning training. Morning drills were more than just laps. Cadets also tackled obstacle courses, weighted runs, and other endurance tests. After a solid hour of punishment, a whistle finally broke them up. For the upperclassmen it was routine, but the new recruits, clutching their sides and wheezing, looked ready to keel over. Wang Guan, though, was focused on Jianghua from the Special Division A bona fide mountain of flesh. The boy's bulk strained an oversized MA's grade uniform, and every stomp of his boots sounded like a kettle drum. He must have weighed at least 500 gene. Awakened humans were heavier than normals to begin with, and this kid pushed the limits. Yet Jianghua never lagged behind. During the final sprint he stayed with the lead pack, and when they finished he hardly broke a sweat. What tormented him was hunger. The instant the whistle blew, he bolted toward the mess hall. He was in S-rank ability, user codename Taodai. Despite his bloated frame, His strength and speed matched any classmates, and simply eating allowed him to pile on attributes, a gift no one else could replicate. Breakfast ended, and a full schedule kicked in. Theory courses were elective, and Wang Guan and Su Mingming picked subjects like abyssal creature studies and evolution of mutant beasts to shore up their book smarts. He skipped skills classes for now. The free ones covered only E and F level techniques, useless to him, while higher tiers cost money and needed prerequisites. If he scored well in the upcoming Dragon Forest Secret Realm, the Academy would hand out skill rewards, so there was no rush. Military specialization courses wouldn't start for 2 weeks, leaving ability studies in the hands of Ms. E from the Special Division. Wang Guan used that block to catch up on sleep. Life at Vanguard Military Academy had officially begun. The school handed Wang Guan a set of Dea Dragon scales and issued gear and techniques to Su Mingming and Tong Yihong. A few days later, Zhou Wen's bubble tea shop opened, and Wang Guan and Su Mingming often helped out. The line out the door never seemed to shorten. Thanks to Xiao Rong, little Yuan Xiaoqin got into the Academy's affiliated elementary school, and he and his mother found cheap housing in the nearby town at last. Every few days Wang Guan and Su Mingming dropped by Sister Wen's place for dinner, and he felt the current rhythm of life was perfect. Xiao Rong's leave was almost up. Once everything was squared away, she swapped back into her crisp uniform, ready to lead her squad to the front. Before leaving, she patted Wang Guan's shoulder. Stay sharp in the rift, and don't play the hero. Call your aunt if anything happens. Got it, Rongjia, Wang Guan replied with a grin. She gave a wry smile, too tired to correct the honorific again, and waved goodbye. A lieutenant colonel in Vanguard Special Ops, she commanded a small team, and it might be another mission cycle before they crossed paths. A week flew by. The Dragon Forest Secret Realm was about to open. Wang Guan, Su Mingming, and Tong Yihong had their leave slips signed and now stood in the military studies building, ready for teleportation. In the narrow hallway, Ms. Yi trotted ahead, nagging, "No one knows how long you'll be inside, so ration your supplies and don't waste a thing." She wasn't just the Special Division's advisor. She also ran the entire building. She looked like a 5-year-old sprout wrapped in a researcher's white lab coat. But the robe was clearly several sizes too big, its trailing hem sweeping the floor. It was the first time Su Mingming and Tong Yixing had met this teacher, and their already curious eyes widened in wonder. Tong had long heard of Yi Yin's reputation, but this was his first glimpse of her in person. The two looked just as stunned as Wang Guan had been when he met her. "You're going in only for training. No one expects you to clear the place. If you come out alive, you win," Teacher Xiao Yi said, leading the group to the end of the corridor and stretching on tiptoe to reach the doorknob. She suddenly turned her head. "Wang Guan, you should be familiar with the Dia Dragon by now, right?" "Yes," Wang Guan replied with confidence. For an entire week, he had sparred with that abyssal beast every night guild over and over until he finally learned how to beat it. "Good. When you see it, just run as fast as you can." Teacher Xiao Yi nodded approvingly, then added softly, "And Wang Guan, remember, don't play the hero." The door swung open, revealing utter darkness beyond. She pointed inside. "Go on. The Black Room will drop you straight into the Dragon Forest Expanse." In essence, the Black Room was a spatial teleportation device, while an expanse was a massive pocket dimension detached from reality. Developed by spatial ability users, the Black Room could place targets with pinpoint accuracy handy, but too restricted for everyday transport. Shouldering their rucksacks and back in civilian clothes, the three stepped into the Black Room one after another. Outside, Teacher Xiao Yi stood under the light, shaking a fist hidden by an oversized sleeve. "Stay sharp," she called, then closed the door. Total darkness swallowed them. Instinctively, Su Mingming groped for Wang Guan's hand, and he gave it a reassuring squeeze. Tong Yixing tried to latch on as well, only to have Wang Guan smack his hand away. A brief silence, then a cold mechanical voice exploded inside their heads. "Alert! You are about to enter the Dragon Forest Expanse. Objective: destroy all rift nodes. Threat level: high. Time limit: 7 days. Or until the primary rift node is destroyed." Briefing: when an abyssal rift opens, it spawns 1 primary node and 38 minor nodes. Each node is guarded by a rift beast. Killing the beast will temporarily disable the node. Ability users must eliminate all minor nodes before they can destroy the primary one and take full control of the expanse. Warning: mutant wildlife and abyssal monsters roam near every node. The primary node is protected by a Dia Dragon. Slaying guardians or destroying nodes earns reward points, which can be exchanged for prizes. The same holographic mission panel he had seen during the hunting assignment appeared before Wang Guan. As the notification ended, the darkness peeled away like ink and coalesced into a gloomy forest. Overhead was no sun, no moon, only murky gloom. A chilly wind slapped their skin, carrying the stench of rot and damp. Wang Guan, Su Mingming, and Tong Yixing had been delivered from the Black Room into this unfamiliar woodland, the Dragon Forest Expanse. Such pocket regions often formed when an abyssal rift was on the verge of opening. Because the spatial fabric was fragile, The League could only send ability users in during brief windows, hoping they would destroy the nodes before the rift yawned wide and things got out of hand. Scanning the area, Wang Guan quickly spotted another figure materializing nearby. "Hey, handsome!" cried the towering Barbie, Anya, delighted. They entered the Dragonwood Expanse on Wang Guan's pass. The system automatically grouped the four of them into a squad and named Wang Guan captain. A prompt suggested they choose a team name or be stuck with a soulless serial number. Wang Guan typed in Safe Haven on impulse, commemorating the Battle of Pingon Town. The four regrouped, checked their gear, and traded updates. "I finally hit Tier 3, and I unlocked a personal skill that lets me raise a swarm," Anya said, tilting her chin proudly. Petite and sharp-featured, her short hair was neat, yet the rucksack on her back was almost as tall as she was. As she spoke, a saber-toothed queen bee perched on her hair like a barrette fluttered its wings with a low hum. The hive hidden in her pack swung open and clouds of saber-toothed bees poured out like black smoke, fanning across the area to scout. "This isn't just a bag, the hive's built inside. Custom job from the academy," she added, waving away a few stray bees. "The queen alone cost 200 grand, most of it the school's money, which is why I cut a deal with Wang Guan so fast." The academy clearly spared no expense on their strength talent. "I'm Tier 3 as well," midstage, Tong Yixing reported. "I just reached Tier 2, but I'll catch up," Su Mingming said softly. Though she'd awakened less than 2 weeks ago, she was already Tier 2. With her ability, she held her own. Wang Guan already knew Tong Yixing and Su Mingming's levels. Hearing that Anya had advanced too, he nodded exactly what he expected from its rank. "And you?" Anya asked. "Oh, I'm Tier 4 now," Wang Guan replied casually. A steady diet of nourishing meals and daily sparring with the Dia Dragon visualization felt like cheating, but he wasn't about to get complacent. Anya and Tong Yixing exchanged a wordless glance and sighed. "Makes me want to learn abyssal visualization," Tong muttered. In his view, Wang Guan's rapid rise owed as much to that mental technique as to his maxed-out combat training. While they talked, Anya spread her swarm into a scouting net, draping the treetops in a thin black haze. "It's a forest," she murmured, eyes closed as she shared the bee's sight. "From above I see pinpoints of lightdrift nodes. The nearest one's that way." Safe Haven squad headed for the closest node. This forest had once been part of the real world. After the pocket realm formed, sunlight vanished, trees and undergrowth rotted fast, and dead branches, leaves, and small carcasses carpeted the ground. Abyssal energy hung thick, mutating anything still alive. "There's a pack of mutated beasts over there," Anya said, glancing right and pointing. "How many?" Wang Guan asked. "Around 12, she answered, covering one eye to sharpen her link with the swarm. "They look like spined wolves, a Tier 3 mutant beast, and one of them is enormous enough to be the alpha. Unlike the unpredictable, grotesque evolution of blood fiends, the mutation path of wolves near the rift is nearly mapped out: hardened fur, reinforced bones, and projectile spines, all detailed in the files Anya had studied countless times. She had memorized the data before stepping into Dragonwood, so a quick comparison was all she needed to confirm the target. All of them are points." A blaze lit Wang Guan's eyes as he issued the order and led the squad in a silent advance toward the pack. They had barely moved when pairs of crimson eyes flared in the dark woods. Dry leaves cracked underfoot, deep growls overlapped, and the spined wolves quietly spread their net. They thought they had found prey, unaware that true hunters love to appear in a prey's guise. Faint moonlight revealed their full shape. The beasts still held a wolf's outline, yet every gray-black hair stood straight, like interlocking needles. Cold glints streaked across their bodies as they ran, a nightmarish cross between wolf and porcupine. Worse, the spikes could detach at any moment and fire like high-speed arrows. The gap closed fast. Wang Guan lifted a hand, and a pinpoint of probing light shot toward the lead creature. An info panel flashed: ravenous stray dog. Tagging one downgraded the whole pack to the same label, and relief loosened his chest. "Good. They'll do." The fight broke out in an instant. One spined wolf lunged, muscles snapping tight like a loosed arrow. On the flank, Su Mingming raised her hand with surgical precision. Beneath her sleeve, a compact bracer hugged her wrist, its surface etched with circuit-lined standard hypermag armament from the academy. The material wasn't rare, but it turned the electromagnetic power in her body into lethal force with pinpoint accuracy. The circuits flared, blue-white veins racing over the brace. After a brief charge, a shrill zzz split the air as an invisible beam blasted forth. Bang! The wolf's belly was punched through, the charred rim hissing where bone and flesh had vaporized. Compared to this, a real-world high-voltage line is Stone Age tech. Holy, Anya blurted before she could stop herself. Even as she spoke, a thin azure glow wrapped Su Mingming, hugging her skin like a second, transparent armor. It was the personal skill she unlocked at Tier 2 electromagnetic field, a 3D shield tougher than the T1 tactical suit on Wang Guan. The heart of hypermag armament is never just mag. It is the armament. Facing the snarling wolves, Su Mingming stayed calm. She hated dealing with people, but these twisted beasts didn't scare her at all. On the opposite flank, Tong Yixing's job was to raise a second barrier. As a scion of entropy, he had an innate grasp of energy, yet he still slogged through several brutal courses in high-energy physics to master the energy shield. Theory became practice now. He thrust out his palm, and a semi-transparent barrier hummed open, curved like an upside-down crescent. The shield would absorb incoming impact, store the kinetic force in his body, and prime him for a counterstrike. The moment it solidified, Tong Yixing allowed himself a small smile. This was something he could have done in his sleep. But like Su Mingming, he was merely channeling raw power and efficient, and far less versatile than an energy shield. After a brief discussion, the squad formed up. Tong Yihong lifted his heavy tower shield and charged to the front, absorbing the gray-white spikes the spined wolves fired and slashing back whenever he saw an opening. Su Mingming held the center line, electromagnetic beams bursting from her palms to slice through the pack's weak spots. Enya hid behind Tong Yihong, directing her swarm into the grass and rock crevices so it could strike from every angle. Wang Guan simply waded into the middle of the wolves with sword in hand. To him, the incoming spikes were no more than drifting fur, sidestepped them or caught them on his armor. Tong Yihong and Enya could barely track his movements, and with his defensive gear, he made it look easy. Their roles were clear and their teamwork flawless. At the rear of the pack, the spined wolf king threw back its head and howled. Seeing its kin butchered so easily, it leapt at Tong Yihong in a frenzy. From the flank, Wang Guan flashed past like lightning and severed the beast's massive head in one stroke. The battle started fast and ended fast. A pack like this was only a warm-up for the peace squad. You slew the spined wolf king. 19 points awarded. Service record increased. A light screen flared before Wang Guan's eyes. Along with the points, his third-class private progress bar inched up to 0.01%. Since enlistment, attending military courses and completing missions had earned him record. Inside a secret realm, killing mutant beasts and abyssal creatures, or stopping a rift counted as well. 3 wolves and a king for only 0.01%, he muttered, realizing how hard promotion would be. Many students spent 4 years without ever touching the sergeant ranks and ended up forced to drop out. After a quick cleanup, they headed for the nearest rift node. Intel said it was a small one and apparently unguarded. Using her swarm's vision, Enya was first to see the target. As she drew closer, she grimaced. Ugh, that's a rift ripper? A walking mass of tentacles, disgusting. A rift ripper was an abyssal creature, an enormous head covered in writhing tendrils, born to tear open space. Each node had one that kept widening the rift and leveled up with it. Killing it was the only way to shut the node down, at least temporarily. Figures. Rift rippers are always trouble, Tong Yihong said. Enya shook her head. Hold on, signs of a fight. Someone's already found the node. I see them. For people just ahead. Wang Guan paused. He hadn't expected to meet other ability users so soon. Enya asked softly, do we still go? He considered. We came this far. No point turning back. The realm caps at tier 5, so their squad can't outrank us. As they approached, the hidden team stepped out. A young man walked up with a friendly smile. Great fellow fighters. The 4 of us are struggling with the Rift Ripper. Want to join forces? Wang Guan waited, silently activating his bug entry to scan them. Scan, diligent construction worker. Scan, ordinary high school student. Scan, ordinary housewife. The first 3 were harmless. Then he checked the woman in the black dress. Scan, fugitive con artist, cunning and utterly ruthless. Huh. Wang Guan had long since lost track of how many people had scanned. Most were ordinary townsfolk. Genuine criminals were rare until now. Had seen the bug tag only once, on a blood-crazed fugitive demon. Yet the woman in the black dress was flagged just as vividly, fraud suspect, at large. His eyes darkened on her. Sensing his stare, she flashed a sultry smile and purred. What are you looking at, little brother? She clearly mistook his scrutiny for admiration. She was indeed striking. A body-hugging, low-cut dress clung to graceful curves, a proud chest, and a wasp-thin waist, every move a silent dare. Nothing, Wang Guan said flatly, letting his gaze drift away. To him, the system's judgment was absolute. Once branded a swindler, she wasn't worth another word. Beside her, the young man who seemed to lead their 4-person squad kept pressing. Kid, the Rift Beast is nasty business. How about we team up? While speaking, he traded subtle glances with his companions. To them, Wang Guan's party looked like Greenhorn College students. Wang Guan's eyes had glazed at the sight of the woman-typical, first-timer reaction. Tong Yixing met strangers with a shy grin on a baby face, harmless as a kitten. Su Mingming, painfully timid, all but hid behind Wang Guan like a startled rabbit. Anya was cheerful yet petite, and the insects circling her head marked her as an insect controller, a class rarely prized for raw damage. Together they seemed a midly off-the-road rookie team, competent maybe, but no threat. Anyone who could buy entry to a secret realm had likely relied on money or influential elders. Ideal partners, the young man thought. Wang Guan didn't hesitate. No thanks. We'll handle things ourselves. The young man kept smiling. After we kill the Rift Beast, we'd split the spoils by contribution. No one's cheating you. He gestured ahead. You probably don't know just how troublesome it is. He stepped past a patch of withered shrubs and pale light flared beyond. The rift beast had arrived. In midair, a jagged black crack yawned like a sword-slashed wound. Inside squatted the tentacle monster Anya described. A purple head 2 to 3 meters wide, half of it consumed by a single enormous eye, the rest a maw packed with needle teeth. From beneath it trailed a mass of tentacles, thick roots burrowing deep into the ground. Several larger ones braced against the rift's edges, flexing as if to tear the gap wider. Deeper still, shifting light shimmered, illuminating the gloom. That's the rift beast Tier 5, abyss spawn, the young man whispered. This realm formed around it. Since the entrance caps us at Tier 5, that's as strong as it gets. Once the rift widens, the rift beast will advance in rank and the barriers of the pocket realm will loosen. When that happens, more abyssal creatures will pour through, and if an ability user above Tier 5 tries to force their way in, the realm's delicate balance will shatter, splitting the fissure open in the real world. It isn't that hard to kill on its own, the young man went on. The rift beast has to guard the breach, so it can barely move. The real problem is getting close to it. As he spoke, he bent down, grabbed the rotting carcass of a mutant beast the group had slain earlier, and hurled it at the tentacled monster ahead. Whoosh! The corpse hit the ashen soil and crack. Snap! Two whip-like tentacles burst out of the ground, coiled around the prey, and crushed it into pulp. The limbs were long but densely muscled, lined with barbed edges and rows of suckers. After the brief slaughter, they slid back underground without leaving so much as a crack. A low wail drifted out of the rift. Deep inside, a single murky eye glimmered in the crimson haze, fixing a frigid stare on Wang Guan's team. A massive maw parted along the fissure, drooling slime and rumbling a warning at the intruders. Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Leong Hong exchanged glances, shocked yet unafraid. They had studied the rift beast before entering, but seeing its subterranean ambush firsthand was still jolting. Tong Yixing even clenched his fists in excitement, eager to pit his defensive power against a tentacle, while Su Mingming raised her arm, lining up a possible long-range strike. The young man lifted a hand to calm them. Within 4 or 5 meters, every inch is its kill zone. Those tentacles hit like freight trains, burrow wherever they want, and regenerate fast. Any ranged attack that gets close will be blocked, then countered. If you want its head, you have to pin the tentacles first. Otherwise, they'll swarm back to defend it, and you won't get near. A textbook takedown needs at least a dozen fighters. After repeating the key points, he glanced between the two squads. So let's team up. Neither of us can handle it alone. Wang Guan studied the giant mass hanging in the air for a few seconds. Despite the distance, the creature's bulk and the churning energy around the rift were clear to his senses. He smiled faintly at the young man. Sorry, but we're not looking to partner up. The young man's brow creased with impatience. You came here for a trial. The target's right in front of you. Are you going to walk away? To him, Wang Guan was just making excuses. We'll give it a shot first, all right? Wang Guan shrugged. Since you're not willing to make the first move. The young man hesitated, trading a cryptic look with his teammates. For rookies think they can solo an abyssal beast? He scoffed inwardly, though his smile stayed in place. Go ahead. If you really take it down, all the credit is yours. His real plan was already set. Let these greenhorns tie up the tentacles, then swoop in to behead the rift beast himself. After all, that had been his goal from the start: lure the small team into tanking the danger while he claimed the prize. Guan, should we strike now? Tong Yixing tilted his head, glanced at the young man beside him, and asked in a guarded whisper. Keep an eye on them. I'll handle this myself. Wang Guan's reply was calm and flat. The young man, the woman in the black dress, Tong Yixing, and Inya all froze. A heartbeat later, Wang Guan drew his sword and headed straight for the massive head. He's going to fight the rift devourer alone? Don't just stand there, help him. Is he out of his mind? Their shouts died in their throats. Wang Guan stepped into range. Dozens of black-violet tentacles burst from the ground, cracking through the air. With a casual reverse swing, he sliced them cleanly. Without breaking stride, he advanced, sword lazily drifting left and right. Each cut came at an unhurried pace, yet every strike landed with uncanny precision, as if he knew the tentacles' paths in advance. He's not that accurate. The tentacles are doing all the work, Tong Yixing muttered, swallowing hard. A panel flickered in Wang Guan's vision. This is a delicious octopus, tender, crisp, full of bounce. According to the bugged entry, the rift devourer was just a giant octopus. An octopus is still an animal, no matter the size, so the tentacles looked harmless to him, easy targets for a casual slash. To everyone else, his composure bordered on terrifying. Moments later, he stood before the colossal head. The beast's jaws snapped open, fangs glinting. A slash of light, its massive, rotating eye split in two. Thick fluid sprayed, and the head collapsed. You have slain a rift devourer. You gain 200 points. Your squad has destroyed a minor node. You gain 100 points and 10 honor. Your battle record has improved. Done. Except for Su Mingming, no one could speak. The 3-step guide to killing a rift devourer. Draw the sword, walk up, cut once. That was all. Elsewhere in the Leong Shan secret realm, another squad faced an identical beast. 8 ability users had converged through special means despite the signal block. Hold those tentacles. Fatty charge. Scarface, back up 6. A gaunt man barked orders while dodging the lashing limbs, inching toward the head. His hands were huge, fingers long, nails like blades, skin dotted with scale-like patches, avian talons that shredded the tentacles. The head loomed in front of him. My squad will be the first to clear a node, he thought, eyes flicking to the virtual leaderboard. Rankings were set by nodes destroyed, not points. All 28 squads still showed 0. He was certain his Sanyan squad would seize first place. But as his teammates closed in and he swung his claws, the panel flashed. The blank list reshuffled. Pingan squad leaped into first with a completed node. Sanyan. After dispatching the Rift Devourer with ease, Wang Guan took a few steps back to avoid the splattering fluids. The monster's massive body was shredded by his sword aura, flesh and blood weathered in midair, turning to ash in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few scraps behind. The spatial fissure overhead, once flashing silver, dimmed at the same instant and ended up looking like a lifeless gray crack suspended in the sky. Wang Guan tapped it twice with his sword, and the clear clang announced the node's complete ruin. He knew, however, that an abyssal rift never stayed closed for long. In moments, another rift devourer would force its way out and pry the gap wider. When that happened, the Alliance would have to summon a new team to repeat today's purge and endless tug-of-war. A glimmer on the ground caught his eye. Lucky. Some loot, he muttered, bending down. He found a full sheet of the beast's tough hide and 2 tentacles that had not yet dissolved. The pitch-black tentacles were studded with barbs and suckers, fierce to behold. Yet he imagined them sliced thin, grilled with cumin and chili, possibly as tasty as octopus. After stowing the spoils in a special pouch, he finally looked up. Only then did the onlookers snap out of their trance, exchanging stunned glances. He took down a Rift Devourer alone? What tier is he? Can't be above 5th, otherwise the Pocket Realm would have collapsed. He never even used a flashy ultimate, but his footwork and timing were terrifyingly precise. Their exclamations overlapped. Wang Guan's effortless victory had left them in awe. Anya and Tong Yixing were equally speechless, while Su Mingming watched him with a calm certainty, as if nothing he did could surprise her. Brother Wang Guan is ridiculously strong, Anya whispered in admiration. Tong Yixing gathered his thoughts. He must have used abyssal visualization to study the Rift Devourer beforehand, he said. The school had given him resources to visualize secret realm monsters. Wang Guan never revealed which one, but the answer was obvious now. After countless mental skirmishes, and with his own talent, he could face the real beast as though it weighed nothing. Tong Yixing felt he had uncovered the truth. Anya, not knowing what abyssal visualization was, still nodded vigorously. Boom, boom. Suddenly the ground thudded, numbing their feet. Not good. The young hunters shouted together. Several giant trees ahead snapped like twigs, and a monster the size of a moving hill barreled toward Thema, mutated boar more than 2 meters tall. Once the forest's dominant beast, it had swollen under the abyss influence, its muscles gnarled and bulging. Twin tusks jutted from its mouth, sharp as a pair of scythes. It charged straight at them. Watch out, the young man shouted, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. The devourer just summoned this mutant beast. He warned his teammates. Mutants are naturally influenced by the abyss, so every node draws swarms of monsters. We just cleared this sector, and another wave is already here. A shrill howl split the air. A creature covered in iron-gray bristles with tusks flashing burst into view. Steel tusk, boar, tier 4. Someone whispered, lips quivering. The boar barreled through the trees like a tank, snapping trunks and kicking up clouds of dust and splinters. Blocking its path were Tong Yihong, Su Mingming, and Inyathri newcomers who still looked very much like students. The young man's heart clenched. The boy fought ruthlessly, but his 3 companions looked as gentle as academy freshmen. If he saved them, he might earn their gratitude and a share of the Rift Eater's loot. But the tier 4 boar was already upon them. Tong Yihong planted his feet. He didn't dodge or retreat. He simply raised his hand. Pale blue runes spread before him, forming an ethereal shield. Bang! The impact that should have sounded like thunder merely made the barrier quiver. Trees had flown in splinters along the boar's charge, yet the shield only rippled, and Tong Yihong didn't move an inch. Behind him, Su Mingming still wore a timid expression, yet her wrist flicked. Zzz. An invisible beam of energy pierced the one-way shield and drilled straight into the boar's skull. Boom. The beam tore through bone and spine, leaving a bullseyed hole. Enraged, the boar raked the ground, trying to shatter the barrier. A heartbeat later, a low buzz erupted in the woods. A swarm of saber-toothed wasps surged in from every direction, eyes half closed, fingers trembling, and yet guided the black tide into the gaping wound. The boar thrashed, sending grass and leaves flying. In seconds, the wasp's blades shredded its hide, and the massive body deflated before collapsing. Flesh rotted away in plain sight. The young man's squad, poised to charge forward, froze mid-step. The Tier 4 boar had been swatted like a mosquito. Su Mingming didn't even crease her brow. She merely smoothed her sleeves. Anya gagged twice at the stench, revealing her power was far more than simple insect control. A chill ran through the young man had planned to use them and even bargain with these students. Thankfully, they hadn't needed him. Everything was finished before he could act. He could only hope they wouldn't take offense. Well, that's a big pig. Wang Guan packed up his gear, strolled back, and glanced at the skeletal remains as casually, as if commenting on produce. His gaze then settled on the young man. The squad under that stare instinctively stepped back. Sir friend, the young man asked carefully, you're all incredibly strong. May I ask where you're from? We're just ordinary college students, Wang Guan said casually. With that, he slung the blood-streaked long sword onto his shoulder, not even bothering to glance at the adventuring party across from him. Their job here destroying the node was done, and all he wanted was to pull his teammates out, especially since one member of that other team carried the label fugitive con artist. Wait a second, the woman in the black dress suddenly called out, her voice soft and sugary, the lowered tail end laced with temptation. She straightened her spine, slender fingers idly teasing her skirt hem, looking as though honey might drip from her the next moment. From now on, could we move together with you? Wang Guan arched a brow, his eyes flicking over the red tag con artist hovering above her head. An inner alarm rang. Just as he was about to refuse, the young man beside her blurted, when you? Shut up. Forcing a stiff smile, the young man waved both hands at Wang Guan. Brother, don't mind us. We won't get in your way, we're leaving now. He yanked Wen Yu by the arm. But, Captain, Wen Yu protested, her sultry eyes still lingering on Wang Guan. That's enough, he hissed, irritation leaking through. What did you promise me before you joined? You do what I say. With that, he gathered his people and hustled them away in disarray. Did we scare them off? Anya of the peace squad watched their hasty retreat and chuckled. A gold-striped worker bee perched on her shoulder, its glossy eyes darting about. She nudged Wang Guan with an elbow, grinning. Wang Guan, did you notice that big bust? The way she looked at you was kind of weird. Shut up, Wang Guan shot back. That woman just feels off. He pointed ahead, signaling Anya to send her swarm forward. Quit stalling. Next node. The team regrouped and hurried along the forest path. Although Wang Guan had taken down the rift beast alone, the system still awarded every member a few points, apparently providing atmosphere counted as contribution. They now sat atop the leaderboard, with a team called Three Eyes right behind. Wang Guan gave the rankings a brief look and dismissed them. Most of the points for killing the bloodthirsty beast and destroying the node had gone to Wang Guan personally, but the extra 10 honor points were shared by the squad. That registration bumped them up to an entry-level adventuring party grade F. Accumulating honor would raise their team level and make it easier to apply for rare Secret Realm slots. For most ability users, forming an adventuring team was the obvious path. The young man's crew clearly belonged to a professional party. Among pro-adventurers, some were naturally gifted powerhouses. Others had never made it into college but refused an ordinary life. Secret realms like Leong Shan, capped at Tier 5, mostly drew the latter crowd. Broadly speaking, Secret Realm adventurers fell into 4 groups. 1. Professional parties, the young man's squad, for example. 2. Students seeking training, the Peace Squad fit here. 3. Military personnel, whose main duty was to contain secret realms and stop rifts from widening. Short on manpower, they opened entrances to civilian teams. 4. Corporate or family-backed groups, the most numerous. Hungry for first clear glory, they often joined forces and used any means necessary. Guided by an Yaspi swarm, the Peace Squad skirted 2 toppled giant trees, dispatched several lunging mutants, and finally reached the gorge where the next node waited. Overhead, beneath a bank of storm clouds, a shadow streaked across the sky, a raven, noticeably larger than normal, with a third blood-red vertical eye set in its forehead. It circled in the turbulence, beak slightly open, as though hunting for something. The new node still hadn't been discovered by anyone else. The abyssal fissure gaped like a ragged black wound, and a Tier 5 rift beast was entrenched at its center. Its oversized head hovered at the rim while a dozen thick tentacles dangled, sealing the entrance. All around milled a mixed pack of mutated creatures, wolf-like, ape-like, shelled, none higher than Tier 3. After Anya released her scouting drones and confirmed the numbers, Wang Guan signaled, the Pinyin squad charged straight in. Startled, the beast snarled and surged like a tide, but the 4 teammates moved as one, shattering the formation in moments and leaving behind scattered corpses and the smell of charred flesh. Guan, let us handle the rift beast, Tong Yixing volunteered as they wrapped up. He wanted to test the weight of this giant octopus himself. A rift beast was a Tier 5 threat, its combat power on par with a bloodlust demon, and its tentacles even deadlier than the demon's ordinary limbs. Tong knew he couldn't face it alone. His kinetic reversal required calculation time, and couldn't trigger as instinctively as a passive shield, so he planned to team up with Su Mingming and Anya. Exactly. We can't leave all the glory to you. We need the points too, and I want to crack at it. Anya agreed, her tone cheerful. Su Mingming lifted her gaze to Wang Guan, eyes brimming with anticipation. Fine. You three take point. They'll stay on the flank and keep the line, Wang Guan consented. The three of them could wipe out a Tier 4 foe without breaking a sweat. A Tier 5 Rift Beast was tricky, but perfect sparring material, and if anything went wrong, head in the giant octopus in an instant. With the plan set, they finished mopping up the stragglers and headed deeper into the fissure. The moment they stepped in, Su Mingming raised her hand. A blue-white electromagnetic beam lanced toward the Rift Beast's bulging head. She had been itching to test this move since the last node. But the creature was hyper-alert. The beam had barely lit up when a tentacle whipped out. Boom. The limb exploded into chunks of flesh, yet successfully blocked the shot. Woo! Woo! The Rift Beast opened its cavernous maw and screamed, a shriek laced with anger and fear. It actually blocked it, Su Mingming muttered, a little disappointed. Take the tentacles first, Wang Guan chuckled, utterly confident. Su Mingming's unusual childhood had left her painfully shy and socially awkward, but never fragile. Since the age of 4 she had lived under the shadow of bloodlust demons, and her spirit had been tempered into steel. When it came to abyssal monsters, she never held back. The Pinyin squad stepped into the Rift Beast strike zone. Swish! Swish! The tentacles sliced through the air, whipping in from every direction. Tong Yixing took point, an energy shield flaring out in front of him. Blue light met the tentacles with showers of sparks. He siphoned off the impact, converted the kinetic force into shockwaves, and hurled it back, blowing strips of flesh from several limbs. The less armored Anya positioned herself between Tong and Su. From her back swarmed countless drone bees, rolling out like a black cloud that served as her extra limbs. They coiled around the tentacles, their acid bites corroding the hide and forcing the Rift Beast to give ground. Wang Guan drifted alongside them, a shadow slipping between the thrashing limbs. He barely struck, merely studying the fight, ready to end it the moment the balance tipped. As they pressed forward, the gap between the team and the massive head shrank steadily. On a half-fallen, crooked old tree in the distance, a three-eyed mutant crow settled silently on a branch. No one knew when it had arrived. Its black feathers quivered without a sound as it watched the battlefield with cold detachment, almost invisible. 3 obsidian eyes stared, unblinking, at the battlefield ahead. A dozen li away, Sanyanhe's gaunt face slick with sweat moved through the underbrush with his eyes shut, leaning on a teammate for support. His party had grown from a handful to 16. Backed by a deep-pocketed consortium, he had entered the secret realm solely for the glory of the first clear. Several members had been pre-positioned so they could link up with him at once. Found them, those strong ones have to be the Pinyin squad, he murmured. Sanyan owed his nickname to a mutant bird, the three-eyed crow with which he shared a symbiotic bond. A Tier 5, Class D Esper, he used his gift, Fleshbound Symbiosis, to share an animal's senses. Borrowing the crow's extra eye, he spied on the fight from afar. In return, his hands had morphed into black, scale-covered talons, every joint honed to a razor edge. Boss, how strong are they? The question came from the man supporting him, a scar-laced brute everyone called Scarface. Low levels, but well-rounded. 3 of them carry the fight, hitting hard. One's clearly coasting. College elites on a trial run, Sanyan judged. From experience, he knew the Pinyin squads when over a Riftwing beast hadn't been easy. A single mistake could have wiped them out. Claiming the first node and topping the rankings luck had done most of the work. College kids? Scarface licked his lips. Most of their own crew had never made it to university, at best a vocational academy for ability users. They'd entered the realm earlier, clawed their way out of blood and mud, and carried a streetwise mix of jealousy and misplaced pride toward these textbook warriors. Boss, should we hit them now? Someone in the ranks asked, voice dripping menace. There's a node nearby, deal with that first, Sanyan said coolly. They're close, we'll cross paths soon enough. Destroying nodes was the priority. As for the Pinyin squad, he was open to recruiting femur, letting them taste a real-world beating. So that little team must be Wang Guan's group, he mused. Sanyan was the mysterious man who'd phoned Wang Guan the other day. Head uncovered only the name, nothing about appearance or abilities, but he guessed the white-haired boy was most likely Wang Guan. While he pondered, the three-eyed crow lifted from the treetop without a sound. Elsewhere, the Riftwing beast guarding a minor node finally shattered under the combined assault of Tong Yihong, Su Mingming, and Inya. The creature crumbled to dust, the rift turned to stone in seconds, and only a sheet of glossy black hide and a gray-blue tentacle remained. Riftwing drops were always valuable. Using a special containment sack, the squad sealed the spoils. The materials still reeked of the abyss and would need specialized storage and later purification before becoming gear. After the fight, all 3 were left panting for breath. Him still miles behind Guan. Tong Yihong crouched beside the dim rock wall of the secret realm, acutely aware of the yawning gulf between his strength and Wang Guan's. Even after countless abyssal visualization drills that laid bare every move the Leong beast could make, Wang Guan's easy, almost weightless swings remained out of reach. Yihang had no idea when Head summoned the courage to challenge Guan again. A sharp cry yanked him back to the present. It hurts, that hurts. And Yas' left arm had been whipped by one of the beast's lingering tentacles, the flesh peeled back in raw folds. Shed kept quiet during the fight, but now that the danger was past, the pain burst free. Su Mingming knelt, binding the wound with a pressure bandage. Enya then fished a standard-issue basic healing vial from her pack, tilted it down, and watched the gash knit together at visible speed. The ache faded almost instantly. She exhaled in relief. Expensive stuff. Yet the academy never skimped on trial supplies. Each of them carried 3 such vials except Wang Guan, who had handed his share to the others. His pack was stuffed instead with neat rows of milk tea cans, the kind that rattle with ice pearls when you shake them. After a quick breather he signaled, "Move out." Night had yet to fall, and Inya's swarm was already airborne. The Leong Shan secret realm stretched so wide that even a high-altitude sweep couldn't cover it. She countered by launching single Jianshi wasps in every direction. Once a wasp flew beyond her mental link, its video feed vanished, but each insect carried a simple order. If you spot a rift node, fly straight back. Crude, perhaps, yet indispensable in a realm like this. Guided by the swarm, the team ran into several more mutant packs along the way. By the time they reached the marked zone, darkness had swallowed the sky. The realm had no sun, moon, or stars, yet its nights mirrored the outside world, only blacker. They had been on the move for a full day. Traveling after dark was risky, and every ability user needed rest, so they found a sheltered patch of reef and pitched a large blackout tent. The tear-proof fabric trapped every ray of light. Mutant beasts feared no flame. Instead, they were drawn to brightness. Losing the glow was survival 101. Enya stationed half her swarm on perimeter patrol. Compressed rations and purified water took care of dinner, and one by one they crawled inside. The watch rotation had long been set. Looks like we've got first shift. Wang Guan sat cross-legged at the entrance, ears tuned to the night as he pulled up the squad leaderboard. Team Pingon. 2 nodes cleared, rank 1. Team 3i. 2 nodes, rank 2. For more teams held 1 node each, ranks 36. Everyone else, 0. 8 minor nodes on day 1 at this rate. 38 in 7 days is doable. He crunched the numbers, eyes sliding to the bottom of the screen. Main node. Xiao Yelaoshi, Yihang, and Enya saw this outing as a simple trial. He had already set his sights on snagging the first clear title. A sudden shift beside him broke his train of thought. Enya snapped upright from what had been a dead sleep, eyes like blades cutting through the fabric into the black. Something's coming. Even in her sleep, Anya's bees kept watch. Around midnight, hundreds of scout bees rushed back to the hive, jolting her awake. She whispered a warning to her teammates. Tong Yixing and Su Mingming rolled out of their bags, grabbed their weapons, and followed, while Wang Guan shrugged on a jacket. The 4 of them picked their way past the tents, boots brushing wet grass as wavering beams cut through the darkness. After half a minute of searching, they found only a single patch of shadow in the weeds. "That's what set you off?" Tong Yixing muttered. "Yeah, I thought it was some kind of predator," Anya said, frowning. They tightened their lights and formed a half circle. The shadow resolved into a black puppy, no more than a couple of months old. Skin clung to its ribs, and cuts and scabs covered its body. It curled in on itself, trembling, yet still bared tiny teeth at the 4 toe-legged intruders. Since the rift appeared, ordinary plants and animals either rotted quickly or mutated. Even ability users changed if they stayed too long. A handful of normal creatures, however, had clung to life, this puppy among them. It hadn't mutated, but the wounds showed it had been fighting to survive in the rift for a long time. "It's pitiful," Anya murmured. "We can't help it. Bro Guan will never let us haul around dead weight," Tong Yixing said. Su Mingming kept silent, crouching with a hand half extended before she pulled back, afraid to scare it. Wang Guan sighed. He hadn't meant to interfere. Logic, not cruelty, told him to walk away. But as he opened his mouth, a line of data blinked across his vision. Scan, Snow Wolf Cub. Bloodline vigorous. Potential immense. Snow Wolf. His heart skipped a beat. Snow wolves were among the most coveted tameable beasts. Their snowy coats looked regal, and their natural power had earned them the title kings of the rift. Rumors said an adult snow wolf could undergo a second mutation and push past tier 10. And now the system tagged this scrawny black puppy as a snow wolf with vigorous bloodline, immense potential. Wang Guan froze, heart pounding. A divine beast cub. Had made a habit of scanning every stray cat and dog both inside and outside the rift, but had never uncovered anything noteworthy. After Zhou 1 and Yuan Shaoqin, Head struck gold again. "Bro Guan, what do we do with it?" Tong Yixing asked. "Take it with us. It won't slow us down much," Wang Guan said, forcing his excitement down and pretending the choice had been hard won. The others stared. Then delight and gratitude flickered in Anya's and Su Mingming's eyes. Tong Yixing suddenly understood. Bro Guan might be strict, but he couldn't watch life wither. The hesitation in his voice showed real struggle, yet Head still followed his conscience. That was why Tong had chosen to follow him. Anya carefully scooped up the puppy. The little creature remained stiff, wolf cub instincts driving it to fight. Its shiny black eyes never left the humans as it writhed in her arms, bristling with suspicion. It was so weak that Anya carried it effortlessly into the warm, brightly lit tent. What about its injuries? She asked, frowning as she laid the puppy on a blanket. The damage was brutal: flesh torn back, stark white bone exposed. No one knew what kind of fight it had survived, or how it had clung to life this long. Anya pulled out her last vial of healing serum and hesitated. This is vital stock. We're all responsible for the squad. Using it on a dog. Before she could finish, Wang Guan knelt, unzipped his pack, and produced a milky potion. Use mine, he said crisply. He'll take the hit. The vial brimmed with potent restorative energy, effective on people and animals alike. Anya and Su Mingming exchanged a glance, their eyes soft enough to melt iron. Even the usually cool Tong Yixing showed a trace of respect. The puppy bared its teeth and tried to wriggle free, but exhaustion left it helpless. In Wang Guan's eyes, it was a priceless snow wolf cub, so he treated it with meticulous care, gently prying its jaws open to trickle the liquid down. His movements seemed clumsy yet painstaking, as though one wrong twitch might inflict another wound. When he finished, he looked up to find the others staring at him. What? He asked. You really are a sweetheart, Anya said, stars dancing in her eyes. Wang Guan thought, they've totally misread this. The potion slid down the pup's throat. It collapsed, sensing genuine kindness, hostility ebbing as it slipped into a deep sleep while the wounds visibly began to knit. Tong Yixing rummaged in the supply crate and lifted a can. Think it needs food? It's probably starving. No need. The serum carries its own energy boost. Wang Guan replied with certainty, spoke from experience. He urged everyone to rest, then kept watch beside the puppy. The tent settled into quiet, broken only by soft breathing. Sitting next to the small body, he stroked its fur, eyes shining with restrained delight. The pup cracked one eye open, recognized him, whined softly, and licked his hand before dozing off again. It had already chosen this two-legged creature as trustworthy. To Wang Guan, it wasn't a stray mutt at all. It was a genuine snow wolf cub. Su Mingming's in-body bug entry had already proved that keywords becoming real could happen. If he bonded with the cub first, and then triggered the change, he would have himself a snow wolf battle companion ahead of time. Taming a snow wolf was notoriously difficult. Success was possible only from the cub stage, and adult wolves guarded their young with ferocity. Even when hunters slaughtered a pack, the mother would kill her pups before letting humans take them. Across the entire alliance, those who had secured a living cub could be counted on one hand. The night passed without incident. Dawn seeped through the murky sky, signaling a new day. After chewing through dry rations, the safe squad struck camp and moved on. The puppy's injuries had fully healed, and its once filthy coat had been roughly washed clean. At the moment, it was sitting meekly, more accurately, being cradled in Su Mingming's arms. Woof, woof. The little creature had recovered a fair bit of energy and yapped every so often. Its barks shattered the forest's hush and added a spark of life to their otherwise dull trek. Following a path of loose stones and fallen branches, the Pingon squad soon reached the node marked on their map. The node's energy lines were still bright and undamaged, yet only a few mutated beasts prowled nearby. Torn cloth and shredded flesh littered the ground, signs that another adventuring team had fallen here. Wang Guan raised a hand, and his teammates spread out at once. Blades and arrows hissed through the air, cutting down the remaining beasts in moments. The stench of blood mixed with damp earth. Wang Guan sighed, then crouched and set the soot-black pup at the base of a massive, rotting log. Stay here, and don't move until we're done. He added a few simple gestures for good measure. The little dog, in truth, a snow wolf cub, looked up, gave a soft whine, stretched its paws, and lay flat. A common mongrel would never have understood, but the cub clearly did. It stayed by the roots, dark eyes gleaming through the grass. With the cub settled, the squad turned back to the sky-rending beast. According to plan, Tong Yixing, Anya, and Lin Qing advanced shoulder to shoulder, while Wang Guan covered the rear, closing in on the creature's huge purple head. Its fan-shaped tentacles lashed out, splintering tree trunks with every strike. Suddenly, croak! A ragged crow spiraled overhead and cried out. Anya flinched. The few saber-toothed wasps she had left on patrol scattered and sent back a faint vibration. A large group was racing toward the node. Almost simultaneously, Wang Guan caught the drum of boots in the underbrush. Vines shook, dead leaves cracked, and figures burst from the shadows. The crow dove and perched on the shoulder of a gaunt-faced man captain known as Three Eyes. He had found the node as well and arrived with his crew, running straight into Pingon's squad. Yesterday in town, he had claimed they were aiming for the same targets. Clearly, he hadn't been bluffing. Boss, they're about to finish the sky-rending beast, gasped the teammate called Knife Hilt. Three Eyes let out a cold laugh. Let's give them a hand. By then, Pingon's squad had severed most of the tentacles, and the beast's flesh walls were collapsing. Three Eyes' help was obviously a bid to steal the final blow. He waved his arm, and his men surged toward the fight like a tide. Pin them down. Watch the white-haired one and the two girls' biggest threat. The other kid's been slacking all fight. Ignore him. Keep them busy while I rip out that giant eyeball. Three Eyes barked, charging straight for the purple head. Yet the moment they entered the beast's reach, the slacker boy blurred forward, skimming the ground like a shadow until he was beside the huge skull. Steel flashed. One clean stroke, a spray of gore, and the monster's massive head thudded to the earth, life snuffed out in an instant. Three Eyes and his crew froze, shock etched across their faces. The blood mist hadn't even settled when Wang Guan looked up, his gaze as sharp as newly drawn steel. You were planning to steal our kill, weren't you? The 16 members of the Three-Eye team closed in around Wang Guan and the other three. 16 figures surged forward, eyes blazing with greed and murder, eager to claim the sky-splitter beast's head. Every stare locked on the panting creature sprawled on the ground. Just as the tension peaked, the boy they thought was loafing suddenly moved. With a light tap of his toe, Wang Guan flickered out like a shadow, a flash of cold steel, and Big Head had only enough time to widen his eyes before a clean cut opened his throat. He dropped without a sound. No deafening shockwave followed. No show of brute strength, just a few fluid steps and casual-looking motions that erased the target in an instant. The ghost-like footwork and surgical precision made Three Eyes' heart sink. This boy wasn't baggage at all. He was someone who could finish the sky-splitter beast in a single strike. Only now did they realize he had left the beast to his teammates purely to temper them. For a heartbeat, the clearing fell into an eerie stillness. Three Eyes' face hardened, and his men seemed frozen mid-step. Wang Guan used the lull to sweep his gaze from left to right, mentally pinning labels on each of them. First, Three Eye himself, a black crow perched on his shoulder. Scan, an old man out walking his bird well. A mutant crow still counts as a bird, right? Next, the scar-edged brute beside him. Scan, one very industrious delivery guy. On to the next one. Wang Guan silently prepared to tag them all as bugs. Woof, woof. A sudden burst of barking shattered the hush. Beneath a tree, the little black dog bristled and snarled at a nearby Three-Eye member. Seeing it was only a mutt, the man grinned and raised his blade. Zap! An invisible beam lanced through the air. Crack! The blade sheared in two, a wave of heat grazing the man's cheek. Behind him, a thick trunk was punched clean through, the charred hole still smoking. Head snapped toward the source to find Su Mingming, arm outstretched, sparks still crackling in her palm. Trying to look stern despite the tremor in her voice, she declared, "Whoever hurts him, he'll kill you." The timid tone carried a lethal promise. No one dared dismiss her again. Wang Guan lowered his sword and whistled. The little dog, actually a snow wolf pup in disguise, bounded over, baring tiny teeth at the crowd. Small body, big attitude. Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Inya closed ranks behind Wang Guan, faces set. Overhead, the saber-toothed wasp swarm pulled into a dense black cloud, poised to dive and rend flesh. A strange thought struck Three Eye. It felt less like his 16 men had encircled these four, and more like these four had trapped them. The college kids might be low-level, but their abilities were vicious. Yes, he could force a win, yet he could already see the butcher's bill for his side. You're Wang Guan, right? After a moment's silence, Three Eye smiled. I underestimated you. League champion. The one who slew the bloodthirster demon. You really are impressive. He had borrowed the three-eyed crow's vision earlier and seen nothing more than Pingon squad taking down a Leong beast. Because Wang Guan barely lifted a finger during that fight, Sanyan drew the wrong conclusion. Who would imagine four people could hone their skills and still slay a Leong beast? Now, as Wang Guan quietly scanned the 16 people across from him, a familiar voice cut in with a startled "It's you?" And he paused. The speaker was Sanyan. This was the man who had phoned Wang Guan to buy a secret realm slot, turned hostile when refused, and even left a threat. Wang Guan gave him a polite, yet distant smile. Thanks to you, everything has gone smoothly since we entered. Sanyan's thin face twitched. He forced a grin. Just a joke. You're the Alliance's future, so I wish you the best, of course. Sanyan served a consortium, hoarding realm slots for his financiers. Learning that Wang Guan had extras, he had approached him. After being turned down, he threw out a threat and promptly forgot about it. He never thought Wang Guan would bring it up in person. 16 team members formed a loose semicircle, tension thick in the air, yet Wang Guan remained relaxed. A bug tag floated before his eyes. It can take 10 at once, showing him everyone's stats. The only surprise was the sweaty fat man to his right, labeled 7th tier speedster, grade B ability, lightning legs. No one else warranted a second glance. Wang Guan withdrew his gaze and asked casually, "So, why do you all rush over here?" Sanyan quickly forced a friendly smile. "We came to help, but it looks like you don't need it." He changed tack and probed. "Wang Guan, your team is impressive. Interested in joining us? The biggest threat here is the Dia Dragon guarding the main node. More people mean better odds. Unity is everything. Succeed, and we'll see you well rewarded." Wang Guan didn't hesitate. "Sorry, not interested. Trusting a consortium's errand boy for credit? Hardly. Besides, he already had a plan for the Dia Dragon. He didn't need them." The blunt refusal made Sanyan's face chill. Beside him, the scarred man could hold back no longer. Boss, why waste words? Let me teach him a lesson. He lunged forward, drawing a strangely curved blade that flashed cold in the light. San Yin frowned, but didn't stop him. Dao Ba was the group's #2 fighter. Although his ability was only grade E combat mastery, he could instantly master any fighting style. Techniques weren't true skills and offered no extra bonuses. Yet this battle-hungry brute had built a fearsome reputation on raw physique and combat mastery alone. The lattice of scars across his body was a collection of trophies from bloody battles past. Even against foes of equal rank, he could still put up a fight. Moments earlier, San Yin had watched Wang Guan cleave a Void Devourer in two with a single sword stroke. He saw the spark of battle light up in Scarface's eyes, and simply let it happen. Scarface would be a handy gauge of Wang Guan's true strength. At this point, Wang Guan's skills were a complete unknown. Before the thought had fully formed, Scarface began flicking his blade. Steel flashed as he bounded around the clearing in a deliberate show of flair. Then, after a flashy Tomas spine, a full 360-degree twist in midair, his curved saber howled down toward Wang Guan. Wang Guan merely raised his left fist and threw a casual punch. It wasn't that his aim was perfect. Scarface's head obligingly moved right into it. Bang! He plummeted like a smashed puppet, hit the ground hard, and blacked out on the spot. Are we fighting or auditioning for a talent show? Wang Guan laughed at the gaudy display. All that flash, what did it get you? San Yin and his crew froze. Wang Guan lifted the sword in his right hand and leveled it at San Yin, his gaze suddenly ice cold. He had entered the Leong Shan secret realm with no desire for conflict. But if anyone pushed him, he would not back down. Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Inya stepped in behind him, instantly dropping into combat stances. They might be low rankers, yet all three were class ability users, whereas San Yan's people were merely 4th or 5th rankers below class. In other words, they had nothing to fear. Su Weicheng, although also 5th rank, could wrestle a bloodthirsty demon single-handed. He was an exception, and ordinary weak ability users were nowhere near his level. The little black dog bristled, baring its teeth as it waited for Wang Guan's signal. The balance of power flipped in an instant, and more than a dozen members of San Yan's team reflexively stepped back. San Yin felt almost ridiculous, actually had the impression that his group was being boxed in by these four. Tension crackled. Stand down. A harsh shout cut through the air, footsteps pounding closer. Another squad burst onto the scene. 8 figures clad in pale gold uniforms, the Platinum Legion, one of the alliances for major armies and the unit responsible for security inside the Leong Shan secret realm. Their crew-cut leader shoved himself between the two sides, planting his feet in front of Wang Guan's group and fixing San Yin with a frosty glare. San Yin, don't push it. As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on them. San Yin threw up his hands. Come on, brother, let's be reasonable. Who was about to hit whom just now? We came into this realm to destroy the abyssal nodes, not to play your game of fame and fortune. The buzz-cut, middle-aged soldier roared, his voice exploding through the dim woodland. He and 7 fully armed Platinum Legionnaires spread out in a fan, placing Wang Guan's squad in the center, muzzles and shields fixed on San Yin. Wang Guan blinked, then muttered with a wry smile, we really don't need protecting. Yet the thick scent of gunpowder mingled with the sweet odor of crushed leaves, reminding him they still stood in the Leong Shan Expanse territory the Platinum Legion already patrolled, so the army's arrival was only natural. The soldierly Qiusheng gave a brief nod, eyes locked on San Yin. When he had first arrived, had seen San Yan's men surrounding Wang Guan's group and had charged in without hesitation. Now the tables had turned. San Yan's face stiffened. After a heartbeat, he exhaled softly. The fear rising in him was no illusion. His symbiotic, three-eyed raven was born with a sense for danger, and its warning was pounding in his skull. Move out, he growled, signaling his crew to retreat. With the army here, the students could wait for another day. Wang Guan thought for a moment, then slid his gleaming sword back into its sheath. Fighting under the Platinum Legion's noses made no sense. For the military, only one goal mattered. Mobilize every asset to obliterate the rift nodes. They would allow neither San Yin to attack students, nor Wang Guan to strike back. San Yan's comrades carried the unconscious Scarface away. As they withdrew, San Yin paused, drew a thin finger across his throat, and delivered a silent threat. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Wang Guan raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Noted. When San Yan's party finally disappeared among the trees, Liu Shan let out a long breath and wiped sweat from his brow, though a question nagged him. Why had that man backed down so easily, and what had knocked Scarface out? He pushed the thought aside and turned to Wang Guan. You all right? Corporal Liu Shan of the Platinum Legion. Judging by your age, you're still in school? Wang Guan traded a glance with Tong Yixing. The Alliance's 4 armies Vanguard, Platinum, Wavebreaker, and Union Guard held the northwest, south, eastern coast, and central strongholds. Vanguard, Platinum, and Wavebreaker had always been close allies, often fighting side by side. As Vanguard cadets, they owed the Platinum troops proper military decorum. Tong Yixing stepped forward, squared his shoulders, and saluted, tapping his right fist to his heart. Sergeant, were first-year cadets from Vanguard Military Academy. By regulation, privates, corporals, and sergeants were all addressed as sergeant by junior ranks. Li Qiushan and the soldiers behind him paused, then returned the salute, fists thumping their chests. So you're the Pingon squad. Li Qiushan's face softened, eyes shining with pride and a hint of envy. Had never attended an academy and had clawed his way up through raw combat. Pingon has already taken 3 nodes and tops the board. San Yan's crew is in second place. Li Qiushan's squad ranked third on the board and was simply called Team Qiushan. I thought that so-called Team Pingon belonged to some corporate task force. I can't believe it's actually you guys, he said, scanning the 4 of them in disbelief and checking the list again to be sure. Just lucky, that's all, Wang Guan replied modestly, hitching his pack higher. I doubt it's only luck. Li Qiushan chuckled, then realized why San Yan's group had backed off so quickly. Wouldn't want to clash head-in with these for either. His expression hardened. San Yan's people are trouble. They have more than 40 members in the rift. Once they regroup, they'll still be dangerous. Besides, he lowered his voice. I think another threat has slipped in. A threat? Wang Guan had little interest in San Yan, but perked up at that. We crossed paths with them. Li Qiushan spread his hands. Threads of light spiraled in his palms and formed a 3-dimensional image. His E-rank photomancy was limited, but good enough for close-range projections. When the image settled, Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Inya froze. It showed 3 mutilated corpses. They recognized them at once. Teammates of the young man they'd met upon entering the illusion. Only the woman in the black dress, Wen Yu, was missing. How did they die? Wang Guan frowned. That's how we found them, Li Qiushan said, recalling the blood and wounds. It was clearly infighting. They killed each other. But all 3 dropping at the same time is too bizarre, as if something pushed them over the edge. So someone in here can drive people mad? Wang Guan murmured, then looked up. You asked whether we'd met them? Right, Li Qiushan confirmed. We bumped into them right after we arrived, Wang Guan said briefly, then asked, and the woman in the black dress? You didn't see her body? No, Li Qiushan answered. You think she's involved? Very likely. Wang Guan nodded. The bug tracker had flagged Wen Yu as a wanted con artist. That couldn't be a coincidence. Plus, the young man had said publicly, before I pulled you in this time, what did you promise me? Proof Shed joined at the last minute. So she provoked her teammates into killing each other? A chill ran through Li Qiushan. Why? First we find her, Wang Guan said, eyes narrowing. What does she look like? Li Qiushan asked. Big boobs. And you blurted. Silence. Tong Yixing dragged her aside, sighing, and provided an actual description. Oval face, bedroom eyes, about 24 or 25, shoulder-length black hair, good-looking. Li Qiushan summoned the light again, adding details until a small but accurate hologram of Wen Yu floated in his palm. Tiny as it was, it could still confuse an enemy in a fight. He'll watch for her, he said, banishing the image, his expression grave. The rift had only been open 2 days, and the Platinum military had 32 people inside. He still needed to rendezvous with his unit. After exchanging intel with Wang Guan's team and reminding them to stay safe, the 2 squads went their separate ways. The Pingon squad packed the hide and tentacles dropped by the rift beast, sealed them in containment crates, and set off for the next node. Thanks to the grim news Li Qiushan had brought, the normally lively group moved in near silence. The tension finally broke when Tong Yixing glanced at the little black dog in Su Mingming's arms. Grinning, he gestured at the pup. This little guy sharp fought alongside us without missing a beat. But it still doesn't have a name, does it? Wang Guan, who had been lost in thought, blinked. He really had forgotten. Had planned to take the dog out of the rift. The rules were clear. Ability users could carry out materials from abyss monsters, but not the living creatures themselves. Harmless mutant beasts could be redeemed with points. Since the pup was just an ordinary dog, it probably wouldn't cost much. Let's name it together. Enya, who was steering her scouting bees, chimed in excitedly. Tong Yixing thought for a moment. It's black as charcoal. How about charcoal? And you pulled a face. Too tacky. Chocolate sounds far cuter. Su Mingming stroked the pup's ears. I like midnight. Wang Guan, mindful of the animal's true identity as a snow wolf cub, felt it deserved a name worthy of its bloodline. Snow wolves get their name from their coats, not where they live, so how about Snowy? The other 3 stared at him, expressions mixed. You want to call a black dog Snowy? Seriously? Before they could say more, the puppy lifted its head and gave a crisp bark. Oh well. Everything went still. And you tested the name. Snowy? Oh well. The pup barked again, front paws scrabbling excitedly at Su Mingming's arm. It had ignored every other suggestion. A vein throbbed in Wang Guan's temple. To everyone else it was a normal dog. To him it was a snow wolf cub that already trusted him. Now that it had accepted Snowy, the name was set in stone. The others were at a loss for words. Even Su Mingming looked slightly annoyed. Who names a black dog Snowy? And the pup only obeyed Wang Guan. Was it really because of that vial of basic healing potion? In the end, the little black dog was officially christened Snowy. After another half-day's march, the Pingon squad reached their 4th minor node. Luck was on their side. No surprises cropped up, and they cleared the fight with ease. they still sat comfortably at the top of the leaderboard. Wang Guan's personal score had climbed to 1,416, a bit higher than it had been after the hunting mission, and the remaining 3 points from that mission had been added on. His individual contribution had risen to 5.3, and the squad's honor points now totaled 40. Once the numbers were confirmed, Wang Guan called for everyone to head to the next node. Suddenly, woof, woof, Snowy shot upright in Su Mingming's arms, barking furiously at the darkness ahead, and you released her swarm at once. Through their shared vision, she saw several bodies sprawled in the brittle grass. Corpses up ahead. Snowy must have smelled the blood. The words had barely left her mouth when she went rigid. It looks like they killed each other. Guided by Anya, the Pingon squad approached the bodies. 3 men and 1 woman lay amid scattered leaves, their limbs entangled, as if the fight had frozen in mid-motion. Rage and hatred were still etched on their rigid faces, as though each had died bearing an unquenchable vendetta. Even seasoned veterans like Wang Guan felt a chill. This was probably an adventuring party, a team that should have trusted one another, yet they tore themselves apart, Tong Yixing muttered, pinching his nose. The scene is almost identical to what Leong Shan left behind. The first incident could have been coincidence. A second, identical massacre meant something else was at play. Standing a few meters away, Anya frowned. That busty woman again. A psychic ability that stirs up hatred? Before her words fully landed, she released a swarm of bees that fanned out with a low hum. Fighting the stench, Wang Guan crouched and prodded a severed limb with his long sword. If this was really Wenyu the con artist still at large, what was her goal? Was she killing for sport, or was there a deeper scheme? While he pondered, Tong Yixing added, they haven't been dead long. The blood hasn't fully clotted. With mutated beasts everywhere, a few more hours and the corpses would have been dragged off. She can't be far. No trace of her in the area the bees covered, Anya said with a regretful shake of her head. Wenyu, unlike a rift node that glows on its own, could easily stay hidden even from bees skimming the treetops. Finding her might not be that hard. An idea lit up Wang Guan's eyes as he glanced at Bai Shui, the little black dog in Su Mingming's arms. He took Bai Shui and set her beside the corpses. Tong Yixing and Anya exchanged baffled looks. Guan, you might be overestimating a puppy, Tong Yixing cautioned. Dogs have keen noses, but tracking takes proper training. Even a steelbone mastiff needs to learn the ropes first. Bai Shui is only a few months old. Can she manage? Bai Shui is smart. Let's give her a chance, Wang Guan said enthusiastically. Police dog training isn't about sharpening the nose. It's about teaching the dog what to look for. If Bai Shui understood the command, her natural senses might lead them straight to Wenyu. He crouched beside the charcoal-colored puppy and spoke gently. Someone else. Was he a woman? Can you find her scent? Arf arf. Bai Shui yipped twice, then bounded around in small circles. Her behavior looked less like tracking and more like playful frolicking. Guan, let it go. The poor thing's unlucky enough with the name it already has, Tong Yixing said helplessly. Anya rolled her eyes, while Su Mingming clenched her little fists and offered enthusiastic cheers for Wang Guan and Bai Shui. Oh well. Bai Shui suddenly halted and growled toward the left. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. That way. Oh well. The dog seemed to confirm it. Wang Guan scooped Bai Shui into his arms and motioned for everyone to follow. Tong Yixing and Anya were skeptical, but once the captain made the call, they fell in line. Fortunately, another rift node lay in the same direction, so it wasn't much of a detour. Guided by Bai Shui's nose, they pressed on, fighting off several waves of mutated beasts. They paused at a small node along the route. Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Inyano working together with growing finesse took the lead and destroyed it in short order. That made 5 nodes down for safe passage squad. The trio bore only minor injuries, nothing serious, while Wang Guan stayed on the flank to keep the battle contained. Oh well, oh well. From his arms, Bai Shui barked toward the distance, and the team set out again. The already dim sky grew darker as night closed in. Suddenly Anya, who was using her swarm of bees for reconnaissance, frowned. There's another intact node ahead, huh? A team nearby just took out its guardian beast. She covered one eye, scanning through her bee's vision, then glanced at the dog in surprise. What is it? Tong Yixing asked. That big-breasted girl, she's with them. Anya blurted out. Tong Yixing cursed. They had followed Bai Shui's random howling all this way, and actually caught up with Wenyu? Was this dog some kind of chosen police hound? They quickened their pace. Through the bees Anya kept watch and soon noticed something wrong. The other team was arguing, and the tension was climbing fast. Judging by their age and attire, the 4 were also student challengers, 2 boys and 2 girls. Student teams tended to be lower level, yet most possessed at least class abilities. They were hardly pushovers, having earned their spots with mission credits like Wang Guan or through faculty connections. The 4 now stood face-to-face, shouting, their eyes blazing with resentment. Wenyu lounged nearby with a seductive smile, tossing in the occasional remark that fanned the flames. At last, the students snapped. Boom. Fire and lightning erupted almost simultaneously, and the 4 plunged into an all-out brawl, each attacking the other 3 like someone possessed. When Wang Guan's squad arrived, That was the scene before them, blinding flashes of fire and lightning and blood spraying through the air. Their eyes were bloodshot, each intent on killing the other when you watched with a faint smile until she spotted Wang Guan and the others rushing over. Her face stiffened. She instantly swapped in a look of frantic innocence and shouted, "Stop fighting, please stop." She stumbled toward the Pingon squad, crying, "Thank goodness it's you. Hurry, restrain them. They just started attacking each other for no reason." Zzz. Su Mingming never hesitated. The moment when you stepped into range, she lifted both arms and fired 2 electromagnetic bolts. The first blast blew apart when Yu's entire arm, bone and flesh exploding outward. She twisted her body in a bizarre contortion to narrowly avoid the second. Yu and Yu collapsed, her expression dark and cold. Anya's swarm swooped after her, a black cloud descending. At the same time, a thick blood-red mist gushed from Wen Yu's body. Her figure merged with it and vanished. "I've lost her," Anya exclaimed. The blood mist scrambled the swarm's senses, rolling outward until it swallowed the surrounding forest. "Woof, woof, woof." Set on the ground, Baishua barked furiously at the fog, clearly uneasy. Back to back, the 4 members of Pingon's squad formed a tight ring, watching every direction. "Controlling mist is elemental work, but this fog isn't normal," Anya muttered, recalling most of her bees to circle overhead. Suddenly the students who had been mauling one another stopped fighting, turned, and charged the squad with savage howls. Tong Yixing projected an energy shield, forcing the berserk students to a standstill. Within the fog, Wen Yu drifted like a phantom. Not a single drop of blood leaked from her severed arm. Pressing the stump, her once alluring face showed only madness. "These 4 really are a nuisance. Should have dealt with them sooner. No matter, there's still time. Their souls must be delicious. And the master will reward me," she murmured, circling the squad as her gaze swept over each of them, hunting for a weakness. Anya was out. Hive mind tied her to the swarm, making her hard to sway. Tong Yixing wore gear that repelled psychic strikes. Su Mingming was the lowest level, yet her mind was sealed as if inside a reinforced vault. That left Wang Guan. In Wen Yu's perception, his psyche was almost unguarded, merely stubborn. Stir a little anger, a little hate, and he would be hers. "Would you like to hear a story?" Her voice became a silken whisper seeping into Wang Guan's subconscious, probing for every dark corner. By all accounts, it should have worked. The next instant he answered coldly, "No?" His eyes lifted and stared straight at the spot where she hid in the fog. When Yu's attempt to ensnare him failed, Wang Guan rejected it without a pause. The decisive denied rang in her ears like a wasp, and in the instant she froze, the blood-red mist writhed. Swish! Wang Guan shot forward like an arrow loosed from the bow. A flash of steel split the scarlet fog. Before she could sidestep, the alloy longsword cut through the haze and hurled her several meters, where she landed in a stumble. "So, what story were you about to spin?" He closed in with his sword, voice thick with ridicule. "The classic scammer playbook? Sweet talk me into a trap, step by step?" In his head, he had already tagged Wen Yu as a runaway con artist. Her psychic lure slid off him, and no matter how artfully she hid in the crimson veil, he could still lock on. To every other teammate, that red shadow zigzagged like a will-o'-the-wisp. To him, it was a blazing beacon. While she stood stunned, Wang Guan struck again. The blade hummed, force slamming through her. Wen Yu cratered into the ground, clothes shredded, yet not a single drop of blood seeped out. She dragged herself up, eyes wide out of the foreman squad. She had picked the worst possible opponent. This teenager was not only top tier in skill, his resolve bordered on obsession. "You." The word barely left her mouth before he barreled in. She blurred and melted back into the mist, circling him, fishing for even a sliver of hesitation. Wang Guan snapped his head around, gaze locking on. Bang! A straight military punch blasted her out of stealth. Anya's hive sense had been duped by the fog, yet to Wang Guan she moved like a paper puppet under a lamp. Another punch sent her skidding. Chest heaving, she still clawed to her feet. Wang Guan clicked his tongue. "Tough girl." He lunged, sword tip aimed at her throat. Just as the edge closed in, Wen Yu's twisted face pulled into a seductive smile. Flash! The blade fell, and her body shattered like dust in a storm. Plop! A small object hit the dirt. A palm-sized crimson doll lay there, its outline a perfect likeness of Wen Yu, soaked in malevolence. Wang Guan scanned the area, nerves taut, but she was gone. The blood mist thinned, and the students she had controlled collapsed one by one. She got away? He stared at the doll, guessing she had slipped out through it. The Secret Realm scoreboard tracked only team rankings. Without an elimination alert, he had no way to confirm whether she was alive or dead. Scan complete. It's nothing but a battered toy doll. Wang Guan immediately slapped a bug tag on its surface, sealing off any unknown danger. Wen Yu, is she really an abyss cultist? Tong Yixing rushed to his side, his face livid. Almost certainly, Wang Guan nodded. He had suspected as much. Ordinary mind control could make people turn on each other, but Wen Yu could also conjure that eerie blood mist and vanish in an instant. That was outright abyssal sorcery. Li Qiushan had warned them about a dangerous individual, clearly hinting at a cultist as well. Abyss cultists, also called heretics, worship the otherworldly races of the abyss as gods and masters. They sacrifice everything to these dark beings, betraying humanity and even their own kin. Their ultimate goal is to help abyssal monsters take over the world. They are hated even more than the monsters and mutant beasts themselves. Everyone wants them dead. Tainted by the abyss, they have become mutated life forms. After death, their bodies rot in minutes. But while alive, they are masterful imposters, almost impossible to expose by ordinary means. How odd. Wang Guan recalled his scan results. The blood fiend had been marked prisoner, while when you showed up as fraud. So both humanoid abyss monsters and cultists were getting this kind of criminal tag? His eyes gleamed with excitement. Maybe his bug scan could single out cultists, something normal detection couldn't do. How did a cultist slip into the Dragon Forest Rift? And you cried out. To delay the clear and drain our powers, Wang Guan explained. If we don't destroy the core node within 7 days, the Abyss Rift will expand. Once it exceeds the dungeon's limits, the breach hits the real world, then we get a full-on invasion. Those scum should be torn to pieces. And you clenched her fists. Knew that big-breasted witch was trouble. She turned back. How did you track her in that blood mist? Even my swarm couldn't tell her apart. Tong Yixing also pricked up his ears. She tried to corrupt my mind and slipped up, Wang Guan said coolly. Incredible. And you gave him a thumbs up. Her muscular Barbie admiration left Wang Guan silently accepting the praise. Just then, Su Mingming arrived with Bai Shui in her arms and noticed the crimson doll on the ground. What's that? Tong Yixing and Enya looked over at once. A substitution prop, Tong Yixing judged. At the critical moment, you swap places with it and escape. Some high-tier spatial users can craft this stuff. A cultist having one isn't surprising. So the big-bobed witch isn't dead? And you pulled a disappointed face. Cultists are notoriously hard to kill, Tong Yixing sighed. Well, run into her again, Wang Guan said calmly. Because the decoy was an independent item, when you wasn't bound by the bug tag once she used it on herself, letting her slip away. Even so, she remained a wanted fraudster in Wang Guan's system log. Now that they were prepared, her next appearance would hold no surprises. Leong Shan's secret realm, at a rift node. This abyssal fissure was wider than any other. Cracks spread like a spiderweb in every direction, and billowing black mist threatened to swallow the entire forest. Squatting in the center was a Lycong beast, noticeably larger than those at the lesser nodes, its obsidian scales glinting with a cold, eerie light. Mutated creatures of various sizes formed a natural guard ring around the rift, and on the outermost circle lay a beast as tall as a small mountain, the Dia Dragon, guardian of the main node. If every minor node could be destroyed and this primary node erased, the realm would be cleared and the fissure's expansion halted for a time. For that reason, the Dia Dragon was the undisputed final boss of this secret realm. Suddenly the beast stirred. Space twisted, and a battered figure tumbled out of thin air. Wenyu, who had barely escaped using a substitute talisman. She landed mere steps from the main node, loose stones skittering at her feet. The moment the frenzied beasts caught the scent of an intruder, fangs bared. Even the Dia Dragon lifted its massive head. Yet when they smelled the same abyssal aura inside Wenyu, their hostility evaporated. The Dia Dragon's golden slit pupils slid shut, its head lowering once more. The beast pack settled into silence. Wang Guan forced me into this state and made me waste a substitute, Wenyu muttered, her voice icy with venom. She grabbed a nearby mutant beast, crimson light swirling in her pupils. A heartbeat later, the creature writhed in agony. Strands of blood-red mist were torn from its hide and streamed into Wenyu. Her torn flesh knit together, and the arm Su Mingming had blasted apart regrew before her eyes. Within moments, the beast crumbled to ash and scattered on the wind. Devouring my own kind for a quick recovery, not bad. She flexed her newly formed arm, a twisted smile spreading across her face. Opening her still intact hand, she revealed a single strand of black hair, Wang Guan's, snatched during their clash. For a cultist, one strand of a target's hair unlocked countless forbidden rituals. Wang Guan ranks among the strongest awakened in this realm. If I can control him, my master's mission will be child's play and the reward will be glorious. She licked her cracked lips, eyes blazing as she stared at the hair. Night fell completely, marking the second evening since the realm opened. The student squad Wenyu had controlled lost her grip the instant she fled, and, already at their limits, they soon bled out and died. Forced into a clash with Wang Guan's team, they had no hope. Even Tong Yixing's defenses could not stop their final collapse. Wang Guan's group gathered the students' remains and destroyed the nearby minor node. By then, the Safe Passage squad had cleared 6 nodes in total, their scores still leading the field. They picked a campsite nearby and set up a makeshift camp. Night wind heavy with forest moisture brushed against the tent walls. Watch duty rotated as usual. Wang Guan took first shift, crouching at the tent entrance, nerves taut as he listened for movements in the dark while one hand toyed with his phone, killing time with offline games. Bai Shui dozed at his feet, ears perking up now and then before flopping back down. There was no signal in the realm. Calls and data were useless, but a few single-player games were enough to fend off boredom during the long night. Buzz's phone vibrated. A new message notification flashed at the top of the screen. A text. Wang Guan stiffened and quit the game. There was no reception here. How could a message get through? The unknown number had been auto-tagged. Scam caller. He opened it. The message was brief, the letters stark white. Scam caller. Do you want to become stronger? Do you seek the Alliance's hidden secrets? Do you long for a radiant future? Allow me to introduce a being of greatness. For a small price, everything you desire can be yours. Tap the link below to claim your Faith Starter Pack. Wang Guan. That alto familiar scam text format. Wang Guan stared at the message for a couple of seconds before it dawned on him. Wenyu was trying to work her charm spell on him. But because he had tagged her with a bug debuff, she registered in his mind as nothing more than a fugitive scammer. As luck would have it, he was killing time with his phone, so the mental lure simply auto-translated into a run-off-the-mill phishing text. A suspicious short link sat at the end of the message. Instinctively, he moved to delete it and power off the finino need to risk tapping a gateway to some abyssal horror. But just as his finger brushed the delete key, inspiration struck. If when you could text him, why couldn't he text back? Night duty was dull. He might as well have some fun. He bent over the screen and started typing at lightning speed. Near the primary rift node, a blood-red glow pulsed in the dark. Wenyu sat cross-legged beneath it, her face painted a wicked crimson. In both hands she cradled a scarlet voodoo doll, a single strand of Wang Guan's hair tied around its neck. Her whispered chant slithered along that hair and into Wang Guan's mind, prying open his reason and nudging her prey toward the abyss. Doing this out in the open world would have been suicide. The Alliance would spot it in seconds. But inside the secret realm, high-level guardians were scarce, so she felt almost safe. Lit by the bloodlight, she muttered rapturous praises to the great being. Halfway through the ritual, a different mutter cut into her ears. Wang Guan, hello? I'm an Alliance war hero stranded on the abyssal front. Lost my unit, no money, stuck in the wilderness. Wire me 3,000 credits, and I'll make you a 5-star general. Wenyu? She blinked, shook her head hard, convinced it was auditory hallucination. She steadied herself and focused on the doll. Wenyu, release the darkness within you. Embrace your strongest self. Wang Guan, comrade. You finally answered. I'm an abyss cultist too. It's just that I'm locked in a maximum security Alliance prison, execution set for dawn. Send 5,000 credits, and he'll bribe the guards. A vein twitched at Wenyu's temple, yet she forced herself into deeper fervor. Wenyu, the master will grant your every desire. A new horizon awaits. Wang Guan. Hi. In the abyssal evil god himself. You're doing great work. I'm promoting you to personal guardian. Drop your location, and it'll manifest right away. The vein bulged. She kept chanting. Wenyu, the master is omnipotent. The world will soon bow to the abyss. Wang Guan. Sister Wang, am accidentally pregnant. What do I do? Accidental pregnancy? No problem. Come to Big Iron Rod Hospital and ask for Dr. Poke. Her lip twitched so hard the bloodlight nearly flickered out, but she still forced the incantation to the end. Wenyu, countless worlds have already fallen. This one cannot resist forever. Wang Guan. Sister Wang, am accidentally pregnant again. Through the entire night shift, Wang Guan curled up in his camp blanket, gleefully firing off one parody scam text after another. Sometimes a deserted war hero, sometimes a fellow cultist, sometimes the evil god himself, and always that Big Iron Rod Hospital ad, spammed on repeat. Each time, Wenyu's bewitching chant was hijacked and derailed, leaving her fuming in the red glow, locked in an awkward stare down with the doll. For Wang Guan, missing a night's sleep was a small price to pay for that kind of entertainment. He uncapped a small bottle of coffee milk tea and emptied it in one swig. The chilled, faintly sweet liquid slid down his throat and settled in his stomach, and the fatigue vanished at once. Wang Guan let out a long breath and stuffed the empty bottle back into his backpack. Everyone on the team knew he carried rows of these drinks wherever he went. Anya had once opened a bottle out of curiosity and taken a sip. To her, it tasted like the most ordinary convenience store drink, and even worse once it warmed up. Before the dungeon opened, Tong Yixing had tried a spoiled bottle, spent half a day with food poisoning, and still shuddered at the memory. So the others simply laughed at Wang Guan's little quirk and never made an issue of it. Dawn was breaking, dew beating on the tents. The group packed up smoothly and shouldered their gear. Wang Guan glanced at his phone, the scam text from Wenyu had finally stopped. He tried to reply, but a pop-up read, no signal message failed. So that's the end of that? He thought, a bit disappointed. Last night's entertainment was over, and despite all his reverse hustles he still hadn't teased out Wenyu's location. With a shrug he waved the team forward toward the next node. Near the Abyssal Rift's main node. Wenyu knelt on one knee and shredded the puppet doll in her hand. The strand of Wang Guan's hair went into the flames and turned to ash in an instant. After an entire night of eldritch whispers plus commercials, her eyes were bloodshot, sweat dripping from her chin as though her strength had been drained away. She hadn't managed to bewitch Wang Guan. Instead, she had nearly driven herself insane. Who inserts ads into an eldritch chant? She spat. Now she was sure he was completely immune to her psychic erosion and was messing with her for fun. Is he wearing some kind of mental armor? Or is it a built-in talent? She wondered, deciding to drop Wang Guan for the moment and deal with easier targets. As she steadied her breathing, pushing back the backlash, a dark shape swept across the dim sky. When you slipped beneath the trees and looked up, Warrilia black-feathered crow, 3 eyes glinting between the plumage. Her pupils flared, a scarlet flash gone in an instant. Everyone stop. The gaunt man called Sanyan lowered his voice, yet the order landed like a stone in water. Every ability user nearby froze. Found it. The main rift node is just ahead. I can already see that Dia dragon, he said, excitement creeping in. Sanyan's squad was the first to lock onto the node. His force had now swelled to 37 adventurers, all funded by the same consortium. The major corporations had struck a private agreement. Since the Deep Blue Consortium was intent on clearing the Dragon Forest dungeon, the others would refrain from sending extra people to limit unnecessary casualties. Once inside, Sanyan had used a closed channel to gather every one of his people, bringing the headcount to 44 at first. Several teammates had been taken down by mutated beasts. One entire sub-team had imploded in a mysterious bout of infighting. Losses like these were still considered acceptable here. Sanyan's squad pulls back first, he said, sweeping his gaze across the group. Clear the smaller nodes around us, then come back and focus on the main one. Although Sanyan's squad sat in second place with 5 nodes cleared, they still trailed the Pingon squad. Yesterday had been spent consolidating manpower, but now that everyone was present, their pace would soar. By prior agreement, the other members would leave the final blow to Sanyan, keeping his squad name on top. We'll push them down soon enough, he said with quiet confidence. Those bastards remembering the last encounter. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Sanyan's eyes. Back then Head had barely a dozen men. Now his force had swelled to more than 30, all well-equipped. The thought filled him with confidence, and he immediately waved for the team to pull out of the dense forest. They had taken only a few steps when Daoba, marching in front, froze and leveled his blade ahead. Boss, there's a woman. Following his gesture, everyone saw a figure stumble out of the underbrush. It was a battered woman, hair matted in clumps, tattered clothes hanging from her body, pale skin smeared with dirt and blood. Though pretty, she was terrified, her voice hoarse. Help me, all my teammates are dead. Most of Sanyan's crew were men, and the lewd gleam in their eyes was immediate. Spotting Sanyan as the leader, the woman forced down her panic, straightened the remnants of her clothing, and tried to appear meek and appealing as she edged toward him. Sanyan narrowed his eyes and motioned for his men to spread out and stand guard. A few of them, high on morale, joked loudly. Boss, save some fun for the brothers. The woman bit her lip, her voice trembling yet pleading. Will you take me in? I can't survive alone. They'll do anything at all. Really? Sanyan's thin face curved into a half-smile. He reached out, fingers poised to caress her cheek, but just before they made contact, his hand snapped shut like a vice around her throat. Her eyes went wide. She clawed at his wrist as her face reddened. Sanyan's expression turned icy. He hissed, "You see this many of us and still dare to walk up for help? Since when are adventurers in a secret realm this naive? You think I've survived in this business for nothing?" The 3-eyed crow coiled within him had been shrieking warnings the moment the woman appeared, filling him with a sharp unease. Fool me? Not a chance. Pain and lack of air made her struggle harder, strangled syllables scraping from her throat. Be boss. Before she could finish, the delicate face suddenly sprouted hideous scars. Her features twisted and in a blink, she became Daoba. Sanyan jolted in shock and let go. Daoba collapsed as though drained of strength, coughing violently while clutching his neck. Boss, what are you doing? The nearby men rushed over in alarm. Daoba, what happened? The real Wenyu stood 2 body lengths away in the shadow of a tree, lips curved in a bewitching smile, eyes gleaming with the delight of toying with prey. He'll kill you. Sanyan's eyes burned scarlet. You killed the Rift Beast and earned 100 points. Your team destroyed a minor node. You gained 100 points and 10 honor. Your battle record has improved. As the monster's enormous body shattered, a string of pale blue system notifications flashed in front of Wang Guan. Because the whole team shared the kill, the points were divided, leaving him with only half of what a solo takedown would have granted. Bringing down a Rift Beast alone is worth 200 points. The beast dropped no rare hide. Only 3 thick, octopus-like tentacles remained, which Anya stuffed into her pack in one go. That was the 3rd minor node they had destroyed today. It was late afternoon on the 3rd day since the secret realm had opened, and the sky was so gloomy it looked as though someone had spilled ink across it. So far, Pingon's squad had demolished 9 minor nodes and accumulated 90 honor, while Wang Guan's personal score had climbed to 2,811 points and his combat rating to 9.8%. The next node is that way, but it's a bit of a trek, Anya said, raising her hand to point. After entering the realm, she had released a swarm of saber-toothed wasps as scouts. Once they flew beyond her sensing range, she lost direct control, yet they still followed their orders. The moment they found a rift node, they came straight back. By now the tiny scouts had returned one after another, allowing the insect girl to sketch a map of node locations. Without her, the team could never have locked onto targets this quickly, though it was still unclear whether any of these coordinates hid the main node. It's far, and night's falling, Wang Guan said after glancing at the darkening sky. Let's find a place to rest. The squad moved like clockwork. In no time they had pitched their tents. After warming up some rations and restoring their strength, Wang Guan suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Su Mingming asked softly, cradling her snow-white spirit pet, Baishua. The rankings look odd, Wang Guan replied. He normally paid little attention to the squad leaderboard. Their real goal was the main node, and the first clear was what mattered. But when he tried to tally how many of the 38 known minor nodes had already been destroyed, he opened the list and noticed something amiss. Guanga, you saw it too? Tong Yixing mumbled around a mouthful of rock-hard field rations. Seems like the three-eyed squad ran into trouble. That morning, the three-eyed squad had held second place with 5 nodes destroyed. A full day later, the number was still 5, and they had slipped to third. Li Kaishin's platinum soldiers in the Qiushan squad had climbed to second with 7 nodes. The three-eyed have more than 40 people. There's no way they went a whole day without clearing a single node. Did something happen to them? Tong Yixing swallowed his food. Could Big Mimi be behind it? Enya suggested casually. After being thwarted by Pingon's squad, when you hadn't shown herself again. As a cultist, she was bound to stir up trouble somewhere else. Pingon's squad had met 2 other adventurer teams today and shared their intel on the cultists, yet they hadn't encountered another wipeout scene. A woman seemed to be deliberately avoiding their territory. She went after the three-eyed squad? Wang Guan thought the possibility was very high. According to Li Qiushan, the three-eyed squad had more than 40 members. If Wen Yu had driven them into killing each other. By manipulating their emotions, she could seize control. Wang Guan, Yihong, even Mingming. The night wind slipped through gaps in the forest and into the tent. Flames danced in the portable stove, glowing faint red. Anya crouched beside it, hands cupping a metal mug, steam blurring the worry on her face. If Mimi ever takes over my mind, we're in serious trouble, she whispered, locking eyes with her teammates. The saber-toothed bee swarm is a weapon of mass destruction. If I lose control, the bees will go berserk. When that happens, kill me immediately. I won't let anyone get hurt because of me. The tent fell silent. Same for me, Tong Yihong said. He gripped the pendant at his throat, a charm infused with his own blood, effective only for him, shielding against psychic interference and cultist mind games. But nothing certain. If Wen Yu gets inside my head, Brother Guan, don't hesitate. Su Mingming added softly. Me too, I don't want to be a burden. Crunching on a hard field biscuit, Wang Guan looked up at their collective last wishes and sighed inwardly. The biscuit tasted awful, but it was dense with calories, and he couldn't be bothered to hack in a bug attribute to improve the flavor. Relax, it won't come to that, he said. Wen Yu's power doesn't work on me, even if she does control you. He ran through their skill sets in his mind. 1. Tong Yihang, an idol who sings, dances, raps, and plays basketball. Even if he unleashed entropy overlord, I have ways to counter it. 2. Su Mingminger ability is useless against me. 3. Anya the steel Barbie is saber-tooth bee swarm may look terrifying, but to me it's just a cloud of mosquitoes. If any of you go under, I can pull you back, he promised. Yihang still frowned. Don't get cocky, Brother Guan. If I snap, entropy overlord goes unlimited. One stray burst could ignite everything around me. I know, Wang Guan replied gravely, though he thought, you'd better stick to singing and dunking. After the late-night heart-o-heart, they set the usual watch schedule. First shift, Wang Guan. Second shift, Tong Yihong. Third shift, Anya. Fourth shift, Su Mingming. Deep into the night, Anya's turn came. Yihong nudged her awake. Still groggy, she crawled out of the tent and had just taken a seat at the entrance when her back stiffened. She shot to her feet. Someone's approaching, she hissed, rousing the others. How many? Wang Guan was instantly on alert, combat tags activating every stat. Just one. The secret realm forest was pitch black, mist clinging to the trees like wet cloth. A slightly pudgy figure crept among the trunks, panting hard enough to be heard. Animal-like reflections flickered in his pupil. She could see in the dark, yet he failed to notice the saber-toothed bees circling overhead. Snap! A blinding beam ripped through the darkness as Wang Guan's flashlight locked onto the intruder. He strode forward. Don't shoot. The man threw up his hands, voice quivering. When the light fixed on Wang Guan's face, terror widened his eyes. It's you. It's you? Wang Guan also recognized him and felt a sudden jolt. The pudgy fellow was a member of the Third Eye Squad. Wang Guan remembered him clearly off all San Yan's people. This guy was the real piece of work. He had been tagged with a Tier 7 speedster bug by the system. Holy crap, this guy might be way out of my league. Wang Guan had barely formed the thought when he heard a thud. The chubby man dropped to his knees, fists clasped, nodding like mad. Big bro, spare me. I swear I mean no harm. Moments later, inside the dimly lit tent, the Pingon squad stood in a half circle with the chubby man in the middle. The little black dog, Snow, bristled and growled without pause. How did you end up here? And where's your leader, San Yan? Wang Guan asked bluntly. The chubby man swallowed hard, his voice shaking. Our team something went wrong. After that woman showed up, the boss Sanyan went crazy, throttling anyone he grabbed. Scarface was choked to death. Then more people snapped. That woman when you? Wang Guan probed. The chubby man shook his head blankly. Anya cut in. She's got a huge rack. Wang Guan shot her a look. That's what you noticed? But the chubby man nodded furiously. Yeah, that's her. Prompted by Wang Guan, the chubby man ran through the whole story. When you suddenly appeared in front of Sanyan's squad, Sanyan lost control first and started swinging his blade at his teammates. One by one, the others were consumed by rage and hatred, hacking each other to pieces. Seeing the carnage from the edge of the group, he turned and ran. He hid the entire day, only moving after nightfall. Then he blundered straight into Wang Guan's squad. In Wang Guan's interface, the chubby man carried the Tier 7 Speedster tag, yet his real level was only Tier 4, a rank altered beast form. Night cat, stronger at night, and gifted with night vision. What's their situation now? Wang Guan pressed. I watched from afar. The chubby man's hands trembled. Over 30 of us fought until barely a dozen were left, the strongest ones. They've stopped killing each other, but it's like that bitch when you is controlling them. They're all camped around the main rift node. From 30-odd fighters down to a dozen elites, it looked exactly like raising goo to weed out the weak. When you had kept the best, likely to unleash them on any incoming ability users. Wang Guan's eye sharpened. So you know where the main rift node is, don't you? He asked the chubby man. Fatty's plump face twitched. Why you're not thinking of heading for the main rift node, are you? Exactly. I want to pinpoint its location, Wang Guan said, folding up his knife. His tone was calm, but resolute. And while we're there, we'll deal with Wen Yu. Wang Guan was immune to Wen Yu's mind-bending tricks, yet he had no intention of letting a cultist nurse a grudge nearby. Dangerous? The node's top guardian Adia dragon was something he could now kill with one swing, so it barely counted. Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Inya nodded together. Tong Yixing tightened his grip on his rifle. Cultists deserve to die. Since we know where she is, we strike now. She's a cultist? Fatty staggered back, breathing hard. That's even worse. The Dia dragons there. Takes several squads to bring one down. Add a cultist, and we're walking into a death trap. We should lie low, wait out the 7-day limit, and leave the secret realm. Clearing the mission is the Platinum Legion's job. That's their duty. You're just college students. Don't throw your futures away. Wang Guan chuckled. Sorry, we're cadets from a military academy. Huh. Fatty froze. Enough talk, lead the way. And you put her hands on her hips, eyes sharp. Though not a cadet herself, she was just as fired up. As she spoke, several saber-toothed hornets buzzed ominously above Fatty's head, and he nodded at once. Fine, I'll guide you. Late that night the squad made camp. At first light, they packed their tents and followed Fatty down a narrow forest path. Only then did they learn his name, Luo Ping, 25, a community college graduate turned adventurer. His awakened talent was night cat beast form, which slightly improved his night vision, perception, and agility in the dark. Sadly, his round build made him look more like an overfed house cat than a sleek predator. Within the 3-eye team, his job was night watch and scouting. Curious, Inya asked for a demonstration. Luo Ping's ears sharpened and shot upright, pupils narrowed to slits, orange-yellow stripes spread across his skin, a slender tail flicked out, and claws slid from his fingertips. All four spoke at once. What a chubby cat. 3 hours later they neared the mountain pass that hid the main rift node. Suddenly Luo Ping's cat ears snapped erect. He hissed, there's fighting ahead. His beast form hearing caught the muffled clash of metal against a colossal creature. Bai Shui, cradled in Su Mingming's arms, fluffed up in alarm, bright eyes darting nervously. As an ability user advances, every sense sharpens. But at the lower tiers his senses still fell short of a true predator's. Wang Guan turned and noticed the pair of soft cat ears perched on Fatty's head. In another setting they might have been cute. Right now they felt unsettlingly bizarre. Enya reacted first. At a thought the black swarm split apart, surging forward like a tide to scout the path. Sheltered by the bees, the team advanced. Her mental link soon relayed information. The main rift node was shrouded in a thick scarlet miasma, a fog wall dozens of meters wide. It was Wen Yu's trademark, proof he was hiding inside. Beyond the blood-red haze, a squad was assaulting the node. Gold epaulets and pale gold uniforms stood out Li Shan and his platinum soldiers. 2 or 3 dozen elites were locked in a brutal fight with waves of mutant beasts. The area had already teemed with monsters. Now, with San Yin and several others under Wen Yu's control, their eyes glowing crimson, they were little more than puppets of rage. Li Shan still hadn't seen a trace of Wen Yu. And worse, a hulking Dia dragon crouched by the node's eerie glow, a living wall that refused to join the fray but blocked everyone's advance. This is Bad Officer Li's been cut off. And Ya's voice spiked with urgency. Wen Yu had clearly identified Li Shan as the command core and used the fog and beasts to isolate him. Now San Yin and the other puppets were lunging at him from every side. Let's back him up. Wang Guan didn't hesitate. He took Bai Shui from Su Mingming, set her beneath a thick root, and patted her head. Stay here and don't wander. Before the words had faded, he was already sprinting. Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Inya followed, each faster than the last. You're all completely crazy. Fatty's eyes bulged. Instinct told him to turn and run, but he stopped after 2 steps. His chubby face quivered. He knew this was the time to fight. The students had charged straight into the blood, Mizda couldn't keep hiding. Maybe he could be brave once, too. To hell with it. He snarled. Claws snapped from his fingertips, and he dashed after them. The Pingon squad stepped into the crimson fog, the surrounding roars nearly shattering their eardrums. Tong Yixing instantly raised an energy shield that wrapped all 4 of them. Su Mingming lifted her hand and fired a blue-white electromagnetic beam. And Yas bees spread like a curtain of black water. Wang Guan skirted the edge, sword flashing as he picked off stragglers. It was their 4th day inside the secret realm. After several tough fights, their teamwork was effortless. The mutant species here were limited, and Wang Guan had studied most of them, so he no longer needed to tag each one with bug descriptors. Compared with the chaotic, ever-changing bloodlust beasts, this pack was almost easy. Fat cat, why do you follow us? And you suddenly shouted. Wang Guan glanced back to see Fatty fully cataphracta round body under twitching ears, claws tearing into an oncoming beast. I just got worked up and ran in, Fatty moaned, his voice quavering in the blood fog. The moment he charged, he regretted it. Pure impulse. A mere junior college graduate matching stride with these hot-blooded university elites. What was he thinking? Wang Guan grumbled to himself while keeping up with the squad as they pressed toward the center of the battlefield. At least he was a tier 4 ability user. The rank wasn't stellar, but it would keep him from dragging them down. A crimson mist clung to the air. Liu Shan stood encircled by a swarm of beasts and several mind-controlled powerhouses. His sword moved like the wind, yet the relentless barrage still broke through armor split, and blood trickled from his vambraces. Heat throbbed in his chest, an uncontrollable rage swelling inside him. In a flash of clarity, he understood. When you, that cultist, was fanning his emotions, trying to seize total control. Ordinarily, the army's group skill, battle spirit, could fuse the soldiers' wills, heighten their resolve, and shut out a cultist's psychic taint. That was why he and his comrades had raced here. But battlefields shift in milliseconds. The moment they arrived, Wen Yu released a dense blood fog that split him from his unit. Now the beasts closed in while Wen Yu's influence seeped deeper, drawing his mind toward madness. If this continues, it'll be Wen Yu's puppet. Determination hardened in Li Kaishan's eyes. He would sooner die than turn his blade on his brother's arms. He tightened his grip and angled the sword toward his own heart. Master Sergeant! A shout tore through the haze. Wang Guan and the peace squad burst from the blood mist, cutting a path through the beasts as they charged toward him. Liu Shan faltered, his killing intent wavering. In that instant, a controlled fighter called Sanyan erupted with a roar. His crimson eyes pierced the fog and locked onto Wang Guan. Wen Yu seized the moment, stoking Sanyan's fury and pouring all his hatred onto that familiar figure. He'll kill you. Sanyan abandoned Liu Shan, claws slashing the air like a raptor's dive as he streaked toward Wang Guan. Slash. A blade flash, then silence. Sanyan's head flew a few paces before the body crumpled, the rage-fueled charge ending the moment his neck was severed. Li Kaishan's warning still lodged in his throat. Watch out. Wang Guan slid his sword back into its sheath, glanced at the corpse, and recalled how, the last time they met, Sanyan had traced a finger across his own throat in threat. He snorted coldly. For an old man who spent his days walking birds, you sure like to play tough. Well, look where it got you. The first time Wang Guan laid eyes on Sanyan, he mentally slapped a bug tag on him. To Wang Guan, the man was just an old-timer out walking his pet bird. Even with Wen Yu stirring up his emotions, he was merely an angry bird-walking grandpa. Others saw a raving monster whose power and speed had exploded. Wang Guan saw a shuffling, uncoordinated elder and felt as if he were bullying the frail with every swing of his sword. When Sanyan collapsed, the battle didn't pause. Mutant beasts and mind-controlled fighters came roaring in, and Wang Guan cut a path with his sword, shielding Liu Shan at once. Fatty Luo Ping's cat-like face went rigid. He had no time to lament his former boss. Had never really been part of Sanyan's crew. He was here for the fat payout. He knew how strong Sanyan was, and how nightmarish he became when berserk, yet the college kid had dropped him with a single strike. One thought remained, monstrous. Tong Yixing, Enya, and Liu Shan were just as stunned. I spotted his weak point, Wang Guan offered, keeping everyone focused. Fill in the blanks later, regroup now. Liu Shan understood this wasn't the time to chat. With a hoarse shout he yelled, move. The squad immediately fought their way toward the pocket of platinum soldiers. On the other side of the field, a bloody mist drifted, Wen Yu's silhouette flickering in and out. The fog, a gift from the deity she served, let her hide while seeing everything. The moment Wang Guan's team appeared, she sensed them and slipped away from Li Kaishan's vicinity. Wang Guan actually came after me. The boy's uncanny tricks unsettled her. She had planned to finish Liu Shan first, then deal with Wang Guan. Yet he had strolled right in and felled the berserk San Yin in one swing. She frowned. A special skill? A talent? Whatever it was, he was far more dangerous than the intel suggested. Then a more intriguing idea surfaced. Wang Guan's companions were no pushovers, especially the white-haired boy. Tong Yixing's level was low, but his combat strength was frightening, likely second only to Wang Guan. Leong Shan might not beat him. And Tong Yixing carried a ward that blocked psychic influence. What if she could strip it away? Caw! High above, the harsh cry of a crow split the air. It was the three-eyed crow that shared flesh and blood with San Yin. With its master dead, it would soon wither, yet a sliver of his will lingered inside it. It suddenly dived like a black arrow toward Wang Guan's team. At that very moment, several mutant beasts and enthralled fighters lunged straight at Tong Yixing. Tong Yixing hastily conjured an energy shield to repel them. The three-eyed raven seized the opening and lunged at Tong Yixing. Stop it! Wang Guan barked. Su Mingming reacted first. Her arm shot forward and a lance of electromagnetic energy burst from her fingertips crack. The beam drilled through the raven's left wing, splintering the bones and shredding half its body. Even so, momentum carried the creature past Tong, skimming his shoulder before it slammed into the rubble at his feet. Damn, Tong's heart pounded. On reflex, he drove a fist into the stilt-witching enemy, sending shards of feathers flying. As they settled, he saw the mutilated raven writhing on the ground and, in its talons, a glint of silver. It was the protective pendant his mother had insisted he never take off since he awakened his powers. He clutched at his chest. Cold sweat drenched his back. The pendant was gone. The raven must have snatched it when it grazed past him. He bent to retrieve it, and in that instant a vicious surge of emotion flooded his mind like poison. Wang Guan is only class. Why is he stronger than me? It's not fair. I have to surpass him. I've been a prodigy since I was a kid. How could I lose to anyone? Anger, envy, and resentment roared up like wildfire, devouring his reason. The whites of his eyes turned bloodshot. His pupils glimmered crimson. In the nearby veil of blood mist, Wen Yu's alluring silhouette flickered in and out of sight, a smile playing on her lips. Her power was at work. Once only an E-class emotion manipulation that barely sensed and nudged feelings, it had been amplified after she joined the abyss. Now she could pluck at the darkness in a person's heart, letting hatred take the reins. She couldn't override thoughts directly, but she could drive negative emotions to a breaking point. The three-eyed raven was proof of concept. Shed set its hatred on the protective pendant, then exploited the species' obsession with shiny objects to make it risk everything. Now she was stoking Tong's rivalry with Wang in the same way. Whoosh! Wang's long sword whipped up a gale, a turquoise wind blade that cleaved through the mist toward Wen Yu. It clipped her with a hiss, but she merely swayed and melted into a thicker bank of crimson fog. Meanwhile, the boyish softness in Tong's face had twisted into a feral snarl. Yixing. Su Mingming snatched up the fallen pendant and held it out to him. He reached, but the moment his fingers brushed the chain, he went rigid. It was already too late. He threw back his head with a tortured howl, shot Wang a final red-rimmed glance, then sprang away, sprinting into the depths of the blood mist. The last shred of sense he had left urged him to get away from his friends before he lost control completely. Shit, the busty which got to Yixing. Anya yelped, whipping her head toward Wang. Wang's brow furrowed. His sword danced, driving back the charging mutants, and he stepped beside Anya. Time for the combo move. Throw me at Yixing. He snapped, drawing on their last attempt. Anya moved without thinking the moment Wang Guan gave the order. Though she had spent days practicing the shot put, her body refinement gift still refused to awaken. Even so, the iron Barbie clamped her hands around Wang Guan's shoulders and waist, filled her lungs, and bellowed, "Heya!" Her whole frame turned into a living catapult, flinging him toward Tong Yixing. Luo Ping, Leong Shan, and the others stared, slack-jawed. Above them, Anya's swarm of saber-toothed wasps hovered to mark the exact trajectory. With a shrill whoosh, Wang Guan sliced through the blood-tinged mist and landed lightly, kicking up a dark red cloud of dust. Not far away, Tong Yixing stood trembling, his head bowed. "It seems you care about this teammate a great deal," Wen Yu murmured, materializing beside him. The gash Wang Guan had left in her side was hastily bandaged, and her already tattered clothes hung in shreds, yet her face shone with near-manic delight. Controlling Tong Yixing, that was what truly exhilarated her. "If he attacks you, what will you do?" She whispered from behind him, voice brimming with anticipation. "My favorite spectacle is watching comrades who swore to live and die together turn on each other in an instant. It's absolutely gorgeous." Her gift was seducing teams into self-destruction, a pleasure she savored without restraint. "A cultist," Wang Guan replied coldly, devoid of humanity, as expected. Wen Yu's eyes blazed as she leaned to Tong Yixing's ear. "Feel the rage, feel the hate. Stop holding back, let the darkness out." Tong Yixing's head snapped up, his eyes blood-red. Gales of force whirled around the white-haired youth. As the self-styled master of entropy, he drained his own reserves without thought and charged at Wang Guan with suffocating pressure. Wang Guan simply waited. An instant later, Tong Yixing closed the distance. Instead of unleashing the focused blast he had used against the beast horde, he flailed with weak, untrained punchesno form, no strength, like someone who had never fought in his life. Wang Guan raised one hand and chopped the side of Tong Yixing's neck with surgical precision. The boy's head lolled, and he collapsed, unconscious. Scan target, professional idol, skilled in singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. Current status, enraged. Wang Guan laid Tong Yixing gently on the ground, looked up at Wenyu, and allowed a smile to creep across his face. All that effort, and the best you could control was a featherweight. Feels like a flop, doesn't it? Wenyu could only stare, speechless. Wenyu was completely stunned. The white-haired boy she had fought so hard to restrain now hung limp in front of Wang Guan, boneless as a rag doll. One swift chop to the neck, and he crumpled without a sound. Anyone under her control should have burned through their own life force, unfazed by pain or fatigue, battling until death. Fainting outright was impossible. The sheer absurdity of it froze her face. She couldn't even adjust her expression. Things got worse when Wang Guan set Tong Yixing on the ground, vanished, and reappeared directly in front of her. Stealth inside the blood-red mist might fool everyone else, but to this young man it was worthless. He locked onto her position with unerring precision and closed his fingers around her throat. Wenyu rasped, trying to struggle, only to find every ounce of strength stripped away. The powers she could command a moment ago were now completely mute. All around them, the mutated beast shed driven off with the blood mist snapped back to feral instinct the instant her influence vanished. Snarling, they converged on Wang Guan and Wenyu. She had driven the nearby packs away earlier, hoping to watch Wang Guan and Tong Yixing destroy each other. Now she was paying the price. Wang Guan glanced at the unconscious boy. Seeing that the creatures weren't interested in him, he relaxed slightly. He was sure he could handle the incoming horde until... Roar! A thunderous bellow ripped through the mist, the ground quaked, and an invisible pressure rolled outward. The approaching beasts bolted in terror. Through the crimson haze, the hulking outline of a colossal creature took shape. The Dia Dragon, which had been crouching near the main fracture node, was finally on its feet. The boss of the Leong Shan secret realm, the only 7th-tier life form in the entire region. It had ignored the platinum-rank soldiers who attacked earlier, yet the sight of Wang Guan gripping Wenyu's necker, perhaps simple curiosity had roused it at last. The Dia Dragon's on the move, my swarm, can't get close. Enya shouted over comms from the far side of the mist. Her saber-toothed hornets circled above, but visibility was already poor. The roar had knocked several drones offline, and the residual pressure sent the rest spiraling down. No one really needed the warning. That brutal roar alone was proof enough the dragon had joined the fray. After flinging Wang Guan across the map with a combo move, Enya, Su Mingming, and the heavy-set Luo Ping had already regrouped with the platinum troops. The Dia Dragon's in play, we have to back him up. Liu Shan shouted, frantic. A 7th-tier monster usually demanded dozens of 5th-tier espers just to stall it. The team sprinted toward the source of the commotion. Su Mingming said nothing. She simply kept firing electromagnetic beams, blasting the mutant beasts in front of her. Blue-white arcs lashed out like steel whips, one after another, spraying scorched fur and flesh in every direction. Suddenly, another savage mutant sprang at her from the flank, its razor-sharp claws raking the air and throwing bright sparks from her electromagnetic field. Several meters away, her teammates blanched. The pudgy Luo Ping, waving his clawed gloves, was about to charge in to help. Crackle! Crackle! A corona of high-voltage lightning exploded around the girl, a thunderous blast that nearly split eardrums. The beast that had just leapt was flung aside, its body charred black, and the moment it hit the ground it crumbled into cinders. High-voltage discharge was lethal but drained enormous energy, so Su Mingming rarely used it. Right now, though, she was both anxious and furious, her face fierce as a bristling kitten. At the same time, a Dia Dragon appeared before Wang Guan. It stood more than 2 meters tall, its body sheathed in black scales, twisted horns jutting from its skull, as menacing as a mobile war machine. Among the countless bestial monsters of the abyss, the dragon lineage was the most terrifying. They were not the mythical dragons of legend, merely creatures named by humans for their draconic features, yet a true dragon's rare appearance could cause a disaster of apocalyptic scale. Many abyssal beasts carried draconic blood, and their names usually included the word dragon. The Dia Dragon was one of them. Wenyu, her face purpling from lack of air, saw the Dia Dragon arrive, and her eyes turned wild. You're finished, you fool, daring to come here alone right next to a Dia Dragon. She rasped. She clung to Wang Guan's arm, forcing each word out, but unable to hide her glee. She regretted not seeing Wang Guan's earlier battle with his companions, yet quickly consoled herself. In her mind, the Dia Dragon would tear this uncanny boy to shreds, and no one could withstand its assault. The Dia Dragon roared, the shock wave slamming into them. Its huge yet agile body lunged forward, and the ground quaked beneath its charge. The tremor came not only from its weight but from its innate earth element skill. a talent that made the terrain resonate within a certain radius. In earlier abyssal drills, Wang Guan had been shaken by such shocks until his organs churned and he spat blood. Now, however, he stood ramrod straight, as though the quake were merely a passing breeze. When Yu took the full impact, her body convulsed, skin splitting into bloody welts, yet the feverish grin never left her crimson face. Her bloodshot eyes locked on Wang Guan, and in her blurring vision she saw the Dea dragon closing, its fanged maw plunging toward his head. And then, Wang Guan lifted the alloy longsword in his right hand and tipped his body to the side. Swish, a flash of silver. Bang, the Dea dragon's massive head hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. An instant later, with a heavy thud, its bloated body toppled after it. It had charged in savage and unstoppable, and then, just like that, it was dead. Scan. This is an ordinary giant lizard. For some, it may hold a particular allure. Thanks to Ms. Xiao Yes' Abyssal Visualization Guide, Wang Guan had already tagged the creature as a bug. To everyone else, it was the terrifying boss of the Dragonwood Labyrinth. To him, it was just an oversized wild lizard. Its ground quake attack left him untouched, and scales that should have been impenetrable shattered like brittle pottery beneath his blade. The beast lunged, jaws wide, but a flash of steel sliced through the air. Its head flew off and thudded to the ground. You have slain the Dea dragon, earning 1,000 points. You performed a special kill. Your party gains 50 honor. Your battle record has improved. The bloodthirst demon or the rift beast had been worth only 200 points. Now the tally had exploded to 1,000. The overlevel bonus plus the special target reward meant a windfall for Wang Guan and his squad. The headless reptile collapsed, its massive body quickly eaten away by black mist until it crumbled to ash. All that remained were 3 dark scales and 2 razor-sharp fangstoptier crafting materials once the abyssal taint was purged. Yet to Wang Guan they were still just lizard skin and lizard teeth, both bearing the same bug tag. He spared them a glance and turned back to the prey in his grasp. His tree-trunk arm was still clamped around Wen Yu's fragile neck. Wang Guan offered a cordial smile, but his grip never slackened. Even the cultist's stubborn vitality could not withstand prolonged asphyxiation. The mania in her eyes faded, replaced by shock and terror. Her fingers clawed weakly at his forearm, then went limp. Suddenly her body convulsed, a bloody haze rising from her skin as though she might disintegrate at any moment. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He had already seen Wen Yu escape once by swapping bodies with a stand-in doll. A clean kill would likely trigger the item again. So he chose slow strangulation, stretching out her death to catch the instant the doll emerged. As the blood mist churned, Wang Guan abruptly released her, then shot his hand forward like lightning. In the middle of Wen Yu's collapse, a blood-red doll surfaced. He seized it and barked, "Scan. Scan, this is a finely crafted toy." Even though it was the same substitute doll, the system still required a fresh scan, but Wang Guan was ready. Once the data flashed up, he tightened his fingers. With a crisp crack, the doll crumbled to dust. Without a vessel, Wen Yu did not vanish as before. The blood mist sucked back in, her body reforming. She stared blankly, croaking, "Master," then collapsed. A heartbeat later, black miasma raced across her skin, rotting flesh and crumpling bone, the same in that awaited any abyssal beast. Wang Guan let out a silent breath. This time she should be truly dead. He was about to turn away when something in the pile of decayed bone caught his eye. A blood-red glimmer flickered there. The crimson flash put Wang Guan instantly on guard. Through a rent in the thinning blood mist, a streak of scarlet wound its way across a pile of bones, not a leftover smear, but a single drop of blood that squirmed like something alive. The moment his eyes found it, the droplet writhed toward him like a startled insect. Scan. He activated his ability on the spot. Target: common green caterpillar, typically found on garden vegetables. The readout stunned him. The system glitched now and then, but misclassifying blood as an insect? The only plausible reason was that the droplet possessed life and consciousness. Given Wen Yu's corruption and her devotion to an abyssal god, it was probably some active medium she had left behind. Stash it might be useful, he decided immediately. He pulled an empty coffee milk tea bottle from his hip pouch, kept a few for emergencies, drained the stimulant residue inside, then coaxed the blood drop in and twisted the cap tight. If the scan called it a bug, he'd treat it like one. Carrying it around wouldn't raise eyebrows. With Wen Yu dead, her blood mist dispersed, the dark red haze blown from the streets by the wind. The espers shed controlled collapsed in heaps, having burned out their life force in rage and hatred. Only Tong Yixing briefly influenced, then knocked out by Wang Guan, remained unharmed. Without the mist, and with the berserk espers down, the rest of the mutant beasts posed little threat. The fronts closed fast, and Su Mingming, Enya, Liu Shan, and the others were the first to reach the alley where Wang Guan stood. What they saw froze them. Tong Yixing unconscious at Wang Guan's feet. Wen Yu remains farther off, and beyond that, a mound of ash that had been the dialogue. "Wang Guan, are you all right?" Su Mingming hurried to him, checking for wounds. Only after finding none did she let out a relieved smile. "I'm fine," he said, ruffling her hair. Anya arrived next, her brawny Barbie frame coming to a halt amid the bloodstains. What happened? The Dialong, how did it die? The fog had blocked her sight, and the dragon's roar had kept her bees away, so Shed missed the fight entirely. She glanced at Tong Yixing. "Is he okay?" "Relax, he only passed out," Wang Guan said. "The Dialong, and when you are both dead." "You did it?" Li Kaishan's voice shook with disbelief. Wang Guan nodded, then explained, "When Tong Yixing lost control, he unleashed a wide-area attack. Chasing me, he dragged the Dialong into the fight and drew the abyssal creature's attention. Besides, I'd already run abyssal visualizations of battling the Dialong. He knew exactly how it attacked and where its weaknesses lay. While the Dia Dragon's attention was fixed on Tong Yixing, he launched a perilous surprise strike and, in the narrowest opening, brought down the 7th-tier mutant beast. I admit it was something of a gamble, but thankfully it paid off," Wang Guan said, his voice heavy yet tinged with the relief of a survivor. The explanation sounded far-fetched, but it wasn't impossible, just staggeringly unlikely. Wang Guan was only a 4th-tier ability user, while the Dia Dragon wielded wide-area skills like intimidation and ground quake. Normally, it took dozens of 5th-tier fighters to even dream of defeating one. "But if there's a chance, it's worth the risk," Wang Guan continued. The air was thick with blood mist, and no one could see what was happening. "While Wenyu was stunned, I killed her. The moment she died, her mind control broke, and Tong Yixing passed out." A trace of lingering fear crossed his face, as if he could still hear the Dia Dragon's final roar. Everyone who heard the story had the same reaction. "That's it? A heretic cultist and a 7th-tier Dia Dragon reduced to a few sentences?" The Platinum soldiers, ready to die for this battle, suddenly felt an almost dreamlike disbelief. "I see," Anya murmured, squatting beside Tong Yixing. Round-faced Luo Ping opened and closed his mouth a few times before blurting, "Sisson, you bought that awfully fast, didn't you?" Though 7 years older than Anya, he knew strength ruled the adventurer's world. After witnessing her be swarm, he called her Sis, with genuine respect. "I'm used to it," Anya replied calmly. "Some people unlock astonishing potential at the brink." She gestured as if replaying the scene of flinging a 200- or 300-pound man more than 10 meters through the air. Luo Ping fell silent, then nodded with respect. "True enough. College Bro is the Alliance's top scorer, after all." When Third Eye first mentioned it, Luo Ping had shrugged it off with a worldly man's smugness. Only now did he grasp the weight of that tightlight, meant standing out amid a sea of prodigies from prestigious families. Li Qiushan also froze, giving Wang Guan a complicated look. "You're this year's Entrancesum champion?" Yeah, that's me," Wang Guan admitted with a nod. The Platinum soldiers finally understood. Someone who stands at the very top of his generation can pull off feats the rest can't even imagine. Li Qiushan glanced around. Admiration and relief now colored his comrades' eyes. If a champion did something unbelievable, well, it almost made sense. Wang Guan, the chubby man, muttered. "Still humble bragging?" The beast horde still hadn't fully dispersed. Li Qiushan and his team spent a full half-hour wiping out the stragglers. When the dust settled, only the Rift Devourer perched on the main breach node remained. The enormous creature's head was massive. Blood-red eyes, nearly half its face, swept the encircling troops with restless fury. It bared interlocking fangs and loosed a low, rumbling howl that shook loose pebbles all around. "We can't kill the main node Rift Devourer yet," Li Qiushan reminded them. "The secondary nodes are still intact. By the realm's rules, at least 38 of them must be destroyed before the main node can be ended. If we kill it too early, one of two things might happen. First, the realm could clear immediately, and the abyssal rift here would be temporarily frozen. But there's a good chance that one of the surviving minor nodes will turn into the new main node." Generations of ability users have experimented in the Dragon Forest secret realm and discovered that the outcome hinges on these 38 small nodes in front of them. The picture is now clear. Team Pingon has already destroyed 9 nodes. The military squad under Li Qiushan has taken 7. The nearly annihilated Sanyan Consortium smashed 5. Scattered teams have chipped away at the rest, 1 or 2 apiece. In total, 33 of the 38 nodes lie in ruins, leaving only 5 intact. At the current pace, those 5 will be gone soon, and the main node could be exposed at any moment. Anyone who reaches the Dragon Forest secret realm is strong, even if their formal rating is only average. Many squads can bring down a rift beast on their own. This time, however, a cultist sneaked in and, under Wenyu's covert control, provoked several teams into killing each other. Fortunately, plenty of groups resisted her scheme. Wang Guan estimated that the main node would fall shortly, so he decided to stay put instead of racing around. Tong Yixing was still unconscious, and Wang planned to guard the main node until the last 5 minor nodes collapsed. Li Qiushan had already promised Wang Guan he would not contest the main node. Without Pingon's squad's timely save, Li's soldiers would likely have died under Wenyu's blade. To Wenyu, only Li Kaishan's regular troops and the Sanyan Consortium posed a real threat. Those 2 teams alone could kill a Dia Dragon and destroy the main node. She first hijacked Sangyan, then lured Li Qiushan here, hoping to wipe them out in one stroke. Her plan was on the verge of success until Wang Guan, with his cheat code abilities, ruined everything. After a brief discussion, Li Qiushan took the 15 members who could still move and went after the remaining nodes. The seriously wounded stayed near the main node under Wang Guan's care. Fatty Luo Ping also lingered, eager to ride the coattails of the strongest team. More than 2 hours later, Tong Yixing slowly regained consciousness. The silver-haired teenager sat up beside a shattered tree root, looking exhausted and dazed. He scanned his surroundings. When he saw Wang Guan, Su Mingming, and and the little black dog Bai Xue, his expression tightened. What's going on now? What's the last thing you remember? Wang Guan asked, squatting in front of him, his voice steady. Tong Yixing closed his eyes, thinking hard, a slight crease between his brows. I remember so many voices in my head, anger, hatred, all aimed at you, Guanga. All I wanted was to get as far away from you as possible. He offered Wang Guan an apologetic look. What happened after that? Wang Guan gave him the short version. You lost control and kept using your power without limits. You were ridiculously strong, I couldn't handle you. As for the Dia Dragon, well, you beat it to death. Tong Yixing stared, speechless. Wang Guan patted his shoulder. Relax. It's over. Once the boy had settled down, Wang Guan sent Fatty Luo Ping to watch the injured, then pulled a slender glass vial from his pocket and held it in front of Tong Yixing. This dropped from the cultist. I still don't know what it is. Do you recognize it? Tong Yixing leaned closer, his expression odd. Guanga, isn't that just a bug? A bug? Wang Guan blinked and looked again. The once wriggling, living drop of blood had transformed into a green caterpillar. It had turned into a caterpillar. During his examination, he had concluded that it was nothing more than an ordinary green caterpillar, the sort you often find on garden vegetables. Wang Guan stared blankly at the little vial resting in his palm. Inside, a caterpillar no longer than a fingertip inched along the glass, its tiny hairs glinting under the light. The drop of active blood he had detected earlier had been identified as merely caterpillar. He had tossed it into the vial without a second thought, yet now it had truly become an insect. A tidal wave of shock roared inside him once again. A bug had turned real. Guan, is this what you wanted me to look at? Tong Yixing leaned in, brow furrowed. It's just a regular worm. What's so fascinating about it? Haven't you ever seen one before? He eyed the vial, then Wang Guan, suspicion creeping into his voice. Su Mingming and Inya also craned their necks. Ugh. The girl with the heart of the swarm, ironically terrified of bugs, recoiled half a step. Blinking her wide eyes, Su Mingming added earnestly, those caterpillars are everywhere in the trees, in Aunt Zhang's vegetable patch, all over the place. I know. Wang Guan rubbed his forehead. The problem is, this one crawled out of when used remains. That's why I'm curious. Remains? Tong Yixing felt his scalp prickle. He leaned closer, inspected it again, and shook his head. Still looks like a normal worm to me. Maybe when you picked it up outside. Creatures rarely survive in a secret realm, but a few lucky ones manage, like Bai Xue. Really? I thought it might be special. Wang Guan pressed on. By the way, when cultists die, do they usually leave anything behind? If he could uncover the nature of that active blood, he might learn to control this bug material phenomenon. Su Mingming's transformation couldn't be replicated. She had already been half-beast and had drunk his blood to complete it. The drop in question came from an abyss follower and had also been affected by the bug ability. There had to be a connection. It could be a breakthrough worth studying. Tong Yixing could only shrug. Mom never lets me mess with cultist artifacts. Everything I know, I learned from sneaking peeks at the files. Inya and Su Mingming were no help at all. With no better option, Wang Guan glanced over at the chubby man tending the Platinum Squad's wounded and motioned for him to come. College bro, you need me? The hefty man had been eavesdropping. He jogged over at once. Luo Ping, what do you know about abyss worshippers? Wang Guan asked directly. The man mixed with adventurer, she might have insider knowledge. College bro, just call me Fat Cat. He grinned so widely his eyes disappeared. Anya had coined the nickname on a whim, and he now embraced it. His smile faded to a serious look. This is my first time seeing one up close. I've only heard stories, that's all. Wang Guan tried several angles, but Fat Cat clearly knew nothing about active blood. They'll have to investigate back home, he thought, making a mental note. Even after the questioning ended, Fat Cat lingered, wearing a wide, hopeful grin. Anything else? Wang Guan raised an eyebrow. College bro, since you're interested in cultists, I can dig around for you when we get back. Fat Cat rubbed his hands together. And I can do other favors too. What favors? Wang Guan understood the hint, but kept pressing. Fimeo's eagerness to find a powerful backer was written all over his chubby face. He hurried on. You're all college students. For anything you don't want to handle in person, I can step in. I know plenty of people on the black market. Whatever you want to buy or sell, I can run the errands. Wang Guan rested his chin in his hand, thinking. True. This guy had started out with triple I, yet after everything they'd been through had shown decent character and even helped in combat. Plus, Wang Guan had tagged him with the Tier 7 speedster bug, making him unmatched at courier work. Since Wang Guan and his friends were still students, Fei Mao could be a useful point of contact with the wider world. He nodded. All right. If we need anything, he'll reach out. Senior, I won't let you down. Fei Mao's round face flushed with excitement. He bowed repeatedly, happily pulled out his light brain to swap contact info with Wang Guan, and then hopped off. Once the hefty man was out of sight, Anya stared after him, her brow furrowed. Can we really trust him? Tong Yixing looked worried as well. Could he end up causing trouble for us? Triple I's gone except for him, but the consortium behind them is still around. RP squad got the first clear, they won't be happy. They might use him to get at us. And remember, Wang Guan killed Wen Yu. We can trust the platinum soldiers, but Fei Mao's another matter. If he talks, what happens when the cultists come for revenge? Hearing this, Su Mingming clutched the little black dog, Snowy, her eyes reddening. She whispered, should we kill him to keep him quiet? Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, and Inya all turned to her at once. Don't say something that scary with such a cute face. Wang Guan wiped the sweat from his forehead. No need to worry about Fei Mao. I worked it out with Li Shan. After the secret realm closes, Li Shan will announce that the cultists were taken down by the Platinum Army, without mentioning me. He'll get the reward privately. As for Fei Mao, Li Shan will publicly commend him, acknowledge his contribution, and give him an official channel to work with the military, basically tying him to them. That means protection for him, but also limits. He won't be able to work for the consortium anymore, and he definitely won't dare leak anything about the cultists. Everyone finally relaxed. Tong Yixing, still exhausted after drinking a healing potion, leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Su Mingming focused on Snowy, who was rolling blissfully in her arms. Bored, Wang Guan scrolled through his phone, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed a clearing. Enya was standing there, sleeves rolled up, practicing throw after throw. The petite, tan girl who'd flung Wang Guan clear across the field twice was once again studying her body cultivation talent. In truth, she was beginning to suspect him, though only slightly. Since awakening his bug-spotting ability a few months ago, Wang Guan had learned that no matter how strange the things he did with his bug skills seemed, outsiders always found a rational explanation. When he effortlessly killed a mutant beast, they simply thought he had brilliant combat strategy. Their powers were suppressed by Wang Guan. Yet what they felt was not that their abilities had failed, but that Wang Guan himself was simply overwhelming. That was most likely a passive side effect of his so-called bug ability. Under its influence, Anya actually managed to swing Wang Guan a dozen meters through the air, as if some sudden Valkyrie Barbie strength had exploded inside her. When she clenched her fists, she could feel the muscle fibers in her palms tighten, the solid weight and visual shock of real power, making her almost believe she had become a genuine powerhouse. Thinking about it, if Wang Guan fought Tong Yihong again, the latter would no longer feel that his gift was useless. He would feel that Wang Guan's strength and speed were simply beyond anything he could shake. Still, let's be decent and avoid crushing Tong Yihang's confidence any further. They waited deep inside the secret realm for half a day, until the sky was nearly dark. Wang Guan kept his eyes on the realm-wide squad rankings, and finally saw the last 5 minor nodes wiped out. The main node was now vulnerable. Tong Yihong had almost fully recovered, so the Pingon squad packed their gear and headed for the primary rift. At the central node, a rift devourer with an unusually large head sprawled over the fissure. It was 1 tier larger than the guards at the minor nodes, yet still a 5th-order beast, well within Wang Guan's scanning range. From a distance, Fat Cat and the injured platinum soldiers watched as the Pingon squad worked together with practiced ease, felling the creature in only a few minutes. Just as Wang Guan secured the loot, the scenery around him was snuffed out as though someone had twisted off a light bulb. Remember to stay in touch. Anya's voice stretched away, and before the echo faded they were expelled from the realm. In the darkness a series of system prompts flashed before Wang Guan's eyes. You have slain a rift devourer and earned 140 points. Your squad destroyed a minor node. You receive 100 points and 10 honor. Congratulations, your squad has achieved the first clear of the Leong Shan secret realm. Your squad is awarded 100 honor and 10 entry slots for the realm's next opening. You personally receive 500 points and a 3rd-class merit. An additional prompt followed. Do you wish to officially register the Pingon squad? If you decline, the squad rewards will be divided equally among the surviving members. Yes, Wang Guan confirmed without hesitation. They had already agreed on this. You have registered the adventure team Pingon squad. Initial rank, F. Your squad has accumulated 250 honor. Squad rank upgraded to D. You can view related information on the adventure page. Spend points to exchange for secret realm entry rights. Watching the glowing text, Wang Guan felt a flicker of delight. Few teams reached D rank the moment they were founded. The higher the rank, the more member slots, exchange priority, and other privileges the team would enjoy. Another notice appeared. You are carrying a living creature from the secret realm. Redeem ownership? Item, ordinary village mutt, black, 1. Ownership cost, 1 point. Removing living creatures from a realm always required an ownership fee, a rule meant for tameable mutant beasts. The little black dog Snowy cost only 1 point, about 1,000 credits, already steep for a mongrel. Wang Guan paid without a second thought, while the glass jar containing the green grub was apparently beneath the system's notice. A wave of dizziness hit and he, Su Mingming, and Tong Yihong were transported back to the blackout chamber of Vanguard Military Academy. Woo-woo, Snowy whimpered in his arms. It's safe here, Wang Guan murmured, patting her head. Then he began to take stock of everything they had gained from this expedition. Adventurers enter pocket realms for one reason: the rich rewards hidden inside. This run through the Dragon Forest realm brought Wang Guan an astonishing haul. His points shot up to 4,812, enough to trade for new gear and weapons whenever he likes. In his personal loot, he carried back Dia dragon scales and fangs, while the team cache held 7 Skyren beast hides and 18 tendrils. The highlight was another third-class merit badge, the official reward for slaying the cultist when you would arrive later, but was already guaranteed. The squad also secured 10 entry permits for the realm's next opening. Each permit covers 4 seats, giving them 40 slots in total. Abyssal rifts are almost impossible to seal forever, so most realms flare back to life within months or years. When the Dragon Forest reopens, Pingon Squad can either sell those permits or lead another expedition. Either choice will bring in a fortune. Even counting only the assets that can be liquidated immediately, points and monster drops, the haul is worth nearly 10 million credits. An ordinary adventurer would be lucky to walk away with a few 100,000. The profession thrives because the Federation needs help containing rifts, and because everyone knows the iron rule. High risk comes with high reward. Right now, Wang Guan, Su Mingming, and Tong Yixing were standing in the school's dark room. It was pitch black until Su Mingming raised a hand, releasing tiny blue sparks that lit up the walls and ceiling so they could get their bearings. Wang Guan moved to the door. The moment he lifted his hand, there was a click, and the door sprang open, flooding the room with bright corridor light. At the threshold stood a petite figure, teacher Xiaoya, dressed in pink cartoon pajamas with a matching nightcap, her round eyes filled with surprise. It's only the 4th day and you're already back? Her voice was clear and slightly childlike. The trio filed out. Teacher Xiaoya's gaze went blank for a moment while she pulled up the darkroom logs. Then she snapped her head up. You cleared the realm? Wang Guan, you even killed a Dia dragon. Wang Guan nodded and gave a brief account of their adventure, omitting the more cheaty parts. It got pretty close a few times, but we made it thanks to the Dia dragon scale you lent me. When he mentioned that abyssal cultists had infiltrated the realm, the teacher's eyes widened even more. She bounced on her toes and gave Wang Guan a hearty slap on the shoulder. Abyssal cultists too? Sounds like you came back with quite a story. A teacher Xiaoya, the Skyren beast materials we brought back are contaminated. How should we handle them? Wang Guan shrugged the huge field pack to the floor and pointed at the hides and tendrils sealed in special containers. Apart from the share we already passed to Anya, of course. All their belongings were piled up here. Ms. Xiao Yi covered the tip of her nose with the back of her hand and fanned the air. Smells like it came straight out of the abyss. Leave everything here for now. We'll give it a proper cleaning later, she said, stepping aside. This is the school's reward to you free of charge. But you'll have to take care of the weapons and equipment yourselves. Thank you, Ms. Xiao Yi. Wang Guan answered first. He planned to contact Titan Group for custom gear. As an officially recognized rising star, he could get a respectable discount and maybe arrange equipment for Tong Yixing and Su Mingming as well. First, though, he had to confirm whether the materials head tagged with bug attributes would keep those quirks once crafted. If Rift Beast hide ended up as nothing more than an octopus skin tank top, he might as well sell his share. Tong Yixing and Su Mingming echoed their thanks. All right, head back to your dorms, Ms. Xiao Yi said, shooing them away with a wave. The 3 bowed and left. The hallway fell silent. She stared at the black backpack Wang Guan had left behind, nearly as tall as she was. No sense of courtesy at all. Do they expect a little kid like me to haul this? She muttered, hands on her hips. After a quick look to make sure no one was around, she sighed. Guess I have no choice. In an instant her petite frame stretched from under a meter to a lean 170. The loose children's pajamas tightened into a neat long shirt, outlining elegant curves, and her once round face took on a cool, mature allure. The adorable bean sprout had become an icy goddess. She kicked off the cartoon slippers now dwarfed by her feet, hefted the heavy pack with one hand, and walked to the window. Through the glass, she watched the 3 students, her gaze lingering on Wang Guan for several seconds. Interesting kid, she murmured. Outside the academic building. Feels like Ms. Xiao Yi actually lives in there, Wang Guan said, glancing back. Tong Yixing nodded. She's the officer in charge of the military studies wing. Her quarters are probably inside. Living alone in a place that big, don't she get scared of the dark? Su Mingming wondered aloud. Scared? None of the teachers at Vanguard Military Academy are that soft, Tong Yixing replied with a laugh, still respectful of the pint-sized instructor. It was only a little after 7. Other classroom buildings glowed with light, and students bustled along the walkways. With no evening classes, the trio stopped by Zhou Wen's bubble tea shop and left the little black dog, Snowy, in Yuan Xiaoqin's care. Yuan Xiaoqin cuddled the pup, puzzled that a black dog was named Snowy, but the wagging tail showed the dog had accepted the unlucky name. so she did too. Finished with their errands, Wang Guan returned to his dorm, took a long hot shower to wash away the rift's grime and fatigue, and changed into clean clothes. He pulled up his status screen. Ability, Detection, Grade F. Rank, 4th tier, Private 3rd class 14.5. Skills, Great Windmill Expert, Military Combat Boxing Max Mastery, Abyssal Visualization. Attributes Physique 37.3, Speed 32.3, Spirit 35.9. Several days of brutal fighting in the secret realm had boosted his stats to a level you could see with the naked eye, and Wang Guan now sat firmly in the midsection of Tier 4. In the thick of battle, Great Windmill had slipped from proficient to expert, and his personal achievement score had climbed to 14.5, spiking after he brought down the Dia Dragon and the cultist Wen Yu. Keep this up and a promotion is just around the corner. He closed the screen, stretched out on his bunk, and scrolled through the points exchange catalog, weighing his next purchase. A wave of exhaustion hit. The instant his eyelids dropped, he was out cold. Days of taut nerves snapped the moment he reached a safe dorm, and his body claimed the deep sleep it had been denied. The morning bugle tore the silence. He woke refreshed, pulled on his uniform, and jogged to the field. Drill ended, and he had barely made it halfway to the mess hall before the weirdos from the special class swarmed him. The quiet Esper, Chen Mo, spoke first. Squad leader, you finally showed up. The misfortune jester, Ma Fei, a shock of dyed hair bobbing. Mr. Yi said you went adventuring in a secret realm. Seriously? The enchantress Luo Xiaotao, hood up, asked softly. Tong Yihong and Su Mingming are both on leave too. Did they go with you? The pathogen carrier, Li Qi, pushed his glasses. Was it dangerous in there? The glutton Jiang Hua licked his lips. Got anything tasty for us, squad leader? Zhang Qiu, whose senses ran beyond the human range, narrowed his eyes. What kind of world is a secret realm, anyway? By now even this band of eccentrics accepted him as their squad leader. Tray in hand, he gave them a quick rundown of the realm's perils and thrills while they queued. They sat together, and he had taken only a few bites when Ma Fei suddenly looked up, half his hair spiked like a punk rooster. Hey, squad leader, skills classes start today. Have you picked yours yet? Classes are open? Wang Guan brightened before he left. The roster hadn't been posted. What can first years choose? Luo Xiaotao slid her phone to him. The screen showed the syllabus. 1. Iron Fist Grade E, free of brutally aggressive style that crushes foes with sheer strength. 2. Sacrificial Combat Grade E, free burns life force for a burst of higher power. 3. Special Forces Combatives Grade D, 200K, created by a Vanguard Corps Lieutenant Colonel. 4. Battle Will Ignition Grade D, trial, light your fighting spirit, and nothing is impossible. Skill classes fell into 3 categories. Free enrollment, normally low tier, yet manuals like these cost tens of thousands outside. Paid enrollment, higher quality, at a steep discount. Trial required, also free, but you had to pass the instructor's test. These were usually the best. First years had a dozen or so options in all. Wang Guan skimmed the list until his eyes locked on the very last line. Shadow Step, Grade C trial. In a single stride, where the heart goes, the body follows. Boost speed. His gaze lit up. Military Combat Boxing already covered physique. Abyssal Visualization handled spirit, but his speed lagged behind the very gap he planned to patch with points. Besides, it was the only grade skill on the sheet. Luo Xiaotao caught the change in his expression. So, squad leader, have you decided? Yeah, I'm signing up for Shadow Step. Before the words were out, a passing second year overheard and stopped, snorting. A freshman gunning for Shadow Step? Sure, it's listed under first year courses, but the whole academy can apply. Even among the sophomores and juniors, barely a handful have ever passed. He clapped Wang Guan's shoulder, a friendly warning in his voice. It's a great skill, rookie. No need to torture yourself. The upperclassman meant no harm. He was simply being honest. The trial for Mianying Step is brutal, he said, adjusting his glasses. Even though it's listed as a freshman course, hardly any first years ever clear it, and only a few upperclassmen have managed to register successfully. I've heard it's not just tough, but also a little dangerous, so take care, junior. He gave Wang Guan a friendly pat on the shoulder, then turned and walked away. Class rep, you really shouldn't sign up, Luo Xiaotao said, trotting after him with a bulging bundle in her arms, worry all over her face. It's fine. I want to give it a try, Wang Guan replied with a smile. A crank skill was supposed to be hard, and he had already prepared himself for that. Besides, this class could help him out of his current predicament, and it was free. Danger? If you want to get stronger, you have to face risk. Heedon. He pulled out his phone, opened the university website, and completed the registration in a few quick taps. A system message popped up. 2 days later, report to the designated classroom for the trial. When he finished, he looked up at his friends. What courses did you pick? Ma Fei, sporting his flamboyant hairstyle, sighed. I went for Iron Fist. I was hoping to take the same class as you, but it looks like you'll be fighting alone. From a corner, the almost invisible Chun Mo piped up. I signed up for the same one as you. Huh. Ma Fei blinked, then snapped his fingers. Oh, right, you did, man. If you don't speak, nobody remembers you're here. Chun Mo's silence ability made him practically blend into the air unless you were a high-level ability user or Wang Guan, who was immune to it. The other 4 students in the special class skipped skill courses altogether. Their powers were so unusual that mastering them under a mentor's guidance was the priority, though teacher Xiao Yi hardly looked qualified for that job. After breakfast, Wang Guan found Su Mingming on the other side of the cafeteria. Following his advice, she occasionally ate with new female classmates to practice social skills, and she was laughing with a few friends now. She hadn't planned to take any skill courses. The faculty had urged her to focus on her exclusive ability, hypermagnet armament. After the trials in the Leong Shan rift, she stood at the peak of Tier 2. With enough preparation, she might even awaken the legendary railgun that could blast a hole through an entire building. When the bell rang, they headed to class together. 2 culture classes in the morning, lunch, then an ability session in the afternoon. Teacher Zia Doubting droned on at the podium for 2 solid hours, and Wang Guan nodded off more than once. As soon as class ended, he tried to slip away, but teacher Xiao Yi called him into her office. "I've finished purging the abyssal taint from the loot you brought back," she announced. Her office was piled so high with clutter it looked like a small mountain, and she clambered onto a swivel chair to point out a rucksack in the corner. So fast. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Had expected to wait several more days. He unzipped the pack and looked inside. The rift beast hides were now much smoother, neatly flattened and stacked. The barbed, grotesque tentacles had dried out and clumped together like jerky. The Dia Dragon's scales and fangs were neatly processed, and the bug log now carried notes such as airdried and polished. "Kid, have you decided what you're going to make?" Instructor Yi asked, chewing on the spoon handle and swinging her ankle. From Waknoshire, she produced a cup of milk-flavored jelly, tore off the film, took a spoonful, and sighed in bliss. Snacking after lecturing college students was pure paradise. Wang Guan glanced at the jelly in silence. Yuan Shaoqin used to eat the same brand, the one every kid supposedly loved. "I was thinking of turning the hide into armor," he said at last. "As for the tentacles, I'm not sure yet." "Hold on," Instructor Yi said, twirling the spoon. "Rift beast hide would make sturdy armor, but at your current stage it's a waste of good material." "Then what should I do?" Wang Guan asked. "Aren't you part of that little adventure team with those kids?" She replied with a blink. Yes. Then use the rift beast hide for backpacks and tents," she said, scooping up more jelly. Rift beasts are space-type creatures. Their hides have spatial properties. A pack or tent made from it will expand on the inside. For an adventure team, that's far more useful than armor. An expanded interior like an in-game storage space? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Exactly. She set a palm-sized cartoon pouch on the desk. It looked like a toy, yet under Wang Guan's astonished stare she pulled out chips, cookies, and more jelly until a small hill of snacks formed. "So that's where the jelly came from," Wang Guan muttered. "Teacher, is this pouch made of rift beast hide too? I took down a 5th-tier rift beast back in the day and made it into this." No bug tags floated above the pouch, which eased Wang Guan's mind. Once an item was fully crafted, the tags vanished and its quality stayed intact. Had worried the finished gear would still read octopus hide, but now he could relax. The rift beast's tentacles would make great bracers or greaves. Instructor Yi went on. "Add my piece of Dia Dragon scale to yours and inlay them into glove style. Boost your punching power. Those 2 Dia Dragon fangs are perfect for forging daggers." Wang Guan jotted everything down, impressed by how reliable the teacher was. When she finished, she waved him off. Yet after she polished off the jelly and looked up, Wang Guan was still standing in front of her desk. Her wide eyes flashed with caution, and she pulled the snacks on her desk protectively toward her. "Do you still need something?" she asked, a touch of strain in her voice. "Miss Yi, I'd like your advice on a few things," Wang Guan said, forcing a friendly smile. He had no interest in the snacks. What he wanted was information about cultists and their so-called active blood. "Do you know anything about cultists?" he asked bluntly. "I ran into them in the last dungeon and want to prepare ahead of time." "Cultists?" Miss Yi frowned, her gaze drifting to the ceiling as if searching her memory. Then she shook her head. "I don't have much on them. You should check the library." "All right, thanks. I'll let you get back to work." That answer didn't disappoint Wang Guan. He had planned to do the research himself anyway. As he shut the door, he noticed Miss Yi still clutching the chip, so composed when giving advice and cleansing contaminated items, yet suddenly childlike around junk food. The contrast made him grin. Leaving the classroom building, Wang Guan called Manager Lin from Titan Group, head of the company's Tianhai branch. After a brief greeting, he listed all the dungeon loot and his custom gear requests in one breath. Manager Lin provided a detailed estimate, and after several rounds of discussion with his teammates they settled on the following plan. 1. Rift beast hides and tentacles. Wang Guan had claimed the larger share. Anya had already taken 1 hide and 3 tentacles back to her university to craft a hive-type item called Heart of the Swarm. 2. The remaining hides would become 3 spatial backpacks and a collapsible spatial tent, per Miss Ye's suggestion. 3. The rest of the tentacles were slated for bracers and greaves, with final specs to be confirmed. 4. Wang Guan's own stock of Halon scales and fangs would be forged into a pair of gloves and 2 daggers. Manager Lin applied a rising star discount, yet the labor and supplemental materials still cost a fortune. Luckily, everything could be paid with merit points, the currency earned from missions and dungeons. These points can't be converted into credits, protecting the regular economy, but among crafters they're as good as cash. With the arrangements made, Wang Guan spent the next 2 days attending classes and haunting the library in search of cultist lore. The stacks on the subject towered over his head, filled with countless case files, but he never found a single mention of active blood. Does blood that stays chemically active after death only appear in a handful of cultists? Or did it surface because I tagged you with that bug descriptor? He wondered. The blood could be reshaped by his probing skill, and the worm engorged with it was still crawling inside a glass jar on his desk. Turning those questions over in his mind, Wang Guan followed the system prompt to the skills classroom. Today was the Veil Step assessment. The hallway was packed with students, mostly freshmen, with a few upperclassmen mixed in. So, you're here for Veil Step 2? Someone called out as soon as he arrived. Wang Guan looked over, intrigued. The speaker was a familiar boy, handsome, upbeat, the picture of confidence. It took Wang Guan a moment to place him, one of Su Mingming's classmates in the lightning department. The guy had once tried to chat up Su Mingming, only for Wang Guan to slap the office worker bug tag on him. Staring at him, Wang Guan opened his mouth. You're Han. Han, the name stalled. He only remembered the boy bragging about finishing 14th in the league-wide entrance exam. Han 14? It's Hanjia. The boy corrected reflexively, then noticed Wang Guan in the same line. Oh, you're signing up too? Wang Guan smiled. My ability leans toward speed. This skill suits me. Hanjia's grin faded. I heard the test for this skill is brutal, only one slot each time. Competition's that tight, and you still dare? He had no idea Wang Guan was this year's top scorer in the entire league. Because Longjing University and Vanguard Military Academy had kept Wang Guan's transfer quiet, only a handful of students like Tong Yixing knew who he was. To Hanjia, the only freshmen worth watching were Tong Yixing and a few others. Wang Guan didn't make the list. Even though Tong Yixing and that long-legged senior with the impressive background treated Wang Guan with puzzling respect, Hanjia still dismissed him. At a military academy, strength speaks. It's free. No harm in trying, Wang Guan said lightly. Hanjia chuckled, wearing a look that said, with that attitude? He shook his head and fell silent. The line inched forward. When a tall girl appeared, Hanjia couldn't resist leaning over to Wang Guan. That's MOU from the shapeshift department. She's here too. MOU was willowy and striking. Vanguard Military Academy didn't police hairstyles, yet she bound her long hair with a strip of red silk. Even the plain cadet uniform couldn't dim her radiance. Heads turned the moment she arrived. Who's she? Wang Guan asked, puzzled, automatically tagging her for inspection, a professional dancer. You don't know her? She ranked 7th nationwide, comes from a renowned kendo family, and has already started a kendo club on campus. How can you not know a star like that? Han Jia was amazed. Oh, that's her. Wang Guan finally remembered. Tong Yixing had mentioned her. For someone raised in a kendo household, placing 7th wasn't unusual. Immersed in sword training since childhood, they couldn't learn skills or push their stats past tier 2 before awakening, but the techniques drilled into them converted into combat power the moment they awakened. Many heirs grasped long-practiced skills the instant their power emerged. MOU's kendo club had drawn quite a crowd. In name it was a student society. In reality, it taught her family's sword art. With enough talent, you might even unlock a skill on the spot. Wang Guan watched MOU not because he wanted to learn kendo. With F-rank ability, starting swordsmanship from scratch was next to impossible. What he was really pondering was whether he could get Yuan Shaoqin into that club to give her a foothold in the basics. With his natural talent, he had managed to create a grade sword technique just by messing around. The thought set Wang Guan's blood ablaze. If systematic training could elevate his skills, the next technique he invented might shoot straight into the heavens. With proper instructors guiding him, learning would be effortless, crucial if he hoped to keep exploiting bugs to pick up new abilities. Unfortunately, the Kendo Club was said to be extremely selective, accepting only university students and almost never taking pupils from the affiliated elementary school. While he mulled this over, he sensed someone stare. MOU must have realized had been looking too long. She snapped her head up, eyes cold and sharp as a drawn blade, open disgust on her face. Hi, Wang Guan greeted casually, raising a hand. MOU merely turned her head away. Han Jie saw the whole exchange and couldn't help a crooked grin. MOU didn't acknowledge just anyone. The other day in the cafeteria had lost face because of Wang Guan, then tried to chat up Su Mingming, only to be met with frosty indifference and forced to retreat. Now had set his sights on MOU. She came from a wealthy family and looked no less stunning than Su Mingming, so he was plotting his next move. This kind of girl had to be won over with strength, he told himself. Lost in these thoughts, he looked up when the registration room door opened and a woman in her 20s stepped out. Hello everyone. I'm Professor Mint's teaching assistant, and he'll be overseeing your test, she said with a smile, sweeping her gaze over the crowd. Please register your current level first. Han Jie shot his hand up. Ma'am, is there any level requirement for the phantom step? Nothing too high. she replied, shaking her head lightly. But I need your levels to calibrate the difficulty of the illusion field. An illusion field? Wang Guan blinked. So the assessment would happen inside a simulated battlefield, the same tech used in intranseism arenas and many university courses. Holding a tablet, the assistant motioned for them to report one by one. Han Jie stepped forward first. Freshman, Han Jie, peak tier 3 about to break into tier 4. Gasps filled the room. Even the upperclassmen were surprised. Reaching the peak of tier 3 just 2 months after awakening was incredible. Han Jie lifted his chin, soaking up the admiration. Next, MOU announced. Freshman, MOU, recently advanced to tier 4. A second wave of exclamations swept through the crowd. She was even stronger than Han Jie. Whispered conversations broke out at once. Wang Guan's face stayed calm, but he was quietly impressed. Tong Yixing had only barely reached tier 4 after braving the Dragon Forest secret realm, yet MOU had done so through school training alone. She was formidable. As expected, she's outstanding, Han Jie thought, conceding that she deserved the spot above him in the rankings. Then his eyes lit up, and he looked at Wang Guan. Your turn, buddy. Wang Guan cast him a helpless glance. Freshman, Wang Guan, mid-tier 4. The earlier record listing me as tier 3 was a clerical error. It's been corrected. Han Jie. The rest of the students were stunned. Han Jie and MOU were top scorers in the league entrance exams, so their strength made sense, but who on earth was this guy? Stronger than those two? MOU's eyes went wide as he whipped around to stare at Wang Guan. A freshman, yet someone was advancing even faster than he was? Under the weight of so many stares, Wang Guan scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed grin. He knew perfectly well he wasn't that strong. He had only taken a shortcut by exploiting a glitch, and the thought made him feel guilty. The teaching assistant raised an eyebrow, gave him a suspicious once-over, and then reminded the others, you're up. Students reported their ranks in turn. Freshmen, most were stuck at the peak of tier 2, with a handful just stepping into tier 3. Upperclassmen, anywhere from tier 6 to tier 9, mostly sophomores and juniors. Seniors, all of them were currently interning at the frontline war zones. A total of 15 students had registered for the skills test. Once the roll was finished, the TA led them down the corridor and pushed open the door to the room behind. The classroom was odd: no desks, no chairs, no windows, nothing but blinding white. The white room. Wang Guan instantly recalled Tong Yixing's briefing. Unlike the black room, which dumped people straight into a secret realm, the white room projected illusions. The 15 students took their assigned positions, and the TA switched to lecture mode. Once the trial begins, you'll enter the Shadow Worm Forest simulation. A tier 6 abyssal creature, the Shadow Worm, roams there. It can hide inside shadows, moves extremely fast, and actively hunts people. The higher your rank, the more shadow worms you'll face. After neutralizing the threat, reach the small cabin deep in the woods, and you'll pass. She added a few ground rules. 1. Once inside, the system will issue standard weapons and gear to everyone. 2. The test is untimed. You may exit at will, but you only get 3 escapes. Use them up and you're disqualified. 3. Injuries in the simulation can be healed, but death will spill over into reality, so tread carefully. With that, she tapped a few icons on the tablet in her palm. Transfer commencing. Good luck. Light and shadow rippled. The familiar lurch of spatial displacement followed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Guan found himself in a dark, humid forest. Standard weapons and pieces of armor lay strewn across the muddy ground. Instantly on guard, he scanned the surroundings while selecting his gear. The blade was icy in his grip. He tightened his hold on the long sword and strapped on the armor at speed. The TA's warnings echoed in his mind. The shadow worms were lightning-fast ambushers, tier 6. A lone freshman who ran into one would be as good as dead. Yet freshmen had been allowed to participate, so clearing the stage had to be possible. The goal, the cabin hidden deep in the woods. Is the real purpose of the test to identify candidates gifted in speed, stealth, and the like? If so, why not just pick students who already have those abilities? The questions circled in his head, but he didn't dare lower his guard. Fully equipped, he swept the shadows once more. With each step, he aimed for dry roots or stones to mute his footfalls. Cautiously, he started toward the heart of the forest. The Shadow Worm Grove was a solo illusion with a limited range, and Wang Guan could just make out its distant edge. Pushing off a thick trunk, he vaulted onto a branch and spotted, deep in the trees, a solitary wooden cabin. Rumor had it that reaching the cabin meant you passed the trial. It sounded simple, but he knew better. He stilled his breathing, slid down among the branches, and crawled toward the cabin. The teaching assistant had warned them. Shadow worms could hide inside any darkness. Vines tangled overhead and broad leaves blocked the light, leaving almost every inch of ground in shadow. Wang Guan moved through the rare clearings, his eyes sweeping stones and dead branches. Loot the illusion might have spawned. Any piece potentially a treasure. A sudden skittering burst to his left, cold as ice water down his spine. His 36 spirit points flared in instant alarm. He spun and slashed. Whoosh. The blade cut only air. Fire shot through his left arm and leg, twin gashes bleeding through his armor. The mirage issued gear could not stop a hit like that. So that's a shadow worm? Fast. He hadn't even caught its outline. The creature vanished back into the gloom the moment it struck. More skittering. He wheeled, missed the body, but saw a black blur flicker past. His sword met only an afterimage. It could leave phantoms in the dark to mislead its prey. Another cut opened on his side. A sixth-tier xenobeast. All right, he muttered. At last he glimpsed its shape walk-sized, pitch black, 8 flat sickle-like legs. Against something of that tier, his BUG scan was useless. The worm slipped into the shadows again. Eyes darting, he weighed a sprint for the cabin, then dismissed the idea. He could never outrun a creature built for ambush. Running would only hasten his death. Skitter closer now. He sidestepped instead of meeting the charge. The shadow worm landed where he had stood, missing him. Before he could exhale, it liquefied, melting soundlessly into the darkness at his feet. A breath later, death hissed past his ear and another wound split his shoulder. Damn thing is sneaky. Gritting his teeth, Wang Guan began to read its rhythm. On the third rush, he dodged every strike and escaped unscathed. His triumph lasted one heartbeat. Every patch of darkness around him writhed. 4 more shadow worms surfaced, joining the first to surround him. 5 sixth-tier monsters closing in from all sides. Bleeding through shredded clothes, Wang Guan chose to bail out of the illusion. His vision blurred, then snapped back to the classroom. Every wound was gone, and his clothes were whole again. Around him sat other students who had quit the illusion before him. Fear still flickered across their faces. The bizarre shadow worms had clearly put them through hell. Although the upperclassmen boasted higher levels, they also drew far more worms, so their burden was no lighter than the freshmen's. Han Jie and Mo had already exited the simulation and were leaning against the wall in silence. A boy not far away, voice still shaking, complained, I charged straight ahead the moment I got in and ended up dragging out 7 shadow worms. Damn, it nearly died in there. My psychic power was useless, and they seem immune to electricity too. How are we supposed to beat that? Another senior cut in, pressing the twitching muscle at the corner of his eye. You freshmen think you've got it bad? I was swarmed by more than 30 of the things. Low murmurs spread through the room, thick with frustration and helplessness. Each student had only one chance in a lifetime to register for this skill trial, and even the seniors were attempting it for the first time. They'd heard the rumors and prepared, yet once inside they found it far tougher than expected. The result? All 15 students failed their first attempt. The classroom fell into a dead silence. No one was eager to go back in. The teaching assistant stepped from the corner with a mild smile. Shadow worms may be tier 6 monsters, but they're fragile. Stat-wise they have high speed and mental attributes, but their physique is extremely low. Figure out their movement pattern, and even a low-tier esper can kill them. Wang Guan lifted an eyebrow. The message was plain, don't run, fight. He suddenly recalled the earlier briefing. Once you have dealt with the shadow worm threat and reached the cabin deep in the forest, you will have passed the trial. Had wondered why the instructor said dealt with instead of escaped from. Now he understood. The real test was to wipe out every worm. The others caught the hint as well and burst into protest. Am only tier 2 take on a whole pack of tier 6 monsters? Even if I kill one, there's still a swarm. The right move has to be sneaking to the cabin. This is impossible. Even the upperclassmen called it pure fantasy. The assistant merely smiled and said nothing more. Under the fluorescent lights, Wang Guan's eyes shone brighter. To him, this was far from impossible. He had plenty of experience breaking the game. Once the room settled down, he was the first to restart the trial. His figure shattered into flecks of white light and vanished from the classroom. Although the simulation was virtual, entering it teleported one's physical body to a separate space. Only after leaving would they reappear in this special room. The swordswoman Mou pressed her lips together, unwilling to lose, and plunged in right after him. The once cocky Han Jie had already shed his swagger. Seeing them go, he gritted his teeth and followed. The rest hesitated but eventually stepped into the realm as well. Back in the simulation, Wang Guan was soon ambushed again. As before, only a single shadow worm appeared at first. Thanks to his earlier run, he now understood its behavior. Fresh cuts opened across his skin, yet he dodged most of the attacks, and even managed to clip the creature once with a wind blade launched by his great windmill skill. The shadow crawler's body was truly fragile. Once the wind blades hit, its movements slowed to a crawl. I can finish it off. No sooner had the thought flashed through Wang Guan's mind than the nearby darkness writhed to life. Drawn by the scent of battle, more shadow crawlers slithered out of the gloom. Although they often hunted alone, they were pack creatures at heart. 7 gray figures lunged from every direction, their needle-sharp limbs scraping the ground with a shrill screech, and Wang Guan suddenly found himself beset on all sides. He hesitated for only a heartbeat before triggering the escape protocol. The scene blinked out, and he was back in the classroom. His knees nearly buckled, and he was gasping like a bellows. Around him, other students were also opening their eyes and leaving the simulation, their faces even paler than before. Looks like this skill just isn't for me. I am quitting, one boy muttered, clutching his chest, his voice thick with doubt. With someone breaking first, 3 more followed, smiling weakly as they announced their withdrawal. The teaching assistant kept her gentle smile and offered soft reassurance. Shadow Step simply isn't the right fit for you at the moment. Don't lose heart. Right then, Wang Guan raised his hand. Instructor, is there a time limit for the trial? I'd like to make some preparations. She paused, then nodded. You have one final attempt left. As long as you re-enter before 6 o'clock, you're fine. It was 4 in the afternoon, 2 full hours to spare. What's the point in preparing? If you can't pass, you can't pass, Han Jie grumbled, frustration twisting into mockery. Wang Guan merely smiled, ignoring him. In a self-deprecating murmur, he said, let me go exploit a little bug first. He crossed his legs, steadied his breathing, and slipped into meditation, opening the abyssal vision. Han Jie scoffed, dismissing the gesture as pointless showmanship. The remaining students felt the pressure mount. Though they still had the courage to try again, their confidence was badly shaken. Having rested for a moment, Mou glanced at Wang Guan, seemingly inspired by his calm. She tore off the red ribbon that bound her hair, letting it fall over her shoulders. Determination hardened her expression, and without hesitation, she plunged back into the simulation. Han Jie wavered, then clenched his teeth. Guess I'll have to try that method after all. Closing his eyes, he logged in once more. Meanwhile, inside Wang Guan's mental battlefield, the clash with the shadow crawler replayed in his mind, and his contemplation coalesced swiftly. Shapes of darkness, brittle shells gleaming with a dangerous chill. The once white void shifted to a dusky gray, echoing the creature's nature. Back in his third tier, he had spent an entire night visualizing a fifth-tier bloodthirsty fiend. At the start of Tier 4, it had taken him 3 days to picture a 7th-tier Jia dragon. Now in mid-tier 4, facing a 6th-tier shadow crawler should be far easier. Shadow crawlers relied on numbers. A single one threatened him far less than a fiend or Jia dragon. After several rounds of simulated combat, he knew their attack patterns by heart and could strike their weak points with precision. Beating it wouldn't take long at all. Inside the classroom, the students who had dropped out of the trial didn't rush away, but lingered along the walls. They wanted to see for themselves who could survive this supposedly terrifying test. Every gaze soon settled on Wang Guan, the freshman sitting cross-legged on the floor. What's he doing? Hushed voices spread through the crowd. An upperclassman who had withdrawn from the trial lowered his voice. He's probably attempting abyssal visualization. He had spent 400,000 intuition to learn that technique, and had already visualized a shadow grub, knowing its form and habits inside out. Yet he also understood that abyssal visualization worked only on a single target. Faced with a swarm, that knowledge was useless. Visualizing a shadow grub mid-battle that junior is something else, he added with a soft chuckle, equal parts curiosity and envy. As a freshman, Wang Guan was already mid-tier 4, a level the older student could only dream of. The teaching assistant ignored the whispers. Her eyes stayed on the tablet in her hands, where each student's illusionary landscape streamed in real time. At the moment, she was focused on Han Jie's run. Inside the simulation, Han Jie unleashed his lightning powers. Brilliant arcs crackled around him, scattering the gloom and weaving an airtight net over his skin. Shadow grubs didn't fear lightning, but they still struggled to break through that electric mesh. Without slowing, Han Jie charged toward the distant wooden hut under his storm of sparks, the only plan he could devise. It worked at first. He reached the door, and a triumphant grin spread across his face, but countless shadow grubs surged from every direction. A black tide swallowed him, the viscous bodies pinning him in place. The assistant shook her head at the screen. Raw power alone couldn't clear Mr. Mint's trial. Take the wrong route, and, even at the hut's doorstep, the swarm would still force a disconnect. In the real classroom, Han Jie panicked out of the illusion, rolled twice across the floor, and climbed up, shaken and embarrassed. The assistant offered an encouraging smile, then swiped to Mou's feed. What she saw made her pause. In the illusion, Mou slipped the red silk ribbon from her hair and wrapped it tightly over her eyes, cutting off her sight and surrendering everything to instinct. It was a secret art from her sword lineage. The shadow grub's strangest trait was their unpredictable movement. Relying on pure sensation spared her from that disorienting pattern. In the dim light, the blindfolded Mou darted like a swallow through the shadows. Each time a grub lunged, she slipped aside a heartbeat early, her longsword slicing the nearest body with surgical precision. She appeared blind, yet somehow saw even more. Streaks of sword light split the darkness as she closed in on the hut. But the ending was the same. Just steps from the door, an overwhelming horde flooded in. No matter how brilliant her technique, numbers crushed it, and Mou was ejected as well. At the center of the classroom, her figure faded back into reality. She landed far more steadily than Han Jie, but fear still lingered in her eyes. She tugged off the ribbon in a hurry, and only when the bright room came back into view did her breathing slow. The sight of the flustered beauty made several male students' eyes light up. Mou, are you all right? Han Jie asked with concern. I'm fine, Mou replied coolly. She gathered her loose hair back with a red silk ribbon, her fingertips trembling slightly, though she let no one see. Catching a glimpse of Wang Guan still meditating cross-legged, She walked to a corner of the classroom, sat down, and leaned against the white wall. Her 3 attempts were gone, and the trial had officially ended in failure. Yet she wanted to stay and see what Wang Guan could do in the end. Not too far away, Han Jia also sat against the wall. He was curious about Wang Guan's outcome and welcomed any chance to be near Mou. Mou gave him a bland glance and said nothing. Meanwhile, students continued to tumble out of the illusion in disarray, even the well-prepared seniors showing why this skills course sometimes failed to produce a single qualified student in a whole year. In the end, only Wang Guan remained seated in meditation. No one left, all hoping he might pull off something spectacular to pass the test. The teaching assistant waited quietly as well, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Inside the mental battlefield, Wang Guan fought the shadow worm, drifting again and again between waking and immersion. With barely 10 minutes left until 6 o'clock, the crowd was growing restless when he finally rose slowly from the floor. Exhaustion covered his face, yet he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. After several brutal exchanges, he had managed to slap a bug tag on the shadow worm and crack it completely. Stretching his stiff shoulders, he prepared to enter the realm a third time. Come on, man, we've been waiting all day. If you blow it now, you'll look pretty lame, Han Jie said with a grin, encouragement laced with mockery and earning a burst of laughter. And if I succeed? Wang Guan looked back at him. Han Jie snorted. Then I'll listen to you from now on and call you boss. To him, the idea that Wang Guan could pass this brutal test after a brief meditation was pure fantasy. Wang Guan nodded. Deal. The TA reminded him kindly. Wang Guan, the abyss visualization has drained a lot of your focus. Are you still okay? No problem, Wang Guan said, wiping sweat from his brow. With a loophole left in the shadow worm, the danger in the illusion had dropped sharply. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure blurred, and he stepped into the illusion for the third time. Bigger show-off than me, Han Jia muttered, then asked the TA, Teacher, can we see what he's seeing in the secret realm? The other students nodded eagerly. All right, we'll make an exception this time. The TA agreed at last. She tapped her tablet a few times, and an entire wall of the white classroom became a giant screen, projecting Wang Guan's illusion in real time. On the screen, weapons and gear were lined up in perfect order. Wang Guan ignored the armor, casually grabbed a plain longsword standard issue from the illusion, no grade, and slung it over his shoulder before striding into the dense forest. No armor and just one sword? Isn't that overconfident? Even the weakest illusion gear can soak up a few hits. The crowd was puzzled. Mou raised an eyebrow slightly, so he was a sword user too? On the big screen, Wang Guan sauntered into the dense forest, holding his sword in one hand. A breeze brushed the treetops, yet his shoulders stayed loose, his whole bearing calm and unhurried. The students quickly spotted something off. In the shadows to Wang Guan's left, a black lump was quietly writhing in umbral crawler. The abyssal creature, as big as a tarantula, slithered along the ground under cover of darkness, closing the distance with every heartbeat. It all but vanished into the gloom, reappearing behind Wang Guan in the blink of an eye. Wang Guan kept walking, seemingly unaware. Did he burn all his focus on that abyssal visualization? He's done for. Once a crawler gets that close, there's no time to dodge. The verdict was unanimous. Han Jie grunted and muttered to Mou, I can't even watch. How did he ever reach mid-tier 4th rank? Mou didn't answer, her eyes locked on the screen. She had already written Wang Guan off. His grip looked lazy, his footwork casual, nothing like a seasoned swordsman. On screen, the crawler suddenly lunged. At that instant, Wang Guan moved as if stirred by the wind, pivot, swing, thrust, all in one fluid motion. Though he still looked relaxed, his blade slipped cleanly into the crawler's weak carapace and pinned it to a nearby trunk. The creature's scythe-like legs spasmed a few times, then fell limp. The classroom fell silent. Holy! The usually mild teaching assistant couldn't hold back, and nobody blamed her. How did he do that? That's a 6th-tier monster. Han Jie's voice was shaking. The assistant hurried to clarify. It's not impossible. Crawlers are fast and good at hiding, but their bodies are fragile. If you read their movement, even a 2nd-tier fighter can one-shot them. Wang Guan's timing was practically perfect. Bewilderment spread across Mou's cool features. His grip looked sloppy, yet there was something hidden there she couldn't read. Instinctively, she began analyzing every detail. Inside the simulation, the skewered crawler dissolved into motes of light. Wang Guan strolled deeper into the woods as though nothing had happened. He knew the class might be watching, but after the Dragon Forest secret realm, he no longer worried about exposure. People always found a reasonable explanation for him. Soon another patch of shadow squirmed, and a second crawler slid from beneath the roots. Wang Guan locked onto it instantly, muttering inwardly, just one? After all, according to my appraisal, it's only a plump mitten crab. Wang Guan flicked his wrist, cleaving the giant river crab in a single strike. The phantom shadow worm caught in the sword's flash cracked open, its light scattering before it vanished into nothing. Dry leaves still quivered underfoot, yet Wang Guan frowned. On his way here, he had run into shadow worms twice, and each time only one had appeared completely unlike the pattern in other illusions. where a lone worm was always followed by a swarm. Could it be that killing a shadow worm the instant it appeared prevented the swarm from spawning? He ran the idea through his mind and drew a bold conclusion. The illusion was truly testing a challenger's grasp of the worm's attack pattern and their ability to execute quickly, not raw combat strength. His guess was confirmed almost at once. A third worm lunged out alone and dissolved the moment it met the blur of his sword. In an outside classroom, the live feed played on a giant screen. Students whispered excitedly. So if you one-shot the worm, the swarm never shows up? Is that the real way to clear it? Under the lights, the teaching assistant calmed her excitement and gave a barely noticeable shake of her head. They had seen only half the picture. Success depended on reading the worm's pattern perfectly, not brute forcing it. The true exam lay in understanding and countering, and Wang Guan was nearly flawless. He had never fought a shadow worm before, yet within 2 encounters he had broken down its rhythm. That sort of talent was tailor-made for Yang's step. Teacher Min is finally getting the student he's been waiting for, she thought, though a sliver of worry crept in. There was still a hidden trap in the illusion. Would Wang Guan notice it? On screen, Wang Guan moved through the forest, moonlight and shifting shadows on his shoulders, his footsteps light. Soon he reached a solitary wooden hut deep among the trees and lifted his foot to step over the threshold. In the classroom, Han Jie's eyes flared. The hut's a trap. I rushed in and got swarmed. Many students recalled their own forced logouts and stared at the screen with mixed dread and hope. The teaching assistant frowned. With Wang Guan's approach, he shouldn't trigger that lethal tide, yet the hut did hide another snare. According to the rules, a Stage 4 challenger's illusion spawned exactly 13 shadow worms. If any were still alive when you entered, they would all appear at once, fewer than a full swarm, but still fatal. Just as everyone held their breath, Wang Guan paused at the door. He tilted his head, as though catching a faint sound in the woods, then turned and walked back into the forest. He didn't go in? Does he know there's an ambush? The students buzzed, some puzzled, others thoughtful. The teaching assistant's eyes lit up again, excitement returning to her face. She thought to herself that during Wang Guan's first 2 runs he had never even approached the cabin, and no one had told him what lay inside. There was no way he could have known that a horde of insects would burst out. So the fact that he strode toward the hut without hesitation could only mean he had decoded the rule. She had just stressed clear the shadow bugs first, then enter the cabin. With that realization, her gaze settled on the monitor, satisfaction written all over her face. Wang Guan had not only grasped the bug's attack rhythm in record time, he had also caught the true intent hidden in her hint. In the classroom, every freshman was stunned. Students good enough to make it into Vanguard Military Academy were far from dull, and most of them had understood the assistant's hint. Yet the idea of eliminating every last shadow bug still sounded impossible. Questions began to surface. Had Wang Guan cheated? We've all only had our abilities for 2 months, so how can he be this strong? One student blurted. On the screen, Wang Guan was cutting down bugs at a leisurely pace, looking as relaxed as if he were out for a stroll. Someone muttered, "Are we really in the same simulation?" The assistant shook her head at once. The scenario is monitored by the vice principal. No one can meddle with it. Han Jie pressed on. Then is he a special type? Could he be manipulating the simulation? They recalled other odd talents in their cohort: bending luck, erasing present CISO. Perhaps Wang Guan possessed something similar. The assistant shook her head again. Any skill or ability that kills a shadow bug in the wrong way triggers a forced logout. Besides, she glanced at her tablet, surprise flickering across her face. Wang Guan's ability is extremely ordinary. Ordinary? What is it exactly? A senior student asked in disbelief. The assistant finally gave the answer. F-grade ability detection. The classroom exploded. Detection was widely considered the most useless F-grade talent, yet Wang Guan was outpacing every S and a grade student. The contradiction between the data and the reality left the crowd speechless. How can detection possibly track high-tier shadow bugs? Someone insisted. Maybe its effect improves with training, a few others suggested. The debate rose and fell. On the screen, Wang Guan had already circled the entire zone, cutting down several more bugs, and even finding time to launch the windmill. His longsword spun like a turbine, arcs of wind slicing through the air and taking down a shadow crab that was brandishing its claws. So he really does use sword techniques. Mo's eyes lit up, but her brows quickly knit together. The tempo was erratic, the swings appeared wild, yet every strike hit a vital point. As the heir to a renowned sword clan, she had been immersed in the blade since childhood and prided herself on her discerning eye. The more she watched, the more intrigued she became. Where had he learned such a bizarre style? Watching Wang Guan swing his sword, Mo saw no technique at all, yet every casual slash unleashed a blade of wind. I must be too inexperienced to decipher the secret in his grip, she told herself, eyes fixed on Wang Guan's relaxed yet lethal figure. The forest shadows were utterly still. After sheathing his sword, Wang Guan made another slow circuit through the undergrowth, confirming no shadow insects remained, then strode to a plain wooden hut. He pushed the door open. The scent of fresh sawdust met him, and in the next heartbeat an invisible vortex seemed to swallow him whole. Lights flared in a white classroom, and he stood calmly in front of the podium. He passed. The teaching assistant froze, then blurted out, unable to hide his excitement. Congratulations, Wang Guan. You're cleared to learn Mirage Step. He turned to the others. The rest of you just aren't suited to this skill yet. That doesn't mean you lack talent, so don't lose heart. The disappointed students weren't crushed. When they looked at Wang Guan, admiration mingled with envy in their eyes. The assistant tapped rapidly on his tablet, speaking quickly but clearly. Course enrollment is complete. Classes will be held right here. I've sent the schedule to your phones, so be on time. Got it, sir. Wang Guan glanced at his screen. The first official lesson was at 9 tomorrow, 3 periods, followed by an unspecified number of tutoring sessions. Students filed out. At the doorway, Han Jia tried to slip away, but Wang Guan called after him. Han 14, do your words still stand? Wang Guan's smile was friendly, but his tone gave no room to dodge. Han Jia froze. He wished he could slap himself. Why had he bragged? If you actually pull it off, we'll do whatever you say and call you boss. Of course they stand, he muttered. Just don't make me do anything shady. I'm not into bullying or forming cliques. Relax. Just fetch my meals and run a few errands. Wang Guan's smile widened. Han Jia blinked. Suddenly running errands sounded worse than forming a clique. He sighed inwardly. Maybe bullying wasn't such a bad deal after all. Across the room, Mo still hadn't left. When Wang Guan turned to go, she finally mustered her courage. Wang Guan, would you spar with me? She wanted to experience the mystery in that technique firsthand, and her competitive spirit refused to stay quiet. Wang Guan paused, his gaze drawn to the professional dancer tag floating above her head that only he could see. This moment, she looked like a master performer. Sparring with her might turn into a rooftop dance battle. He was about to decline, not wanting to bully her, when a thought struck and his eyes lit up. Sure. If I win, though, I want one favor from you. Deal? Mo frowned slightly, instincts leaping to thoughts of a date, but her confidence overrode her hesitation. Deal. You're not at your best right now, she said, heading for the door. Tomorrow afternoon, meet me in the Kendo Club. He'll be there. Wang Guan nodded with a smile, already plotting. If he beat Mou, maybe she'd let Yuan Shaoqin join her club. Third cafeteria, Vanguard Military Academy. Wang Guan had arranged to meet Su Mingming and Tong Yixing here at dusk. The three of them were busy custom ordering backpacks, tents, and other gear for their next expedition, so dinner was the perfect time to talk over designs and material exchanges. The Dragon Forest mission had netted Wang Guan almost 5,000 contribution points, 1,000 from taking down the Earth Drake alone. Su Mingming and Tong Yixing had each cleared a little over 3,000, more than enough for a serious shopping spree. As soon as he sat down across from them, Tong Yixing blurted out, Guan, did you pass the skills assessment? Yeah, no problem, Wang Guan replied easily. Tong Yixing nodded, unsurprised. He knew how tough Shadow Step was, but in his mind Wang Guan passing was a given. Seeing that Wang Guan hadn't gone to get food, Su Mingming slid her tray toward him. Take mine if you're hungry. I've got dinner covered, he said with a smile. Right on cue, Han Jia appeared, face stiff, carrying a steaming meal. Here, the dinner you asked for. Thanks, Han 14. You can go. They'll call if I need anything else, Wang Guan said, waving him off. Han Jia's expression soured, but he left without a word. Tong Yixing's eyes went wide. Why is he so obedient? I heard he's one of the top students this year and has a pretty bad temper. He lost a bet. Wang Guan chuckled, giving them a quick rundown. He never meant to give Han Jia a hard time. Having him fetch meals and run a few errands for a couple of days was punishment enough. With that, he picked up his chopsticks. The third cafeteria was Tong Yixing's hidden gem, glossy braised fish, scallion tofu that melted in your mouth, and a fragrant seasonal soup perfect in Wang Guan's book. He had no intention of ruining these dishes by slapping on risky bug tags. Learning Shadow Step put you on another level, Tong Yixing said, half admiring, half sighing to himself. He wondered how long it would take before he felt ready to challenge Wang Guan again. What are you taking for your skills course? Wang Guan asked. Tong Yixing pulled a face. Nothing. My advisor stuffed my schedule with theory, applied advanced physics, energy conversion studies, directed shockwave modeling, the art of explosions. I have to attend them all. The stronger an ability user, the more knowledge they needed. Many techniques couldn't be mastered without solid theory. Su Mingming's timetable was equally packed with electromagnetics. And strength talent wasn't a shortcut without the right knowledge. You couldn't unleash top-tier moves. Even strankers had to buckle down and study. The material was dense, and while enhanced mental stats made it manageable, it was still exhausting. After dinner, night had fallen. Tong Yixing had an evening class and hurried off. Wang Guan and Su Mingming walked side by side to Zhou Wen's milk tea shop. What used to be a cramped little stall had moved to a much larger location. Warm yellow light spilled from floor-to-ceiling windows. Behind the counter, rows of fresh fruit and tea canisters lined the shelves. The air carried a faint creamy sweetness, and the cozy decor invited them right in. The shop has been open for a few days and has already become a favorite with the students. In the afternoon sun, the multicolored bricks of the street gleamed, and the jet-black puppy squatting lazily at the tea shop's door suddenly pricked up its ears, let out a low howl, and bounded toward the newcomer. The dog's name was Baishue, and it now lived in the shop. Though its looks were ordinary, Yuan Ziakin's doting and the steady supply of treats from his classmates had made its life remarkably comfortable. Yet whenever it saw Wang Guan, it would swap its usual barking for a wolf-like howl and show him special affection. That's odd. It treats you differently from everyone else. Even its bark changes channels, Yuan Shaoqin said, gripping his prized wooden practice sword as he eyed Wang Guan suspiciously. Baishue only barked at others, but with Wang Guan it used a deep, wolfish cry. Patting the dog's head, Wang Guan laughed and said, "Maybe it remembers that I rescued it." As he spoke, he noticed beads of sweat sliding down Yuan Ziakin's temples. The kid had clearly been drilling sword techniques in the back alley again. Since enrolling in the affiliated elementary school, the youngster's schedule had been packed, yet he had never let go of his sword practice, and Wang Guan was pleased to see it. "Shaoqin, our school just started a kendo club. Want to drop by for a few sessions?" he offered. Yuan kept swinging the stick without looking up and replied with a touch of arrogance, "Our school has clubs too. I'm not interested. A kendo prodigy has to carve his own path." His so-called talent existed only in one of Wang Guan's bugged status screens, but the kid's confidence never wavered. Wang Guan didn't mind. He lowered his voice mysteriously and added, "The club president is the heir to a sword-wielding family. It doesn't matter if you go to learn. Mainly, I want you to go and give them a few pointers." This time the boy finally stopped swinging, wiped the sweat from his brow, and nodded. "All right then, they'll drop by and give them some pointers." The door curtain lifted, and Su Mingming slipped inside to help Zhou Wen. Wang Guan followed her into the kitchen and told Zhou Wen about inviting Yuan Shaoqin to the kendo club. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up and she agreed at once. Back in Tianhai City, she had learned that kendo and martial arts studios could lay the groundwork for a child's awakening, but ordinary families could never afford the tuition. Now the kendo club at Vanguard Military Academy was run by the scion of a sword lineage, an opportunity money simply could not buy. While they chatted, Wang Guan noticed a stack of hardcover books on the counter and asked curiously, "Sister Wen, what are you reading?" "Nothing special, just some cookbooks," Zhou Wen replied, closing the pages with a smile. She explained that when she opened the old shop, she had only picked up a few tricks online good enough for basic drinks. With the new shop in place, those few flavors were no longer enough, so she needed to develop a fresh menu and a fresh image. Besides teaching herself, she had asked Tong Yixing to enroll her in a culinary class in a nearby town so she could receive systematic training. It wasn't just for the tea shop. She also wanted to repay Wang Guan. After mingling with other parents at the affiliated school, she had come to realize what kind of opportunities Wang Guan had given her and her son. All he ever asked in return was that she occasionally feed his friends. Her cooking was good, but it was still just everyday fare, so she wanted to level up her skills and someday serve Wang Guan something truly delicious. This was the only thing she could think of that might help Wang Guan. "Whenever you come over for a meal, I promise you'll leave completely satisfied," Zhou Wen said, patting her apron and smiling softly. Wang Guan's eyes lit up like someone had flicked on a switch. "Then I'm going to eat to my heart's content." In his head, he was already picturing himself devouring the feast. And why wouldn't he look forward to it? Zhou Wen's BUG entry listed in Scrade Talent Master Alchemist, though for now she was only a novice alchemist. The milk tea she had casually brewed for him already counted as a novice-level potion. Once she threw herself into cooking and experimenting with new blends, her alchemy rank would rise right along with her culinary skills. With each bump in her cooking, her potion tier would climb, and the dishes she served would nourish him far more effectively. The prospect made Wang Guan downright giddy. Even better, the boy had been sent to the kendo club for systematic training, while Zhou Wen was digging into recipes and new milk tea flavors. This treasure trove mother and son were growing at a pace anyone could see, and Wang Guan's path of exploiting bugs would only get smoother and far more fun. The next morning, following the schedule, Wang Guan returned to the same white classroom for his first phantom step lesson. When he opened the door, he saw someone already waiting inside. The man looked about 40, lean, with a face both fierce and gaunt. Scars long, twisted, and of uneven depth covered his face, neck, and hands like dark red slashes from a razor-sharp scythe, instantly reminding Wang Guan of the shadow insect's blade-like legs. Were all those wounds from shadow insects? He wondered, activating probe at the same time. Data flashed across his retina. Professional painter? If his bug entry was readable, his tier couldn't exceed 5, so this had to be the skills instructor. "Hello, I'm Yang Wuqi." He grinned, the motion tugging at his scars, so the smile looked both terrifying and oddly warm. His voice was hoarse, as though his throat had been badly damaged. "He'll be teaching you Phantom Step. Nice to meet you, Teacher Yang." "I'm Wang Guan," Wang Guan replied quickly. Yang Wuqi gave him a once-over, then pointed to his scar-covered body. "You're curious about these, aren't you?" Denying it would be pointless, so Wang Guan nodded. "Yes, actually Teacher Yang. Were you injured by shadow insects?" "I was," Yang Wuqi said without hesitation. "A swarm nearly killed me. These scars are what they left behind." He pushed up his left sleeve, revealing a forearm that gleamed with metallic sheen. A mechanical arm. It looked cool, But for an ability user, a prosthetic could never fully replace living flesh and would cap future advancement. That likely explained why, despite being an instructor, his level wasn't especially high. But it was on the brink of death that I developed Phantom Step. Pride edged into his voice. Anyone who could invent a crank skill had every reason to boast. So you're the creator of Phantom Step? Wang Guan exclaimed. One thought raced after another. Yang Wuqi had forged Phantom Step during a shadow insect attack, and the course assessment also involved shadow insects. To master this technique, would Wang Guan have to face those creatures hidden as well? Professor Yang, do we really need shadow worms to learn Shadow Veil Step? At last, Wang Guan voiced the worry that had been gnawing at him. His fingertips drummed against the seam of his trousers, betraying his nerves. He had barely scraped through the last trial by exploiting a glitch. If this course truly revolved around shadow worms, wouldn't he be exposed? The classroom lights were a stark, sterile white, and the walls gleamed like illuminated panels. Yang Wookiee's eyes slightly misaligned from an old injury flashed with satisfaction. Exactly, he answered in a gravelly yet forceful voice. Shadow Veil Step was developed from the shadow worm. If you want the skill, you must rely on the creature. He raised his mechanical arm, sliding a dull silver tablet from its housing. It was the white room's control panel. 2 taps, and the scenery erupted in shifting light. Desks and walls dissolved into ink-gray vines. In a blink, Wang Guan stood in a gloomy forest shrouded in mist. Branches writhed overhead, and distant clacks of chitin echoed through the haze. This simulated jungle of shadow worms would be their classroom. Yang Wuqi remained at his side, explaining the essentials of Shadow Veil Step in a low, patient tone. With each sentence, Wang Guan felt the knot in his chest loosen. The worm was vital, yes, but getting started was easy. The real hurdle lay in advancing the skill. Mastery is divided into 5 ranks: Initiate, Novice, Adept, Expert, and Master. The moment you can perform a rudimentary Shadow Veil Step, you are an initiate. After that, you must keep using it and finish enemies with it to earn proficiency. Some abilities are unusual. Wang Guan's own Abyssal Invocation has no proficiency at all, but Shadow Veil Step is stricter still. Practice drills and ordinary combat don't count. Only kills made with Shadow Veil Step against real shadow worms grant proficiency. Illusory worms conjured in a simulation do nothing. Only genuine abyssal monsters matter, and even Yang Wuqi couldn't explain why. This rule actually put Wang Guan at ease. To others, a shadow worm was a lethal menace. To him, it was no worse than a giant crab had chopped up plenty of those, and real worms would be no different. The proficiency you gain also scales with your personal level, Yang Wuqi added. Shadow worms are tier 6 monsters. Low-tier ability users get the best return from killing them. Once you surpass tier 6, the gains shrink. The sweet spot is tiers 3 through 5. You meet the threshold and can use the kills to climb quickly. Seniors can learn the move, but pushing it to adept is rare. Originally, Shadow Veil Step was offered only to freshmen, but so few passed that Yang Wuqi opened the course to the whole academy. Even so, tier 3 or tier 4 newcomers remained the prime candidates, and Wang Guan was the most promising of them all. You're the most gifted student I've ever met, Yang Wuqi said, admiration undisguised. His mechanical arm clicked and settled softly on Wang Guan's shoulder. I believe you'll let this skill truly shine. The praise caught Wang Guan off guard, and a faint blush flickered across his face. He knew he was only exploiting system loopholes, hardly a sign of genius. Still, if proficiency came from slaying shadow worms and to him, they were just oversized crabs. She had nothing to fear. I won't let you down, Professor Yang. Wang Guan's reply was earnest and firm. Yang Wuqi nodded with a smile. Wang Guan suddenly recalled a note on the timetable and pressed, Mr. Yang, it lists only 3 periods. After that it says, off-campus tutoring, are you taking me to hunt shadow insects? Exactly. Yang Wuqi grinned. If you grasp the technique in 3 classes, I'll escort you to the battle zone and teach you how to kill them myself. Tutoring that connected straight to a warfront. Wang Guan drew a sharp breath. Yang Wuqi then demonstrated Phantom Step on the spot, repeating every detail from stance changes to power storage. Wang Guan fixed his eyes on his teacher's toes and shoulder line. This was the first crank skill he had ever seen. With an frank gift, learning an advanced technique was already grueling. Didn't dare blink. 2 hours flew by. Finishing the lesson, Yang Wuqi transferred control of the White Room classroom to Wang Guan. Next session is in 2 days. Meanwhile, feel free to enter the simulation and study the shadow insects' attack patterns. After a quick lunch, Wang Guan had no afternoon classes and dove straight into the virtual realm. In an instant, the white classroom gave way to a gray wasteland where a dozen shadow insects roamed in the distance. He drilled the footwork and sword strikes again and again, monotonous and mechanical, yet utterly absorbing. Only at 5 o'clock did he remember his duel with Mou. The moment he logged out, his phone exploded with notifications. No signal inside the simulation, so every missed message hit at once. Han Shirsi, what time are you getting to the Kendo Club? Han Shirsi, answer, Mivrion's waiting. Han Shirsi, Mou wants to know if you still have the guts to show up. Unknown number. Hello, Wang Guan. This is Mou. When will you arrive at the Kendo Club? Su Mingming, my class just finished. Want to grab dinner? Cold sweat broke out on Wang Guan's back. He texted the unknown number. Training in the simulation, sorry. On my way now. Then he called Su Mingming and arranged to meet outside the dorm. After a quick tidy-up, he and Su Mingming jogged toward the Kendo Club. The club occupied a spacious activity hall, heavily funded by the academy. Many students from ordinary backgrounds had never studied swordsmanship, and the school was eager to send anyone gifted to the Mo family's dojo for advanced lessons. Martial arts club, combat club, and others received similar support. Reaching the entrance, they stopped short. 3 or 4 dozen people crowded outside, chattering like spectators before a match. When they spotted Wang Guan, every eye turned his way. Wang Guan kept his composure, but Su Mingming's social anxiety flared. She hid behind him like a startled rabbit and whispered, "Why are there so many people?" "Just here for the show," he said, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. He quickly located Han Jie in the crowd. Han Jie's brows were knitted in irritation, brought a group at 2 o'clock to watch Wang Guan face Mou. The duel had only been set for afternoon, and under normal circumstances that meant 2 or 3 o'clock at the latest. After waiting all afternoon for nothing, he had even skipped ability class. Su Mingming and Wang Guan hurried over right after their lecture, Wang Guan tugging her by the hand while murmuring explanations. The crowd blocking the activity room door made way, yet complaints flew non-stop. Seriously? Making Miss Mo wait the whole afternoon? Maybe he's too scared to show up. Does he really think he can challenge the heir to Lukong's swordsmanship? The grumbling came from the same students who had been kept hanging. Han Jie stayed silent, muttering to himself, "Please let Mou teach Wang Guan a lesson." Wang Guan nodded apologetically. Around him really had lost track of time while training. Inside, the room was spacious, practice dummies lined the walls, and 7 or 8 club members stood on either side of the mat. Their identical white uniforms bore the cursive word Lukong on the chest, and their eyes were smoldering after an afternoon of waiting. Mou stood in the center, gaze icy. Wang Guan lifted a hand in greeting, then whispered to Su Mingming, "With those faces, you'd think we're here to raid the place." Su Mingming blinked her large, innocent eyes. "Aren't we?" Wang Guan had no answer. Already irritated, Mou frowned at their closeness, disgust flickering in her eyes. She drew 2 wooden practice swords from the rack by the wall and handed one to Wang Guan. "I'm truly sorry, I just lost track of time." He tested the sword's weight and bowed again. "Save it. Let's start." Her voice was frigid and she was already in stance. Wang Guan pointed at the doorway. "Could we shut the door? I'd rather not have an audience." Before Mou could reply, the hallway erupted. "Close the door? Afraid of embarrassment? We waited all afternoon. Quit stalling, get on with it." Losing to the gorgeous Mo isn't shameful. Amid the racket, Mou said coolly, "Just a first contact, Wang Guan." The hint was clear, she would go easy. Wang Guan's stomach tightened. If he humiliated her too badly, would she still be willing to coach Yuan Shaoqin? His entire plan hinged on this. No more talking began. Mou lost patience. She sprang forward like a swooping swan, her wooden blade carving shimmering arcs. Though she struck only once, it felt as if countless sword lights filled the air. On the sidelines, club members' eyes lit up. The president opened with Lukong's 7th form. During the excited whispers, someone mentioned Mou's forbearance rank sword saint, who founded Lukong's swordsmanship and created the Shrank technique Lukong Wuming, a skill rumored to have slain an abyssal demon lord. Later, they founded a clan and re-engineered Skyflow Oblivion, distilling it into 7 downgraded techniques. From the 7th form up to the 1st, each step rises in power. Anyone who masters and fuses all 7 can recreate Skyflow Oblivion at its peak. Right now Mou was using the weakest one, the 7th form, yet even that packed class force. She had shown it once before at the Kendo Club, so everyone instantly recognized its telltale rhythm. Her long sword sliced forward, reality and illusion layered together, blade shadows rolling like waves. Each phantom carried a true whistle of air and real lethality. One swing felt like several crashing down at once, impossible to block in time. Under the onslaught, Wang Guan's gaze sharpened, though a hint of urgency tugged at his mouth. He raised his wooden sword and fell back, dancing through the gaps on footwork alone to dodge the hail of edges. Swish, swish, swish. Mou drove the cascading shadows ever closer, forcing him back 4, 5 steps. The moment he regained balance, Wang Guan's sword darted through a narrow seam, stabbing toward her ribs. Mou reacted in a flash. A flick of her blade knocked his aside, and she sprang back to widen the gap. "You spotted the flaw in my move, well done." She nodded lightly, as if rewarding him. Wang Guan let out a silent breath, but stayed in character. "Phew, so this is the signature art of Skyflow swordplay. Impressive." The tension in his voice sounded genuine because, under the effect of his bug perk, Mou looked to him like a professional dancer. Her shadows posed no threat, yet he couldn't trounce her in public. Angering her would only complicate things. He had to make the bout look neck and neck, thrilling and uncertain, to achieve the goal of win without offending. Mou's fighting spirit blazed brighter. With a snap of her wrist, she charged again. Wang Guan reminded himself repeatedly, no one-shot victories. He met the dancer in perfect rhythm, turning, leaping, his wooden blade carving exaggerated arcs. The techniques looked bizarre, almost slapdash, yet at the last split second they always intercepted her attacks. Spectators watched wide-eyed, rapt. Mou's speed and ferocity spoke for themselves, but Wang Guan's every block and counter was a riddle. His grip was unorthodox, his forms a patchwork, yet he kept matching her blow for blow. Now and then he broke into a windmill swing, sending gusts that scored shallow grooves across the floor. Whether the move had any real bite, no one cared. The spectacle alone was stunning. Mou really is a powerhouse, someone muttered. But Wang Guan's still standing, and even holding his own. That guy's no slouch either. No wonder he passed the phantom step trial. I've studied swordsmanship myself, yet I still can't read Wang Guan's footwork. A few trainees on the sidelines whispered among themselves, their eyes fixed on the pair in the ring. They had seen plenty of sword styles, but this eerie movement was new to them and made their confidence waver. Their earlier disdain had evaporated, replaced by instinctive respect. In the center of the platform, Wang Guan and Mou had been locked in combat for a full 5 minutes. Wooden blades clacked in rapid succession, and afterimages of their swords hung in the air. Their breathing grew rough, sweat slid down their temples, yet their gazes remained sharp and unyielding. During a brief lull, Mou made a quick assessment. So he really is an opponent who demands my full strength, she thought, biting her lip. Wang Guan's footwork was completely beyond her understanding, while her own blade speed proved just as elusive to him. With neither side gaining ground, she reached a decision. She would use the 6 void forms. The 6 void forms ranked among the very top of Class C skills. Once activated, it could multiply the user's speed several times over in a single second, with a corresponding surge in power. She had yet to master it. In a real duel, the result would be blood. Fortunately, they were only using wooden swords. Resolved, she sprang back 3 steps to widen the gap. She leveled her blade, fingers whitening from her grip. Drawing a deep breath, she felt crimson spider across her eyes. The skill had begun. 6 void forms. In an instant her figure blurred, dust exploding outward as the air itself cracked. Fixing her gaze on Wang Guan, she drew her lips into a razor-thin line and murmured, "This is where you lose." At the same moment, a different thought flashed through Wang Guan's mind. I've given her enough face by now, haven't I? Clang. A piercing metallic note rang out as the wooden blades met. Before Mou could swing, Wang Guan stepped in and tapped her lightly on the crown of her head. Mou froze. Disbelief etched on her face. This had been her trump card. Wang Guan let out a sincere sigh of relief and offered a gentle smile. Phew, that was close. Mou, you're incredibly strong. I almost lost. Almost. She screamed inwardly. I unleashed my ultimate and got one-shotted. How is that almost? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.